At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up from my bed. Everything matched to the second. My name is Jiang Lucier, and I knew about this report in advance. A week ago, a star seed appeared in my mind, and with it came knowledge of what would happen in the near future. This was already the third piece of news that confirmed my suspicions. But the most important thing, the seed had shown me that in 10 days a viral outbreak would begin. The end of the world. I understood, the authorities were aware, which is why many meetings and conferences were cancelled, heads of state disappeared from public events. But ordinary people were told nothing. This press conference was the last warning, so that people would not die entirely in ignorance. I had 1 week left. I began preparing. I bought food, water, medicine, even a dagger. All of this was important, but not the main thing. The seed had another ability, to modify objects, turning them into something greater. For this, a base was required. I immediately realized, I needed transportation. I ruled out sedans at once, useless scrap in the coming chaos. Off-road vehicles were too cramped. Ideally, I wanted a massive truck, as long as a train, with wheels as tall as a person. You could live in it, store supplies. But that was just a dream. In reality, I had to choose between an ordinary cargo truck and a minibus. I settled on the latter. A spacious interior, the possibility of turning it into a shelter, storing food and water, even setting up something like a bed. A minibus was my best chance to survive. And then came the main problem, money. After all my purchases, I had less than 1,000 yuan left. But renting a minibus cost more than 1,000 per day. 10 days would require 15,000. For me, a student, that was impossible. I tried to find money. First, I wrote to my friend Li Jun. He had just gotten a brand new iPhone, bought for 10,000 yuan. I asked him to return at least 2,000 he owed me. He just brushed me off, I'll pay you back later. I told him, on Tuesday, don't go anywhere. Lock the doors and windows. He laughed, are you crazy? I've got a date. Then I wrote to another friend, Luo Ming. He had no money, he had spent everything on games. But I also warned him, on Tuesday, stay home. Lock the doors and windows. He was puzzled, huh? Why? I only said, just do it. But no one listened to me. I had done everything I could. But those who owed me money weren't going to pay me back. I couldn't borrow from anyone else. We were all just students. A couple hundred yuan, maybe, but thousands were out of the question. I'll have to find another way, I thought. Because if I wanted to survive, I still needed that minibus. Jiang Lucier was flipping through his phone when he suddenly saw a very flashy profile picture, and his eyes lit up instantly. This guy, with his hair slicked back and wearing sunglasses, was named Manhua. He was quite well known in school. But he wasn't famous because of any talent or skill, he was known for having strong connections. You could tell from the fact that even Jiang Lucier had added him on QQ. Jiang Lucier and Manhua weren't complete opposites, but close. Jiang Lucier was the most ordinary type of person, not active at all. Outside of his classmates, few people knew him. Jiang Lucier vaguely remembered hearing from Li Jun that Manhua had a friend who was involved in campus lending. Some girls, in order to borrow money, not only sent their ID and student card photos to his friend, but even took indecent photos. If they didn't pay the money back, those photos and their personal information would be made public, sent to their classmates, teachers, even their families. When Jiang Lucier first heard about this, he was speechless. Most of these girls just wanted to buy things to satisfy their vanity, and they ended up doing things like that. Manhua often took indecent photos of girls from his friend and shared them in class groups. Many people would comment and judge. Of course, Jiang Lucier didn't sympathize with those girls either. Originally, Jiang Lucier thought he would never get involved in such things. But now, he felt it was a good opportunity. Manhua, can I borrow money from your friend? Jiang Lucier asked directly. Manhua replied quickly, sure. What department and class are you from? Jiang Lucier directly sent a photo of his student ID. After confirming, Manhua asked, how much do you want to borrow? 20,000. Jiang Lucier didn't hold back since it was a loan shark. Based on what he knew, 20,000 was probably the limit. Any more and Manhua might reject him. After all, his family background wasn't a secret, Manhua could easily find out. Manhua was clearly startled. For a student, 20,000 was a lot. Most female students only borrowed a few thousand, even just a few hundred. What do you need that much for? An abortion for your girlfriend wouldn't even cost that much, Manhua asked. It's something very important. Don't ask, just tell me what the conditions are, Jiang Lushur said. Well, how about this, leave your student ID with me, give me your home address, and you have to write a loan note for 50,000. Also, record a video while holding the note, read it aloud, and say it's voluntary. Once you pay it back, I'll destroy the note in front of you. How long do you need the 20,000? Manhua asked. 1 month, Jiang Lushur replied. Then you'll owe me 25,000. We're from the same school, so I'm not worried about you not paying back. You get it, Manhua said. Okay. Jiang Lushur was secretly shocked. This interest rate, even normal loan sharks weren't this harsh. And now, Jiang Lushur realized, this so-called friend probably didn't even exist. Even if Manhua wasn't the one doing the lending, he definitely had a part in it. Manhua seemed very confident, not worried at all about Jiang Lushur defaulting. Who knows what methods he had? If you didn't repay, you'd probably wish you were dead. Heh. Jiang Lushur chuckled indifferently. Interest? Threats? When the world ends, who'd care about a Manhua? That afternoon, Jiang Lushur found a car rental company online and then went to the agreed location with Manhua. He completed the procedure and got the money. While transferring the money to Jiang Lushur, Manhua was curiously looking him up and down. What exactly do you need the money for? To do something big. You'll know in a week, Jiang Lushur said mysteriously. Manhua was speechless. What's with this guy? He suddenly felt a bit of regret. But since the money was already transferred, he didn't care anymore. Whether the guy was crazy or not, no student had ever dared to not pay him back. Jiang Lushur got the 20,000 and immediately headed to the rental company. There weren't many minivans, unlike sedans, they weren't easy to rent. Jiang Lushur had contacted almost every rental company online before he found one with available vehicles. The staff urged him to hurry, and said they could only hold it for about 2 hours. Rushing over, Jiang Lushur arrived an hour early. When he saw the store sign from afar, he finally felt relieved. The rental company was small, but cleanly and tastefully arranged. Behind a reception desk stood a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail. She wore the company's uniform, simple, but made her look fresh and neat. She looked around 18 or 19, innocent and youthful. She was speaking with a customer in a suit. When she saw Jiang Lushur, she smiled sweetly, nodded at him, and gestured for him to wait. Seeing this youthful girl, Jiang Lushur was slightly stunned, such a young receptionist. He sat on the sofa nearby, and by chance, noticed a vocabulary book for CET 6 under some flyers by the desk. He immediately understood, this girl was probably a student, maybe even from their university, working part-time to support herself. The rental shop was near the university. Hiring a sweet-looking girl like her was not only cheaper but also good for business. Hello, I'm customer manager Wen Xiaotian. You can call me Xiaowen. I'm happy to help you, she said. After finishing with the previous customer, she turned to Jiang Lushur. Her immature appearance and formal greeting created a strange but cute contrast. Hi, I'm the one who reserved the minivan online, Jiang Lushur stood up and said. Ah, about that. The girl looked troubled. Embarrassed, she said, I'm really sorry. The last minivan was just rented by this gentleman. She had accepted Jiang Lushur's order over the phone, but the boss had rented the van out anyway. She felt bad about it. But she was just a part-time worker, she couldn't go against the boss's decisions. Really sorry. If you can wait, maybe you can rebook now. There might be vehicles available in a few days. Once this gentleman returns it, it'll be available again, Wen Xiaotian said apologetically. Jiang Lushur paused. There was no way he could wait that long. This was the only company with available vehicles. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, has he paid yet? Huh? Not yet, but he's about to sign the contract, she replied, a bit confused. She didn't know why Jiang Lushur was asking. The man in the suit glanced at Jiang Lushur, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He could tell Jiang Lushur was in a hurry. But without paying, the boss could cancel the deal at any time. Oh, no payment, no problem. Tell your boss I'll pay 200 extra per day, for a week, and I'll renew again next week. Just driving it in the city, no wear and tear, Jiang Lushur said. Wen Xiaotian froze, looked at the man in the suit, unsure what to do. She'd never faced this kind of situation before. 300 extra. Jiang Lushur added. Wen Xiaotian hesitated. This was a large amount. Jiang Lushur really looked anxious. Sir, according to regulations, I have to call to check, she said, apologizing to the man in the suit. The suited man was speechless. Just now, he had been a little smug. Now, it looked like he'd run into a rich kid. Forget it, forget it. No need to call. Let him rent it, the man said. He could already guess what would happen if she called, no need to drag it out. Really sorry again. You can use the car this weekend. Maybe I can reschedule for you in a couple of days? This customer really needs it urgently. When Xiao Tian apologized again. The man in the suit looked at Jiang Lushi. He didn't look even 20, just a student. He couldn't help but ask, "Kid, why rent a car for so long?" "To park it," Jiang Lushi replied. "Park, damn, today's youth really had money to burn." Jiang Lushi didn't care about their surprised looks. He couldn't care less what people thought. He quickly signed the contract with the rental company. Glancing at the terms, he saw that the rental contract was very strict, with all kinds of penalties. Even a scratch could cost a fortune. But Jiang Lushi only glanced briefly, then signed without hesitation. "This car wouldn't just end up with a few scratches? We need to keep your ID," the receptionist smiled. "Pa!" Jiang Lushi slapped down his prepared ID on the table and took the car key. After walking out a few steps, he turned back. "Can you help find me a driver to take it back?" He didn't have a license. Sitting in the minibus, Jiang Lushi made a phone call to his younger sister, although he knew, most likely, this call would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. Before the star seed and the information appeared in his mind, his sister had already gone deep into the mountains for field research, where the signal was unstable. His sister being in the deep mountains, at a time when the apocalypse was about to erupt, was truly terrible news. However, Jiang Lushi knew from the star seed that neither he nor his sister would be infected by the virus. Her research trip should be ending in the next couple of days, and this made Jiang Lushi especially relieved. He and his sister had grown up relying on each other. If the apocalypse arrived and his sister was still missing somewhere in the mountains, Jiang Lushi would go crazy. As expected, the call didn't go through, her phone was off. Jiang Lushi sent her a text message, telling her to contact him immediately once she saw the message. He would keep his phone on 24 hours a day waiting for her call. Based on his understanding of her, if he made such a serious request, she would definitely call back as soon as she had signal. "Boss, stop the car here?" The rental company's driver drove the vehicle to the front of Jiang Liushi's apartment and looked around curiously. This place was clearly one of the old neighborhoods in Jiangbei City that was almost entirely phased out. The buildings were all from the 1990s, each home had the oldest type of rain canopy and security bars. This didn't look like a place where a rich kid would live, maybe he was experiencing the life of the poor? But that wasn't the driver's concern. Once Jiang Lushi signed the paperwork, he handed over the keys and left. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Lushi let out a deep breath. He had done all kinds of preparation today, running around busily, but now that everything was ready, instead of feeling calm, he felt panicked. The previous calmness, orderliness, and suppressed fear seemed to erupt all at once. After sitting for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Lushi slowly calmed down. After all, it was the end of the world. His reaction was normal. According to the information from the star seed, Jiang Lushi stood up, walked to the driver's seat, then sat down and put his hands on the steering wheel. Then, Jiang Lushi closed his eyes. As if he had flipped a switch, the image that should have been seen by his eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. The steering wheel he was holding was looked at left and right, and then the view rapidly rose, showing the entire vehicle from above. Then, the car body turned transparent, and all the components became clearly visible. Jiang Lushi knew this was the star seed scanning him. Though he understood it, actually experiencing this process felt very magical, like VR science fiction. When VR first came out, Jiang Lushi had been very interested but didn't buy it because it was too expensive. Now, he had an experience even more advanced than VR. After the whole minibus was scanned, the vehicle's information appeared in Jiang Liushi's mind. Model, medium passenger bus, 14 seats. Age, 10 years. Power, gasoline engine. Max speed, 110 km per hour. Engine, 5.014L water-cooled inline 4-cylinder turbocharged direct injection. Faults, engine aging, various components aging. In summary, it was a very ordinary minibus, probably retired from tourism use and bought by a rental company. A vehicle like this would have many small issues as soon as it was driven. The rental company was definitely cutting corners. But these small issues didn't matter to Jiang Lushi. He got a minibus for just over 10,000 yuan, which was a great deal. After the first modification, this vehicle would initially become suitable for post-apocalyptic use. The star seed had several modification directions. Jiang Lushi thought about it and chose the base vehicle type. The base vehicle required the most materials, but it was the most practical. Soon, the star seed listed all the materials needed to modify this vehicle into a base vehicle, standard. Seeing the list, Jiang Lushi secretly clicked his tongue. 100 caddies of steel, 100 caddies of copper, screws of various sizes, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 10 square feet of leather, and all sorts of strange materials. Just the first few items already looked expensive. Jiang Lushur vaguely knew that titanium alloy cost 500 to 600 yuan per kilogram. Some of the strange materials even looked expensive by name alone. This list completely exceeded Jiang Lushur's expectations for price. The amount of materials needed was more than Jiang Lushur had imagined, likely because he chose the more complex base vehicle. He didn't even know if the money he had left, plus what he could get from selling things, would be enough. Even though those roadside ads offering instant loans with ID were everywhere, Jiang Lushur had already handed over his student ID to Ma Hao and his ID card to the rental company. Without a house deed or anything else, he was truly at a loss. Forget it, I'll order whatever I can first. Jiang Lushur took out his phone. Just as he opened it, he saw he had 2 missed calls. Judging by the time, they probably came when he was on the road and didn't hear due to the noise. But the phone number was unfamiliar. Hello? Jiang Lushur called back. Jiang Lushur? A girl's voice came from the other end, sweet and gentle. Yes, I saw you called. May I ask what's the matter? Jiang Lushur asked. I'm Li Yusin. The girl said a name that surprised Jiang Lushur. He had thought for sure it was a business call, either from the rental company or a seller from whom he had ordered goods. He didn't expect it to be a girl he knew, and a very popular one. Although Jiang Lushur rarely talked to girls on the phone, he didn't panic at all. He was just puzzled. He and Li Yusin hadn't had any real interaction, so why was she calling him? Then again, they weren't complete strangers. In fact, they had been classmates since high school, same class, even deskmates. Li Yusin came from a good family, had delicate and beautiful looks, and a good personality. She was very popular in class. At the time, Jiang Lushur had once stared blankly at her quiet side profile as she looked out the window, her silky hair fluttering gently. But although Li Yusin was excellent in many areas, she struggled with math, and coincidentally, Jiang Lushur was good at it. So she often asked him to explain problems. When she listened, she was very focused and serious. Her hair often brushed against Jiang Lushur's hand, and she didn't even notice. Later, after Jiang Lushur's parents died unexpectedly, he didn't attend school for a whole month. When he returned, he had become much more withdrawn and moved to the last row alone. Though Li Yusin occasionally looked his way, several times when they passed by each other, she seemed like she wanted to say something, but never did. Now Jiang Lushur had moved on from the shadow of the past, but their relationship had faded since then. Even though they later got into the same university in the same city, it stayed that way. Whatever tiny spark there had been, Jiang Lushur had buried deep in his heart. Now hearing Li Yusin's voice again, Jiang Lushur couldn't help feeling a ripple of emotion. Her voice, light and gentle, was like a breeze. It's been a long time, Jiang Lushur sighed. Yeah, we haven't talked in a while, Li Yusin said. Right, why did you call me? Jiang Lushur asked. I heard from Li Jun that you're short on money? I don't know him well, just happened to hear him talking to a friend of mine, she said. Jiang Lushur frowned. What did he say? He was having dinner with my friend. My friend asked why he kept looking at his phone, who he was chatting with, and he said you were asking him for money. I thought maybe you were in trouble, so I asked for your number, she explained. That Li Jun, Jiang Lushur was speechless. Not only did he not pay him back, but he was also talking about him like that, always showing off. Jiang Lushur explained the situation. Li Yusin was angry after hearing it. I knew you weren't like that. He even said you were shameless. Ugh. I told my friend not to associate with him anymore. So, you really need money? It's fine, I've figured something out, Jiang Lushur replied. Your Alipay is your phone number, right? I'll transfer you some money. Pay me back when you're doing better. We're friends, don't be polite. You used to help me with math every day, explaining everything so clearly. I never even properly thanked you, she said with a smile. Jiang Lushur was stunned. Her laughter was still so pleasant. Wait, you don't have to. That's settled then. Don't be polite, we're friends, right? She said playfully, her laughter like wind chimes. Of course. Jiang Lushur felt a warmth in his heart after hanging up. He hadn't expected someone like her to help him at a moment like this. And from beginning to end, she never even asked why he needed the money. Beep. A notification came in. Jiang Lushur opened it, and was shocked. Li Yusin had sent him 20,000 yuan. She even left a note, a little more so you won't be tight. If you don't use it all, just return the rest later. Seeing this message, Jiang Lushur was genuinely moved. Even though Li Yusin came from a well-off family, she lived simply. This 20,000 was probably money she saved herself, not just handed over casually. She had even tried calling several times when he didn't answer. Jiang Lushur immediately made a decision and called her back. she answered, sounding a bit nervous. What is it? Don't worry, I'm not calling to return the money, Jiang Lushur said, amused and touched. Oh, okay, she sighed with relief. Don't thank me either, or I'll have to thank you for all your help back then. I wouldn't have gotten into Jiangbei University without you. That was nothing, Jiang Lushur said shyly, scratching his head. Then he cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Give me your home address. My address? What, are you coming over to pay me back in person? She laughed. Just tell me. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad, he joked. Alright. My address is? You say it, I'll write it down. Jiang Lushur turned on speaker and noted it in his memo. You even wrote it down, now I'm nervous. Are you really coming? But if you do, you're welcome, she said. Clearly, she was a little embarrassed. Jiang Lushur knew his request was sudden, but he had no choice. It had to be done. He said, Yusin, next Tuesday, you must stay home. Not just you, your parents too. No one can leave. Ideally, stay in separate rooms, and lock the doors. If anything happens, lock yourselves inside. I will come find you. Can you do that? It's very, very important. It's about my life. His tone was firm and serious. Jiang Lushur knew if he mentioned the apocalypse, it would be hard to convince her. Even if she half believed him, convincing her parents would take too long. If he said it was life or death, she'd be even less likely to believe, and her parents might think he was crazy or dangerous. Lock ourselves in rooms? Is someone going to attack us? She asked. Jiang Lushur, are you in some kind of trouble? Loan sharks? Gangsters? She asked nervously. No, but it's really important. Please believe me, please. It's very important, I beg you, he said. He had borrowed from loan sharks, but this had nothing to do with them, he wasn't worried about that. Okay, she reluctantly agreed. It sounded so bizarre. Promise me, do exactly what I said, he reminded. This. Promise me, he pleaded sincerely. Alright, okay. After hanging up, Jiang Lushur let out a long breath. He had done all he could, but he didn't know how much Li Yusin would follow through. At least, she'd probably stay home. She was a kind girl. As long as she cared about his safety, she'd stay in. As for whether she'd survive, it was up to fate. He just hoped heaven wouldn't let such a kind girl die in this disaster. As long as she lived, Jiang Lushur believed, he would find her. With the money borrowed from Li Yusin, Jiang Lushur immediately started shopping. Some items that couldn't be bought online, he went to the market to buy himself. The most frustrating thing was that one of the materials wasn't even available at the market. In the end, he had to go to an auto parts factory to get it. At first, the owner didn't want to sell. In the end, Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and added 500 yuan on top of the original price before he finally got it, and it was second-hand. When leaving, he saw the owner rubbing his fingers and carefully counting the money, and Jiang Lushur just silently shook his head. That boss didn't really refuse to sell, he just wanted to sell it at a high price. Now that he had earned the extra 500 yuan, he was happy. But in a week, he would realize that money would be worthless. It took a total of 3 days to gather all the materials, which now filled the aisle and seats of the minibus. When he put the final item inside, Jiang Lushur felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He had made it just in time. For these 3 days, he had been running around non-stop, practically covering the entire city of Jiangbei. Probably because it was the first modification, the materials required were extremely diverse and abundant, involving almost every aspect. At the same time, Jiang Lushur kept an eye on the news and local developments in Jiangbei. As he had suspected, fewer and fewer big names were appearing on the news. Although everything on the streets seemed normal, he could sense an undercurrent of tension. Let's begin. Jiang Lushur pulled all the curtains shut, then sat in the driver's seat. After steadying his breathing, he gripped the steering wheel. At once, the structure of the minibus clearly projected into his mind. It felt as if he had gained a special eye that could scan the minibus. Wherever he looked, the data and status of that part of the minibus would immediately appear. The overall status of the minibus was, base vehicle, standard, awaiting modification. All materials detected. Begin modification? Jiang Lushur silently said in his mind, modify. Modification initiated. Completion time, 72 hours. Countdown begins now. The vehicle cannot be driven during modification. Modification includes. Jiang Lushur felt the steering wheel in his hand suddenly surge with a strange energy, as if it was lightly vibrating. The modification process would take a long time, and Jiang Lushur couldn't just sit in the vehicle and watch the whole time. After watching curiously for a while, he noticed that the materials would mysteriously disappear little by little. Besides that, nothing else seemed to be happening, so he got out of the vehicle. Jiang Lushur stood outside and looked at the vehicle. Seeing that nothing unusual was visible from the outside, he felt relieved and went back home. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with piles of supplies almost stacked up to the entrance, everything that had been delivered over the past 3 days. The delivery workers had been giving Jiang Lushur strange looks. But Jiang Lushur didn't care how others saw him. Even if they found it suspicious, they could never guess the real reason behind it. These 3 days, Jiang Lushur hadn't gone to school anymore. The end of the world was coming. What was the point of going to class? Now that the minibus modification had started, Jiang Lushur didn't stay idle. While continuously calling his sister, he also searched online for all kinds of survival knowledge, wilderness survival, basic first aid, what medicine to take for common illnesses, surrounding maps, etc. He even downloaded a national map to his tablet so it could be used offline. The map marked almost everything, from small shops to large factories, from highways to rural roads, all very clearly. He spent several hundred yuan on this map. Free apps didn't offer this level of detail. Jiang Lushur didn't know how much more he could prepare, but as long as a post mentioned something he thought was useful, or anything he could think of himself, he prepared it. Now that the money was almost all spent, Jiang Lushur's preparations were nearly complete. Beep beep beep. His phone rang. Jiang Lushur looked at the screen and suddenly smiled with joy. He had been constantly trying to call his sister, but her phone had been off. Now she was finally calling back. Hello. Hello, bro, what's so urgent? I just got off the bus. Let me tell you, this field trip was amazing. We visited a mountain village with cave burial customs. Jiang Zhuing, don't talk now. Listen to me first. Jiang Lushur cut off his sister's playful words and said loudly. Maybe sensing the seriousness in his tone, Jiang Zhuing realized something must be wrong, so she immediately stopped joking and softly said, Okay, bro, I'm listening. But then Jiang Lushur calmed himself. Panic would only spread to her. He asked, Zhuing, where are you now? At school. I just parted ways with the team and teachers. I was heading back to the dorm. My phone died, but I charged it a bit on the bus and turned it on. That's when I saw your messages. Although usually playful, once Jiang Zhuing realized the situation was serious, she quickly became obedient and focused, clearly explaining her situation with a quick, concise tone. Though she didn't yet know why her brother was acting this way, since the death of their parents, Jiang Lushur had taken care of her. Even though she might argue with him sometimes, when it really mattered, she always listened to him unconditionally. To her, he was her anchor. Don't go back to the dorm. Book a flight and come home immediately, Jiang Lushur said. Okay, give me a moment. After a while, she spoke again, bro, there are no tickets left. Tomorrow? The day after? Transfer flights if you have to. No matter the cost, he said. None. There's nothing left, she replied. What do you mean, nothing left? Jiang Lushur was stunned. A bad feeling hit him. He started furiously typing on his keyboard, opening a flight ticket site. He searched one city after another, and his heart sank with each search. All flights over the next 3 days were completely sold out, regardless of origin or destination. The only tickets still available were for after the apocalypse's arrival. This was no coincidence. Should I just buy one for 3 days later? Jiang Zhuing asked. By then, it won't matter anymore, Jiang Lushur said. Zhuing didn't quite understand why being just 1 day late made such a big difference, but she didn't question him. Instead, she said, train. What about booking a train ticket? Jiang Lushur typed again, then said in a low voice, don't bother. Train tickets are sold out too. All train tickets for the next 3 days, gone. Wait, I'll go check the bus station, or maybe I can hire a private car, she suggested. No. Jiang Lushur said. First, who knew what the roads would be like? Even if they were passable, it would take her over 2 days to get home. With all planes and trains down, there was a huge chance of traffic jams. If she got stuck on the road when disaster hit, she'd be dead for sure. No, Jiang Lushur repeated. Zhuing sensed something was wrong in his voice. It made her nervous too. Zhuing, listen carefully to every word I say now, Jiang Lushur said. Don't go back to your dorm. Find a place with few people, hotel or rented apartment, something with good security. Stay somewhere hidden. Then buy as much drinking water as possible, some medicine, daily supplies, food. Charge your phone fully. Get a dozen power banks. Even if phones don't work by then, still, do it. Lock the doors. Don't go out. Wait for me. You must wait for me. You must. Jiang Lushur repeated. Zhuing, the end of the world is coming. Jiang Zhuing not being able to return was a huge blow to Jiang Lushur's plan. Originally, he had planned to drive the modified vehicle, loaded with supplies, and take Jiang Zhuing and Li Yusen's family to a resort over 100 li away from Jiangbei City. He had been there once before. It was the kind of place where people rarely went, but the facilities were all complete, and there were no other residents nearby. The idea was to settle there temporarily, then slowly figure out the next step depending on how the situation developed. Although he knew the apocalypse was coming, he still had no real concept of what it would actually be like once it began. Based on how things turned out, he would adjust the plan. In any case, having the minibus would make them much safer on the move compared to others. But now, this plan was clearly ruined. Not only could Jiang Lushi not escape to the outskirts right away, he had to go to Nanjing City, a place with more people and more prosperity. And he didn't know what the road conditions would be like along the way, nor when he'd arrive. That was why he told Jiang Zhuing to buy as many supplies as possible and to wait for him no matter what. If the minibus hadn't needed another 3 days for modification, Jiang Lushi would have left immediately. But without the vehicle, he was just an ordinary college student. There was no way he could break through any chaos and bring Jiang Zhuing out safely. Beep. That night, Jiang Zhuing sent a location pin to Jiang Lushi. She had rented a teacher's apartment in a small alley near her school, on the top floor, the 6th. She also sent him photos. Sure enough, the apartment was packed full of supplies in 2 rooms, enough for her to live comfortably for a full month. Bro, don't worry, Jiang Zhuing messaged, with a big smiley face emoji. Jiang Lushi had already told her about the coming apocalypse, everything except the star seed in his mind. Not because he didn't trust her, but because explaining it would be too complicated and unnecessary. He hadn't expected her to believe him, yet she seemed calm, even playful, still in the mood to take photos and send emojis. Jiang Lushi knew that she probably wasn't completely convinced, but it didn't matter. As long as she followed his instructions carefully, that was enough. Okay, from today onward, don't go out. Lock all doors and windows. Protect yourself. Don't answer or open the door for anyone, even if it's someone you know. Jiang Lushi warned her sternly. In the apocalypse, laws and morals would mean nothing. He knew it sounded heartless, but he had to say it. People killing over a bag of crackers, that's something seen countless times in doomsday movies. And in real wars, people have died over scraps of food. Jiang Lushi wasn't that cold-blooded. Within his ability and as long as he stayed safe, he would help others. But since he couldn't protect Jiang Zhuing directly, he needed her to stay completely safe and avoid any risk. Got it, Jiang Zhuing replied. Seeing his sister obey obediently, Jiang Lushi could finally relax a bit. Now that her safety was ensured, his next priority was how to reach Nanjing as quickly as possible. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the tone of the news began to grow uneasy. More reports began to mention transportation and global issues. But ordinary people didn't pay much attention. They still worked 9 to 5, took kids to and from school, shopped, cooked. Jiang Lushi stayed home, occasionally stepping out to check the situation. During this time, both Li Jun and Luo Ming sent him a few messages. Jiang Lushi didn't even read Li Jun's. Luo Ming's message read, "Bro, are you okay? You borrowed money, are you eloping with a girl or what? If you don't come back to class soon, I think you're done for. Remember, don't go out Tuesday. Stay in the dorm, lock the door, and play games." Jiang Lushi reminded him again, regardless of whether Luo Ming would listen. Why Tuesday? Wait, isn't tomorrow Tuesday? Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. Yes, it was tomorrow? That night, even Jiang Lushi didn't know how he fell asleep. Before bed, he had hired 2 workers to help him move all the supplies next to the minibus. Then he sent a mass message to everyone in his contacts and specifically reminded Li Yusin and Jiang Zhuing again. Nervously, he sat on the pile of supplies next to the minibus, and unknowingly fell asleep. Beep beep beep. Jiang Lushi didn't wake from an alarm or a siren, it was a strange chime ringing in his mind. It was the star seed. He immediately raised his head and ran to the minibus door. From the outside, it still looked like the same old vehicle, no difference at all. But as soon as he grabbed the handle, information about the vehicle appeared in his mind. A faint electric current passed through his hand. Then he heard a soft click, the door opened. It was a theft-proof sensor lock, only he could open it. Inside, Jiang Liushi's eyes lit up and his mouth opened in surprise. He was stunned. The internal structure of the vehicle had completely changed, it was no longer the same at all. All the materials were gone without a trace. The once tightly packed rows of seats were now just 2 couch-like seats side by side, with a table, racks, and more. The interior had been divided into multiple sections by what looked like high-end sliding doors. Jiang Lushi opened each one and saw a small but complete bathroom, kitchen, and even a tiny bedroom. The bed looked very soft. After a brief tour, he snapped out of it and rushed to the driver's seat. It, too, had changed drastically, now in a separate space and looking extremely cool. There was a huge screen display, and the dashboard looked like a control center, full of buttons and levers. Jiang Lushi sat down in the now full leather, very soft driver's seat. As he grabbed the steering wheel, the entire vehicle clearly appeared in his mind. At the same time, the buttons and levers on the dashboard lit up. Base vehicle, standard version, modification complete. Modified vehicle details. Model, base vehicle, standard, disguised as minibus. Interior setup, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 small living room. Weaponry, compressed air cannon, basic level, airflow speed 810 meters per second, capacity 500 L. Exterior armor strength, F grade, resistant to standard bullets and collisions. Power, gasoline engine. Max speed, 300 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions repaired. Jiang Lushur was thrilled. The result of the modification far exceeded his expectations. Though this was only the standard version with limited features, to truly go anywhere without obstruction, upgrades would be needed. But upgrading required even more materials. Jiang Lushur had neither the time nor the money, nor did he know the exact material list, so there was no way to prepare in advance. Still, this vehicle alone greatly increased his survival chances. He quickly familiarized himself with the controls, then called the 2 workers from the night before to help again. They had already discussed the plan the night before, so as soon as they arrived, they began moving all the supplies onto the vehicle. When they saw the internal space, both were extremely surprised, and their looks toward Jiang Lushur completely changed. They had seen his tiny rented room packed with food and daily goods and thought he was opening a little store or maybe just a street vendor. They never imagined the guy was actually driving an RV. But modifying such an old minibus into an RV? What a waste of money. Must be some rich guy with too much time. As for Jiang Lushur, he had no time to care about their reactions, he just kept checking the time and watching his surroundings. Once all the supplies were loaded, he immediately climbed aboard, closed all doors and windows tightly, and nervously sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Lushur didn't know the exact time the disaster would arrive, or what the virus outbreak would look like. But he knew that the moment the virus was discovered in the permafrost, it had already awakened. This virus wasn't just highly contagious, it had already silently spread across the entire world, and its danger level surpassed all known viruses combined. After a period of dormancy, it would erupt explosively, like a chain of bombs going off. Beep beep beep! A sudden ringtone startled the already tense Jiang Lushur. He quickly realized it wasn't anything else, it was his phone ringing. He hurried to answer the call. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Li Yusin. Hello? I'm heading over now. Make sure you stay at home, don't go anywhere. He was worried she hadn't fully followed his instructions, and that this call was her telling him she couldn't wait for him. That would be bad. Jiang Lushur, I'm sorry. I'm about to leave, Li Yusin's voice came through. The moment she said this, Jiang Lushur's heart sank. Leave? Where to? Li Yusin, listen to me, you must stay at home and lock your room. This concerns, Jiang Lushur quickly said. Jiang Lushur, listen to me carefully, Li Yusin interrupted him, ignoring what he was saying. Her tone was grave, like she was about to say something very serious. You might find it hard to believe, but the end of the world is coming, it could be within the next few days. I just found out today. The car is already waiting outside. I have to leave immediately. First, make sure you're safe. Then go to the Shenbei Expressway entrance. The military is stationed there. When you get there, they should take you to the Shanghai Safe Zone Island, she said quickly in a low voice. Remember, you must get to the expressway entrance today. The army is there. They'll protect people during the evacuation. Just then, someone on the other end shouted to hurry up, and Li Yusin rushed to say, Jiang Lushur, remember, I'm not joking. Then she hung up. All that remained in the receiver was a fast busy tone, followed by silence. Jiang Lushur held his phone, his arm still raised. As expected, the evacuation had started. The Shanghai Safe Zone, he didn't know what kind of place that was. He felt a bit grateful for what Li Yusin had done. She probably remembered he was supposed to visit her today, so she made sure to call. Just like always, she was so kind. But even if Li Yusin was taken away, she wouldn't truly be safe. Jiang Lushur knew, the virus had already spread. Human scientists probably only discovered it after it had already begun spreading. The incubation period of this supervirus wasn't long. In that short time, scientists had barely managed to produce any research, deduce the existence of the apocalypse, and had already used up too much time. By the time high-level authorities realized doomsday was coming, they had almost no time left to prepare. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to save all of humanity. The only thing they could do was preserve the human elite. All over the world, safe islands were being built to ensure human reproduction. But, before getting on a safe island, there would definitely be cleansing and quarantine. Right now, maybe even the scientists didn't dare believe their own conclusions, so governments weren't ready to carry out cruel and inhumane measures. But once they witnessed the horror of the virus with their own eyes, saw how brutal it really was, their response would turn extremely bloody. While Jiang Lushur was talking to Li Yusen, the two movers who had been hired earlier were squatting nearby smoking, resting, and occasionally glancing at his minibus, chatting with each other. This car, this interior, damn, it's insane. Rich people sure play different games. Imagine bringing a few hot chicks, traveling the world, man, that would be heaven. The two guys smacked their lips, fantasizing about driving this RV, traveling with girls. Beautiful scenery by day, sex at night. Hungry? There's a kitchen. Dirty? There's a bathroom. Even couple baths. What's not to love? But in the middle of the fantasy, one of them suddenly staggered, his face flushed unnaturally, almost collapsing. Yo, dude, what's up? The other rushed to help. I'm fine, the man waved him off and quickly recovered. What could happen to me? You know how tough I am. He pounded his chest twice, solid muscle. Ha ha ha. I think you jerked off too much last night, now you're horny again and got weak all of a sudden. They both laughed and started throwing dirty jokes at each other. But not far away, Jiang Lushur silently watched. He didn't feel like laughing at all, on the contrary, a chill crept up his spine. He knew that dizziness was just the first symptom of the virus activating. The apocalypse was probably less than an hour away. The mover who had nearly fainted was still chatting like nothing happened. Jiang Lushur, watching from inside the vehicle, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't just start the engine and run the guy over. That would cause panic. Without knowing the exact time of the outbreak, acting now would only put himself in danger. Not even the government could do anything. Within the next hour or two, the world would erupt in chaos. The two movers, with no other jobs, sat smoking in the shade. Jiang Lushur looked at the time. It was 1:20 p.m. He waited in silence. When the apocalypse broke out, everyone would show strong immune reactions, including Jiang Lushur, because they had all already been infected. The difference was, after the immune reaction, some people resisted the virus, while others turned into monsters. Time passed. Jiang Lushur gripped the steering wheel tightly, cold sweat seeping into his palms. He kept checking the clock, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:40. Slowly, maybe from focusing too hard, he started seeing double in the gauge needles. The ghosting worsened, and several overlapping dashboards appeared before his eyes. This is... Jiang Lushur's heart sank. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit his head. Bang! He felt a sharp pain on his forehead, it had slammed into the steering wheel. At the same time, an intense headache surged like a tidal wave. It's here. It had finally arrived, the virus had erupted. Jiang Lushur knew he would survive the infection, but even so, the pain was unbearable, he nearly passed out. At the same moment, across the world, the exact same scene played out for every single person. Headache. Hallucinations. Convulsions. Nosebleeds. Fainting. The symptoms varied slightly, but everyone suffered. Especially those who couldn't resist the virus and began mutating, it was pain deep to the bone. Many screamed in agony, screams that seemed to erupt straight from the lungs, not human anymore, more like beasts roaring. Bang bang bang. On highways, vehicles collided. Massive chain crashes, hundreds, thousands of cars piled up. Tiny cars were crushed into pancakes by trucks, drivers dying horribly. Some slammed the brakes instinctively in pain, the screech of tires tearing through the sky. Explosions. Black smoke billowed into the sky. In cities, in factories, people convulsed and lost consciousness, accidents happened everywhere. Fires broke out, people died tragically. Fire alarms howled into the air. Disaster everywhere. Corpses everywhere. Jiang Lushur was already semi-conscious. He vaguely heard the chaos, but couldn't distinguish any of it. Hallucinations flashed in his mind. He saw his childhood, his alive parents, laughing with his sister, the birthday cake his mom once made. Then he saw himself with a family, happily living with a wife and children, and that wife looked a bit like Li Yusen. He didn't know how long he was lost in the vision, until at some point, he suddenly snapped awake. His eyes flew open, his hair and clothes were soaked in sweat. He was still gripping the steering wheel, his fingers pale and numb from holding it too tightly. The windows and doors were all locked tight. He felt drained, completely exhausted. He gasped for breath, glanced out the window, and his heart sank. Outside, the sky had changed. A thick haze covered everything. Buildings, roads, all shrouded in fog, barely visible. The sky was dim. Everything was gray, heavy, and oppressive. From the distance came faint, messy sirens, piercing Jiang Lushur's ears, making him restless. He looked at the time, 3:50 p.m. The date was still the same. He'd only passed out for just over an hour, but it felt like years. At that moment, Jiang Lushur knew, this damn, God-forsaken apocalypse, had truly begun. Starting today, he would drive this vehicle, running for survival. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lushur started the engine. Go! The star seed was already bound to the base vehicle. As long as Jiang Lushur focused his thoughts, all the information about the base vehicle would immediately appear in his mind. When he looked at the dashboard, instructions for the buttons and levers beside it would instantly pop up. Start, accelerate, weapon use, collision. Jiang Lushur's driving skills were very basic, mostly theoretical knowledge he had picked up himself. He had only test-driven a vehicle once out of curiosity. He had planned to get a driver's license, but the driving school was too expensive, so he never went. He could manage a regular car, but driving a minibus was completely different. Fortunately, aside from providing operation instructions for the base vehicle, the star seed would also constantly give him prompts and warnings while he drove. Relying on the star seed, even though Jiang Lushur's head was still a bit dizzy, he slowly drove the vehicle out of the lot. Everything around was shrouded in gray fog. The road ahead and the surroundings on both sides were barely visible. Jiang Lushur squinted to look ahead while enduring his lingering headache and recovering. Just as he was about to drive the base vehicle onto the road, a black shadow suddenly leaped from the side, slamming hard into the driver's side door with a loud thump. Startled, Jiang Lushur turned his head and saw a face pressed tightly against the window, hands frantically clawing at the window and door, desperately trying to get inside. Half of the face was covered in blood, and the mouth and teeth were also stained red. What made Jiang Lushur's heart jolt was that the face looked familiar. It was the same mover who had fainted earlier. Watching a living person transform into such a monster, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Jiang Lushur still felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His scalp tingled. Moreover, the mutated mover was very different from the slow-moving zombies in movies. He had lunged out very suddenly, moved quickly, and his scratching made a screeching noise. The thump-thump of his banging was loud, and his strength was clearly not small. His bloodshot eyes were wide open, fixed on Jiang Lushur inside the vehicle, and he growled continuously from his throat. Maybe the noise attracted more attention. Several more figures appeared from the gray fog behind the mover. Snapping out of his fear, Jiang Lushur immediately hit the gas. The inertia flung the mover off the door, and the base vehicle sped onto the main road. The moment he saw the road ahead, Jiang Lushur felt a wave of cold sweep over him. Screams, wails, people running in panic, and zombies chasing them were everywhere. Just as he got the vehicle fully onto the road, someone ran toward him in terror. Seeing the minibus and Jiang Lushur inside, he reached out and cried, "Help!" But before he could get close, a figure in a suit suddenly pounced on him from behind a nearby car, knocking him to the ground. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as blood sprayed everywhere. The man in the suit who bit him raised his head, neck arched, face twisted in a monstrous grimace, eyes completely bloodshot. Immediately, over a dozen zombies swarmed over and completely surrounded the man. All that could be seen was his hand still raised in the air, struggling for help, but in just 1 second, his scream vanished. Blood pooled around where he had been. Scenes like this were happening everywhere. It was the first time Jiang Lushur had seen someone torn apart alive right in front of him. And just then, the zombie who had pounced earlier spotted Jiang Lushur in the vehicle and lunged toward the minibus. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur stomped on the gas, sending the zombie flying. He kept driving forward. Many vehicles had crashed along the road, causing congestion, but Jiang Lushur's minibus had a sturdy exterior. Whenever he encountered slanted or blocked cars, he rammed through them, forcibly opening a path. Many zombies were drawn toward his minibus, throwing themselves at it one after another, but Jiang Lushur shook them off by accelerating and swerving. The strength of these zombies was indeed great, even the ones who were originally just children, women, or the elderly. When there were too many of them, Jiang Lushur even felt the minibus rock, making his heart skip a beat. A few zombies lunged head-on and were knocked down. The minibus jolted as it ran over them. Jiang Lushur didn't look back. In this situation, running over a few zombies was nothing. As an ordinary person, though, he didn't want to face such bloody, gruesome scenes. Shenbei Expressway entrance. Seeing the horrors on the road, Jiang Lushur wasn't sure what the situation was like at the expressway entrance that Li Yusin had mentioned, but he decided to check it out. Of course, Jiang Lushur didn't plan to go to the Shanghai Safe Zone Island, but he needed to use the Shenbei Expressway to get to Jiang Zhuing's location in Jinling City. Since the disaster had already started, if he used the highway, he could reach Jinling within a day and find Jiang Zhuing. He knew she hadn't mutated, but the experience of being infected was painful enough. After seeing how dangerous the zombies were, he was even more worried. Even though he had told her to make full preparations, and knowing her personality she would surely be cautious once she realized the world had become hell, Jiang Lushur still felt anxious. After all, she was his only family. The closer he got to the Shenbei Expressway entrance, the more people there were. Some were driving too, but since everyone was trying to get ahead, it caused a traffic jam. Jiang Lushur honked a few times, but more cars kept cutting in from behind, squeezing into any gap ahead. Soon, his way was completely blocked. One car overtook him, lowered the window slightly, and a frenzied, angry face leaned out and cursed, "Idiot. Driving such a huge thing and blocking the road." Then the car moved on ahead. Cars behind also honked crazily. People stuck their heads out and shouted, "Who's that moron in front? Move already." Yeah, what's the point of bringing out a big-ass vehicle now? Want to die? Die by yourself. These cars and the earlier one that squeezed in all had similar markings. They seemed to belong to the same group, as the company name XX Group was written on the sides. Seeing them not only squeezing ahead but also cursing him nastily, Jiang Lushur snapped. Everyone was desperate to survive. Why did they get to force their way through? His vehicle was big, yes, but he was still properly waiting in line. He hit the gas and continued forward. One car tried to cut in front of him, scrape. The entire vehicle shook. The minibus shoved past it, forcing it aside. The driver, seeing the minibus brushing past his small car, was first stunned, then furious. But very quickly, his jaw dropped. He watched as the minibus, like a brute with no regard for rules, plowed through the traffic, squeezing past every vehicle. The cars that had cut in earlier were now all being smashed together by the minibus. Damn! The driver cursed hard. What a fucking lunatic. And this guy was insanely lucky, to squeeze through so tightly and still make it. His speed wasn't fast, plus the vehicle was an old, beat-up minibus, yet he didn't get stuck in the middle. If it had stuck, he'd have been forced to abandon the car or else wait for death. But facing this situation, the other drivers had no choices. Though they yelled and cursed, they could only face it and follow obediently behind Jiang Lushur's minibus. Then suddenly a scream came from behind. Jiang Lushur opened the rearview camera, and on the screen by the dashboard hundreds of zombies appeared all at once, climbing over from between vehicles, even from above vehicles. These zombies rushed out from the street ahead, making low growls from their mouths. Their bodies and hands were covered in blood, their mouths stained with gore, racing toward him wildly. They were already fast, and when they met vehicles, they did not dodge, using all limbs to climb over cars. Some people close to them, having just glanced back, were instantly knocked down by zombies. In a flash came a piercing scream. Some only ran a few steps, then were thrown face down from behind. Jiang Lushur saw two people running forward to escape. One, hearing the screams behind getting closer, suddenly with a fierce look pushed the other down to the ground. Ah! The pushed one screamed immediately, but before he could stand, the zombies behind were already upon him. Jiang Lushur felt his scalp tingle. It was a massacre of the living by zombies. These zombies, whether speed, strength, or agility, they were far stronger than normal people. Hurry, hurry! The cars that had cut in before were now honking furiously, seeing the zombies approaching. Their fear was exploding from inside. Jiang Lushur's minibus also moved forward, but there were just too many vehicles ahead. Traffic was moving, but could never pick up speed. The cars ahead were also freaking out. For a moment, screams and horn honks filled the air. People behind were running crazily, the fast ones pushing those in front aside. At this moment everyone wanted to escape, everyone was crazed. Then Jiang Lushur's gaze suddenly caught sight of that little sedan that had tried to force its way past his front earlier. Two girls were running alongside his car, desperately pounding on his rear door. "Please, open the door, let us in. Save us. I beg you." The two girls looked terrified. They had probably tried begging other cars, but none stopped. With zombies rapidly closing behind, only this minibus was nearest. They begged bitterly. With their normal girl strength, there was no way they could outrun zombies. If they couldn't get inside the car, in 2 or 3 minutes they'd be torn apart alive. Jiang Lushur looked at this scene, and the zombies' distance from the car. If the car slowed and opened the door, letting the girls in, it would be no problem. But this car not only did not stop, it accelerated. The two girls could only run with all their might. "Driver, please open the door. You don't need to slow down." The door was locked. They could not open it. At that moment the driver turned angrily, face twisted, and cursed, "Fuck! Let go of me now." One of the girls suddenly ran more quickly, somehow reaching outside his driver's window, beating on the glass. "I beg you. Open the door. Fuck! Get lost. If you don't get lost I'll run you over." The driver jerked the steering wheel. The girl outside flew backwards onto the ground. The girl gave a scream and fell heavily. The other girl staggered. "Are you okay?" The other rushed to help her up. The two looked at the car driving away. Their faces were pale, full of despair. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur saw the scene and frowned. But just then he suddenly said, "Huh. That girl who was knocked down, looked a bit familiar." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lushi sharply turned the steering wheel and made a U-turn. Fuck! Cars behind were trying desperately to push forward, not to mention turning around. Most couldn't even stop. Those who did stop were bitten by zombies, dragged out from shattered windows, half alive, torn apart. In these conditions, where everyone is fighting for their lives, who thinks of doing something heroic? Jiang Lushi knew this. In apocalypse conditions, your own life is most important. Saving others is only considered once you are safe yourself. But now, for Jiang Lushi, he had this bulletproof base vehicle. To rescue those two girls wasn't hard, so long as he stayed inside, he was safe. Even if surrounded by zombies, he was not afraid. Besides, those girls were people he knew, even if not well. With the star seeds prompts and data corrections, Jiang Lushi actually turned the car deftly in the traffic and headed toward the two girls. In the long line of vehicles stretching hundreds of meters, only this minibus was moving upstream. The two girls by then had accepted fate. The nearest zombies were less than 100 meters away. Even if they kept running, in a blink they would be caught. They looked at the traffic ahead, couldn't help crying. They held hands tightly, both despairing and fearful, waiting for death. But just then they saw a minibus coming straight toward them. In the sea of tail lights, this reverse-moving minibus stood out. Would it kill them? Better to be run over than eaten alive. The two girls slowly closed their eyes. A sharp scraping sound, and a gust of wind hit them, made them open their eyes again. They saw the minibus, when it got right in front of them, suddenly turned. The door stopped right in front of them, and it was opening. At the driver's seat, a young man who looked like a student was waving at them, anxiously. Quick! Get in! Dozens of zombies had already noticed them and were furiously lunging. The girl who'd fallen awakened as if from a dream. She grabbed her companion's hand. Quick, get in! She climbed in right after her companion. Behind them the zombies were already upon them. Thud! The zombies smashed heavily against the car door. The two girls fell back onto the doorstep, looking back at the car door full of grotesque faces pressed against the glass, snarling and gnashing. Their fingers scratched and pounded the glass. The two girls were shaken, hearts pounding, as if could leap from their throats. Saved. The two girls felt like they were dreaming, as if they had just walked the edge of life and death. Who would have thought that just when they believed they were about to die, a car would suddenly rush in and save them? The girl who had fallen was gasping for air. Holding onto the handrail, she panted, thank you so much. I'm really grateful. You're welcome, Jiang Lushi replied. Without you, we would have definitely died. The girl said as her breathing finally steadied. She turned to look at their savior. In the rush to get on the vehicle, she hadn't seen the driver clearly. But now, seeing him, she was stunned. You? Meeting again, what a coincidence. Jiang Lushi looked at them with a slight smile and said casually. That girl was none other than the receptionist from the car rental company earlier, Wen Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you know him? The other girl asked, looking surprised. When Xiaotian stared at Jiang Lushi, a face suddenly flashed in her mind, and she remembered, you're the customer who rented the minibus. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lushi had left a deep impression on her because of how bold he was, renting a car without a license, and saying he just wanted to park it. So she recognized him immediately. What surprised her more was that Jiang Lushi actually remembered her name, and that he turned back and risked everything to save her and her friend. You actually remembered me. I have a pretty good memory, Jiang Lushi said. While not photographic, he tended to remember people after a short interaction or even just a glance. Thank you. When Xiaotian was truly moved. Even if it was just because of his memory, the fact that he came back to save them filled her heart with gratitude. But I thought you didn't know how to drive. When Xiaotian finally stood up from the steps, pulling her friend with her as they entered the vehicle. Upon seeing the interior, both girls were stunned. The other girl even exclaimed, "Oh my god. What kind of luxury RV is this?" she said in shock. The vehicle was incredibly well designed, like a 5-star hotel inside. It's not any brand. It's the minibus Miss Wen rented to me, Jiang Lushi replied without looking back. The girl turned to Wen Xiaotian, who also looked utterly shocked, clearly unaware of what was going on. Does your company have such luxurious vehicles? She asked. She remembered that Wen Xiaotian worked part-time at a very small car rental agency. How could they have this kind of vehicle? Wen Xiaotian was dumbfounded too. No, Mr. Jiang rented a car from us, but it was just an ordinary minibus. But at that moment, she stopped speaking. Her mouth opened wider and wider in disbelief. She suddenly recalled that when the vehicle had rushed toward them earlier, it had indeed looked like an ordinary minibus. And now that she thought about it, it did resemble the one rented to Jiang Lushi. But that minibus and this luxury RV, besides the exterior, had nothing in common. Just as when Xiaotian was feeling stunned, a dull thud sounded, and the entire vehicle shook. The two girls turned to the door again, immediately chilled by what they saw outside. Zombies were packed against the door, with more swarming over. Even without seeing out the windows, they knew what kind of situation it was. There were too many zombies. Their blood-stained hands and terrifying faces completely blocked the view through the door. With all their pounding and pushing, the door rattled and creaked ominously. "These monsters, they're about to break in," the girl said, her lips trembling. When Xiaotian's face turned pale, she quickly ran to the driver's seat and asked, "Mr. Jiang, please, start the car quickly." Seeing the dashboard, with all the high-tech buttons and levers, Wen Xiaotian was again surprised, but now wasn't the time to be distracted. She noticed Jiang Lushur was operating the vehicle with a serious expression, continuously stepping on the gas. But the minibus was moving very slowly, its path was blocked by zombies. In just a few seconds, the vehicle had been surrounded completely. "There are too many zombies," Jiang Lushur said. When Xiaotian's heart sank. She said sadly, "Mr. Jiang, if not for saving us." "Enough. Just grab onto something," Jiang Lushur said. He had already anticipated this outcome when he decided to turn back. When Xiaotian nodded. She couldn't do anything here, she could only follow Jiang Lushur's instructions. "Xiao Lily, hold on to the handrail," she quickly ran back and repeated the warning. "This glass won't last much longer." Xiao Lily looked utterly hopeless. When Xiaotian had to force her to grab the rail, the vehicle kept shaking and echoing with terrifying thuds. When Xiaotian held onto the handrail tightly, watching the zombies with terrified eyes. The entire vehicle was surrounded by banging and growling, it felt like the vehicle could fall apart at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Lushur was using the starseed's calculations to analyze several escape methods. The minibus, aside from its defenses, had multiple functions. Relying on those, Jiang Lushur had dared to come back at all. "Alright, let's try this function," he made his decision. "Hold tight, we're breaking out," Jiang Lushur called out without turning his head. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lily didn't dare to speak. As the zombies crashed against the windows like a wave of black ants, their hearts filled with despair. The entire vehicle was now covered in zombies. From the outside, one might only faintly make out the minibus's outline through the sea of corpses. And it wasn't just the numbers, their strength too. The pressure from so many zombies made the vehicle feel like it was sealed inside thick concrete walls. Could they really break out? When Xiaotian was freezing all over. She and Xiao Lily clung to the handrail with all their strength. In that moment between life and death, with overwhelming fear, time seemed to slow. The hideous zombie faces pressing against the windows were reflected in her pupils, clearer than ever. Are we going to die here? Is he going to be killed by zombies just because he came to save us? When Xiaotian was filled with guilt. Meanwhile, Jiang Lushur stayed completely focused, his mind sharp, hearing only the starseed's voice. Power charging, 30%. Tires entering second form, friction increased. Power charging, 50%. Gear shift complete. Power charging, 70%. Fuel supply stable. In this modified base vehicle's beginner form, the max burst output during a charge could reach 1500 horsepower, with a peak torque of 4000 Nm, and featured a 4x4 all-wheel drive system. Of course, this mode couldn't be maintained long, fuel consumption would be insane. Usually, trucks over 500 horsepower were considered top class, at 700 horsepower, they were beasts. With that kind of power, breaking through the zombie horde would feel like an ordinary car smashing through traffic cones. While the base vehicle was gathering power, in the traffic ahead, the driver whose car had been rammed aside by Jiang Lushur witnessed the minibus surrounded by zombies, unable to move. That driver instantly felt gloating satisfaction. "Serves you right?" He cursed while also feeling lucky he wasn't as reckless as that young man. He still held a grudge over his car getting hit earlier. Now seeing Jiang Lushur seemingly about to be devoured by zombies brought him a sense of vindictive pleasure. Amid the chaos and fear, the man's mind had become completely twisted. He just wanted to reach the highway entrance and enter the military's protection. It was all so close now, anyone in his way deserved to die. But then suddenly, a loud explosion startled him. Along with it came the roar of an engine and the piercing screech of tires making a hard turn. The driver turned around in shock, and was completely stunned. He saw with his own eyes that the minibus, surrounded and nearly submerged by dozens of zombies, suddenly charged out of the horde like a crazed prehistoric beast. The powerful impact sent zombies flying. The minibus roared like a wild animal, crushing the fallen zombies as blood sprayed everywhere. In just a few seconds, it accelerated to a terrifying speed and charged straight toward the driver's sedan. "Ah!" The driver screamed in terror and swerved violently to the side of the road. If he hadn't, the minibus would have crushed his car. Even so, the impact scraped the sedan. The tires screeched as it spun 180 degrees and slammed into the guardrail. The The driver was completely dazed, his head throbbing. The airbag deployed, covering his face. Inside the minibus, the force of the sudden acceleration and impact was felt too. Even though the two girls were holding onto the handrails tightly, they were still thrown off by the intense force, screaming as they fell hard onto the floor. Luckily, the interior was carpeted with thick, soft material, preventing injuries. The minibus bucked wildly like a raging bull. When Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili rolled uncontrollably across the carpet, unable to get up. In the chaotic blur, they saw zombies being flung off the vehicle, their blood splattering onto the doors, a terrifying sight. The minibus tore through the zombie horde like a steel beast, ripping a bloody path open with brute force and charging through. Zombies hit and crushed beneath the wheels left trails of blood and flesh on the ground. Smack! 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 The zombies in front hit the windshield like bugs on a highway, only the noise was far louder. And it wasn't just a few, it was dozens of zombies crashing against the windshield one after another. When Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili, still lying on the carpet, had barely recovered from the horror at the door before hearing this new terrifying sound. They looked forward, and their hearts pounded uncontrollably. So many zombies slammed into the windshield, almost blocking the entire view. The glass looked like it would shatter any second. Throwing a stone could break a windshield, how could it withstand this many zombies? But Jiang Lushur didn't react. He focused straight ahead, watching the starseed data update constantly in his mind. Left side of base vehicle impacted, no damage. Right side of base vehicle impacted, no damage. Windshield impacted. Energy consumption increasing. Fuel level remaining. Despite how horrifying it looked, these impacts caused no real damage to the base vehicle. Even the windshield was completely intact. Once the minibus finally burst through the zombie horde and returned to stable motion, the two girls were ghostly pale. After all, they were just ordinary people. They were still in shock and took 2 or 3 seconds to return to their senses. It didn't break. The windshield was still intact. The door was still shut. The entire breakout had lasted only a few seconds, but for when Xiao Tian and Xiao Lili, it had felt like a whole day. Now, realizing they were safe, both felt as if the whole thing had just been a terrible nightmare. When Xiao Tian carefully stood up and, suppressing her discomfort, approached the door to look out through the blood-stained glass. On the road behind, some zombies were still chasing after them, though they were about 10 meters away. More zombies remained on the ground, feasting, likely on the remains of those crushed under the minibus. These zombies had mutated from living people, not reanimated corpses like in some movies. So even when zombies ate other zombies, the scene was still brutally grotesque. When Xiao Tian looked for just a moment before turning away. She only wanted to confirm they had truly broken through. She hadn't expected the vehicle's power and impact force to be so strong, or the glass to be so resistant. We made it. We're alive. The two girls were overwhelmed with relief. As they sat with the lingering fear slowly fading, when Xiao Tian looked at the blood-covered windshield and asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, how is this glass so strong?" Jiang Lushur hadn't intended to explain the vehicle's secrets, but since she asked, he made up a simple excuse. "It's nothing. I just replaced all the glass with bulletproof ones." Of course, just bulletproof glass wouldn't have been enough to break through the horde. Jiang Lushur had also activated ramming and acceleration features. If that hadn't worked, he had planned to use weapons, but fortunately, it hadn't come to that. Bulletproof? Xiao Lili looked at the door in shock. That was something you only saw in movies. Bulletproof cars weren't common in daily life. She knew that some high-end brands offered bulletproof models, but they were custom-made and ridiculously expensive, easily 10 times the cost of a luxury car. And even if someone were to install bulletproof glass, why on an old, beat-up minibus? She looked to Wen Xiaotian for answers. Wen Xiaotian shook her head and gestured silently that she didn't know Jiang Lushur well either. Even if Xiao Lili wanted her to explain, she couldn't. "It should be fine for now. Find a seat and buckle up," Jiang Lushur said. "Okay, thank you again," the two girls replied gratefully. "No problem," Jiang Lushur said calmly. For him, it wasn't a big deal. The risk was within control, just a small effort. Xiao Lili didn't want to see zombies anymore. She ran to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sofa was very soft. Xiao Lili touched it and felt that the surface material seemed to be cashmere, very expensive. Opposite the sofa was a small screen, probably for watching movies. Next to it stood a cabinet fixed to the floor. On the delicate tray on top were clean bottled mineral water and cups, as well as some small snacks. The carpet on the floor felt like stepping on cotton, making people feel very relaxed. The car windows were all covered with curtains, so the outside couldn't be seen. Plus, the glass was bulletproof, which immediately gave a sense of security. She had just escaped from death and was still fleeing for her life. Outside were zombies and people running for their lives, but she was sitting in such a safe and comfortable environment. Xiao Li felt like the terrifying experiences earlier were just a dream. She looked around, more and more amazed at the luxurious interior of this minibus. Transforming an old minibus into this, who knows how much money that would take? Xiao Li was extremely curious about Jiang Liusher's identity. Xiao Li casually picked up a bottle of water and looked at it, then put it back. This wasn't her car, and she was too embarrassed to pour herself a drink without Jiang Liusher offering. Like Wen Xiaotian, Xiao Li was also a college student and a good friend of Wen Xiaotian. When the disaster struck, they were together and then escaped together. Luckily, they met this Mr. Jiang whom Wen Xiaotian knew. Otherwise, Xiao Li couldn't imagine what her fate would have been. Wen Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then entered the driver's cabin and sat in a seat on the right. As soon as she sat down, Wen Xiaotian felt like she was sinking into a pile of soft cotton. Both the sitting posture and the cushion and backrest felt very comfortable. This surprised Wen Xiaotian again. But the situation in front wasn't so comfortable. When hundreds of zombies surrounded the minibus earlier, some had rushed ahead. Looking out from the moving minibus now, a small car could be seen forced to stop by zombies. The unlucky driver was being dragged out alive through the window by several zombies. He waved his hands and let out heart-wrenching screams, and was then swallowed by the zombies. This scene made Wen Xiaotian's face turn pale. Jiang Liusher didn't stop the car and drove straight past. A few zombies, their faces covered in blood, looked at the minibus and roared, chasing after it in vain, but were quickly left behind. At this time, the highway entrance was already in sight. The original toll station had completely changed. Military trucks blocked the front, leaving only 3 passages open. Mounted machine guns lined the trucks, their black barrels aiming at the hundreds of vehicles. Fully armed soldiers were guarding the passage with guns. Buildings on both sides of the road, and even the tops of parked trucks, had many gun muzzles aimed at the road. Reaching here meant temporary safety. Any scattered zombies were immediately shot upon appearing. Many people waited nervously in the line behind, peeking ahead. From his higher vantage point, Jiang Liusher clearly saw the situation at the highway entrance. As soon as vehicles reached the passage, soldiers surrounded them and inspected before allowing them to pass. Each car took nearly 10 seconds to pass. That meant only 3 vehicles could get through every 10 seconds. Jiang Liusher quickly counted how many cars were in his lane and ahead, then estimated his waiting time. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Liusher looked more relaxed. After entering the military protection zone, he finally let his guard down. When Xiaotian saw the military vehicles and weapons, and the highway entrance close at hand, and let out a long breath of relief. Speed 20 km per hour, vehicle self-check, no damage, the starseed reported the base car's current state in Jiang Liusher's mind. He slowly released the accelerator and slowed down. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out from time to time. Slowly, Jiang Liusher followed the traffic and approached the highway entrance, with only a few cars in front. But zombies behind were increasing, and gunfire became more intense. Hearing the sounds, Xiao Jingjing also came out from the cabin and looked back with Wen Xiaotian. The military firepower was fierce. Though the zombies kept rushing forward and almost filled the streets, they still couldn't get closer. This made them feel much safer. They were about to enter the highway. Looking at the military trucks at the entrance, dozens of them, and the dense gun muzzles, a scene that would normally be terrifying, now gave a great sense of security. Jiang Liusher waited calmly. Just then, gunfire suddenly broke out in another lane, startling everyone. He quickly looked and saw a heartbreaking scream from a car being inspected. 2 soldiers dragged out the body of a man just shot dead. There was a bloody wound on the corpse's arm. The crying woman seemed to be his girlfriend or wife. Once again, if your vehicle carries any bitten passengers, it's best to get out yourselves or turn around. If discovered, immediate execution on the spot. This virus is extremely contagious, and bitten people will become those monsters and endanger others, a military officer said coldly through a loudspeaker. Seeing this, most people were horrified but didn't feel much sympathy for the couple. Watching a loved one killed in front of you was nothing. Many had seen their own family or friends turn into zombies and even be torn apart and eaten. This small incident didn't stop vehicles from continuing through. But just then, a burst of intense gunfire came from the rear. Soldiers at the checkpoint looked back with ugly expressions. Jiang Liusher looked at the rearview screen and saw a soldier fire 2 shots before being dragged off a truck, along with his gun. 2 trucks were already covered by what seemed like endless zombies. Screams came from the firepower points in the tall buildings on both sides. Not far away, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of zombies were gathering from all parts of the city, forming a terrifying sea of corpses on the street. Grrr! These zombies, with bloodthirsty and crazy eyes, looked toward the highway entrance and let out low growls. Hurry up! The soldier withdrew his gaze and urged more impatiently. Obviously, the firepower positions on both sides of the road wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Soon, the zombies would charge in, and by then there would be no time left for these vehicles to pass. The survivors inside the cars were all well aware of this. Each of them looked extremely anxious, feeling like every passing minute lasted half an hour. Very soon, it was Jiang Liushir's minibus's turn. The soldier came up, took one look, and immediately showed a surprised expression. Then he looked at Jiang Liushir strangely and said, "Fleeing in such a big vehicle." The inside was a luxuriously decorated RV, with two delicate-looking women sitting in it. The soldier obviously looked down on Jiang Liushir a bit, probably taking him for some rich second generation who cared more about comfort than his life. "Hurry up and pass," the soldier said impatiently. Jiang Liushir touched his nose, didn't say anything, just felt it was a bit novel. It was the first time in his life he had been treated like a rich kid. When passing the toll booth window, Jiang Liushir saw that the original glass was already shattered, stained with blood, with torn fabric strips hanging on it, but the body was gone. All along the way, he had seen such tragic scenes. The virus had erupted crazily around the world, turning the once normal world into a living hell in the blink of an eye. On the highway, there were soldiers with guns everywhere, standing guard on both sides. Gunshots could be heard from time to time, followed by zombies being shot and killed in the grass below the road. Jiang Liushir drove steadily and quickly merged with the cars ahead, but after moving forward a bit, the traffic stopped again. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lili asked nervously. Even though they had entered the military's protection zone, any small disturbance still made people on edge. Jiang Liushir noticed that some people ahead had gotten out of their cars. A few soldiers were shouting at them, and soon those soldiers started moving through the traffic, shouting as they went, and more people left their vehicles. As soon as they left, two bulldozers came over and pushed all those small cars to the side of the road, then directly pushed them off the highway. Seeing this, Jiang Liushir had a bad feeling. Very soon, a soldier came near Jiang Liushir's minibus and shouted loudly, "There's an overturned bus ahead on the highway, and many zombies are gathering there. Our people are clearing the way, but the zombies behind are also quickly catching up. If there are too many vehicles, the highway will get blocked, and our people won't be able to keep up. So everyone must abandon their vehicles. Go forward. Women, children, and the elderly can ride military trucks ahead. Young and strong men walk. No complaints, we're walking too. From here to the Shanghai Safe Island, we will escort you the whole way. Everyone get off now and hurry. At the Safe Island, you'll have time to rest in safety. There's water, food, and a safe environment. Everyone get off the vehicle." Hearing the shouting, people in the cars opened their doors and got out. Most of the survivors had only escaped in one car or with one or two family members, without much luggage. Hearing how good Shanghai Safe Island was, they all jumped out of the cars eagerly, afraid of being left behind. Soon, all the surrounding vehicles were empty, only Jiang Liushir's minibus was still there. "Let's get out too," Xiao Lili said. When Xiao Tian hesitated, looked at Jiang Liushir still sitting unmoved in the driver's seat, and said, "Mr. Jiang, hurry up." Jiang Liushir shook his head and said, "You guys get out. I'm not going." "Huh?" When Xiao Tian was stunned. "Not going?" Xiao Lili didn't understand what Jiang Liushir meant. Was he not going with the military? That couldn't be. "Yes, the military is taking you to Shanghai Safe Island, but I'm going to Jinling City," Jiang Liushir said. Besides, he couldn't abandon the vehicle. As a survivor, the base vehicle was his guarantee of survival. No matter what, he wouldn't give it up. Originally, his plan was to bring the two girls to the military and then continue down the highway toward Jinling City. But now the road ahead was blocked, and to reach the highway to Jinling, he had to get through the front. So now, he could only leave the highway. Going to Jinling City? But, you can't use the highway anymore. Xiao Lili still couldn't believe it. The military was right here, just follow them and you'd reach safety. And yet Jiang Liushir wanted to go to Jinling? "Don't go, it's too dangerous to go alone. Just go with the military to the Safe Island," Xiao Lili quickly persuaded. "I can drive along the highway or find another route. There's always a way," Jiang Liushir said. "But, it's okay. You go with the military to the Safe Island. You're girls, you can ride in the front and it won't be too tiring. Take care of yourselves from now on." Jiang Liushir shook his head. Seeing Jiang Liushir so determined, Xiao Lili had no choice. The soldier was already walking toward the minibus, still shouting loudly. Xiao Lili looked at Jiang Liushir with hesitation again, then apologized and said, "Then, I'll get off. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Be careful on your way, Mr. Jiang. We'll meet again someday." I hope so," Jiang Liushir said. "Let's go, Xiao Tian," Xiao Lili said softly. But what she didn't expect was that when Xiao Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly raised her head, with a determined expression, shook her head and said, "I'm not going either." Xiao Tian. Xiao Lili was startled. Why wasn't Xiao Tian going? When Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Lili and said, "Lili, my home is on the way to Jinling City. If there's no way to go, then I'll go to the safe island. But since Mr. Jiang is going to Jinling, I want to go back and see." As she said this, when Xiaotian's eyes turned red and she said, "Whether my family is alive or dead, I have to take a look." She quickly turned to Jiang Lushur and said, "Mr. Jiang, could you please take me with you? I know I can't help much, but about the route, I can actually give some info. My father used to drive this route for transport. I've ridden along many times since I was little. I know several routes." Mr. Jiang. Facing Wen Xiaotian's plea, Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, then nodded without refusing. He wasn't familiar with the roads anyway. Having someone who could help with directions wouldn't be bad. When Xiao Tian immediately showed a grateful expression, "Mr. Jiang, thank you." Then she said to Xiao Lili, "Lili, you go alone. Take good care of yourself." Hearing Wen Xiaotian's words, Xiao Lili also started crying. She also didn't know whether her parents were alive or dead. But her hometown was even farther, there was no way to go back. And now her good friend, who had fled with her, would also part ways. Hurry and get off. At this moment, the soldier had already come to the front of the minibus, knocking hard on the window and shouting loudly. Xiao Lili reluctantly got out of the car. The soldier saw that Jiang Lushur and Wen Xiao Tian were still inside the vehicle, especially Jiang Lushur, who was still sitting steadily in the driver's seat, and immediately roared, "Why are you still in the car? Your vehicle definitely can't be left on the road, it's blocking everything." Jiang Lushur apologized, "Sorry, I'll move the car right away." Seeing Jiang Lushur's good attitude, the soldier's expression softened slightly, but he still added, "Okay, drive it to the roadside so the bulldozer can push it down." Then the soldier walked off to the side, muttering as he stared at Jiang Lushur's vehicle, "Such a big vehicle, not sure if it can even be pushed down. Maybe they'd have to dismantle the guardrail?" The armored vehicles and trucks stationed at the highway entrance, along with the many soldiers, would all need to retreat from the highway when they couldn't hold the line any longer. So the road had to be cleared. The army was only there to take the survivors, not to fight to the death against the endless monsters. At that moment, a sharp air raid siren suddenly blared from the highway entrance. The soldier immediately looked over. Those people who had gotten off and were walking ahead also turned around. Some immediately started running forward at full speed, while others stood nervously in place, and the crowd began to grow chaotic. "Don't panic," a soldier shouted, "this is the final alert, to remind survivors in the city to come here." Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire was already very close and very dense. Looking into the distance, one could vaguely see heads moving, those were zombies. In this situation, even if any survivors heard the alarm, there was no way they could get through the sea of zombies to reach the highway. These survivors here were lucky, the fortunate few. At this point, the soldier looked again at Jiang Lushur's vehicle and casually urged, "The alarm's going off, there's not much time left, hurry. Vroom." Suddenly, the soldier heard a low, thunder-like engine sound. Immediately after, he saw the minibus shoot out like a sports car, then sharply turned in an arc toward the edge of the highway. This scene was seen by many survivors. They had been looking at the highway entrance, but now their attention was caught by the sudden movement of the minibus. Seeing this minibus driving like a sports car, those people and the soldier were all stunned. "That's some driving skill, holy," the soldier had just muttered in surprise when he suddenly shouted. The minibus drove all the way to the edge of the highway, but still showed no sign of stopping. There was a guardrail ahead. Boom! In the stunned gazes of everyone, the minibus slammed into the guardrail and burst off the highway. It charged down the 2 to 3 meter steep slope beside the highway and finally came to a stop on the grass below. What the hell? The soldier rushed over to check the situation, and many survivors craned their necks to look. This guy's driving was terrible, wasn't it? He actually drove straight off the highway, no idea if he got hurt. But actually, this solved the problem. If he wasn't hurt, he could just get out and run back up the road, and they wouldn't have to bother pushing the vehicle off. However, just then, the minibus suddenly shook a little, like a stumbling drunk. Stalled? Many people had that thought in their minds. But right after, the minibus started moving again, rumbling as it drove off the grass, crashed through a green barrier net, and entered a narrow countryside road nearby. What's going on? What is that guy doing? Under the stunned gazes of the survivors on the road, the minibus drove slowly along the country road. The soldier also widened his eyes. The car actually drove off. Not far behind him, Xiao Lili was desperately waving toward the direction of the minibus. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to leave the highway in such a simple and direct way. When the minibus had just rushed down, it scared her too, but luckily, it looked like the minibus was fine, and the people inside must be okay too. Xiao Tian, Mr. Jiang, take care. Xiao Lily waved hard while her eyes blurred, and she could barely see the back of the minibus as it left. No damage from the collision. Base vehicle is in normal condition, the starseed reported in Jiang Liusher's mind. While listening to the report, Jiang Liusher looked back toward the highway. This country road ran alongside the highway. As Jiang Liusher drove along it, he saw small cars that had been pushed off and crowds of people slowly walking forward. Though these survivors were temporarily safe, once they relaxed a bit from the tension, they began to realize what had really happened in just this short time. Many were crying. Even those who weren't had dark expressions. They had lost loved ones, felt uncertain about the future, so many emotions. As Jiang Liusher watched them, when Xiao Tian was also looking through the window with a sad expression. And on the highway above, both the survivors and the soldiers turned their heads, all watching this unusual minibus, temporarily stopping what they were doing to see it off. Soon, the country road reached a bend that moved away from the highway. Jiang Liusher still hadn't seen the front of the military convoy, nor Li Yusin, or anyone else he knew. He took one last glance at the fleeing survivors on the highway, then turned the steering wheel and drove around the bend. The minibus moved at a steady pace, soon leaving the highway behind. This also meant that they were getting farther away from Shanghai Safe Island and from the military's protection. Miss Wen, Jiang Liusher called out. When Xiao Tian snapped out of her daze and quickly responded, yes? Then she added, don't call me Miss Wen anymore, just call me Wen Xiao Tian. Or if you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Tian. That's what my friends call me. Alright. Then don't call me Mr. Jiang either. I'm Jiang Liusher. Jiang? Brother Jiang. When Xiao Tian still felt too shy to call him by name, so she called him that instead. You said you know several routes. Can you explain in detail? Jiang Liusher asked. Although he had already downloaded route maps, he couldn't use navigation, so they were currently not helpful. Leaving the highway meant plunging into unknown danger, which Jiang Liusher had to avoid. If when Xiao Tian was truly familiar with the roads, then maybe they could find a relatively safer route. Okay. When Xiao Tian quickly nodded. When Xiaotian's home was over 100 kilometers away from Jinling City, a small, little-known county. Later, she got into college in Jiangbei. Her family was very ordinary. Her father was a long-distance transport driver, mainly running the route from that small county to Jiangbei. When she was little, during summer and winter vacations, her father would take her along on long-distance trips. Sometimes they would also play in Jiangbei for a while. Back then, I don't know why, but everything on the road, the scenery and such, felt really interesting and fun. When Xiao Tian said with some emotion. Then she came back to her senses and said a bit embarrassedly, sorry, I've talked so much and haven't gotten to the point. It's okay, Jiang Liusher said. A young girl like her had just narrowly escaped death and was now worrying about her family. Being this calm and restrained was already remarkable. When Xiaotian's eyes had been red the whole time, Jiang Liusher had caught glimpses of her looking upward hard, trying not to cry. You can keep talking. We still have road ahead of us, Jiang Liusher said. This country road kept winding forward, and so far, no intersections had appeared. When Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile a little, got it. I'll say it now. I was just seriously trying to recall the road details. At first, I was worried that it was all from when I was little, and I wouldn't remember clearly. But just now, after thinking hard, I realized I remember pretty well. 2 of the routes pass through cities, lots of cars. Jiang Liusher shook his head, too many cars and people won't work. The highway is only cleared by the military. If we get stuck on the road, we're screwed. What about the other routes? I think those 2 probably won't work either. There's another one that goes around through a bunch of small towns because the route is for delivering goods to factory areas. That road actually has quite a lot of people too, when Xiao Tian said. More people meant more zombies, so Jiang Liusher had already ruled that out. There's one more that goes through the mountains. The road is more complex, and, for a long stretch, there's nothing at all along the way, when Xiao Tian said. This road, complicated road conditions weren't a problem for Jiang Liusher. The starseed would keep correcting his driving, which greatly increased driving safety. But the reason when Xiao Tian hadn't brought up this road first was probably because of the phrase, nothing at all. No food, no water, no gas stations. When Xiao Tian didn't know that the minibus she was in had enough stored food to stock a small convenience store, and enough drinking water to last a long time, certainly not just the bare minimum for survival. Of course, Jiang Liusher wasn't going to explain all this to her. Not because he didn't trust her, but because explaining all that was, kind of a hassle. Jiang Liusher was someone who disliked trouble. However, the lack of gas stations was a real issue. Can you tell me the exact route? Also, do you know roughly how many kilometers it is? Jiang Lushur asked. When Xiao Tian only knew a rough number. Jiang Lushur added 50 kilometers to that as a buffer, then let the starseed calculate. When he first drove the minibus home from the rental company, Jiang Lushur had the driver fill the tank. Later, he also bought more gasoline through other means. After the minibus was modified, its fuel tank was upgraded to the base vehicle standard, very different from a regular minibus. Jiang Lushur hadn't expected this at first, but now realized that the gasoline he had bought wasn't nearly enough. Calculating based on the data? Current base vehicle fuel tank capacity, 1000 L, remaining fuel, 210 L, drivable distance, 1050 kilometers. A normal minibus had a 50 L fuel tank. Jiang Lushur had filled the tank and also bought 180 L of gasoline, which had seemed like a lot at the time. But compared to the 1000 L capacity of the base vehicle, it was far from sufficient. The rear of the base vehicle, beneath the bed area, was the fuel tank, about 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1000 kilometers is enough to drive me all the way into Jinling City and find Jiang Zhuiying. But the starseed's calculation was based on the normal fuel consumption, which was 20 L per 100 kilometers, meaning under regular driving conditions, without acceleration or ramming. All the functions of the base vehicle consumed gasoline, which is why it had such a large fuel tank. As for normal consumption, it wasn't much different from an average minibus. Brother Jiang, have you decided? When Xiao Tian asked nervously after seeing Jiang Lushur stay silent for a while. She was worried that all the routes she provided would be rejected by Jiang Lushur, meaning she hadn't helped at all. When Xiao Tian believed people should help each other, and the key word was each other. Jiang Lushur giving her a ride was already a huge help, and she could only offer this small bit in return. Yes, we'll take the mountain road, Jiang Lushur said. He had considered everything. The mountain road was the least troublesome choice for him. Though he couldn't treat 1000 kilometers as the ultimate range of the base vehicle, reaching the county where Wen Xiaotian's home was would not be a problem. Let's see if we come across any gas stations along the way, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. Wen Xiaotian was a bit surprised by Jiang Lushur's choice. She thought he would choose the factory route, even if it meant more zombies. But since Jiang Lushur had decided, she had no objections. As long as there was gas, even having little food wouldn't matter. I've read in some science articles that as long as you have water, you can maintain basic life functions. A girl once went a whole month without eating to lose weight and was fine. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can last several days, Wen Xiaotian said. Jiang Lushur glanced at her, not sure why she was suddenly saying this. Wen Xiaotian then smiled and said, I think I just need to lose a little weight anyway. Jiang Lushur didn't know what to say. Did Wen Xiaotian really think they were going to go hungry the whole way? The base vehicle drove steadily on the country road. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen standing dazedly in the fields or by the roadside. As soon as they saw the base vehicle, they immediately ran toward it like crazed beasts, but usually, before they could even pounce, they could only watch helplessly as the base vehicle sped past them. Roar! These zombies waved their arms in vain, their eyes a blood-red color, with no consciousness, only madness and brutality. At first, Wen Xiaotian stared out the window without blinking. Gradually, since it remained very safe, her tense nerves relaxed, and she tilted her head and fell into intermittent sleep. Adjusting left, continuing forward. Jiang Lushur drove while glancing at Wen Xiaotian. He saw her body suddenly twitch in her sleep, looking very uneasy. She was probably exhausted from all the fleeing. Her nerves had been highly tense the entire time, leaving her both physically and mentally drained. Looking at her, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhuiying. He wondered whether she was hiding in a house somewhere, feeling scared? When Wen Xiaotian woke up, she found that the minibus had stopped. It was almost dark outside. One side of the road was a cliff, and the other was a dim forest. Brother Jiang? Jiang Lushur wasn't in the driver's seat, and Wen Xiaotian immediately sat up straight. She didn't know how long she had slept, but judging by the fact that the minibus was now on a mountain road, it must have been 2 or 3 hours. On this silent mountain road, the minibus was parked all alone. Realizing she was the only one inside made Wen Xiaotian feel a bit panicked. She quickly walked into the vehicle cabin. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Though everything seemed to be well equipped inside, the space was compact, she could scan the whole interior at a glance. But there was no sign of Jiang Lushur. Just as Wen Xiaotian was starting to panic even more, she suddenly heard the faint sound of water from behind a small door nearby. Water? At that moment, there was a click sound, and the small door was suddenly pulled open. Jiang Lushur walked out from inside. When Xiaotian looked at him in surprise, his body was still steaming with hot water vapor, his hair was wet, and he was drying it with a towel while looking at her. You're awake? Yeah. I think I slept too long, when Xiao Tian replied. Not really. And it didn't seem like you were sleeping well. In this kind of situation, you just feel groggier the more you sleep. Anyway, being able to sleep at all now is a blessing. What Jiang Lushi said made Wen Xiaotian feel a little embarrassed. Sleeping at a time like this made her seem careless or insensitive. But Wen Xiaotian was naturally a more delicate girl. Normally, between studying and working part-time, she didn't get enough sleep. When the virus outbreak hit earlier, she even fainted. After waking up, she suffered a huge psychological shock, running for her life in fear. Now that she was in a temporarily safe environment, the fatigue naturally caught up with her. But what surprised her more now was Jiang Lushi. Sleeping was a natural reaction for her, and being able to sleep was a kind of luck. But looking at Jiang Lushi? Oh right, do you want to take a shower? Jiang Lushi's question confirmed her suspicion. He had actually just taken a shower. When Xiaotian had fallen, run everywhere all day, and was already covered in dust. For a girl who liked to be clean, this was definitely uncomfortable. But under the current conditions, she hadn't even thought about taking a shower. Having water to drink was already a stroke of luck. But looking at Jiang Lushi, he hadn't just showered, he had taken a hot shower. I found a mountain spring by the roadside, pumped some water and filtered it. It's not drinkable, but it's good enough for a bath. If you want to wash, there's body wash and everything inside. Hair dryers by the mirror, Jiang Lushi said. When Xiaotian listened blankly, and couldn't help but ask, if it's filtered, shouldn't it be drinkable? She felt that using water this nice just for bathing was too luxurious and wasteful. No need. Drinking water's from the kitchen tap. After your shower, if you're hungry, go to the kitchen and cook some noodles. There are instant noodles in the cupboard and some fresh vegetables too. Actually, Jiang Lushi also had some frozen dumplings, but felt it would be wasteful to eat them now. He had stored flour and such, but didn't have the right meat to make dumpling fillings. In fact, Jiang Lushi had stored all non-perishable foods in the pantry. The food left in the kitchen were perishables that would go bad quickly if not eaten soon. When shopping for food, Jiang Lushi had also bought some fresh items. After all, there was no need to start eating survival food right away. To Jiang Lushi, eating noodles was settling. But when Xiaotian's thoughts were completely different. She had been ready to go hungry, yet not only could she take a hot shower, she could also eat hot noodles, even with vegetables. If the recent memories of zombies and apocalypse weren't so clear in her mind, those horrifying faces still floating in front of her eyes, she might have doubted whether any of it had even been real. This was practically a mobile hotel. As for Jiang Lushi asking her to cook, Wen Xiaotian was more than happy to. Hot shower, hot meal, these were all things Jiang Lushi gave her, and she had few ways to return the favor. I'll go wash now, Wen Xiaotian said. After she finished bathing and brought a bowl of noodles to a folding table, Jiang Lushi glanced at both of their bowls and suddenly didn't know what to say. Wen Xiaotian's bowl had only a few mouthfuls of noodles. His bowl, however, was full, overflowing with egg, vegetables, and sausage. It looked quite rich. I saw the cupboard didn't have much, so I thought we should save it. And anyway, my appetite isn't big, Wen Xiaotian said. Even a child would eat more than that, especially given how much energy she had burned today. Eating this little was barely enough to fill the stomach. Jiang Lushi really wanted to tell her that the food in the cupboard was less than 1/50th of his actual supply, and even if they didn't save anything, it would still be enough to last until they reached her hometown. Let's eat, Jiang Lushi said. He hadn't eaten noodles in a long time. The taste was quite good. But tomorrow, they should eat proper rice instead. After eating the noodles, Jiang Lushi drove a bit further, then stopped by the roadside to rest for the night. Only after daylight the next morning did they continue on their journey. Although there was no longer a risk of crashing into other vehicles, Jiang Lushi, as someone without even a driver's license and with no experience driving on mountain roads, felt that even with the starseed's corrections, it was better not to risk driving at night or while fatigued. If he ended up dying in a car crash instead of getting bitten by zombies, that would be too unjust. When he had driven up the mountain road yesterday, it was already evening. Now, looking at the route in broad daylight, it was just as Wen Xiaotian had said, there was basically nothing along the way. Only occasionally could a few farmhouses be seen in the distance. On the roadside, there was a rundown car wash and repair shop, and next to it a small restaurant. The dirty windows with large red characters reading "pickled fish, home-style dishes" gave off an old-fashioned feeling. These kinds of places were meant for long-haul truck drivers. 2 large trucks were parked on the open ground in front of the car wash. Their windows were smashed, and there were bloodstains on the ground, but no drivers inside. It wasn't clear if they had fled after being chased by zombies. Jiang Lushi parked the vehicle in front of the pickled fish restaurant and looked at the front door. The old door was tightly shut and stained with blood, giving off an eerie feeling. Brother Jiang, are you planning to? When Xiao Tian was stunned when she saw him stop the vehicle. It's fine. I'm looking for food. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many fresh foods hadn't yet spoiled. It was still relatively easy to find ingredients. A few days later, when everything rotted, only vacuum-sealed and preserved foods would be edible. Although Jiang Lushur had also stocked up, since it was just the two of them eating, any fresh ingredients they found shouldn't be wasted. Looking for food? Can anything in that restaurant still be edible? When Xiao Tian asked with concern. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. He knew she was worried about viral contamination. Jiang Lushur already knew from the starseed that before the outbreak, the world's food and water sources had already been infected, and everyone in the world carried the virus. However, people like Jiang Lushur, who had already survived the virus mutation, wouldn't have their viruses activate. So finding food now didn't pose any threat. Of course, being bitten by a zombie was still dangerous. Zombies carried an enhanced virus that could still infect survivors. Jiang Lushur wouldn't explain all this to Wen Xiaotian, it was too complicated, and explaining how he knew it would be even harder. He simply said, "Don't worry. The food is fine." Then, "Are we getting out to grab it?" Wen Xiaotian asked timidly. Getting out now was obviously dangerous, but in the apocalypse, what wasn't dangerous? Especially scavenging food, it was always done at the risk of your life. Her face turned a bit pale. She was scared, but if Jiang Lushur needed her, she would still summon her courage and get out. Hold on tight. Jiang Lushur's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Huh? When Xiao Tian was stunned, and before she could say anything, the roar of the engine erupted. V-room. The minibus charged forward like a furious bull and rammed directly into the restaurant's front door. The wooden door, along with part of the wall, collapsed with a crash. Jiang Lushur had already seen that this small rural restaurant's walls weren't made of bricks, but of construction site prefab materials, thin iron sheets on the outside, foam on the inside, fastened with screws. One hit, and it would fall. When the wall collapsed, the whole roof looked ready to cave in. At that moment, Jiang Lushur saw the inside of the small restaurant. It was a very bloody scene. For zombies were crouched on the ground, frantically fighting over something. Blood and torn intestines were everywhere. About 5 people were lying on the ground, disemboweled, their flesh being grabbed and eaten by the zombies. He said about 5 because it was hard to tell exactly how many corpses there were. The bodies had been so thoroughly ripped apart, most of the flesh had already been eaten. Ah? When Xiao Tian couldn't help but scream, then immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The scene in front of her was nauseating, but in the apocalypse, she had to learn to adapt to this kind of thing. The 4 zombies stopped eating and turned their heads toward the minibus that had suddenly crashed in. Their eyes were blood red, veins bulging, mouths and faces covered in blood and flesh. They roared madly and charged at the minibus. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur slammed down the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared again. The minibus plowed through the 4 zombies and crashed into the wall on the other side of the restaurant. Boom! The entire wall collapsed. The minibus, along with the zombies and part of the building, smashed into the mud wall of the backyard. Flesh flew everywhere, red and white splattered across the windshield. The 4 zombies were all killed in one go by Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur exhaled deeply. Looking at the bloody windshield, he hesitated for a moment, then pressed the wiper button. The wipers silently swiped back and forth, dragging along bits of flesh, smearing the blood red, but soon, the washer fluid sprayed out, diluting the blood, which was gradually wiped away. Jiang Lushur silently watched it all. Not even 24 hours had passed since the apocalypse began, but slowly, he seemed to be getting used to the blood and killing. When Xiao Tian bit her lip and stood behind Jiang Lushur, watching the blood slide down with the wipers. She didn't know what to say. Jiang Lushur's reaction had been very calm. But when Xiao Tian understood, that's the only way to survive in the apocalypse. If you cry all the time, you'll die sooner or later. I'll go get the food. When Xiao Tian suddenly came to her senses and volunteered to go outside and search for food. Getting out was dangerous, and she'd have to face the corpses up close. It was disgusting, but she couldn't let Jiang Lushur do everything. She had to be useful, not a burden. "I'm opening the door," she called out. After getting Jiang Lushur's approval, she pushed the door open. Jiang Lushur wasn't being careless, this was actually the wisest move. Only he could operate the starseed, and when Xiao Tian wouldn't be able to help by staying in the vehicle. If she encountered danger, Jiang Lushur could still drive the vehicle to support her. The small restaurant was a complete wreck. When Xiao Tian pushed aside the broken debris and found the kitchen's freezer. It was taller than a person and packed with food, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, all kinds of vegetables, enough to feed a dozen people for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too big to move into the minibus, so when Xiao Tian found clean plastic bags and started packing the food bit by bit into the vehicle. There was a small freezer on the minibus, but it was too small to hold everything. If they didn't eat the food soon, it would spoil. Brother Jiang, I'll cook dinner tonight and let you taste my cooking. When Xiao Tian was confident in her cooking skills. She had started cooking from a young age and had a talent for it. To be useful, she even brought oil, salt, sauces, a small gas stove, and a wok. Although the minibus had a small kitchen, it was poorly equipped, only one small pot and one small burner, hard to use. So she simply moved the kitchen into the small living area and started cooking there. The space inside the minibus was now packed, but thankfully she was petite and could still move around. When Xiao Tian was truly hungry. Last night, though they had noodles, she hadn't dared to eat much, thinking food was scarce. Now with so much food, she could finally eat properly. Sure, Jiang Lushur agreed. It was nearly dark, and he decided to rest here for the night. Watching when Xiao Tian busily cooking, he was quite looking forward to the meal. The only downside was that the living area was too small. So many pots and stoves had to be stacked on top of each other. Many things in the base vehicle could be folded, like the table and bed. Even under the bed and sofa were storage compartments. But still, the interior space was limited. If only his base vehicle could be a bit larger, he could store more fuel, more food, and install more living facilities. That would be a real mobile base. The sun had completely set. When Xiao Tian was halfway done cooking, the delicious aroma made Jiang Liushur's mouth water. He had been so busy preparing for the apocalypse, he hadn't had a proper meal. Now his appetite was in full swing. But just then, suddenly, roar! A low growl, like that of a wild beast, came from the distant darkness. Ha! Jiang Lushur shivered. What was that? In the quiet of the mountain, mixed with the sound of the wind, that roar sent chills down his spine. In the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur didn't let his guard down in the slightest. He had received a lot of information about the apocalypse from the starseed, and he knew that this apocalypse was definitely not going to be simple. If it were just ordinary zombies, the remaining forces of the government would soon gain control, and it wouldn't deserve to be called the end of the world. That strange roar made Jiang Liushur's heart pound. He felt a strong sense of unease. Turn off the heat, Jiang Lushur said urgently. Huh? When Xiao Tian was stunned. She had just put the vegetables in the pan, and they were only halfway cooked. Turning off the heat now meant the dish wouldn't be edible. But when Xiao Tian also realized the roar was unusual, and quickly turned off the flame. Jiang Lushur, meanwhile, shut off the main power switch of the base vehicle. Click! The lights went out. Darkness fell. On this rural road, the air was exceptionally fresh, and without any light pollution nearby, Jiang Lushur could see through the window the deep blue night sky filled with stars. A crescent moon hung slanted over the mountain, casting a faint, cool glow. The night sky was beautiful, but at this moment, staring at it made Jiang Liushur's scalp tingle. Under the moon, he saw a huge black shadow, staring straight at the base vehicle. The shadow looked like a giant beast, though he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Jiang Lushur didn't dare turn on the headlights. He held his breath, crouched down, and pulled when Xiao Tian down with him. The base vehicle was well sealed. Although they had been cooking, the smell wouldn't have escaped. This shadow probably wasn't drawn by the scent, but rather by the light. Now that Jiang Lushur had cut the power, he hoped the shadow would lose its target and leave. The apocalypse had just started, and the base vehicle was still in its early stages. If they ran into some terrifying monster now and the vehicle was flipped, it would be over. Brother Jiang, beside him, when Xiaotian's voice was very soft, trembling slightly. Already in an apocalyptic setting, now encountering such a terrifying shadow in the dark, one can imagine the psychological shock to a young woman. Hide by the sofa, don't make a sound. Jiang Lushur crouched and slowly moved toward the driver's seat. He was already considering driving away, because he noticed that even though the lights were off, the shadow was still approaching. But he didn't dare move too fast, afraid of provoking it. As the distance closed, under the faint moonlight, Jiang Lushur finally saw, the shadow was a giant wild boar. This wild boar, how could it be so huge? Jiang Lushur was shocked. Though it was still far away, he could estimate based on nearby buildings that this wild boar was at least the size of a small box truck. Its height was not lower than the base vehicle, just shorter in length. Its entire body was covered in black bristle-like hair, stiff like steel spikes, matted with scabs of dried blood, making it look like it had crawled out of a pool of blood. Its tusks were like two massive curved blades. One of them even had a piece of intestine hanging from it. This was like a monstrous pig from hell. The boar stared at the base vehicle, its eyes glowing with a red light like searchlights. This wasn't just a feeling, its eyes were literally glowing, like how wolves' eyes gleam green at night, only this glow was red. Oh no! Could this be? Jiang Lushur remembered, the starseed had mentioned that after the apocalypse began, apart from humans turning into zombies and animals into zombie beasts, some humans and animals would undergo mutation. These mutations would make them far stronger than ordinary zombies. Before, this was just something Jiang Lushur had read in text. Now, seeing a real mutated wild boar, he was truly shaken. A wild boar the size of a box truck might not sound that big, but when it appeared in front of you, closing in slowly, those tusks, that bristly hair, those glowing red eyes, the visual impact and sense of threat were overwhelming. And at this moment, only a layer of windshield separated Jiang Lushur from the giant boar. That glass still had faint traces of blood on it. One layer of glass. One man and one beast stared at each other. Then, roar! The boar suddenly let out a terrifying roar, lifted its hooves, and charged straight at the base vehicle and Jiang Lushur. As it ran, each step of its massive body crushed the road beneath it, dirt and stone flying. A wild boar the size of a truck, probably weighing over 10 tons, was now sprinting at nearly the speed of a cheetah. Jiang Lushur even felt the ground trembling. Shit! Jiang Lushur panicked. A wild boar this heavy, once it rammed into something, the impact would be devastating. The whole base vehicle would absolutely be flipped over. The base vehicle was armored, yes, but in terms of weight, it wasn't much heavier than a regular minibus. How could it withstand this impact? Once overturned, he'd be powerless. No matter how sturdy the armor, this boar could tear it apart bit by bit. Fuck! Jiang Lushur cursed. He leaped forward, crossing the last bit of distance to the driver's seat in one stride. The boar was already dangerously close, there was no time to turn and flee. If he tried to escape, he'd have to turn the vehicle around. Doing that now would only let the boar hit the side of the vehicle, ensuring a rollover. So, only one option remained. The only one Jiang Lushur could make in such a short moment. Damn it! Jiang Lushur yanked the gearshift and floored the gas pedal. Vroom! The base vehicle roared like a beast and launched forward. Modified by the starseed, the base vehicle accelerated far faster than normal vehicles. Jiang Lushur hadn't pulled the handbrake either, ensuring it could start instantly. Seatbelt! Jiang Lushur shouted. At the same time, the seatbelt from the driver's seat shot out and fastened him tightly. In the small living room, when Xiaotian quickly sat on the sofa and fumbled to fasten her seatbelt. Jiang Lushur's shout had been meant for her. In just seconds, the base vehicle accelerated to 100 km per hour. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth as the giant boar loomed large through the windshield. The fully transparent windshield made Jiang Lushur feel as if that truck-sized boar was charging directly into his face, its icy tusks aimed straight at his skull. If the glass couldn't hold, he'd be impaled right in the seat. In that moment between life and death, Jiang Lushur's mind went blank. He gripped the wheel with all his strength, stomping the gas pedal to the floor. Do or die. Jiang Lushur's blood boiled. The boar's massive head was right in front of him, he could even see his own reflection in the monster's red eyes. Crash! The base vehicle shook violently. The massive impact flung Jiang Lushur backward. The elastic seatbelt pulled tight, nearly slicing his body in two. Bang! An airbag exploded in front of him, slamming into his face, dizzying him instantly. Meanwhile, behind him came a crashing clatter. All the pots and bowls that had been brought into the base vehicle fell everywhere under the huge inertia. The sofa, fixed to the floor, didn't move. But the force made when Xiaotian, strapped to the sofa, scream out loud. Bang! Her head smacked into something. She blacked out instantly. At the same time, Jiang Lushur's airbag quickly retracted. This was a special feature of the base vehicle, to avoid blocking the driver's view. Still dizzy and nauseous, with his stomach aching from the seatbelt, Jiang Lushur looked out the windshield. The glass had 2 basin-sized white spots from the impact, evidence that it had cracked inside and lost transparency. Just like bulletproof glass turns white when hit by bullets, even with cracks, it could still stop bullets. But not only the glass, the front of the vehicle had also been caved in by the boar's strike. That hit was terrifying. Warning! Base vehicle damaged. Damage level, 3.5. Front bulletproof glass durability reduced by 60%. Power system damaged. Instant acceleration and ramming functions disabled. Vehicle interior power cut. Suddenly, this message rang out in Jiang Lushur's mind. The base vehicle was damaged? Jiang Lushur froze. It had survived a siege by hundreds of zombies without a scratch. Yet now, one hit from a mutated wild boar, and it was already compromised. In the starseed's alert, what made Jiang Lushur feel completely cold was, the power system was damaged. As a result, the base vehicle could no longer accelerate quickly or perform ramming attacks. Facing a huge mutated wild boar, this basically meant he had become a sitting target. Right, the mutated wild boar. Jiang Lushur abruptly looked at the mutated wild boar in front of the vehicle. This time, the collision hadn't been easy for it either. It had fallen to the ground, its massive head covered in blood, the blood flowing into its eyes, blinding them. One of its giant tusks had been broken off, exposing the bloody pulp inside. Roar! A deep growl came from the boar's abdomen. Since the base vehicle was damaged, the sound was no longer isolated. Jiang Lushur had to directly endure the roar of this monstrous creature, and the feeling was unimaginable. That deep sound seemed to vibrate his internal organs, rendering his whole body motionless. Jiang Lushur felt as if giant hands had gripped his heart, making it hard to beat, and squeezed his lungs, making it hard to breathe. A terrifying roar. The mutated wild boar stood up. Its skull seemed fractured, but supported by immense vitality, it still had terrifying strength. It glared at Jiang Lushur with its headlight-like eyes, at close range. Between them was only a thin, already cracked windshield. Crack! The boar's remaining tusk hooked into the base vehicle's chassis and lifted up violently. It was trying to flip the entire vehicle over. Jiang Lushur instantly felt like he'd fallen into an ice pit. If the base vehicle flipped, it would all be over. Can it still move? Can it still move? Panic surged in Jiang Lushur's heart. He yanked the gearshift and started the vehicle. The base vehicle let out a dull sound, and all four wheels began to turn. It still worked. Instant acceleration and ramming were disabled, but the vehicle could still drive normally. The front wheels were already airborne, spinning meaninglessly, while the rear tires scraped the ground violently, kicking up dirt and rocks. Though the impact wasn't strong, the boar was also injured. With this resistance, it couldn't flip the vehicle instantly. But the situation was already extremely dangerous. The front of the vehicle was being lifted higher and higher, a rollover was imminent. Damn! Jiang Lushur's face turned grim. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepping on the gas. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Stay calm. I must stay calm. In moments of crisis, seek a way out. A chance at survival. Suddenly, a flash of insight came to Jiang Lushur. His fingers moved like playing the piano, rapidly pressing a few buttons on the base vehicle's control panel. Beep! With a soft sound, the control panel lit up. Jiang Lushur pressed down hard on it. Everything depended on this. Air cannon pressurizing. Pressurization time, 9.5 seconds. The starseed's voice sounded in his mind. Jiang Lushur let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, acceleration and ramming were damaged, but the weapons still worked. Besides ramming, the base vehicle also had onboard weapons. When Jiang Lushur completed the vehicle's modification, he had received information from the starseed about these weapons. But because the apocalypse hadn't started yet, Jiang Lushur had avoided testing them, fearing trouble. After the outbreak, he had been too busy fleeing to test them. Now there was no time for testing, it was a real, life-or-death battle. One mistake and he'd die. The base vehicle's air cannon used 500 liters of compressed gas, with an initial velocity of 810 meters per second, more than twice the speed of sound. During World War II, Nazi Germany had developed air cannons capable of shooting down low-flying aircraft, though they were ultimately abandoned due to accuracy issues. Jiang Lushur didn't know what effect a shot from the air cannon would have on the boar. Its power was undeniable, but air still had less impact than live ammunition. Sometimes, blast shockwaves could send a person flying tens of meters, yet they might survive afterward. Jiang Lushur couldn't guarantee this one shot would kill the boar. And he had only one chance, no second shot. With 9.5 seconds of charging time, if he missed, the vehicle would be flipped. Let's do this! Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon's barrel extended from the front of the vehicle, aiming directly at the boar's abdomen. This cannon was hidden within the vehicle's front, invisible from the outside until activated. Jiang Lushur stared at the 60mm barrel, his heart pounding. Countdown, 9, 8, 7. The starseed began counting down. For Jiang Lushur, it felt like a sentence from fate. The barrel's angle and direction could be adjusted, but where should he aim? The abdomen? The head? The throat? This mutated wild boar had thick skin and flesh. Jiang Lushur didn't doubt it could withstand bullets. Every part of it seemed well armored. 6, 5. The countdown neared its end. The vehicle tilted more and more. Clatter. Because the vehicle was being lifted, all the pots and bowls slid backward. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth, pressed the automatic cruise control button, unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed a wrench, and leapt from the driver's seat. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Lushur went mad, swinging the wrench furiously against the cracked windshield at the boar. Bang bang bang. The wrench slammed into the glass, already fractured, and fine glass shards shook loose and fell. The attack seemed meaningless. But the boar, being an animal, was provoked by Jiang Lushur's aggression. It glared at him with blood-red eyes. 4, 3. The countdown continued, fate approaching. Suddenly, Jiang Lushur pressed a button and kicked the car door open, leaning halfway out. It looked suicidal, but Jiang Lushur was extremely calm. He knew most of the vehicle's weight was resting on the boar's tusk. The front wheels were in the air, but the boar was also being pressed down, unable to move freely. If it turned to attack Jiang Lushur from the side, it would have to withdraw its tusk, then the base vehicle would drop, all wheels hitting the ground, crushing into the boar. Even if it didn't fall, it would be forced back. So this looked suicidal, but in just a few seconds, the boar wouldn't be able to touch him. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Lushur locked eyes with the boar and threw the wrench with all his strength. Whoosh! The boar couldn't dodge. The wrench hit it. Because the vehicle was shaking and Jiang Lushur wasn't a tribal spear thrower, his aim was off. The wrench struck the corner of the boar's eye, not the eye itself. But even the corner of the eye had many nerves. The boar cried out in pain. Roar! Its roar shook the heavens. The shockwave nearly tore Jiang Lushur from the door. Infrasound and resonance with his organs made his heart nearly stop, mind going blank. But at that moment, one sound remained sharp in Jiang Lushur's mind. The starseed's countdown. 2, 1, 0. Ah! Fuck! Jiang Lushur's eyes turned red. Fighting dizziness and nausea, he used the starseed to slightly adjust the cannon's aim, directly at the boar's open mouth. At that moment, the boar was roaring, mouth wide open, and the cannon barrel was aimed right inside. Air cannon, fire. Bang! A fierce explosion sounded, like thunder striking the ground, deafening. The airflow at 810 meters per second far exceeded the speed of sound, triggering a sonic boom. A huge eruption of energy burst out. The base vehicle was suddenly thrown backwards, the windows violently shaking, large chunks of bulletproof glass shards falling, blown away like bullets in all directions. The surging air formed a vacuum around, the pressure rising sharply then dropping almost to nothing. Water vapor in the air immediately liquefied, forming a house-sized conical mist. That conical mist was then pushed by the airflow, moving forward with incredible speed. While the base vehicle was thrown backwards, the prefab houses and trees ahead were ripped away by the airflow. Houses collapsed, roofs flew off, a large tree trunk thick as a thigh snapped in half, all leaves vanished in an instant. And this was only the aftershock of the airflow. Most of the airflow energy was absorbed by the mutated wild boar's mouth. Boom! The mutated wild boar, over 10 tons in weight, was violently thrown. The airflow wildly expanded inside its organs. Its massive body swelled instantly, puffing up like a balloon. Then, a terrifying high-pressure airflow, nearly 10 megapascals, found a vent behind the mutated wild boar. Bang! A dull sound. A fountain of fresh blood, shards of flesh, pieces of organs sprayed out from the wild boar's abdomen, shooting dozens of meters away, forming a bright red blood fountain in the air. Clang! The blood fountain slammed against a prefab house, like the strike of an iron hammer, collapsing that house immediately. Terrible power. Jiang Lushur watched this terrifying air cannon's effect, deeply shaken. At that moment the base vehicle was still under automatic cruise control. Once its wheels touched the ground, having lost the boar's pushing force, it started moving forward. Jiang Lushur hastily cancelled the cruise control and pressed the brake. Screech! The 4 tires of the base vehicle had suffered heavily. Especially the rear wheels, heated by fierce friction, emitting blue smoke, giving off a strong burning smell. The base vehicle's tires were naturally tougher than ordinary ones, with internal small airbags so they wouldn't burst even if shot. But even so, after this rough treatment, they were severely damaged. Jiang Lushur opened the door, feeling drained. The recent battle, even though most of it was between the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, had left him very tired. Exhaustion was huge. He looked ahead at the result of the air cannon, truly astonishing. Before firing it, Jiang Lushur had not expected that an initial speed of 810 meters per second would have such overwhelming force. But after all, air is still air. Even highly compressed, hitting the boar's bulletproof skin and flesh dissipates power. If the shot didn't go into the boar's mouth, it would be very difficult to kill it. Jiang Lushur picked up a wrench from the ground, staggering toward the mutated wild boar. Seeing all the pig blood, flesh, guts, and the boar now transparent front to back, Jiang Lushur inwardly gasped. Holy, this pig is screwed. He stopped about 10 meters from the mutated wild boar, to avoid being hit by any final twitching. Also, he didn't dare go too far from the base vehicle, in case zombies appeared and he couldn't get back in time. When Xiao Tian. Jiang Lushur called her, but it was silent inside the vehicle. What? He tightened, immediately returned to the base vehicle. What he saw, when Xiao Tian was firmly strapped in by her seatbelt. Her eyes were closed, her forehead was cut and wet with blood. This. He hurriedly tested her breathing. Fortunately, she was only unconscious. Looking at her wound, Jiang Lushur shook his head. She was unlucky. That injury was probably from pots or bowls hitting her. Earlier when the base vehicle had collided with the mutated wild boar, when Xiao Tian was strapped on the sofa, so she was safe. But those pots and bowls were not secured. When they were flung, she was knocked out cold. If there had been several collisions, those utensils could have killed her. That was dangerous. Jiang Lushur exhaled. If the fight with the mutated wild boar had harmed Wen Xiaotian fatally, he would have felt terrible. He fetched gauze from the storage box, about to bandage Wen Xiaotian's wound, when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Base vehicle damaged, damage level 3.5. Repair requires 200 kg steel, 100 kg copper, 30 kg high molecular organic plastic, 1,200 liters gasoline, 200 kWh electricity. Repair time required, 24 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Lushur froze, then bitterly smiled. The base vehicle was damaged. Thankfully it can self-repair. But those repair materials are really hard to find. Steel, copper, organic plastic, especially gasoline and electricity. In the apocalypse, collecting these is not easy. 1,200 liters of gasoline is almost a ton, a real gas hog. And now the gasoline reserve. Jiang Lushur looked at the fuel gauge, a face full of bitterness. After repeatedly using the ramming function and firing the air cannon, gasoline consumption was huge. Less than 20 L remained. Not enough to go 100 kilometers. If zombies were encountered within that 100 kilometers, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jiang Lushur was worrying when the starseed gave another prompt, making his heart skip a beat, ears perk up. Level 1 mutant beast hunted successfully. Discovered level 1 mutant crystal core, located in mutant beast's heart. Extraction unlocks base vehicle's first evolution. Mutant beast meat found, edible directly to enhance physique, or usable as raw material for biological lab, unlocking bioevolution function. Huh? What? Jiang Lushur was stunned. Mutant crystal core? Biological lab? What are these nonsense? Hunted level 1 mutant beast successfully, clearly this mutated wild boar. So is the crystal core in its heart? As for biological lab? What is that? When Jiang Lushur had modified the base vehicle earlier, he had not discovered any biological lab. At that moment, click, a light sound. Jiang Lushur turned his head. He saw a recess pop out from the driver's console. The recess was about the size of a ping-pong ball. Jiang Lushur stared at that recess for a while. Made of some unknown alloy. Very precise. He had never seen it before. In Jiang Lushur's mind a guess formed. The mutant crystal core located in the heart. Jiang Lushur took out a dagger he had bought earlier, jumped down from the vehicle, and approached the mutated wild boar. At this time the mutated wild boar had already rolled onto its side, and Jiang Lushur could see its chest. Jiang Lushur swung the dagger and stabbed in. Pig skin is very tough, but nowhere near as much as Jiang Lushur had imagined. This mutated wild boar, being able to collide head-on with the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur had thought it should be impervious to blades and bullets. He originally thought he should fetch a steel saw from the repair shop next door. But unexpectedly, even using just a dagger, he could cut through the boar's skin bit by bit. Though it was difficult, it was possible after all. Could it be that after the mutated wild boar dies, its skin and flesh undergo some change, no longer as tough as before? This idea flashed through Jiang Lushur's mind, and seemed quite possible. The starseed had just prompted that the mutated beast's meat was edible. If it were as hard as rubber, who would be able to bite it? Being able to cut the boar's skin without too much effort was after all a good thing. Jiang Lushur worked hard to open up the boar's chest, found its heart, and then cut open the heart. He was already covered in blood. According to his prior impressions, raw pig's blood should be extremely foul-smelling. But strangely, the blood of this mutated wild boar was not foul, instead it had a somewhat fragrant feeling, as if this blood too was unusual. Jiang Lushur thought a bit, found several plastic buckets in the small restaurant to collect the blood, and quickly filled a few large buckets. At that moment, Jiang Lushur also finally dug out a bead the size of a quail egg from inside the mutated wild boar's heart. This bead was crystal clear, like glaze. To the touch it was very smooth, and somewhat warm. Surely this was the so-called mutated crystal core. Jiang Lushur, holding the mutated crystal core, returned to the base vehicle. He carefully placed the crystal core into the recess that had just popped out. Click! A soft sound, the mutated crystal core locked into the recess. Then the metal recess slowly retracted back. The starseed prompt sounded, successfully inserted mutated crystal core, base vehicle unlocked initial evolution, you may choose evolution direction. Pop! A light screen appeared before Jiang Lushur's eyes. On the screen were several options, each followed by a line of explanatory text. Option 1, unlock level 1 spatial fuel tank. Fuel tank capacity, 10 cubic meters. Tank is explosion-proof and bulletproof. Upgradable. Option 2, unlock level 1 spatial storage function. Storage space size, 10 cubic meters. In the space, low temperature and low oxygen can preserve fresh food. Ordinary food preserved more than 1 year, mutated beast meat preserved more than 3 years, mutated beast meat originally not easy to spoil, in 30 degrees Celsius humid hot environment can be preserved for 30 days. Option 3, unlock automatic material absorption evolution. Base vehicle can automatically absorb materials via particle beam, no need to manually carry materials. Option 4, add mechanical arm to base vehicle. Mechanical arm load capacity, 20 tons. Option 5, add weapon to base vehicle, fuel type flamethrower. Activation requires consuming large amounts of gasoline. Pure oxygen combustion produces 2000 degrees Celsius high temperature. Option 6, upgrade air cannon. Option 7, upgrade vehicle armor and bulletproof glass. Jiang Lushur looked through, noticing that after option 6 there were more options, but those options were dimmed, apparently unselectable. Among them, Jiang Lushur saw biological laboratory. Option 10, unlock biological laboratory. By adding materials, develop genetic evolution serum, usable by host to evolve genes, greatly enhance physique. Requirement, 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores times 2. Jiang Lushur saw the biological laboratory option, and his eyes lit up. Develop genetic evolution serum? Can enhance his physical constitution? This was a big deal. Jiang Lushur knew that after the apocalypse, not only animals mutated, humans also may mutate. And though he had the base vehicle, his own body was the greatest weakness. If his body died, everything would be over. So if he could get gene evolution serum, he himself could become stronger. That would naturally greatly improve his combat power. He must unlock the biological laboratory. But, he needed 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores, and he only had 1. Killing this level 1 mutated wild boar already nearly cost him his life. As for getting 2, Jiang Lushur dared not even think of it now. He needed to become strong, first evolve the base vehicle, then himself. In this tormenting apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had too much to do. Biological laboratory cannot be considered now. He must first unlock earlier functions. The first upgrade, the fuel tank. It was desperately needed. Now the base vehicle's fuel reserve was too small. A 10 cubic meter fuel tank, filled with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, whether for ramming or using weapons, that would give real support. Otherwise, if in the middle of fighting a mutated beast and fuel runs out, that would be unjust death. Second, storage space. Jiang Lushur also coveted that. Now the base vehicle space was insufficient, many things could not be carried, like the mutated wild boar meat, such a pity if you can't store it. Moreover, the storage space preserves freshness. With it, it would be a mobile granary. As for upgrading armor and bulletproof glass strength, unlocking automatic absorption of materials, upgrading weapons, adding new weapons, mechanical arm, he wanted all of them. Even the simple function of adding a mechanical arm seemed very necessary to him. Without a mechanical arm, just moving the mutated wild boar meat was trouble. A huge 10-ton beast, how to move it? But he could only choose one. The decision was too hard. Jiang Lushur deliberated, still restrained his desires. He chose the first option, increase the fuel tank capacity. With a spatial fuel tank, he could store large amounts of gasoline. Many other upgrades convenience or combat power improving. But the first, the fuel tank, related directly to Jiang Lushur's life right now. The base vehicle needed repair in shortest time. The 1200 L gasoline requirement exceeded the current tank's maximum limit. Also, many combat functions later would need a super large fuel tank to support. Without gasoline, everything was empty talk. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and pressed the first option. Beep. A soft sound, the starseed prompt sounded, selected, upgrade fuel tank. Upgrade requires 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Damn. Jiang Lushur's eyes widened. He really wanted to kick the control panel. Still requires steel, what the hell? He had thought that with the mutated crystal core, simply selecting would enough, but actually it was just the basic condition of evolutionary upgrade, materials still required. Well, of course, how can you upgrade a fuel tank without steel? But where to find steel now? Near Jiang Lushur were several box trucks, and some big trucks. These vehicles certainly had steel. But how to disassemble the steel and carry it into the base vehicle? That was a big problem. If the base vehicle had already unlocked option 3's function of automatic absorption of materials, then he wouldn't have to carry, he could just extend the absorber and absorb steel from those trucks directly. But now, Jiang Lushur of course could not waste this precious first evolution chance on unlocking automatic absorption function. He must find steel, to upgrade the fuel tank. But that mutated wild boar meat. Jiang Lushur glanced at the huge mutated wild boar on the ground and was really reluctant to leave it behind. This mutated wild boar meat could stay fresh for a month even in a hot and humid environment of 30 degrees. If he didn't take it with him, it would all go to waste. Besides, the starseed had said that mutated beast meat could be used as a material for developing gene evolution fluid in a biological lab. Even just eating it could slowly improve one's physical condition. Without a lab, Jiang Lushur could still make a stir-fry and feast on it. It would be a great treat. Improving physical fitness a bit would at least make moving those few hundred kilograms of steel easier. Jiang Lushur had grown up in a modest family. His parents had died, and he and his sister had sold their house to survive together. He was used to a frugal life. Asking him to waste so much mutated beast meat was like cutting his heart with a knife. No way. Even if I don't have storage space, I still have to take this wild boar with me. Jiang Lushur made up his mind. This mutated wild boar was a huge treasure. After the apocalypse began, gold and silver became scrap metal, and paper money wasn't even worth toilet paper. The only things people could trade with were food. The value of this mutated beast meat would soon be recognized by humans. Eating it could enhance physical fitness, that was a big deal. Compared to zombies, ordinary people were too weak. Once targeted, they couldn't even run away. In such a situation, those with better physiques would have a much higher survival rate. Plus, this kind of mutated beast meat was easy to store, it could last for months even in autumn and winter. It was likely to become a hard currency more valuable than food. Waste was the greatest crime. Even if he couldn't carry it away, he had to force it. Jiang Lushur was determined to take the wild boar. But the space in the base vehicle was limited. How could it possibly hold a 10-ton beast? So Jiang Lushur set his eyes on a small cargo truck not far away. The cargo truck looked very worn out. Running on such country dirt roads, it probably was close to being scrapped. Jiang Lushur walked around the cargo truck and pulled at the door. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. Thinking quickly, Jiang Lushur turned and crawled into the ruins of the Spicy Fish restaurant. He figured the driver had gotten hungry while driving, stopped to eat at Spicy Fish, and then the apocalypse struck, taking his life. The key was probably still on the driver. But judging by the ruins, it was all a mess of blood and flesh. The zombies had already chewed the body up badly, and with the damage from the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, it was a complete wreck. Flesh, blood, and mud were everywhere. Finding a key here would be a serious challenge. Jiang Lushur thought about it and gave up. He went to the still intact auto repair shop nearby and found a wrench. Then he smashed it against the cargo truck's windshield. Crash! A series of shattering sounds, the windshield turned into fragments. Jiang Lushur then climbed in through the front window. Once broken, these windshields turned into small particles and weren't sharp. Climbing into a small cargo truck was nothing to him. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, released the handbrake, and rummaged through the cabin until he found a 9-meter-long tow rope. Haha, I knew it. Such tow ropes usually came with vehicles, especially junky cargo trucks that could break down anytime. How could it not have a tow rope? Jiang Lushur immediately hitched this broken truck to his base vehicle. Then he went to the back of the cargo truck. Luckily, the rear door wasn't locked, just latched shut. Since it was empty inside, that saved him a lot of trouble. Alright, time to get to work. Jiang Lushur looked at the huge wild boar. It was going to be a major task. There was no way he could move such a massive boar. He had to cut the meat into pieces. He tucked his knife into his belt, went to the repair shop, and brought back a fire axe and a steel saw. Time to begin. Jiang Lushur used to exercise regularly in college and had decent physical strength. He aimed at the wild boar's neck and brought the axe down. A wild boar weighing about 10 tons, he would take as much meat as he could. To his surprise, after he retrieved the mutated wild boar's crystal core, the meat became much easier to cut. The previously tough boar meat turned tender. Not only the steel saw, even a knife could slice through. It was no harder than cutting regular pork. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard Wen Xiaotian calling from inside the base vehicle. Her voice was panicked. No wonder, after fainting and waking up to find the prefab houses in ruins and the base vehicle's bulletproof glass shattered, with Jiang Lushur missing, she had no idea what had happened. I'm here. Jiang Lushur shouted. Wen Xiaotian let out a long breath of relief. Jiang Lushur was okay. What about the mutated wild boar? Did the base vehicle knock it away? Wen Xiaotian unbuckled her seatbelt and stumbled out of the base vehicle, only to be completely stunned by what she saw outside. She saw Jiang Lushur wielding a fire axe, chopping at the mutated wild boar bit by bit. The boar didn't even twitch anymore, it was clearly dead. When Xiaotian had witnessed the terrifying boar earlier, it smashed through everything. Those prefab houses were like cardboard boxes before it. Its roar had almost made her heart stop. And now this boar was actually dead. Of course, Wen Xiaotian didn't naively think Jiang Lushi killed it with an axe. Was it run over by the vehicle? She turned to look at the badly damaged base vehicle. That vehicle was truly something else. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Wen Xiaotian asked. Getting meat. This wild boar meat is edible. Jiang Lushi didn't explain the effects of mutated beast meat, and Wen Xiaotian didn't ask further. She just said, I'll help. Butchering such a large wild boar was no easy task. With Wen Xiaotian's help, it would go much faster. At this time, her forehead had a big gash, covered in blood. She looked pitiful. Jiang Lushi hesitated but eventually agreed. The boar meat had to be processed quickly. Though the area was deserted, you could never be sure when zombies might appear. Jiang Lushi took some bandages from storage and helped Wen Xiaotian wrap her wound. Then the two of them began cutting large chunks of meat, bright red, lean wild boar meat, darker than even top-grade beef. Each piece weighed dozens of pounds, premium meat for sure. Piece by piece, they loaded over 100 chunks of meat onto the cargo truck. Jiang Lushi even hauled in a bunch of bones at the end. After this exhausting task, both of them were completely worn out. Fortunately, no zombies showed up during the entire process of butchering the mutated wild boar. Otherwise, dodging zombies would have been a major headache. Jiang Lushi returned to the base vehicle and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Though he had just survived a life-and-death battle and was utterly drained, his heart was full of joy. This apocalypse might be a mess, but with the Starseed base vehicle, he might still carve out a future. After the fierce battle with the mutated wild boar and the butchering of its meat, both Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian were extremely hungry. At this moment, Jiang Lushi was lying on the sofa, not wanting to move a finger. But Wen Xiaotian was still diligent. Although she was also very tired, she carefully prepared a meal. She used chili peppers from the spicy fish restaurant to make a dish of spicy boiled pork slices and stir-fried meat, both made from the mutated wild boar meat. Before the stir-fried meat was even served, Jiang Lushi already smelled the rich aroma of meat. It truly made his mouth water. Just based on the smell, Jiang Lushi guessed that this mutated wild boar meat must taste good. In fact, when he was cutting the wild boar meat earlier, he didn't smell even the slightest stink. Instead, the raw meat had a fragrant scent. He had already suspected something about the mutated wild boar meat. Now, his guess was mostly confirmed, and Jiang Lushi's mouth was practically watering. From the moment he realized the apocalypse was coming, until now, he hadn't eaten a proper meal for over a week. Now he was so hungry that his stomach felt glued to his back. Of course he was craving food. However, Jiang Lushi forced himself to be patient and waited until Wen Xiaotian finished the last dish. The bright red braised pork was simmered for 40 minutes. When she opened the lid and poured the red sauce over it, then picked up a trembling piece to pair with freshly cooked fragrant rice, it was something even a god wouldn't trade for. Jiang Lushi took a bite and was delighted. He felt like this was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. Great. He had thought that after the apocalypse, even if he wouldn't starve, he'd be eating only biscuits and instant noodles every day. He didn't expect there could still be such delicious food. If his own strength improved more, then maybe the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. Just as Jiang Lushi was thinking this, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his stomach, and it seemed like a faint stream of heat was flowing through his limbs and bones. Jiang Lushi's heart stirred. He understood, this must be the so-called energy that enhanced physical fitness. But the effect wasn't very obvious. Jiang Lushi looked at Wen Xiaotian and saw that she was eating the braised pork heartily, completely ignoring any ladylike behavior. She was chewing quickly and dodging the hot sauce with her tongue. It looked delicious. From her expression, it was clear she hadn't noticed the warm feeling from eating the mutated wild boar meat, probably because she didn't know beforehand. Looks like eating mutated beast meat can enhance physical fitness, but the effect must be extremely slow. It probably needs to be eaten over a long time to see even a little result. But in this apocalypse, mutated beasts are so strong, it's not easy to hunt one. Ordinary people can't even afford food, let alone have the chance to eat mutated beast meat. Something that requires long-term consumption to improve the body is probably useless to them, just a fantasy. Jiang Lushi quickly realized this. Just then, Wen Xiaotian noticed Jiang Lushi was looking at her. Her pretty face blushed, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. She had eaten so messily just now. Toward Jiang Lushi, who had saved her life and was a good young man, Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but feel some affection. Even if she didn't expect much contact with him in the future, she still cared about her image. So Wen Xiaotian quietly changed her strategy toward the food. She resisted the urge to gulp down the braised pork and started eating in small bites. Jiang Lushi found it funny. He thought Wen Xiaotian was actually kind of cute sometimes. You're familiar with the roads around here, right? Yes, kind of familiar, Wen Xiaotian said while wiping her mouth. I need to go somewhere, and I'll need you to lead the way. Okay. After the fight with the mutated wild boar, the base vehicle was badly damaged. This was Jiang Liusher's biggest concern. He had to repair the base vehicle as soon as possible. To fix it, he needed 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high-polymer organic plastic, and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, that is, 200 degrees of power. All of this had to be gathered. As for upgrading the base vehicle, that was simple, just 100 kilograms of steel. Damn it. Whether before or after the apocalypse, fixing a good car is always ridiculously expensive. Jiang Liusher was driving the base vehicle, towing the small cargo truck, traveling along a country road. Towing a vehicle takes skill. Normally, the towed vehicle needs a driver to keep a safe distance. Going downhill, the rear vehicle moves faster than the front one, so the brakes have to be used, otherwise, it'll crash into the front. But you can't brake too hard either. If the distance becomes too big and exceeds the length of the tow rope, you're screwed. Tow ropes have a max load, they'll break after a few pulls. Jiang Liusher clearly didn't have those conditions. When Xiao Tian didn't know how to brake, and even Jiang Liusher himself wasn't capable. You needed to be a professional driver for this kind of thing. So Jiang Liusher just didn't bother. He dragged it along by brute force. Nobody was braking, so there was no risk of snapping the rope. As for rear-end collisions. So what? Just crash. So on these terrible country roads, from time to time. Bang! A loud crash from the rear, the base vehicle jolted violently. The wild boar meat alone weighed at least 5 or 6 tons after skinning and deboning, and with the cargo truck's weight, of course the impact was heavy. But it was fine. Keep driving. Jiang Liusher couldn't care less. If the base vehicle could survive a hit from a mutated wild boar, would a rear end by a junky cargo truck matter? So the base vehicle's damage level remained at 3.5, basically unchanged. But the cargo truck was in bad shape, its front end was totally smashed in, maybe even the engine was damaged. Jiang Liusher didn't care. As long as the 6 wheels could roll and the steel frame didn't fall apart, it was good enough. But dragging such a big thing used up a lot more fuel. Originally, Jiang Liusher only had 20 liters of gasoline left. Along the way, Jiang Liusher kept collecting gasoline. This remote countryside hadn't been scavenged by the army or survivors, so many abandoned cars on the road still had quite a bit of fuel. Earlier, at the Spicy Fish restaurant, including the small cargo truck, several trucks provided about 200 liters of gasoline. All the way, whenever Jiang Liusher saw a car, he would stop. He felt like he had become a gasoline thief, someone everyone would hate. Jiang Liusher used a crowbar from an auto repair shop to pry open the gas caps, then used a rubber hose to suck fuel from the tank into a big gasoline drum he also found there, using the siphon principle to empty every tank. This took skill. If you sucked too hard, you'd end up with a mouthful of gasoline, real nasty. But hey, it's the apocalypse, what can you expect? Jiang Liusher just hoped he could upgrade the fuel tank soon, get to an abandoned gas station, and fill up with 8 or 9 tons of gas once and for all. Then he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After doing this again and again, Jiang Liusher felt like his mouth muscles were cramping. Truck tanks were better, if lucky, he could get 70 or 80 liters from one. Cars were worse. It took a lot of effort to pry open the tank, and because the tank was low and had little height difference, siphoning didn't work well. He had to use an empty bucket just to collect a bit. After all that trouble, he'd only get 20 or 30 liters. In the end, Jiang Liusher had drained the tanks of who knows how many cars. He finally filled 6 large barrels of gasoline, should be enough now. Damn, it was exhausting, maybe even harder than butchering the mutated wild boar. This kind of thing, he could only do it once. If he had to do it again, it might cost him his life. On the way, Jiang Liusher also passed by a large hardware store, from which he got a diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel. The location of this hardware store was also something when Xiao Tian had told him about. The hardware store was a treasure trove. Jiang Liusher conveniently took a bunch of tools like hammers, chisels, electric drills, and loaded them all into the base vehicle and the small cargo truck. Even the badly deformed driver's cabin of the cargo truck was piled full. The extreme lack of space made Jiang Liusher realize that upgrading the space of the base vehicle had become absolutely necessary. So many things needed to be upgraded. Where was he supposed to find that many mutant crystal cores? That mutated wild boar nearly cost him his life. Along the way, Jiang Liusher also encountered some wandering zombies. Although the base vehicle was damaged, it was only the instant acceleration system that had failed. Running over some ordinary zombies was still no problem. Just like that, Jiang Liusher spent an entire day and finally, stumbling and struggling, arrived at his destination. It was a 3-story black building. The structure looked a bit old and sat in the center of a courtyard several thousand square meters in size. The yard was surrounded by concrete walls, with broken glass on top to prevent climbing. The main gate was nearly 6 or 7 meters wide, enough for 2 vehicles to pass side by side. The heavy iron gate was slightly damaged, and the top of the iron door was lined with spear-like iron spikes, giving off a heavily guarded feeling. For such a remote countryside area, this kind of large iron gate, wide yard, and 3-story building could be considered quite a majestic structure. After the apocalypse hit, the place became deserted. The iron sign at the entrance was hanging loosely, swaying slightly in the wind and making a creaking sound. Creak, creak. Jiang Lushur clearly saw the 7 large characters on the sign, Fuwang Scrap Recycling Station. Underneath were smaller words, accepting second-hand construction materials, scrap vehicles, steel, copper, aluminum, plastic, waste paper. According to Wen Xiaotian, this was the largest recycling station in the nearby area. It was even registered as a company, Fuwang Renewable Resource Recycling and Environmental Protection Company, Limited. The combination of a rural and high-end name felt a bit awkward, but the fact that it was registered as a company showed it had some scale. That was exactly why Jiang Lushur had chosen this place. Jiang Lushur stopped the base vehicle and pressed a button. The towing rope automatically detached. After all, he didn't know what the situation was like inside the recycling station. If there was a fight, he couldn't be dragging a cargo truck as dead weight. The gate was slightly ajar. Jiang Lushur stepped on the gas and rammed it open. Inside the several thousand square meter courtyard, it was packed full of renewable resources. Beside the piles, there was even a front-loader vehicle. Jiang Lushur directly pressed the horn. Zombies are attracted to sound. There weren't many people around within 7 or 8 miles, so it wouldn't attract more zombies, only the ones inside the recycling station, which was both convenient and safe. Sure enough, as the horn echoed, a low growl came from the black building. Soon, a dozen zombies appeared. As soon as they came out, they crazily rushed toward Jiang Lushur's base vehicle. No mutant beasts, Jiang Lushur let out a breath of relief. If a mutant beast had shown up, he'd have had to flee immediately, leaving behind the cargo truck full of wild boar meat, enough for a mutant beast to feast on. Although the base vehicle's instant acceleration was damaged, slower acceleration still worked. On decent roads, it could still reach 150 kilometers per hour, fast enough to outrun most mutant beasts. Let me send you on your way. Seeing the zombies rush over, Jiang Lushur stepped on the gas. Boom boom boom. Like bowling pins being knocked over, the dozen or so zombies were sent flying everywhere, some were even crushed to death against piles of scrap. Jiang Lushur was very careful. He drove the base vehicle back and forth a few times, making sure every zombie was dead. Then he honked the horn for 5 more minutes. After confirming that no new zombies were coming, he finally got out of the vehicle. Wen Xiaotian, go stand guard at the gate. If you get tired, go rest inside the small building. There shouldn't be any zombies in there now. Huh? What about you? Fixing the vehicle, Jiang Lushur said briefly. He didn't want Wen Xiaotian to see the process of repairing and upgrading the base vehicle, so he sent her away. Wen Xiaotian blinked her big eyes. Repairing the vehicle? This rich young master even knows how to repair cars? But on second thought, Jiang Lushur had turned an old minibus into something so powerful. He was probably a car enthusiast. Maybe the modifications were done by a team he had hired. A young second-generation rich kid with such skills, able to handle machinery, this guy was impressive. When Xiaotian knew that Jiang Lushur had grabbed a large number of tools from both the auto repair shop and the hardware store. He might really be able to fix the car on his own. When Xiaotian, I need quiet while working on the car and also need to think about modifications. Don't disturb me. It might take over a day. Take some food with you, don't go hungry. If anything happens, just call my name. Jiang Lushur gave some instructions, then drove the base vehicle into a garage about 100 square meters in size, while Wen Xiaotian obediently went to the gate to keep watch. This recycling station had everything. Whenever Jiang Lushur saw something useful, he carried it into the garage. Moving a few hundred kilograms of steel, copper, plastic, etc., was much easier than collecting gasoline or cutting up a 10-ton wild boar. Jiang Lushur planned to first upgrade the fuel tank, then repair the base vehicle. He first looked at some construction scaffolding from the recycling station, planning to use it as steel. But there were a lot of cement residues on them, which he found unacceptable. As for some scrap steel, a lot of it was rusty. However, there were also some dismantled machine tools made of high-quality steel. Though covered in oil, they could be used after cleaning. Copper was even harder to find. Jiang Lushur only found some copper hotpots, not nearly enough. But when he explored the warehouse and pried open its door, he was stunned to find that it was full of brand new building materials. Big bundles of black and blue rebar, aluminum alloy materials, coils of copper wire, cast copper pipes, brand new PPR pipes, and PVC drainage pipes. All of it was high-quality steel, copper, and piping. This stuff was supposed to be scrap? Jiang Lushur stood in shock for a moment before realizing, sometimes, contractors embezzled construction materials and secretly sold them off. This recycling station acted as the middleman, helping sell the hot materials and making a fortune. Lucky for Jiang Lushur, he could now use the best materials and didn't have to make do with the bad ones. Jiang Lushur was thrilled. He looked like a hardworking squirrel, busily carrying materials to his little nest. This base vehicle was not only his battle station, but also his safest home. Soon, all materials were gathered, and the starseed began scanning and modification. First, the fuel tank was upgraded. Not long after, the roar of the diesel generator sounded. Jiang Lushur connected the power and started the base vehicle repairs. Sun rose and set, an entire day passed. When Jiang Lushur woke up, the base vehicle's upgrade was complete. The brand new base vehicle was fully restored. Though the outside of the fuel tank looked unchanged, the inside now had an extra 10 cubic meters of space. Once filled, he would never have to worry about gasoline again. Fuel tank upgrade complete. Fuel capacity, 10 cubic meters. Equipped with automatic fuel extraction device. Host can transmit refueling commands to the starseed. Beep. With a light sound, the internal structural diagram of the new fuel tank appeared before Jiang Lushur's eyes. Jiang Lushur found that not only had the fuel capacity been upgraded, but the engine's fuel injector, fuel intake pipe, and air intake pipe had also been upgraded. The original small-capacity fuel tank couldn't handle heavy fuel consumption at all, but now that problem no longer existed. With the upgraded fuel tank, the high-powered engine equipped in the base vehicle could now be properly supported. Especially this automatic fuel extraction device, it surprised Jiang Lushur. With it, he no longer had to struggle using a hose to siphon fuel. The fuel tank was now complete, and Jiang Lushur couldn't wait to test it. He picked up a nearly empty fuel barrel and placed it at the fuel tank inlet. There was no need to press any buttons. Jiang Lushur simply sent the refueling command to the starseed with his mind. Click, a soft sound. The fuel tank cap opened automatically, and a metal tube extended from inside. Jiang Lushur couldn't tell what material the tube was made of, but it could freely extend, retract, and change direction. Looking at the tip of the tube, he saw not only a claw-like opener but also a flashing device that appeared to be a sensor. The sensor rotated once, then aligned with the fuel barrel. The metal tube extended toward the barrel, and in an instant, the remaining fuel was sucked up. This fuel pipe could extract fuel from barrels and also connect directly to a gas station nozzle. All operations could be controlled from within Jiang Lushur's mind. Jiang Lushur willed the metal tube to extend farther. Through testing, he confirmed that the maximum extension range of the tube was 10 meters. If there were obstacles in between, the range would be reduced. Still, this result made Jiang Lushur very satisfied. It meant that in the future, he wouldn't even need to get out of the car to refuel. This was much more convenient and safe. After all, in a post-apocalyptic environment, refueling outside often meant taking huge risks. If he was in a gas station within a city, the danger was even greater. He could easily be surrounded by zombies. The base vehicle was now brand new. It was time to set out and look for Jiang Zhuiying. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur had been working on modifying the base vehicle. He had just finished the modifications when the apocalypse hit. Now, the trip to Jinling City had been delayed by various events along the rural roads for a long time. Jiang Lushur was extremely anxious and didn't know how Jiang Zhuiying was doing. First find fuel and fill the new tank completely. Then go look for Xiaoying. Jiang Lushur opened the door and jumped into the base vehicle. Boom! The garage door was directly smashed open by Jiang Lushur. The acceleration system seems to work better now. Just now, Jiang Lushur hadn't even used the instant impact function, but when he stepped on the gas, the acceleration was much faster. Jiang Lushur felt like he wasn't driving a minibus anymore, but a sports car. Gear shifting and steering were very smooth. With the large capacity fuel tank, all the previously suppressed performance of the base vehicle had been unlocked. Of course, correspondingly, the fuel consumption had gone up another level. Even under fuel-saving driving, it now consumed 35 liters per 100 kilometers. That sounded high, but considering the base vehicle's performance, it was actually very fuel efficient. Of course, that was assuming he didn't activate the impact function, air cannon, and so on. In any case, Jiang Lushur was now truly driving a gas guzzler. So what if it was a gas guzzler? Combat ability was the most important thing. If he could find an unlooted gas station and fill up once, he could drive nearly 30,000 kilometers. That's 3/4 of Earth's equator. A big tank meant freedom. Beep beep beep. Jiang Lushur honked the horn in front of the black building. Soon, when Xiao Tian came running out from inside. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes were still sleepy. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up. She rushed out in a hurry, stuck out her tongue when she saw Jiang Lushur, feeling a little embarrassed. But soon, her eyes landed on the base vehicle. Previously, the front of the base vehicle had been smashed so badly that you could almost see the shape of the wild boar's head. Now, the dented front and bumper were all repaired. It looked no different from before. This repair skill was too impressive. Auto bodywork was not an easy task. When Xiao Tian didn't know the details, but she knew this kind of work usually required professional technicians. Jiang Lushur, a rich kid, had done it himself? The most unbelievable part was even the shattered windshield was restored. Bodywork might still be believable, but how could a mostly broken windshield be perfectly repaired? It's not like this scrapyard had spare minibus windshields lying around. Get in, Jiang Lushur said. When Xiao Tian got in the car in a daze. Earlier, when Jiang Lushur said he was going to repair the vehicle, she thought it would just be patching a few holes with iron plates. She didn't expect such a complete restoration. It was unreal. So once in the car, when Xiao Tian stared at the windshield, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and softly asked, "This glass? Glass?" "Oh," Jiang Lushur coughed and shamelessly said, "there was a spare one in the storage compartment under the vehicle." Spare? When Xiao Tian widened her eyes. She had heard of spare tires, but never spare windshields. That was way too far-fetched. Of course, no matter how imaginative she was, when Xiao Tian couldn't possibly guess that Jiang Lushur's base vehicle was high-tech through and through, equipped with self-repair functions. Although she felt something wasn't right, she had no choice but to accept Jiang Lushur's explanation. "The town ahead is my home. If you're looking for a gas station, there's one in the town too." Along the way, Jiang Lushur had only passed through poor rural areas, and gas stations couldn't possibly be set up in small villages. Now, he would finally encounter his first gas station. Finally, someplace to refuel. The gas stations on highways had long been taken over by the military. After the apocalypse, gasoline, like food, became a highly valuable resource. But this small rural town had poor traffic connections and was surrounded by zombies along the way. Jiang Lushur believed that the military forces wouldn't have extended their control here in such a short time. This gas station was very promising. After the fuel tank upgrade, all of the base vehicle's high fuel-consuming functions had been unlocked. Refueling had become an urgent priority. The straight rural road had only 2 narrow lanes. On both sides of the road grew old locust trees. These old trees had been growing for decades, tall and thick. Every summer, the trees would bloom with white locust flowers, attracting many beekeepers to bring their hives here. They would sell honey by the roadside. Unfortunately, now, with the apocalypse approaching, such scenes would never happen again. On both sides of the road, Jiang Lushur even saw a few abandoned and broken beehives. Several abandoned vehicles were parked along the road, and the people who had been in them were long gone. This was the small town where when Xiaoyan's family lived, the center of the entire town had only 2 intersections. It was a tiny place. All the commercial shops, small eateries, and the rural credit cooperative were gathered along these few intersecting roads. Screech. A light braking sound rang out. A minibus stopped at an intersection. Then, bang! With a loud crash, the small cargo truck being towed slammed hard into the back of the minibus, causing it to shake violently. When Xiao Tian swayed in her seat and looked uneasily at the rear of the vehicle. They had rear-ended so many times along the way, was this kind of collision really okay? Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, looking around. Next to the intersection was a noodle shop. Several cars were parked randomly on the road. One of them had crashed into a streetlight pole. Its front end was completely caved in, and its shattered windshield was covered in dried, dark brown blood. It was unclear whether the person inside had died from the crash or had been pulled out and eaten by zombies. "My home is in a small alley about 200 meters ahead." When Xiao Tian spoke nervously. Approaching her home, her heart was filled with anxiety. She had barely slept the night before, waking again and again from nightmares, always dreaming of her family being torn apart by zombies or turned into zombies themselves. Especially now, seeing the tragic state of her hometown, she was even more worried. She even felt afraid to go home. The sight before her made her heart pound wildly. But her home was right ahead. No matter how scared she was, she had to go back. However, Jiang Lushur didn't start the car right away, nor did he get out. He just gripped the steering wheel, seemingly deep in thought. "What's wrong?" When Xiao Tian asked uneasily. She had thought Jiang Lushur had stopped beside the noodle shop to search for food, but that didn't seem to be the case. Strange. Something's off about this town. Jiang Lushur seemed to be talking to himself. "Huh? when Xiao Tian froze. She didn't understand what Jiang Lushi meant by off. It's too quiet. For a small town like this, there should be at least 30 or 40,000 people. The town center is usually the most densely populated, so there should be thousands of people gathered here. But now, there are very few zombies on the road. Looking ahead, Jiang Lushi could barely make out a few wandering zombies in the distance. Logically, the commercial area of the town should be filled with zombies, maybe not packed wall to wall, but still at least thousands. Driving through would have been bloody and challenging. If a mutant beast showed up among so many zombies, the danger level would shoot through the roof. But now that problem didn't exist, and yet Jiang Lushi felt something was off. Yeah, you're right. When Xiao Tian had been too worried about her family to notice anything strange about the town. Not only are there few zombies, but the roads also aren't blocked like you'd expect. Your town probably doesn't have many cars, but with the apocalypse suddenly arriving and all the traffic accidents, the roads should be jammed. But look, these roads are still usable. Although many abandoned vehicles lined the road, most were parked to the side. A few were overturned in the middle, but there was plenty of space to drive around them. So that means, when Xiao Tian also noticed what Jiang Lushi meant, someone must have cleared the roads. Could it be the military? Her eyes lit up with hope. If that were the case, then maybe her family was safe. Probably not, Jiang Lushi shook his head. The military isn't like cabbage, you don't just find them anywhere. Normally they're stationed in fixed locations. After the apocalypse started, it's already a stretch for them to maintain order in major cities. How could they spare forces to manage a tiny remote town like this? Yeah, the light in when Xiaotian's eyes faded in disappointment. But she also realized that what Jiang Lushi said was more logical, she just hadn't been thinking clearly. We'll find out once we go in. Jiang Lushi started the engine and slowly drove forward, staying alert. The zombies were still some distance from the vehicle. The minibus's engine and movement didn't make much noise and didn't attract any attention. The slowly moving minibus was like a disguised object silently infiltrating the town. However, Jiang Lushi didn't know that his vehicle had just entered the field of view of a pair of binoculars. "Brother Zhang, someone's coming," said a skinny, dark young man who looked a bit like a monkey. He grinned and said, "Might be something we can scavenge." Oh? Brother Zhang was a muscular man wearing a tight vest, his whole body covered in bulging muscles. He looked like a gym trainer. He took the binoculars and looked. It was a broken-down minibus, and what made Brother Zhang laugh was that it was towing an even more broken cargo truck. The front of the truck looked like it had been smashed countless times. The paint was gone. That piece of junk? Even a scrapyard would only take it as junk metal, and this guy was still towing it? You call that something valuable? Your brain must be full of water. This hillbilly probably crawled out of some backwater mountain. He's probably still dreaming about finding the military. That broken piece of crap, wouldn't take it even if it were free. Brother Zhang scolded. The monkey-faced young man grinned and said, "Didn't brother you tell us to find fuel and food? Sure, the car looks crappy, but it came from outside the town, there's gotta be something inside. Maybe some rural specialties or something. We've already looted most of the stuff in the town. Brother you still wants us to find more. Even a grasshopper's leg is still meat. And maybe there's a country girl inside too?" As he spoke, the skinny man showed a sinister smile. Brother Zhang thought for a moment, then straddled a motorcycle. He waved behind him. The skinny man quickly climbed onto the back seat, carrying a steel pipe on his shoulder. Brother Zhang raised his hand and shouted with authority, "Brothers, follow me." V-room. The motorcycles roared. 7 or 8 bikes, each carrying 2 or 3 people, a gang of thugs like locusts, charged toward the minibus. The base vehicle was driving slowly. "Turn left here, then keep going a bit after entering this road," when Xiao Tian pointed at the road and said. At that moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly turned the steering wheel. The base vehicle, which had been crawling like a snail, immediately veered to the side. When Xiao Tian cried out in surprise, her body swaying with the car's sudden movement. But since she was wearing a seatbelt, she was only startled by the sudden change. Huh? A young man riding a motorcycle that had just rushed out froze for a moment. He had just come out from an alley next to the base vehicle and originally intended to smash the car window from the side, but didn't expect that although the driver was going slow, his reaction was pretty quick. And the car, its turning speed was way too fast. The motorcyclist was caught off guard and almost lost balance, nearly falling over with his bike. Vroom vroom vroom. When Xiao Tian had just lifted her head when she heard the sound of engines all around. Looking out the window, she was shocked to see 7 or 8 motorcycles rushing out from the alleys, circling around their vehicle. The young men on the motorcycles were holding iron rods or axes, clearly not friendly. The motorcycle that almost crashed earlier came around to the front. The rider shouted angrily, "Fuck you. Stop the car." Brother Jiang, when Xiao Tian looked nervously at Jiang Lushur. These people looked vicious, not like good people. Normally, seeing survivors instead of zombies would be a good thing, but now when Xiao Tian felt scared. Jiang Lushur silently watched the motorcycles. These people clearly had bad intentions. How could he possibly stop the car? So when the young man shouted, Jiang Lushur didn't even show the slightest intention of stopping. Seeing the driver ignore him, the young man cursed, "Fuck," and sped to the back, saying to Brother Zhang, "He won't stop." The monkey-faced young man behind Brother Zhang quickly asked, "Is there a girl?" "Looks like there is." Hee hee. The monkey-faced guy rubbed his hands eagerly, force him to stop. Dragging a busted cargo truck, where does he think he's going? What do you say, Brother Zhang? He didn't forget to ask for instructions. Brother Zhang nodded. Force him and smash his windows. Be careful. No problem, the young man responded. The 7 or 8 motorcycles all revved up and started closing in on the minibus. When Xiao Tian watched as one motorcycle came right up next to the window. Through the glass, she saw 3 young men grinning at her wickedly, shouting something, and then, bang! 2 of them, seated in the back, slammed steel pipes hard against the window. Ah! When Xiao Tian instinctively dodged. Don't be afraid, Jiang Lushur said without even looking. There's no way bulletproof glass could be broken by steel pipes. Compared to the strength of the mutated wild boar, these guys weren't even worth mentioning. The 2 young men didn't have a good time either. The impact bounced their steel pipes back. One of them even lost his grip, and both had their arms numbed from the shock. At that moment, Jiang Lushur slowly stepped on the gas and began accelerating. What are these people doing? When Xiao Tian turned to look at them, still shaken. Robbing, Jiang Lushur said. Robbing? When Xiao Tian's eyes widened. Robbing, at a time like this? Maybe also stealing girls, Jiang Lushur added. When Xiao Tian froze, then subconsciously pulled her collar tighter. From the way those men looked at her, it was very likely. Jiang Lushur was preparing to shake off these biker thugs. Fuck! Stop the damn car already. After repeated failures, the bikers weren't giving up, instead, they were getting angry. Vroom vroom. More bikes came closer, this time toward Jiang Lushur's side. On one of them, a young man stood up from the back seat, raised an axe, and grinned menacingly at Jiang Lushur inside the driver's seat. Jiang Lushur immediately frowned. As that bike got closer, he listened to the starseed's continuous alerts, then suddenly swerved. Bang! Just as the guy raised his axe to swing, the minibus swerved sharply and slammed right into him and his bike, knocking them over completely and sending them sliding far away. The youth hit the ground, wailing in pain. This driver's got some skills, Brother Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that trying to rob a small fry would turn into dealing with someone tough. But so what if his driving skills were good? It's just a broken down minibus. All of you, get in there. Blow out his tires. Brother Zhang shouted. The monkey-faced guy behind him immediately pulled out a bag full of things that could puncture tires. All they needed was to get ahead of the minibus and scatter them on the road. The other bikes also started closing in after hearing Brother Zhang. But before they could act, the minibus suddenly made a turn, then turned around completely. Jiang Lushur stared coldly at the locust-like bikers. At first, he had only wanted to shake them off. But they stuck to him like glue. And that axe swing just now clearly aimed to kill him. Since these people were so ruthless, he didn't need to hold back. When the minibus suddenly turned around, Brother Zhang was stunned, not knowing what the young driver was up to. What's he doing? Leaving town? But then, Brother Zhang's pupils shrank sharply. The minibus suddenly accelerated, heading straight toward him. The motorcycle in front, its rider still waving an iron rod and yelling, didn't even realize what was happening before the minibus slammed into him and sent him flying. Then, without stopping, the minibus kept going forward. Shit! Another biker realized something was wrong and tried to swerve to the side, but the minibus, despite its size, was more agile than the motorcycle. It chased right after and bang, smashed that bike and its rider straight into a nearby shop. The loud crash and the biker's screams made the rest of the gang terrified and dumbfounded. Crashing 2 bikes in a row, this driver was ruthless. Next, the minibus backed up quickly, then charged again, this time heading straight for Brother Zhang's bike. Damn! Brother Zhang's heart skipped a beat. This beat-up minibus actually gave him the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. Its old, common front end looked like a pair of cold eyes, making him feel chills all over. Damn, that car's gone crazy. Brother Zhang had still been thinking about how to handle the situation, but when the minibus suddenly accelerated and charged at him, he didn't care about anything else and rushed into a nearby alley in panic. Hearing the sharp screech of brakes behind him at the alley entrance, Brother Zhang turned around and looked. Staring at the front of that minibus, he still couldn't believe what he saw. Brother Zhang, what now? The monkey-faced man still felt like he had narrowly escaped death. His mouth was dry as he asked, "How the hell would I know?" Brother Zhang cursed. His heart hadn't even calmed down yet. That minibus might be big, and clearly worn out, dragging a burden behind it. Who would have thought it could perform so well? And the windshield, hit twice and still didn't break. 3 motorcycles were overturned. The people on them were likely done for. Even if they weren't dead, serious injuries couldn't be treated now. And how were they supposed to explain this to Brother Yu? Seeing the rest of the bikers flee into the alley, Jiang Lushur finally stepped on the brakes and came to a stop. When Xiao Tian still had a stunned look on her face. After Jiang Lushur hit the first motorcycle, she had shut her eyes tightly. But judging by the sounds afterward, she could more or less guess what happened. Those who were hit were most likely either dead or badly injured. But if they hadn't done this, if she and Jiang Lushur had fallen into those bikers' hands, their fate might have been even worse. When Xiao Tian turned to look at Jiang Lushur, she saw that he seemed to be calming himself down. After exhaling twice slowly, he looked at her calmly. "They probably won't show up again anytime soon. You just said your home was where?" Jiang Lushur had a good memory, but not much of a sense of direction. Especially on unfamiliar roads like these. With Wen Xiaotian guiding him, Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle to a courtyard and stopped at the gate. The courtyard wall wasn't high, and the space inside wasn't large. There were some flowers and plants growing inside, and in one corner, a vegetable garden. There was a row of gray porous bricks with scallions planted in them, growing quite well. The ground was cement, and by the wall, there was moss and small weeds growing in the damp spots. The low 2-story house looked like something from the 1990s, but the old windows were very clean. "This is my home," Wen Xiaotian said anxiously. She fidgeted with her fingers, then bit her lip and quickly stood up from the passenger seat, walking to the car door. "Wait a moment," Jiang Lushur called to her, then pressed the horn twice. Beep beep. The horn of the base vehicle was very clear and bright, but not harsh. Jiang Lushur looked through the windshield at the little building and then glanced around. There were no zombies coming out of the other buildings either. As the horn sounded, Wen Xiaotian's heart jumped into her throat. She stared nervously at the security door of the small building, afraid it might suddenly rattle and something might come from behind it. Jiang Lushur honked a few more times, but there was no unusual movement. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and signaled that it was safe to get out. Wen Xiaotian nodded with anxiety, took a deep breath, and finally gathered the courage to open the door and step into the courtyard. Jiang Lushur watched as she walked to her front door. She pulled out the key to open it, but her hands were shaking nonstop. It took a long time before she finally opened the door. Jiang Lushur could fully understand how she felt. If it weren't for safety reasons that required him to stay in the car, he would have gone with her. But given how strange the town was, it was better for both their safety if he stayed in the vehicle. All around were residential buildings, but there were no zombies. Even in the entire area, there were very few zombies. While observing the surrounding buildings, Jiang Lushur noticed bloodstains on some doorways and windows. By now, when Xiao Tian had come out of the house and returned to the vehicle, her face blank. "How was it?" Jiang Lushur asked immediately. He had been listening carefully when she went inside, but only heard her calling out to her family, nothing else. From her expression, it didn't look good. "No one's home," Wen Xiaotian said. The house was a mess. Trash was everywhere. The furniture had been moved, and the refrigerator doors were open, everything inside was gone. Maybe they escaped? When Xiaotian told Jiang Lushur what she had seen, holding onto a bit of hopeful thinking. Jiang Lushur looked at the door. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he felt that was unlikely. If they had escaped in a rush, how could the door still be locked so neatly? Even the windows were all shut, and the curtains drawn. Also, people escaping wouldn't have left the house in such a mess. Taking food was one thing, but why move the furniture? As he analyzed what she said, Wen Xiaotian seemed completely lost. Coming home and not finding her family left her disoriented, she didn't know what to do. Actually, when she decided to come back, she had considered this possibility. But now that it had really happened, she didn't know how to handle it. Her family was gone. They hadn't left her a note, not even a trace. When Xiaotian, Jiang Lushur suddenly said, "You just mentioned something was left on the sofa?" When Xiaotian was stunned, then said, "Blankets and stuff. What else? What was in the trash on the floor?" Jiang Lushur asked. When Xiaotian didn't understand why he was asking that. She said, "I checked, my family didn't leave anything for me. Not for you. Look around, there are very few zombies in this area. The doors and windows of this house are all closed. It's very possible someone is still living here. Blankets on the sofa might mean someone was sleeping there. If there's fresh trash in the house, that's even more likely," Jiang Lushur explained his reasoning. He only said this after analyzing many details. He wouldn't give Wen Xiaotian false hope without reason. As Jiang Lushur spoke, Wen Xiaotian's eyes widened more and more. Jiang Lushur said, "You can go check again. Confirm whether it's what I said." Before he could finish, Wen Xiaotian had already jumped out of the vehicle, this time, much faster than before. After Wen Xiaotian checked thoroughly, Jiang Liushur's guess turned out to be correct. With Jiang Liushur's hint, Wen Xiaotian quickly found many signs of someone living inside the house, including a water bucket in the bathroom, food scraps in the trash bag, and even many footprints on the floor. Wen Xiaotian was very impressed by Jiang Liushur's insight. He hadn't even gotten out of the car, and just from her description, he could analyze such an important detail. What should we do now? Wen Xiaotian was excited, knowing her family might still be alive. She was normally a pretty decisive girl, otherwise, she wouldn't have firmly asked Jiang Lushur to bring her back. But now her mind was in chaos, and on the whole journey, it was Jiang Liushur's right decisions that kept them safe. So even if her family might be nearby, she still felt she needed to ask Jiang Lushur what to do next. "Let's just wait here," Jiang Lushur said, looking around. This place was relatively safe. He leaned his seat back, laid down, and closed his eyes to rest. He'd been driving non-stop for a while. Although he rested at night, he was still tired. Wen Xiaotian definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, so she could stand guard. Actually, even without her keeping watch, it wouldn't be a big issue. Once the base vehicle's doors were locked, it became a weakened version of a mobile fortress. Normal zombies or even mutant beasts couldn't flip it or break in easily. Jiang Lushur would have plenty of time to react. When Xiaotian watched Jiang Lushur lying down and saw that his breathing quickly became steady and long. He really fell asleep, she thought to herself. She felt like Jiang Lushur was never afraid. No matter what happened, he kept executing his plans calmly. He was a very composed person. But, completely unafraid? That's probably impossible. When Xiaotian kept glancing around anxiously, feeling like her family might walk out from some alley any second. An hour later, Jiang Lushur suddenly opened his eyes. As he sat up, the driver's seat returned to its original position. "Looks like someone's coming." Footsteps came from an alley on the left. After the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur became a very light sleeper. In fact, he had already woken up, just kept resting. With his eyes closed, he was even more sensitive to surrounding sounds. Yes. When Xiaotian also tensed up instantly. She heard it too. When Xiaotian bit her lip and stared nervously toward the alley, her heart racing. Jiang Lushur put his hand on the steering wheel, eyes filled with caution. Who knew if those biker thugs might come back again? This place wasn't peaceful. The footsteps were getting closer and sounded messy, likely a large group. When Xiaotian's nerves reached the peak. Soon, about a dozen men and women came quickly out of the alley. As they walked, they cautiously looked around. Some carried bags, others had backpacks. A few held steel rods or similar weapons. These people were of all ages and looked like ordinary survivors. When she saw them, Wen Xiaotian immediately pressed against the window, scanning their faces quickly. At first, she looked disappointed. "They're not." Then she suddenly stretched her neck and her eyes widened. "Lulu! Lulu!" When Xiaotian waved her arms excitedly. Following her gaze, Jiang Lushur saw a girl who looked somewhat like her, younger, with a ponytail, a dirty face, dressed in a dusty gray jacket, carrying a canvas backpack and holding an iron rod. She looked exhausted. Behind the glass, when Xiaotian waved frantically, forgetting that the window was tinted and couldn't be seen from outside. Those people approaching stopped in surprise when they saw the vehicle. Jiang Lushur noticed that after their initial surprise, they looked afraid and somewhat disgusted, with doubt in their eyes. The ponytail girl quickly took something out of her backpack and stuffed it into her jacket. The people beside her didn't stop her. Then, they cautiously approached the minibus. When Xiaotian, Jiang Lushur called. She snapped out of it, turned and ran to the door, still excited. "Brother Jiang, I saw my little sister." "That's good," Jiang Lushur said. He stayed in the driver's seat, watching as when Xiaotian ran outside, walked around the front of the vehicle, and headed behind the minibus. The people were getting closer, watching the vehicle suspiciously. Then they saw a young woman suddenly come out from behind the front of the minibus. They were startled. Before they could react, when Lulu also froze for a second, then ran over. The two sisters immediately hugged tightly. "Lulu!" When Xiaotian's eyes welled up. When Lulu also cried, "Sis! I didn't think I'd ever see you again." The other survivors looked at each other, clearly confused. After crying for a while, when Lulu wiped her tears and said to the survivors, "This is my sister." A survivor looked at Wen Xiaotian, puzzled, and asked, "Your sister? I remember you said your sister was at Jiangbei University. Jiangbei was far from here." In this apocalypse, such a distance was like an unbridgeable chasm. Never seeing someone again was completely normal. When Lulu looked at Wen Xiaotian again, stared for a few seconds, then smiled through tears. She asked, "Sis, how did you come back? I thought I'd never see you again." Wen Xiaotian was overjoyed. She pointed at the minibus behind her. "Brother Jiang drove and brought me back from Jiangbei." Drove? In that vehicle? Not just Wen Lulu, even the survivors looked at the beat-up minibus and the ragged cargo truck behind it with disbelief. That thing made it from Jiangbei? Who's Brother Jiang? Wen Xiaotian pulled Wen Lulu to the front of the minibus. The other survivors followed curiously. Around 10 people stood outside the windshield, staring at Jiang Lushur in the driver's seat with stunned expressions. He waved at them. Jiang Lushur felt awkward with his hand raised. Although none of them said anything, he could already read the words in their eyes. "Are you kidding us?" Jiang Lushur still sat in the car. He was looking carefully at a tablet showing the map from this small town to Jinling City, and at the same time he turned his head to glance at Wen's 2-story small house. Wen Xiaotian had been inside for over an hour. The two sisters were in a room on the second floor. While he was looking at Wen's place, the curtain in that room moved a little. Jiang Lushur saw Wen Lulu's face appear behind the curtain. She looked at his minibus, then quickly shrank back. Jiang Lushur froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow indifferently, and then looked back at the map. "Sis, did he really kill a mutated wild boar?" When Lulu withdrew her view, pulled aside the curtain, still very unbelieving, asked, "Was that pig really that terrifying?" "Of course. Everything I said is true." Wen Xiaotian's eyes were red. When Lulu had just told her that their parents were already dead, but they had only simple burial conditions. Actually, during the whole journey, Wen Xiaotian felt that giving them a proper burial, even modest, was already comforting. After all, many people had no remains at all. But even so, Wen Xiaotian was overwhelmed with grief. The two sisters held each other and cried for a full hour before they temporarily controlled their sorrow. After calming down, when Lulu asked Wen Xiaotian in detail how things came to be. That Jiang Lushur looked about the same age as her sister Wen Xiaotian, probably a university student, and not very strong in appearance. Just those two, driving a broken minibus from Jiangbei all the way, and reached this small town safely. Even though the facts were clear, it still felt unbelievable. And after hearing Wen Xiaotian's account, Wen Lulu felt even more unable to believe it. Rushing out from the zombie horde, crashing and killing a mutated wild boar. "No matter what, we really should thank him properly," Wen Lulu said. Wen Xiaotian nodded. She also looked outside. Actually, she had only told Wen Lulu part of the situation. Some things about Jiang Lushur, about the minibus, she had not mentioned. For example, that they cut off the wild boar meat and placed it in the car, she hadn't said that. The biker gang they met earlier made Wen Xiaotian cautious of strangers. "By the way, Lulu, who are all the people in our house?" Wen Xiaotian asked. When those survivors learned Wen Xiaotian's identity, they all looked at her and the minibus very curiously. Wen Xiaotian didn't believe her sister had anything to do with those biker gang people, but she doubted the identity of these strangers. "They're all residents of this small town. And sis, your memory is really poor, didn't you recognize Aunt Lee's daughter next door?" When Lulu said. "So they were just ordinary residents and neighbors. After the apocalypse, we gradually formed a group. During the day we search for food, at night we take turns keeping watch. At a time like this, there's not much difference between us, kind of like primitive society. We all work together, share equally." When Lulu continued. "It must be very dangerous," Wen Xiaotian said worriedly. Her younger sister was still a high school student. Before she used to be terrified even by a cockroach, and now she was going out to look for food. But she also knew, to survive you must rely on yourself, she had to play her part. "It's okay-ish now. Before was very dangerous, now zombies are fewer. It's just those people are disgusting. At first when they saw the minibus, we thought it was them coming." When Lulu said. "Them?" When Xiaotian froze for a moment, asked, "Do you mean those people riding motorcycles?" When Lulu's eyes widened, "You encountered them? What happened? Did they do anything to you?" she asked anxiously. "Nothing much," When Xiaotian explained their encounter. When she heard Jiang Lushur decisively ram those people away, when Lulu didn't recover for a long time. "God. You haven't told yet, how did those people come to our house?" When Xiaotian asked urgently. When Lulu used the word again, clearly those people had come before. When Xiaotian was deeply worried about When Lulu, remembering how nasty those people were. "They came to collect protection fees." When Lulu frowned, looking disgusted. "This gang, they have a leader. They drive zombies away, so to us survivors they demand protection fees. At first we thought the environment was safer, so paying a bit was okay. But they're too cruel, they're pushing us toward a dead end." With that When Lulu dragged out from under the bed a very dirty hat and a scarf, and said, before they forced several girls to be their girlfriends. I had to not change clothes, when they came I had to wear this. A girl who loved cleanliness forced to do that. When Xiaotian felt both pain and anger. There was no way around it. When Lulu said helplessly. They ordinary people, they could do nothing. Never mind talking about this. Just being alive is good. Sis, have you eaten? When Lulu asked. Going downstairs, when Xiaotian saw those survivors working quietly, checking weapons or sorting food. The food they took out of backpacks was mostly snacks and such. The wrappers were dirty, full of dust, many were squashed. Some wrappers even had disgusting bloodstains. A girl wearing rubber gloves was using a small basin to wash those wrappers. Xiaotian's sister. That girl looked up and smiled, greeting Wen Xiaotian. That girl was Aunt Li's daughter. It was no wonder when Xiaotian didn't recognize her earlier. She was also dirty, her hair dusty, looked like she hadn't washed in a long time. Only someone like that would be despised by those biker gang people, they wouldn't fancy them. Today's food is even less. It's getting harder and harder to collect. A middle-aged man was sorting food and complaining. Another old man about 60 said, "It's not that we got nothing, didn't we find half a bag of rice in one house today? That's good. That's true. But we have to give away half of it. The rest is only enough for a few meals." The middle-aged man frowned. Being able to eat a few hot meals is good enough. The old man was in good spirits. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and said, "Now that Lulu's sister has come, this is a great thing. Why don't we cook today?" "This is not good," Wen Xiaotian quickly stopped him. "Go call that young guy too, let him join the meal." The old man continued, "I'll wash the rice now." "Okay, I'll go call him." When Lulu, ignoring Wen Xiaotian's waving her hand, excitedly left the house and went toward the minibus. After hearing so much from Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lulu was very curious about Jiang Lushi. Knock knock. When Lulu knocked twice on the car door, while curiously peering inside. The window and door glass were both tinted. Even if she pressed her face against it, from the outside you couldn't see what was inside. Hearing Wen Xiaotian's descriptions, Wen Lulu had become very interested in this vehicle. From the outside it looked like a very old minibus, the kind normally used for rural passenger transport. Could the inside really be like an RV? Without seeing it with her own eyes, Wen Lulu found it hard to imagine. Hearing the knock, Jiang Lushi turned and looked, then pressed the button to open the door. When Lulu eagerly stepped onto the vehicle, her gaze impatiently scanning the interior. She said, "Hello, I came to ask you to go, wow." What she saw inside made her stop speaking and let out a gasp. The inside was luxuriously decorated. Although space was not large, everything was complete. And the furniture was tightly packed into the limited space, yet it did not feel cramped at all. When Lulu glanced around and felt suddenly brightened inside. After the apocalypse, although she still lived in her home, her living conditions had worsened. No water, no electricity, not enough to eat. For a girl, even the last time there was no water in the bathroom was a huge challenge. She had forced herself to adapt. When Lulu stood at the door, amazed and momentarily stunned. Not only was she shocked by how luxurious the minibus was, but also because Wen Xiaotian had told her that Jiang Lushi was a car enthusiast. These modifications very likely were things he had done himself. The car was broken and he fixed it himself. Now looking, when Lulu couldn't see any signs of repair. It was impossible to imagine the broken windshield or dented front she had heard about. "Do you have something to ask me?" Only after Jiang Lushi spoke did Wen Lulu snap out of it. "Oh, sorry. Your car is amazing. I was just stunned." When Lulu smiled and said, "Thank you," Jiang Lushi replied. When Lulu was clearly much more lively than Wen Xiaotian. But both sisters shared one trait, their smile seemed very sincere. "I came to invite you to eat. We got lucky today, we found half a bag of rice, so we can make nice fried rice. Thank you so much for bringing my sister back. Fortunately you arrived today, otherwise I wouldn't have anything to thank you with." When Lulu said, pleased to be able to offer the best food they had to Jiang Lushi. Being able to eat fried rice truly was a good treatment. After their house and neighbors' food ran out, they had gone hungry for 2 meals. The power was out, many food spoiled. The food they could find from houses was not much. Even when they did, it was risky, there might be zombies in those houses. Besides, the biker gang had already looted most supermarkets and small stores. Their collecting area was small. That bag of rice was truly hard won. By Wen Lulu's guess, Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian had endured even more hardship than they did. Unable to find food, always fearful, probably starving a lot. "No, thank you." Jiang Lushi's answer was very unexpected. When Lulu froze, then said, "You don't have to be polite. Just 1 meal, really, compared to what you did bringing my sister back, it's nothing. I am not being polite. I really don't need it." Jiang Lushi said with a slight smile. These people had suffered so much, how could he feel comfortable eating their food? Besides, having eaten mutated beast meat, fried rice and such didn't excite him much anymore. On the other hand, among these 10-odd unknown survivors, Jiang Lushur also had a bit of caution. His car was full of food, gasoline, the cargo box behind had real good meat. In the apocalypse, facing so much food, you can't guarantee what others might do. When Lulu didn't give up immediately, she invited several more times. Seeing Jiang Lushur still shake his head, she had to give up. She was about to get off the car, then suddenly remembered something. She came back, pulled something out from her clothes. This is something I hid earlier when I mistakenly thought you were those biker gang. You brought my sister back, I really must thank you. Take this. Please don't refuse again. When Lulu forcibly put it into Jiang Lushur's hand, Jiang Lushur was surprised. Seeing when Lulu close up, she was cute, just a little dirty. He saw her puffing out her cheeks, like if he refused again she'd get upset. He felt a little amused. Okay, I'll accept it. Jiang Lushur said. It was actually only a pack of biscuits, already crushed. But judging by the residual warmth, even that pack of biscuits was very precious to Wen Lulu. Jiang Lushur, though not lacking food, still took those biscuits carefully and placed them aside with care. Do you have very little food? Jiang Lushur asked. Actually, the food we collect is barely enough, but the biker gang are like vampires, they exploit us too harshly. When Lulu shook her head. Biker gang? Yes. Sister told me. It's that group you met. When Lulu told Jiang Lushur exactly what she had told Wen Xiaotian earlier, and added, those people are brutal. Meeting you was finally their match, they finally suffered a loss. But they also did some good, the survivors in town were many, but their leader led zombies away from town outskirts. Oh? Led zombies away? Jiang Lushur became very interested in the leader. How did their leader lure so many zombies away? Earlier he had thought something was off about this town, too few zombies. He never expected them to be led away. A few zombies here and there could be handled, but when many are gathered, ordinary people have no chance, they'd just be eaten, not even escape. But that leader managed to pull so many zombies away? Do all those biker gang follow him? Have you seen that leader? Jiang Lushur asked. All these people are his underlings, showing off under his command. When Lulu said, anyway, I heard he's powerful, not ordinary. People who resisted him before were killed. But I never saw him. Of course it's better not meeting him surely would be bad. Not ordinary, Jiang Lushur's curiosity grew as he listened. By the way, when Lulu, in mid-speech, suddenly realized something. Her face took on a very worried expression. They'll come again today to collect supplies. If they see your car, they'll definitely trouble you. I see. Jiang Lushur felt sympathy for Wen Lulu and the others, but actually he didn't feel too emotionally tied. The biker gang were hateful, yes. But because of their leader, this area now had fewer zombies, that was also true. So when Lulu complained and hated them, but didn't resist. More importantly, their strength was so great they couldn't resist, and the survivors clearly couldn't either. Now they were starving, but if zombies were everywhere, they might already be eaten by zombies. If Jiang Lushur took Wen Lulu and Wen Xiaotian away, he could bring them to a safer, more stable place. He didn't mind doing that. But he didn't know how the upcoming journey would be. He knew nothing about the situation in Jinling. Taking the two sisters away, how would he care for them later? So after hearing Wen Lulu's words, Jiang Lushur didn't know what he could help them with. Staying could put them at risk because he had run over some of the biker gang earlier. For now finding her sister was the first priority. Where is the gas station in your town? Jiang Lushur asked. He hadn't come to this town only to bring Wen Xiaotian back, he had business. Gasoline in the big cities had likely been gathered by the military. This town might be his last hope before reaching Jinling. Otherwise he'd have to keep scavenging from abandoned cars, but compared to the base vehicle's current fuel storage, that was too much work. A gas station? You want to refuel? When Lulu looked at the base vehicle. A car that Wen Xiaotian said could kill a wild boar surely used a lot of fuel, and also the power might be from gasoline or diesel. Yes. Jiang Lushur nodded. I need a lot of fuel. This, when Lulu showed a conflicted expression. You might not be able to go to a gas station. But there are many abandoned cars on the road. If you're lucky, you can find a few that haven't had their fuel drained. That should be enough. Huh? Jiang Lushur was stunned. They couldn't go to the gas station? After listening to Wen Lulu's explanation, Jiang Lushur finally understood the reason. The leader of that biker gang had almost taken over all the resources in the town, including gasoline. They all traveled by motorcycle, so gasoline was a very important resource for them. He even set up his base of operations directly near the gas station. When Lulu advised Jiang Lushur not to go near. All the survivors in the town were plundered by these people. Those who were unlucky or tried to resist were directly killed. The enemy was too strong, not someone they could contend with. Survivor teams like theirs could barely survive under their control, but they would never actively approach the area near the gas station. But Jiang Lushur had not only resisted, he had even run over a member of the biker gang. He was definitely being targeted. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and asked, "What's the name of their leader?" "Just know he's called Brother Yu," Wen Lulu said. She saw that Jiang Lushur didn't react much after hearing it and had no idea what he was thinking. "If you need fuel, you might still find some in small cars' fuel tanks. But our town is small, not many cars. The fuel tanks of those big trucks have long been drained. They've been too lazy to siphon from small cars for now, so there might still be some left," Wen Lulu said. Although this would waste a lot of time, there was no other way. In the apocalypse, there were too many helpless things. You'll probably only get around 100 liters at most. I'll help you look for it. Maybe in 3 or 4 days, we can collect that much, Wen Lulu said. Jiang Lushur listened and shook his head inwardly. 100 liters was just a drop in the bucket compared to his fuel tank's capacity, far from enough. At this moment, the sound of engines suddenly came, and when Lulu's expression changed, "They're coming." Jiang Lushur turned his head following her gaze and saw several motorcycles entering their field of view. He quietly placed his finger on a button next to the dashboard, and in his mind, the performance data of the base vehicle surfaced from the star seed. The base vehicle was in ready-to-start status. The motorcycles quickly approached. Jiang Lushur looked at these people and found they were unfamiliar faces. Judging by their expressions, they didn't recognize his vehicle. These people belonged to the same gang as those who had tried to rob him earlier, just another batch. Jiang Lushur released his finger, but the base vehicle remained on standby. Seeing that these people didn't seem to react to the vehicle, the nervous Wen Lulu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Jiang, you stay in the car. I'll go out first," Wen Lulu said quietly. Then she sneaked out of the car and walked back into the yard. At this point, the other survivors in the house had also heard the noise, and they all came out, standing at the door peeking out, all with fearful expressions. The motorcycles passed by the minibus and glanced up at it curiously, but didn't pay much attention. The leader of this group was a young man with yellow hair wearing a leather jacket. His whole outfit screamed thug, like he was wearing a sign that said, "I'm a gangster." Jiang Lushur guessed that the Brother Yu, now ruling the town, might have been a biker gang member before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse hit, he gathered his old gang and formed his own faction. So his subordinates all looked like classic street punks. "All you get out here," the leather-jacketed youth shouted at the door, banging an iron rod against the gate of the yard. The banging was loud and the metallic sound was harsh. A group of survivors came out in a panic. When Lulu reacted quickly. She grabbed 2 handfuls of ashes left from cooking, mixed them with water, and smeared them all over Wen Xiaotian's face without saying a word. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Wen Xiaotian screamed as her sister suddenly smeared her face. But when Lulu looked anxious and whispered, "Don't scream. If they notice you, it'll be over." Wen Xiaotian also reacted quickly. She instantly understood, these bikers might kidnap and abuse pretty girls. Since the apocalypse, law and order had collapsed. Those who might have committed rape or molestation even in a lawful society were now doing much worse. "All of you hand over the food. Don't even think about hiding anything. If I find even 1 grain of rice later, I'll break your legs." The yellow-haired thug shouted, clearly enjoying his show of power. As a thug, his life before the apocalypse was miserable, show a little arrogance, and he'd be taken into the station for a good lesson. But now, he was the boss. Whatever he said went. Even those high and mighty women from before the apocalypse, weren't they now at his mercy? He relished this lawless world brought by the apocalypse. The survivors couldn't resist the biker gang, not because they were cowards, but because they knew they couldn't win. Once, a group tried to resist, refused to hand over food, and even fought back against the bikers. In the end, Brother Yu personally came and slaughtered them all. It was said to be a gruesome scene. Many victims were dismembered. It was as terrifying as being torn apart by zombies. Faced with such a powerful Brother Yu, what could they do? They handed over the food trembling with fear. An old man shakily brought out half a bag of rice he had found earlier. His cloudy eyes were full of reluctance, as if handing over his own life. "You old fart, hurry up. Are you trying to die?" Seeing the old man hesitate, the yellow-haired thug shouted impatiently. He snatched the rice bag forcefully, making the old man stumble and nearly fall. "You, go in and search." With a wave of his hand, his underlings rushed into the yard. Clanging noises erupted, pots and pans crashed to the floor. These people were like locusts, leaving nothing behind. "Damn, these bitches were actually cooking," one of the underlings shouted from inside. The yellow-haired thug's eyebrows shot up, and he turned to glare at the survivors. The old man's heart sank. Feeling the youth's fierce gaze, he tried to explain, "Young man, we agreed earlier to split the collected food half and half." "Pa! That was for dry food. And you dare keep rice?" The yellow-haired thug spat in the old man's face. "Take everything. You people still think you deserve to eat," he sneered. "Sir, young man, could you at least leave us a little? My grandson has a fever at home," the old man begged. His grandson was only 5 years old. In the apocalypse, life was fragile. Without proper nutrition, people got sick easily. Adults could hold on, but kids suffered greatly. "You fucking done yet or what?" The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket raised his hand to slap, but someone nearby quickly pulled the old man away and hurriedly apologized to the yellow-haired man. Seeing these people acting like scared grandchildren, the yellow-haired man finally gave a satisfied snort and looked at them with contempt. Many of these people probably wouldn't have even glanced at someone like him before the apocalypse, but now? They all had to bow and scrape. At that moment, the yellow-haired man casually turned his head and suddenly saw Jiang Lushur sitting in the minibus. Originally, he had only seen this beat-up minibus. Since the side windows were not transparent, he didn't know there was someone inside. But the front windshield made it clear someone was there. Immediately, the yellow-haired man flew into a rage. "You fucking didn't hear me? Are you deaf or dead? I'm here collecting stuff, and you dare sit in the car? Tired of living? Get the fuck down." He cursed loudly at Jiang Lushur. Before the apocalypse, he had lived a miserable life. After the apocalypse, he finally rose to power. The thing he hated most was someone showing him disrespect. The more petty the man, the more intolerant he became after gaining power. Jiang Lushur looked indifferently at the yellow-haired punk. With his temper, he'd already wanted to teach this dumbfuck a lesson. But earlier, since he was planning to leave the town soon, he didn't want to provoke, "Brother you." He himself would be fine, but these survivors might suffer for it, so he held back. But now, he had been targeted by them. Jiang Lushur gripped the steering wheel with both hands and didn't move. The yellow-haired man exploded with rage. "Open up! Open it! Fuck you!" Seeing that Jiang Lushur didn't move, the yellow-haired man swung his iron rod and smashed it onto the front of the minibus. Bang! A loud crash. The minibus was completely fine, but the yellow-haired man cried out. His iron rod almost flew from his hand, and his palm went numb from the impact. "This van." The yellow-haired man froze. Normally, the front of a minibus is made of thin metal. A hit like that would leave a big dent, and his hand wouldn't hurt like this. But this one, whatever kind of steel plating it had, nearly fractured his hand. That made him even angrier. "Fuck. Brothers, smash this car for me. Drag that dumbass driver out, break his legs, and search the vehicle for supplies." As he shouted, his lackeys rushed out from the yard. One of them was even holding a pot of freshly rinsed, uncooked rice. The old man who had nearly fallen earlier looked at the pot and felt like his heart was bleeding. They were even going to steal the rice they were about to cook? The other survivors, especially when Lulu, were more worried about Jiang Lushur now. "Mr. Jiang." When Lulu didn't dare speak out loud. She stood behind the biker gang, gesturing frantically to Jiang Lushur, urging him to drive away quickly. If they dragged him out, it would be over. Seeing the gang rushing over, Jiang Lushur pressed a button to release the hook on the small cargo module in the back, shifted into reverse, turned the steering wheel right, and stepped on the gas. The base vehicle began to reverse. "This fucker's trying to run, get him." The yellow-haired man jumped on a motorcycle. The gang started their engines, twisting the throttle hard. The motorcycles roared like mad wolves and chased after Jiang Lushur. Their riding skills were impressive. The motorcycles moved like hungry wolves from all directions, closing in on the minibus. "Brothers, puncture this shitty van's tires." With the yellow-haired man's shout, the gang members pulled out welded spike traps from their backpacks and threw them under the minibus's tires. These were homemade tire shredders, just a few nails welded to metal plates. Even heavy-duty trucks would get stopped by them. Watching all this, Jiang Lushur sneered. He had reversed only to avoid hurting the survivors. Now that he was about 100 meters away and had reached a narrow asphalt road, narrow because one side was piled with cars, allowing only one vehicle through, he slammed the brakes, shifted into drive, and hit the gas. Vroom. The minibus roared like a sports car, charging forward like a wild beast, smashing over the spike traps. The poorly welded parts shattered under the weight, but the tires remained completely undamaged. What the fuck? The yellow-haired man was stunned. He couldn't figure out how this beat-up-looking van had driven over the spike traps without damage. And just then, the minibus was heading straight for him. Speed increasing, Jiang Lushur floored the gas. The yellow-haired man turned pale with fear. The minibus had accelerated too quickly, from reversing to braking to flooring it forward. It only took a few seconds. And it was somehow faster than their motorcycles. In the blink of an eye, the gang couldn't react. With a deafening boom, the minibus slammed into the motorcycle the yellow-haired man was riding. Ah! A scream. Man and bike flew like a baseball hit out of the park. Boom boom boom. The motorcycle hit the asphalt hard, sliding over 10 meters. The front wheel was completely smashed. The yellow-haired man was covered in blood, lying on the ground, wailing. One leg was pinned under the bike, clearly broken. Fuck! Motherfucker! He screamed. Jiang Liushir's expression was cold. Flung more than 10 meters, leg crushed, multiple fractures, bleeding heavily, in this apocalypse, that was a death sentence. For scum like this, people who committed crimes even in peacetime and went on killing sprees after the apocalypse, Jiang Liushir had no sympathy. Keeping them alive only meant more victims, more innocent people and young girls suffering. He had already started killing, so he no longer worried about whether it would bring trouble to the survivors. Kill one? No going back. Kill many? Still no going back. The base vehicle was at full power. Jiang Liushir kept his foot on the gas. With another turn of the wheel, he knocked over 2 more motorcycles. Ah! More screams. The collisions were brutal. Anyone hit either died on the spot or would soon die from injuries or infection. The rest of the biker gang turned pale with fear. They had robbed many vehicles before, even some trying to escape the town for the military. Their spike traps had always worked. But now? They were all crushed, the tires fine. What the fuck kind of armored truck is this? Run! The gang panicked. They didn't care about the yellow-haired man or their comrades on the ground anymore. They had liquor, meat, and women to enjoy, but when trouble came, they all looked out for themselves. Who the hell would risk their life to save others? A group of biker gang members scattered like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They had been terrified by Jiang Liushir's ramming, and many of them darted into small alleys. On those narrow streets, of course, the base vehicle couldn't chase them. But, just after a few punks ran into the alleys, several dark figures suddenly jumped out and knocked over their motorcycles. Zombies! Several zombies pounced on the punks and started tearing them apart. The screams became even more tragic. These cries quickly attracted more zombies, who all swarmed the unlucky bastards. Indeed, many zombies in the town had been lured away, but that only meant the main roads had fewer of them. There were still plenty hiding in residential areas and narrow alleys. Usually, survivors avoided those places. But the panicked punks had blindly run in, and ran right into a pack of zombies. Many of them instantly became zombie food, dying miserably. Seeing this, Jiang Liushir frowned. While the zombies were busy tearing into the punks, he eased off the gas and drove the base vehicle away. He wasn't afraid of attracting zombies, but the survivors would be in danger. If a horde of zombies rushed into the courtyard, the survivors probably wouldn't make it. So, Jiang Liushir quietly drove the base vehicle back. The dozen or so survivors in the courtyard were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. They were shocked by the minibus Jiang Liushir was driving. How could such an old, beat-up-looking van be so powerful? It crushed the spike traps, smashed so many motorcycles, and the front wasn't even dented. Not even the paint was scratched. What the hell was this thing? After the shock came fear. He killed so many of the biker gang, what was going to happen to them now? Before, people had been slaughtered just for refusing to hand over food or hitting a gang member. Brother Yu had shown up himself and killed everyone, even chopping them up. Now their fate would surely be worse. As Jiang Liushir slowly drove the van back, the survivors went pale with fear, not knowing how this would end. The old man who had been holding the pot of rice earlier was shaking. Xiaolu, we. The old man had no idea what to do. He was an old man, if he got beaten to death, so be it. But he had a grandson to take care of. If he died, the boy would starve. After the apocalypse, his children had all died, only the little grandson was left. He was the only reason the old man was still holding on. When Lulu clenched her teeth and said, "Grandpa Wang, don't think about it too much. We already ran them over, if it comes to it, we'll just hide, or fight back. There's always a way." When Lulu and when Xiao Tian were sisters, but when Lulu was much stronger in personality. She'd had enough of the biker gang long ago. Now that Jiang Liushir had run them all over, and even some got eaten by zombies, she was definitely afraid of Brother Yu going crazy, but she also found it super satisfying. Finally, some damn payback. Yeah, Grandpa Wang. Fuck this apocalypse, it's hard enough to get one meal a day. We live without knowing if we'll see tomorrow. And we still gotta take shit from assholes like them? If I wasn't afraid of dragging all of you into it, I'd have smashed that yellow-haired bastard in the head with an iron bar a long time ago. A hot-blooded young man in his 20s added. In this world where death could come at any moment, even Brother Yu didn't seem so scary anymore. Zombies weren't necessarily worse than him. But most of the people were still afraid. Zombies didn't hunt you down. But Brother Yu? If he wanted revenge, he'd find you no matter what. Jiang Lushur overheard some of their conversation. He glanced in surprise at the young man who said he wanted to knock out the yellow-haired bastard. He was short, had pale skin, and even looked a little refined. Who would have thought he had so much fight in him? Hey, bro. Do me a favor. Drag that half-dead yellow-haired prick over here, Jiang Lushur said to the pale guy and handed a pack of chocolate-covered peanuts through the window. This is for you. Jiang Lushur liked the guy's attitude. Plus, he didn't want to get out of the van himself to drag the yellow-haired man over. No telling if the zombies might be drawn by the guy's screaming. Staying in the van meant he could respond to danger at any time. Also, he had a whole stash of mutated beast meat, enough dry rations to fill a storage room. To him, this little pack of chocolate was nothing. Giving one away didn't matter at all. But in the eyes of the survivors, this tiny pack of chocolate made their eyes light up instantly. Chocolate! They hardly had any food to begin with, and most of it was trash, like it had been pulled from a dumpster. The better stuff always got taken by the biker gang. A high-calorie, great-tasting food like chocolate? They didn't even dream of it. They were sick of stale biscuits and gross, cheap instant noodles. They could barely eat that crap anymore. And now Jiang Lushur just casually gave some away. The pale-skinned young man lit up. He hesitated, swallowed hard, then shook his head reluctantly. That's not right. I can't take it. That bastard bullies us every day, dragging him over is a pleasure. His response made Jiang Lushur feel like the chocolate didn't go to waste. He tossed it over and said with a grin, just take it. There's still danger in dragging him over. Besides, he's still useful to me. The young man had no choice but to catch it. Under the envious stares of the others, he awkwardly said, thanks then. He immediately ran over, grabbed the yellow-haired guy by the back of his collar. The yellow-haired man glared at him with hatred, but got a slap across the face. What the fuck are you looking at? Still not convinced? The pale-skinned youth didn't hold back and dragged him roughly toward the van. As the broken leg was dragged, the yellow-haired man let out a scream, only to be slapped twice more. Shut the fuck up. If you lure zombies over here, I'll hang you from a lamppost and let them eat you alive from your feet up. After getting Jiang Lushur's chocolate, the guy was suddenly all business. The yellow-haired guy felt a chill. This dude wasn't messing around, clearly getting revenge. After 3 slaps, his mouth was bleeding, his face swollen. He couldn't even scream anymore, just groaned. With no medical care, his leg was basically done. Even if it didn't rot or get infected, in the apocalypse a broken leg meant death anyway. That's why he looked so bitter and hateful. He didn't beg for mercy. But now, hearing the pale youth's threat, he realized that dying outright and dying after torture were two very different things. Jiang Lushur watched from the van and clicked his tongue twice. Damn, this guy's good at scaring people. Fine by him, saves him the trouble. The yellow-haired man was soon dragged to the front of Jiang Lushur's van, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He had done plenty of brutal things, but never had he ended up like this. Thrown in front of the van, he looked up at Jiang Lushur in the driver's seat, and felt a chill go down his spine. Forget feeding him to zombies, even just running him over a few times with that terrifying van would be enough to make him wish he were dead. The pale-skinned guy had only made threats, but Jiang Lushur, who looked like an ordinary young man, wouldn't hesitate for a second if he decided to hit the gas. I dragged this dumbfuck over. If there's anything else you need me to do, just say it, the pale-skinned young man said to Jiang Lushur through the windshield. After he finished, he sneered and gave Huang Mao a cold look. The meaning behind that look was obvious. Huang Mao hated this pale-skinned guy to the core. Before Jiang Lushur showed up, this guy wouldn't have dared to act this cocky. He was nothing but a pathetic coward, always groveling in front of him. Back then, Huang Mao didn't care at all what these survivors looked like. There weren't any delicate pretty girls anyway. When Lulu and the others were covered in dirt from head to toe, even mud in their hair. He couldn't be bothered to give them a second glance. So, when he first saw Jiang Lushur, he didn't realize this was a face he hadn't seen before. But now he understood. If Jiang Lushur had been around earlier, there's no way he would have tolerated this shit until now. And this badass minibus, no doubt Jiang Lushur had driven it in from somewhere else. Huang Mao looked at Jiang Lushur with both hatred and fear. The pain from his broken leg made him groan continuously. I have a few questions for you. I'll ask one, and you answer one. If I think you're bullshitting me or refuse to answer. Jiang Lushur glanced at the pale-skinned young man. The young man immediately gave a hee-hee laugh and lifted one foot, waving it over Huang Mao's broken leg. You hear that? Try any stupid shit and you get it. Huang Mao's face turned green. This pale-skinned bastard. He felt utterly humiliated, but the fear of more pain forced him to speak. Go ahead and ask. This brother who is he? How did he lure the zombies away? Tell me everything, Jiang Lushur asked. He knew he'd already made an enemy out of brother Yu. Since this guy was said to be so dangerous, Jiang Lushi needed to learn as much as he could in advance to be ready. Brother Yu? Heh. Huang Mao grinned when he heard the question. So this guy had heard about Brother Yu too? Clearly, he was scared. That's why he was asking. If you were scared, you should have played nice from the beginning. Now you're afraid? Too fucking late. Not to scare you or anything, but Brother Yu isn't a normal person. He's way tougher than your average zombie. Back then, Brother Yu used just one motorcycle to lure all the zombies in this area away. Alone. In a horde of thousands, maybe tens of thousands of zombies, he killed his way through and came out without a scratch. As he spoke, Huang Mao carefully watched Jiang Liushi's expression. But he was disappointed. There was no panic on Jiang Liushi's face. He just looked thoughtful, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Huang Mao sneered inwardly, thinking, what the fuck are you thinking about? Like thinking will help you beat Brother Yu. He figured Jiang Lushi was just putting on a brave face. Or maybe he didn't really understand what it meant to lead zombies away like that. A lot of people didn't want to bow to Brother Yu. They all ended up the same way. He's got a temper. If someone resists, he doesn't just kill them, he makes sure they die ugly, Huang Mao continued, his face twisted and eyes gleaming like he was enjoying the idea. He was doing his best to scare Jiang Lushi. Dismemberment, right? I've heard about that, Jiang Lushi said calmly. His response left Huang Mao stunned, and a bit confused. How could someone stay this calm? Did he really think he could take on Brother Yu? It's not that Huang Mao looked down on Jiang Lushi. He was just absolutely convinced that Brother Yu wasn't human anymore. Normal humans weren't even in the same league. They were on completely different levels. How could you even fight that? Even without the motorcycle, Brother Yu can lure zombies just with himself. They can't catch him. Not even Olympic sprinters could beat him. He's fast enough to race a motorcycle like it's nothing, Huang Mao added. Despite being powerless before Jiang Lushi, talking about Brother Yu's strength gave Huang Mao a weird sense of pride, like he was strong himself. It was because he couldn't get revenge on Jiang Lushi, so now he was hoping Brother Yu would. He's that fast? Jiang Lushi understood now. If his speed was really that insane, then yeah, normal people wouldn't stand a chance. If you couldn't even see him move in time, how would you fight him? By the time you realized he'd attacked, you'd already be bleeding. If he could race a motorcycle, that kind of speed was terrifying. Jiang Lushi was sure Huang Mao wasn't lying. Without that kind of speed, no way could one man lead away all those zombies. And not just that, what Jiang Lushi had been thinking about earlier was the virus data given to him by the Star Seed. What Huang Mao said, that Brother Yu wasn't a normal person, was literally true. In fact, Brother Yu and that mutant wild boar were the same type. When the virus hit them, their bodies mutated. But instead of turning into zombies, the virus altered them, turned them into mutants, or rather, superhumans. This was rare. Between a zombie and a mutant, it was heaven and hell. The power of that mutant wild boar had already proven how terrifying mutants could be. Mutants had way better survival odds in the apocalypse. Normal zombies couldn't even threaten them. Brother Yu was one of those mutants. And his mutation was probably speed. Using that ability, he had become a tyrant in this town. Besides speed, does he have any other abilities? Jiang Lushi asked. Huang Mao just kept emphasizing how ruthless Brother Yu was. But that didn't mean much to Jiang Lushi. After a few more questions and realizing he couldn't get anything else useful out of Huang Mao, Jiang Lushi waved at the pale-skinned young man. The guy had been standing to the side with his hands in his pockets. When he saw Jiang Lushi wave, he ran over eagerly. Huang Mao started to panic. He had no idea what Jiang Lushi was planning to do with him. Jiang Lushi just stared at him through the windshield, deep in thought. The gas station was located at the other end of the town, near the exit. There were fewer zombies here. Along the road, some zombie corpses could still be seen hanging from balconies, slowly rotting. These zombies were originally humans. They only turned into extremely aggressive, super strong, and fast monsters because of the virus. Although their bodies had become very different from humans, they still bled and decayed after death. Seeing these corpses hanging there gave people chills. This area was the biker gang's territory now. Not only couldn't zombies get close, but regular survivors wouldn't dare step foot here either, they stayed far away. The biker gang's base was located right next to the gas station, in a residential building. Beneath the residential building was a repair shop. At the moment, more than a dozen motorcycles were parked there. Inside, a few bikers were sitting around playing cards. Vroom vroom vroom. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came as a motorcycle sped toward the building, nearly crashing into one of the parked bikes. Inside the shop, at a wooden table covered in engine oil, the bikers looked up at the noise. One of them, seeing who had just arrived, got up in surprise when he recognized the guy who jumped off the bike and rushed over. "Isn't that Xiangzi? What the fuck are you in such a hurry for?" Seeing Qiangzi's panicked face as he ran straight over, the biker tried to ask, but Qiangzi shoved him aside. Move. The biker stumbled and cursed, fuck. You in a rush to die or what? Qiangzi ignored him completely, charged through the back door of the shop, and ran all the way up to the 4th floor without stopping. This building was full of biker gang members. Their boss, Brother Yu, lived on the top floor, 4th floor. Originally, some survivors had been hiding in this building, including a family who had lived there before. But after Brother Yu and the gang moved in and picked this place as their base, those survivors were doomed. They were just regular people. Forget standing up to Brother Yu. Against the biker gang, they had no ability to resist. As a result, the men and elderly were nearly all killed. The young women were raped, and even little girls weren't spared. These people escaped the zombies, only to be destroyed by humans. The apartment Brother Yu took over had belonged to that little girl's family. Qiangzi ran up to the door, panting heavily, and burst inside. The room was full of smoke. In the corner, piles of beer and all kinds of food. Several bikers were sitting around a mahjong table, playing. Women surrounded them. One of the men looked short, but his arms were muscular. He had an average face, so plain he'd be lost in a crowd. But the woman next to him, though smiling and lighting a cigarette for him, had fear written in her eyes. When Qiangzi rushed in, none of the bikers reacted much. The short man didn't even glance at him. Only a bald biker looked over lazily and said, "No manners. Where's Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang was the yellow-haired guy's name. Qiangzi dropped to his knees at the short man's feet and growled, "Brother Yu. Today, Brother Liang took us out to collect the goods, but a group of survivors refused to pay. So what if they refused? Just kill them and bring the stuff back. Why the hell are you reporting this? Didn't Brother Yu teach you anything?" said another biker with a grin as he tossed down a tile. Pong. Seeing Brother Yu and his close men act like it was no big deal, Qiangzi became more anxious and said quickly, "Brother Liang was about to do just that, but then this guy showed up in a minibus and rammed into us, killed several of our guys. Even Brother Liang was taken out. Brother Yu, you have to get revenge for him and the brothers." The table suddenly went silent. Brother Yu's inner circle all had that. Did I hear that right? Look. The bald guy froze and said, "Are you fucking drunk? Who the fuck would dare pull that kind of shit? Got a death wish?" At that moment, the short man, Brother Yu, finally spoke. The bald guy instantly shut up. "You serious?" "I swear on my life, Brother Yu." Qiangzi blurted out. He wouldn't dare lie about something this big. Though, to be fair, he didn't actually know if Huang Mao was dead. He only saw him get sent flying. Whether he died or not, well, with injuries like that, he wasn't making it. Since Brother Yu asked, Qiangzi immediately told him every detail, adding plenty of exaggeration along the way. He had barely escaped being run over himself by diving into a side alley. Now, he just wanted to see Jiang Lushur die miserably at Brother Yu's hands. That's the only way he'd feel better. After hearing the full report, Brother Yu's crew exploded. Fuck, someone really dared mess with us? That motherfucker's got a death wish. Does he not know what the word dead means? Then Brother Yu stood up. The sudden movement startled the woman next to him. He kicked the chair aside and glared at Qiangzi. Then, without warning, he slammed a kick into Qiangzi's chest, sending him flying into a nearby tea table. Qiangzi screamed in pain like a ghost being tortured. "They're all dead, so how the fuck did you make it back alive?" Brother Yu's voice was raspy. His cold stare made Qiangzi tremble and bite down his cries of pain. Brother Yu ignored him and turned to his men. "Get the cars. We're going now. If we're late, he'll run." This guy stirred up serious shit. He'd probably try to drive off in that minibus. That's not something Brother Yu was gonna let happen. Hearing the order, his men all stood up and ran off to get ready. Just then, a loud boom echoed from outside. The sound was so sudden that even the women and the crew flinched. "What the fuck was that?" the bald guy yelled. That bang was way too loud. Brother Yu quickly walked to the window, pulled the curtain, and looked down. After staring for a few seconds, he asked without turning around, "That minibus, what color was it?" Qiangzi froze, then quickly answered, "It was white. Parked right in front of that family's house. You'll see it the moment you get there." "No need," Brother Yu cut him off, turning around slowly. His face was calm as still water, but his eyes were full of killing intent. "He's already here." "What?" Brother Yu's words left his henchman, and Qiangzi, in disbelief. "That loud bang just now, it came from that minibus?" They were just about to go check out the window, but saw Brother Yu walking toward the door with a dark expression. He was carrying a loose bag, and with each step, the sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard from inside. Inside the bag were bottles of gasoline. Light them up and throw, they became the simplest Molotov cocktails. Besides that, Brother Yu also had a black Type 54 pistol at his waist. After the apocalypse, he had led his men to loot the local police station and got their hands on a bunch of batons, handcuffs, and a few pistols. All the guns were now under his sole control. He was naturally suspicious and didn't trust anyone else with them. "Grab your gear." Brother Yu's cold voice rang out as he stepped out the door. The biker gang sprang into action, grabbing iron bars, spike strips, Molotovs, and rushing downstairs. Qiangzi hesitated for a moment, then struggled to get up and followed. The women sitting around the messy card table exchanged blank stares. These women were captives here, abused by the biker gang. They quietly shuffled over to the window, looking outside, and saw the white minibus. They were numb to such conflict by now. Maybe soon they'd see Molotovs flying, the minibus engulfed in flames, the driver dragged out, tortured, and hacked to pieces. Since the apocalypse, girls who used to cry over a dying kitten now watched humans live and die without blinking. "If only those fucking bastards got run over and died," one young woman suddenly said through gritted teeth. "What the hell are you saying? Careful they don't hear you. Shoo, don't talk like that. Besides, that guy couldn't have run them over." Her friend immediately covered her mouth. Their fear of the biker gang, especially Brother Yu, was bone deep. By this time, Brother Yu and his men had already charged out of the building. As soon as they exited the repair shop, they were met with a nasty sight. The whole row of motorcycles parked outside had been rammed into the wall. All of them were piled together in a mess. And on top of those fallen bikes, lay a person. His hands were tied with rope, his head and body covered in rotten vegetable leaves and garbage. He was groaning nonstop. Qiangzi, who had just caught up, stared wide-eyed when he saw the figure. Brother Liang. That figure, like he'd crawled out of a dumpster, was Huang Mao. Brother Yu's eyes turned ice cold as he stared at him. And the moment Huang Mao saw Brother Yu, his screams grew louder. "Brother Yu! Help me! My leg got crushed." As he talked about his leg, his voice became shrill and full of snot and tears. With a leg like that, he had no idea how he'd survive. Brother Yu glanced at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing his face, Huang Mao choked on his screams. From Brother Yu's expression, he saw disgust. That look made his heart sink. "Don't kill the guy driving the minibus. I want him alive." Brother Yu said each word through clenched teeth. He hated Jiang Lucia with a passion. Since the apocalypse, Brother Yu had become the local tyrant of the town. The biker gang looked down on survivors like they weren't even human, like slave owners to slaves. And most survivors submitted and groveled before them, which only made their arrogance worse. They never imagined there'd be a survivor bold enough to fight back, and even attack them directly. Seeing how furious Brother Yu was, the bikers knew that the driver of that minibus was fucked. Dying would be the easy way out. "Let's go grab that dumbfuck," the bikers shouted. They picked up the few still usable motorcycles and revved them hard. Which way did the van go? They crowded the entrance, but the minibus was nowhere to be seen. From the window earlier, they saw it had reversed away. In their minds, the minibus must have fled after pulling such a suicidal stunt. A chase scene was about to begin. That's their specialty, toss a bunch of Molotovs, and it's over. But just as they were about to chase after it, another loud boom erupted. This one came from the gas station. Screams followed. They had people stationed at the gas station, and clearly, their base had just been attacked. "He rammed my gas station?" Brother Yu's eyes glinted with murderous rage. The gas station was less than 200 meters away. That guy didn't even run, he attacked the gas station instead? Fucking suicidal. Suddenly, Brother Yu broke into a sprint. Like a cheetah, he leapt over the motorcycles and charged toward the gas station. His men snapped out of it and followed, engines roaring behind him. At the gas station, Jiang Lucia had already connected the minibus's automated fuel intake system to the pump. Gasoline was steadily flowing into his nearly empty tank. The biker gang had collected nearly all the fuel in town and stored it here. Jiang Lucia couldn't even use it all. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the building, waiting for Brother Yu to appear. After thinking it over, Jiang Lucia realized that waiting for Brother Yu to come to him might endanger Wen Lulu and the others. Even if they hid, it might not be safe. There were too many bikers. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to protect them. Besides, he needed a large amount of gasoline, that was the main point. The gas was in Brother Yu's hands. If he wanted it, he had to come knocking. Knocking over the motorcycles was just to cause a little chaos. Attacking the gas station was to buy time for refueling. Without enough gas, he couldn't even use some of the weapons on the base vehicle. Jiang Lucia kept his eyes on the fuel meter displayed by the star seed, 100L, 200L, 300L. Ever since the fuel tank was upgraded, refueling was ridiculously fast. The numbers jumped by the hundreds. When it hit 600L, a figure appeared by the flower bed outside the gas station, rushing toward him. The moment this person saw the minibus, he didn't hesitate, just charged straight at it. So fast. Jiang Lushur blinked. That must be Brother Yu. Seeing the minibus parked there refueling, Brother Yu instantly exploded with rage. This bastard, not only had he killed his men and provoked him, but now he actually dared to openly refuel here? Brother Yu lunged at the base vehicle like a leaping leopard, moving at a speed no ordinary person could match. Since this was a gas station, Brother Yu couldn't use Molotovs or risk firing a gun. Instead, he reached behind his waist and pulled out a three-edged military bayonet. He'd also found this bayonet in the police station, probably confiscated as an illegal weapon, lucky for him. Just then, the fuel nozzle suddenly detached, and the minibus let out a sharp screech. The vehicle suddenly started up and then accelerated sharply, shooting backward like a giant shell, heading straight for Brother Yu. Jiang Lushur didn't activate the instant acceleration, but the performance upgrade from the modified fuel system had already boosted his starting speed significantly. The heavy minibus now moved like a sports car, its rear end crashing toward Brother Yu with a screech. Even though Brother Yu had heard Xiangzi's description of the vehicle, in his own mind, he still couldn't believe a minibus could be that powerful. But now, the moment it started moving, it shattered all his assumptions. This wasn't a minibus, it was a damn racing car. And the driver was cunning as hell. He didn't start the vehicle until he was close enough to strike. Brother Yu was forced to stop his charge and dove to the side. Vroom. The minibus brushed past him. As it passed, Brother Yu spun around and threw a spike strip behind its tires. His spike strip was way better than the crude ones the gang used. This one had been dismantled from official police gear and modified. Once a tire rolled over it, the sharp spikes would pierce through. If the driver stopped in time, the tire could be saved, if not, it would burst after 20 meters. But the minibus rolled right over it, and the spikes didn't even pierce the tires. Brother Yu had heard the spikes wouldn't work on this van, but he threw it anyway, just to try. He didn't even bother checking the result. His eyes locked onto the door handle of the driver's seat. As the van passed by at high speed, he jumped. Brother Yu was fast. Jiang Lushur only saw him dodge via the rearview monitor, and then the van jolted. The next moment, he heard a bang at the door, and a face suddenly pressed up against the window. At the same time, vroom vroom, several motorcycles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushur had pulled out of the gas station. The bikers were swarming in from the street, and more were flooding out of their base. Although the earlier collision had slowed them down, it hadn't really crippled their mobility. But Jiang Lushur didn't have time to worry about these scavenging biker dogs, because Brother Yu was now hanging on his door. Jiang Lushur turned his head, and the two locked eyes. Brother Yu grinned viciously and jabbed the three-edged bayonet into the window seam. That seam was the window's weak spot. Many cars came with emergency window breakers to escape after a crash. Thieves often used crowbars to pry windows. The bayonet wasn't a crowbar, but it was strong enough to do the same job. But Jiang Lushur wouldn't just let him pry the window open. Even if he couldn't break it immediately, Brother Yu was a mutant. And the vehicle had just been repaired. There was no way Jiang Lushur was letting this gang leader damage it. He yanked the steering wheel hard, the tires screeched on the concrete, leaving 4 long skid marks as the vehicle spun. He floored the gas. The van exited the gas station, pulling a sharp, almost overturning drift. The damn thing was drifting, a minibus. The bikers were stunned. With a turn that sharp, and Brother Yu only holding the handle with one hand, he was flung off. Normally, that would have injured someone. Jiang Lushur looked back through the window, and saw Brother Yu tumble skillfully to the ground without a scratch. Then Jiang Lushur noticed something new in Brother Yu's hand. Brother Yu looked pissed. He hadn't expected the van to perform so well, better than Xiangzi had said. But now that the van had left the gas station, he no longer needed to hold back. Steadying himself, Brother Yu pulled out several homemade Molotovs and hurled them at the minibus. The bottles shattered on impact, igniting massive flames that wrapped around the vehicle. The van was fast, but Brother Yu's throws were faster. There was no time to dodge. D! Brother Yu shouted as he threw the Molotovs. At the same time, he pulled the Type 54 pistol from his waist, aiming at the flaming driver's side window, where Jiang Lushur was clearly visible. They were less than 10 meters apart. Brother Yu wasn't a sharpshooter, but after training in the apocalypse, his aim was decent. At that range, he aimed to shoot Jiang Lushur in the shoulder. If the shot veered a little and hit his neck or head, well, then Jiang Lushur would just die quicker. Normal police handguns were made to stop, not kill. But the Type 54 was different. Nicknamed the Black Star, it was a military pistol built for lethal damage. It could punch through 2 bodies at close range with no problem. It could also pierce body armor or a brick wall. This gun had served in police departments for over 20 years before being phased out due to excessive power. It was replaced by the Type 64, but some places still used it. Xiangzi said they tried all sorts of weapons on the minibus windows and couldn't leave a mark. But Brother Yu didn't care. A metal rod's impact was nothing compared to a Type 54 round. Die, motherfucker. Brother, you pulled the trigger without hesitation. From the moment he landed, threw the Molotov, and fired, it all took just 1 second. Jiang Lushur was probably still celebrating, shaking him off, when the bullet hit. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yuga was indeed fast. Jiang Lushur had just seen him land when, in the next moment, he saw the minibus engulfed in flames, and then came the sound of a gunshot. But even faster than the gunshot was the bang coming from the driver's side window beside Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur instinctively dodged a bit, and at the same time, the voice of the starseed sounded in his mind: base vehicle surface damaged. Damage level, 10%. Window damaged. Damage level, 1%. Base vehicle outer shell intact. Damn it. Even though the damage was minimal and could be ignored, just thinking about how troublesome it was to find materials to repair the vehicle made Jiang Lushur want to curse. He turned to look and saw a spiderweb-like dent left by the bullet on the window, clearly visible. The bullets from the Type 54 pistol could penetrate brick walls and other obstacles, but there was still a limit to their penetration depth. Moreover, Jiang Lushur's base vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass is a type of laminated safety glass with 3 layers. The first layer is a load-bearing layer that breaks the bullet head and changes its shape, making the bullet lose its forward momentum. The second layer is made of organic adhesive material with strong bonding power to absorb the bullet's impact. The bullet could easily break through the first layer of glass, but it would stop inside the second layer. That's why there was such a dent on the window of Jiang Lushur's vehicle. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur was furious. He had just repaired the car. After firing the shot, Yugu smiled coldly. He had already heard the sound of the bullet hitting the glass. Yugu stood up, planning to wait until the fire died down before having his underlings drag Jiang Lushur out. Hopefully, Jiang Lushur would still be alive by then, otherwise, it would be a pity. But at that moment, he suddenly heard the vroom vroom sound again. The sound came from the minibus right in front of him. Yugu was stunned. He was sure he had hit him. Could it be Jiang Lushur wasn't hurt badly? Then the front of the minibus suddenly swung around. Still wrapped in raging flames, the vehicle charged at Yugu like a war chariot bathed in fire. Through the windshield, Yugu clearly saw Jiang Lushur inside, glaring at him with rage. There wasn't even a scratch on Jiang Lushur, let alone any blood or wounds. The bloody mess Yugu had expected never happened. Yugu, holding the Type 54 pistol, froze. What the hell? As the minibus charged forward, Yuji's face twisted in rage. He raised the gun again and fired several shots at Jiang Lushur. All the bullets hit the windshield, but were completely stopped. Each bullet left a visible dent, but behind the glass, Jiang Lushur remained unchanged, even his expression didn't flinch. Boom! The minibus charged ahead. Jiang Lushur looked out the side window and saw that Yugu had dodged to the side and wasn't hit. Yugu had evaded the hit, but inside, he was on the verge of losing it. This damn minibus was actually equipped with bulletproof glass. Was this some kind of tricked-out budget car? Who the hell was this driver, driving a monster like that? Just then, Yugu saw the minibus change direction and speed toward a group of 7 or 8 motorcycles. These bikers had been circling around the minibus, tossing Molotov cocktails at it. When Yugu was firing, they were attacking the rear of the vehicle. They had all assumed that since Yugu himself had acted, they only needed to support him from the sides. There was no risk at all. But unexpectedly, after the gunshots, not only did the minibus not go down, it became even more furious. And Yugu hadn't managed to stop it either. So the minibus changed targets, to them. The bikers felt like their scalps were about to explode. Faced with a flaming minibus, they twisted their throttles like crazy. But the minibus turned far too sharply and accelerated like a sports car. Although they reacted immediately, they were still overtaken quickly. Some tried to swerve off the road. One crashed into a flower bed while turning, launching the rider over 10 meters. Others didn't have time to react and were directly hit. Those who were thrown into the air weren't dead yet, but were set on fire, rolling on the ground in agony. Seeing this, Yugu was absolutely furious. Jiang Lushur had failed to hit Yugu twice. His speed was just too fast, especially in short distances, where his agility was insane. The second time Jiang Lushur tried to ram Yugu, he wanted to use the air cannon, but Yuji's reflexes were too fast, even if he fired it, he'd miss. And the air cannon needed charging time, during which Yugu could dodge a dozen times. But for these bikers, there was no need for any high-tech weapons, just ramming them was enough. They kept circling him, tossing Molotovs, increasing the vehicle's damage level, and Jiang Lushur was pissed. He didn't want to let them keep swarming him like flies. So he left Yugu alone for the moment. He had no intention of sparing them either. Yugu was brutal, but so were they, scumbags through and through. After knocking over several motorcycles, Jiang Lushur didn't stop. He had just refueled, so he didn't care about the gas. After a sharp turn, the minibus, like a steel beast, charged at another group of bikers. They were terrified out of their minds. This minibus was completely savage. They scrambled to escape. The minibus roared past Yugu, and inside, Jiang Lushur turned his head to give him a glance. That glance made Yugu clench his teeth hard. Someone had dared to challenge him on his own turf, and now was driving around mowing down his men like ants. Could anything be more humiliating? Jiang Lushur drove the minibus and kept ramming until the flames on the vehicle went out and the bikers had all escaped to places where the minibus couldn't reach. Only then did he slowly come to a stop. Jiang Lushur's minibus stopped in the middle of the road, leaving behind obvious tire marks, overlaid with black burn traces from Molotov cocktails, making them even more striking and glaring. On the ground, there were overturned motorcycles everywhere, as well as corpses of the bikers, and those still groaning in pain, crying for help. Beep beep. Jiang Lushur pressed the horn hard twice. The harsh honking rang out, but not a single biker dared to show up. They were all shocked by Jiang Lushur's crazed ramming just now. At that moment, a sharp tire screech suddenly came. Immediately after, from the sidewalk, a truck suddenly turned out. It was a heavy-duty truck, likely weighing tens of tons. On the road, it was a giant beast. If it hit an ordinary car, it could smash it into pieces. Even Jiang Lushur's minibus looked like a child in front of an adult compared to this truck. The heavy truck came onto the road, facing Jiang Lushur's minibus from afar. In the driver's seat, which was over 1 meter high, Jiang Lushur saw Yuji's figure. He was gripping the steering wheel, eyes fiercely fixed on the minibus, looking completely insane. Jiang Lushur's rampage had completely enraged Yugu. He, the boss, stood right there, yet had to watch helplessly as the minibus went back and forth in front of him, ramming his underlings. The groans of the wounded bikers lying on the ground pierced Yuji's ears like needles. Ever since the apocalypse began and Yugu discovered he had mutant powers, he had been undefeated. The zombies in the town weren't many. After leading them away, nothing could threaten him. The survivors were like ants before him, to be crushed at will. All the bikers feared and revered him. Yugu used to be a low-level thug. Although he was vicious, he didn't have the guts to go all out. So even as a gangster, he didn't do well. His boss beat and scolded him, and even fellow thugs looked down on him, always calling themselves his big bro, which made him feel humiliated. So he was actually quite satisfied with life after the apocalypse. He felt like the apocalypse was made for him. He used to be frustrated, but now he thrived. But just when he was enjoying his success, a minibus ran him over multiple times right in front of all his men. Yuga felt like his face was now covered in filthy tire tracks. If he didn't kill Jiang Lushur, Yuga felt he could never lift his head again. So while Jiang Lushur was still gleefully ramming around, Yuga ran off and drove over this heavy-duty truck that had been left at the gas station since the apocalypse and later taken by the bikers. This minibus liked ramming? Then he'd ram Jiang Lushur to death. No matter how strong the minibus was, it couldn't outram a heavy-duty truck. Vroom vroom vroom. Yuga slammed the gas pedal. Seeing Yuga driving the heavy truck toward him, Jiang Lushur's heart skipped a beat. This truck really was a steel monster. Charging at full speed like that, the visual impact was overwhelming. If the truck really hit, Jiang Lushur wouldn't die, but his base vehicle would definitely be badly damaged. But thinking he could hit him just like that was too naive. Jiang Lushur's base vehicle had instant acceleration, enough to let him escape. Dodging or changing direction would be no problem. However, Jiang Lushur didn't press the instant acceleration button. Escaping was easy, but that would mean his mission here would fail. On the contrary, Jiang Lushur stared hard at the oncoming truck and stomped on the gas pedal. In fact, although the moment was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. A perfect chance to kill Yugu. Jiang Lushur locked his eyes on the rapidly approaching truck while Starseed continuously reported the changing distance. Seeing the minibus not only refusing to flee but charging back at him, Yugu let out a cold laugh. "Ha! This guy is way too arrogant. I'll crash you to death. Crash you to death." He couldn't wait to turn Jiang Lushur into minced meat. Just imagining the minibus's front end crumpling, Jiang Lushur mangled like ground meat, blood pouring from the cracks of the vehicle, made Yugu feel incredibly excited and even a bit tingly all over. He had floored the gas and was laughing wildly inside the truck. The bikers were also watching the scene. They all thought this minibus had gone completely mad. This was suicide. Maybe Jiang Lushur, after doing such a crazy thing, knew he wouldn't survive and was now going out in a blaze. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur's expression remained calm. He listened to Starseed's prompts while calculating rapidly in his mind. Now! Jiang Lushur suddenly pressed a button. 10, 9, 8. The distance was now so close they could see each other's facial expressions clearly. Jiang Lushur saw the twisted grin on Yuji's face as he shouted something at him. Judging by the mouth shape, it was probably die. Jiang Lushur didn't say anything. Starseed's countdown echoed in his head. 3, 2, 1. Only 10 meters remained between the two vehicles. Boom! With a massive sound, Uge's twisted, excited expression froze. Jiang Lushur saw the heavy truck's charge come to an abrupt halt. The terrifying power of the air cannon shattered the truck's windshield the instant the airflow hit. The broken glass, like flakes of snow, swept toward Ugu. Then the truck's front end began to deform and suddenly lifted up. Meanwhile, the rear trailer, being so heavy, still surged forward from inertia. The cab and trailer crushed into each other with terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted with a deafening roar. The visual impact of a collision involving such a massive heavy truck was extremely intense. Especially at close range, even though they knew the truck wouldn't hit them, the bikers still couldn't help but scream and retreat. It was too shocking. In almost an instant, the truck's front was completely crushed and deformed. The tragic scene that Ugu had imagined would happen to Jiang Lushur instead happened to himself, in an even more brutal way. As for the bikers, they didn't see clearly what had happened. They had thought that once the heavy truck hit the minibus, what would happen next would be completely predictable. But unexpectedly, just as the two vehicles were about to collide, the truck's front suddenly flipped, and they watched the front deform right before their eyes. Ugu was fast, but this time, he didn't have time to escape and was crushed together with the truck's front. The rear of the truck swung out sideways due to inertia, making a harsh screeching sound on the road, and then it flipped over with a loud crash. The whole process was unbelievable to watch. The massive noise made all their ears ring. It felt just like a huge explosion. Jiang Lushur saw some fragments splatter onto his windshield, making a series of dense crashing sounds. But this level of impact caused no damage to the bulletproof glass. Sitting inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushur also took a deep breath. The outcome for the heavy truck didn't surprise Jiang Lushur, but seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. He had already experienced the power of the air cannon, and to be safe, he had specifically waited until the two vehicles were at the closest distance. If they got any closer, when the air cannon hit the truck, even the base vehicle would be affected. Jiang Lushur had aimed the air cannon directly at the truck's cab, so without even checking, he knew Ugu was definitely dead. Even though Ugu was a mutant, he was still flesh and blood. Under such force, there was no chance of survival. Jiang Lushur let out a light breath. He had been fully focused on listening to Starseed's distance prompts. All of his attention had been on the moment of firing, and it took a toll on him. Energy leakage detected. Absorb it. Starseed suddenly prompted. Jiang Lushur was stunned. Energy leakage? Although he didn't know what it was, he immediately said in his mind, yes, absorb it. Absorbing. Mutant energy absorbed. Energy stored. New energy level is below level 1, unable to upgrade. You can choose to continue storing it, or use it to enhance the base vehicle's armor defense. Mutant energy? Jiang Lushur was a bit confused. He looked at the overturned truck and suddenly understood. This mutant energy must be Uge's mutant ability energy. However, Jiang Lushur didn't understand this new kind of energy. Fortunately, Starseed quickly explained. After Ugu died, the energy inside his body leaked out, and the base vehicle could absorb it. This was different from the mutant wild boar's core. This kind of energy was stored inside Uge's body and would be consumed when he used his powers. At the same time, a very small amount would leak out. But the leaked amount was so small that the base vehicle couldn't detect or absorb it. After Ugu died, all of it leaked out at once, and the base vehicle immediately detected it. But Uge's mutant level was so low, not even level 1. The energy that leaked out naturally wasn't enough to reach level 1 either. This energy can actually enhance armor defense. Jiang Lushur already felt the base vehicle's defense wasn't quite enough. Mutant wild boar collisions were one thing, but even the bikers' Molotovs could cause some damage. Later, he still had to go to Jinling, a major city in the east with a permanent population of over 8 million. The base vehicle's shell wouldn't be enough there. Any improvement would raise Jiang Lushur's chances of survival. After all, he had no idea what the current situation in Jinling was. He had thought that after the apocalypse, the internet wouldn't go down so quickly, but due to explosions and fires, Jiang Lushur had never been able to connect to the network. Otherwise, maybe some survivors would be sending out rescue messages or sharing info, and he could have learned something about Jinling. Still, even without knowing anything, there was one thing Jiang Lushur was certain of: the more densely populated and developed a place used to be, the more dangerous it had now become. As he thought this, Jiang Lushur confirmed in his mind. This energy, which hadn't even reached level 1, was weaker than the mutant wild boars. The boar's core was evaluated as level 1 and had allowed the base vehicle to evolve once. Judging from that, accumulating mutant energy could also evolve the vehicle, but compared to storing it, enhancing the armor defense was what Jiang Lushur needed most now. Upgrading the armor didn't affect his driving the base vehicle. In fact, it was the fastest upgrade project so far. It would only take 15 minutes to complete. At this time, Jiang Lushur turned his gaze toward the bikers still standing dumbfounded, staring at the truck with disbelief on their faces. These bikers had always centered around Yugu. They had completely submitted to his power and greatly feared him. Now, Yugu had died right in front of them. Once they snapped out of it, they would naturally think that even without Yugu, they could still lord over this place. Yugu had already paved the way. But just as that idea started forming in their minds, they suddenly shivered all over and looked at the minibus. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur was also looking at them. As their eyes met, Jiang Lushur suddenly stepped on the gas. Seeing the minibus move, and charging toward them, the bikers were instantly terrified. One by one, they started their motorcycles and fled in panic. Jiang Lushur wouldn't let the tigers return to the mountain. These bikers had committed countless atrocities, and had already tried to attack him twice. Jiang Lushur was not someone who showed mercy. Since they attacked him, he wouldn't go easy on them. Hearing the roar of the minibus behind them, those biker gang members were scared out of their wits. Even a heavy truck had been taken down. Riding motorcycles, they had absolutely no sense of safety. "Get into the alley. He can't follow us in," some of the bikers shouted. They rushed into the alley, but not long after entering, zombies suddenly lunged out, knocking them off their motorcycles and starting to tear them apart. There were quite a few zombies. Many of them appeared on the streets. They were already fast runners, had no fear of injury or death, and were agile in their reactions and jumping ability. The bikers were taken down one after another, or were directly blocked head-on by the zombies, unable to break through, and were soon overwhelmed by the zombies amidst their screams. The sudden appearance of so many zombies was clearly due to the earlier explosion sound that had attracted them. However, most zombies had already been drawn far away. These remaining ones were hiding inside buildings and numbered only about 100, not a threat to Jiang Lushur. But the bikers were out of luck. Jiang Lushur was chasing them from one side, and zombies were attacking from the other. Very quickly, they were either knocked down by Jiang Lushur or killed by zombies while trying to flee. Some zombies turned their attention to Jiang Lushur. At first, he ignored them. Only after confirming that all the bikers had been dealt with did he suddenly turn and start ramming into the zombies. Bang bang bang. A series of bloody crashes rang out. Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle around the street several times, honking the horn a few times to attract all the zombies that were still feasting on corpses. These zombies desperately pounced at the base vehicle, their outstretched hands and ferocious faces barely touching the glass before being flung away or crushed under the wheels. Soon, there wasn't a single standing zombie left on the street. Outside the gas station, the main road was littered with overturned heavy trucks, corpses, and motorcycles. It was an extremely tragic scene. Jiang Lushur, the one who caused all this, looked at the scene and let out a breath. This was the apocalypse. He had always heard that human life was worth nothing, but only now did he truly understand what that meant. Zombies eat people, and people eat people. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. After waiting for a while, Jiang Lushur slowly drove the minibus back to the spot where the heavy truck had crashed, then parked it next to the deformed cab. After ensuring the angle made it impossible for others to ambush him and that he could jump back into the base vehicle at any moment, Jiang Lushur opened the door and carefully got out. In fact, the spot where he exited was a blind spot formed by the cab and the base vehicle. Even if zombies appeared, they couldn't squeeze in. Once off the vehicle, Jiang Lushur was directly facing the cab of the heavy truck. But now, it had been completely compressed into a twisted block of metal, unrecognizable. Some blood was seeping out from the cracks. Jiang Lushur looked carefully and saw a hand through a gap at the bottom. As an ability user, the boss of the biker gang, and the local tyrant of the town, Jiang Lushur figured UGE must have had a lot of good stuff on him. But now it seemed impossible to drag UGE out of that wreckage. Those good things were now lost. Just as Jiang Lushur was feeling regretful, he suddenly noticed a lump of black beneath that hand. Jiang Lushur reached out with his foot and pushed UGE's hand aside. It was the handgun. The gun, being relatively small, hadn't been crushed and had actually fallen out through a crack when the truck overturned. Delighted, Jiang Lushur quickly picked it up. He was very careful while picking up the gun to avoid accidentally firing it. After confirming that the gun hadn't been damaged at all, Jiang Lushur finally showed a faint smile. It was a Type 54 pistol. Jiang Lushur had never used one before, but as a child, he'd held onto toy guns tightly and had been taken to a shooting range once before his parents passed away. Of course, after all this time, he felt very rusty, but he still remembered some basics. Even when a bullet is loaded into the magazine, it doesn't enter the chamber on its own. You need to chamber a round for the bullet to be ready to fire. And a gun has a safety. After chambering a round, you have to release the safety to put the gun into firing mode. The gun Jiang Lushi picked up already had a round chambered and the safety was off. He ejected the bullet and turned the safety on before safely playing with it in his hands. Finding the Type 54 pistol gave Jiang Lushi a bit of renewed hope. He continued searching patiently, but unfortunately, aside from blood and fragments, he didn't find anything useful. Restarting the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi drove the minibus to the gas station. Finally, no one would interrupt his refueling. UGE and the bikers had gathered all the town's fuel and stored it here. Now, it all belonged to Jiang Lushi. Once the base vehicle was parked, the automatic refueling system activated, the fuel hose extended, and connected to the pump. Immediately, large amounts of gasoline began pouring into the base vehicle's tank. The tank was like a giant mouth, swallowing the fuel whole. The fuel used up during the battle with UGE was quickly replenished, and then 1000 litres, 1500 litres, 2000 L. Eventually, a full 10,000 liters. A 10 cubic meter tank, completely filled. All 10,000 liters of gasoline were now inside Jiang Lushi's base vehicle. For someone who had been fretting over 20 or so liters before, this was incredibly satisfying. Finally, a full tank. If he had to gather this much fuel from individual cars, who knows how long it would have taken. With a full tank, there was no more anxiety. The base vehicle could now accelerate freely and use all its functions without worry. Jiang Lushi now felt much more confident about entering Jinling City. Still not satisfied, Jiang Lushi searched the gas station and, sure enough, found a small fuel tanker. The tanker was full of gasoline with no leaks. Laughing, Jiang Lushi hitched it directly to the minibus. With the tanker attached, Jiang Lushi had no other way to carry more fuel, so he reluctantly left the rest behind. The town wasn't far from Jinling. If he couldn't find fuel there, he could always come back. After all that was done, Jiang Lushi drove to the biker gang's base, the small building. Outside the repair shop, several corpses were lying on the ground, with their chests split open and stomachs ripped apart, even their limbs were incomplete. Jiang Lushi immediately saw Huang Mao among them. These people had stayed at the base. After the explosion sound attracted the zombies, they were suddenly attacked. Later, the zombies that were eating them were lured away by Jiang Lushi's car horn, and then all got run over by Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi parked the base vehicle at the entrance. Earlier, he had been focused on refueling and only now noticed that the vehicle's shell upgrade had been completed. With the addition of mutant energy, the shell of the base vehicle didn't look different from the outside, but when Jiang Lushi knocked on it with his hand, there was a faint sense of elasticity. Actually, the shell was still hard. This feeling came from the shell's inner layer being able to absorb some impact force, making it feel like hitting cotton. But the feeling wasn't strong, it was very weak. Jiang Lushi knew it was because the base vehicle had absorbed too little mutant energy this time. Even so, this small improvement made Jiang Lushi very satisfied. With a bit more shock absorption, the damage rate of the base vehicle would be much lower. He picked up a wrench, raised the Type 54 pistol in his hand, chambered a bullet, turned off the safety, and took his finger off the trigger. Then, Jiang Lushi got out of the vehicle. Stepping over the corpses, Jiang Lushi entered the repair shop and carefully walked toward the stairway. Jiang Lushi had already heard from Huang Mao about the situation inside the building. The small building had 4 floors. The lower 3 were where the biker gang lived, and the 4th floor was UGE's personal space. All the supplies they had gathered were also on the 4th floor. Although it was expected that no biker gang members were left inside, Jiang Lushi was still very cautious. On the 4th floor, the women who had previously looked out the window were now huddled together, holding hands, with nervous and uneasy expressions. They all heard Jiang Lushi's approaching footsteps. He was getting closer. Earlier, they had seen the entire scene through the window, Jiang Lushi driving that minibus, charging around. Finally, in a thrilling crash accompanied by an explosive sound, UGE's heavy truck was smashed into scrap metal. Seeing that, the women couldn't believe it. That beat-up-looking minibus actually crushed the cab of a heavy truck? Crushed like that. UGE, who was in the driver's seat, must have been squashed like a meat patty. They kept staring at the ruined cab and the blood flowing from it, unable to accept the fact that UGE was dead. That once overbearing, powerful man who ruled the entire town, who could cruelly kill anyone who made him unhappy, UGE, had been killed today. Was this a dream? They hadn't recovered from the shock when they heard more crashing sounds and the roaring of the engine. That little minibus's engine thundered like lightning, shaking their eardrums. Like a furious beast, the minibus charged around, crashing into the remaining biker gang members. Like a tiger among sheep, sweeping everything before it, the bikers were terrified and ran in all directions. In the end, they were either run over or bitten to death by zombies. This scene felt like a dream to the women. Those hateful and vicious biker gang members, like a pack of wolves, were wiped out in just a few minutes? These women had all been forced and taken by them. They hated the biker gang, especially UGE, to the bone. Now, seeing UGE and the bikers die such miserable deaths, even worse than what they did to their victims, the women couldn't believe it. After running over all the zombies and bikers, the minibus returned to the heavy truck. They saw Jiang Lushur get out of the car. He wore a simple black t-shirt and jeans, looking clean and very young. Based on the earlier scene of the minibus ramming through everything, they thought the driver must be brutal and fierce, but it turned out to be such a young man. Then, they saw him climb into the cab of the truck and take a pistol from UGE's hand. That moment confirmed for all of them, UGE was really dead. Killed by this young man. It's him, he ran over UGE, he looks about the same age as you, Xiaoro, a slightly older woman said in a trembling voice. Among them, Xiaoro was the youngest, only 18. After the apocalypse, her parents died. She lived with her 12-year-old brother. But later, they couldn't survive anymore. Both Xiaoro and her brother were weak, tormented by hunger and disease, and fell into despair. Eventually, they were captured by the biker gang, forced, tortured, abused. With her brother's life hanging by a thread, Xiaoro finally endured the humiliation, for a bite of food, a box of medicine, for herself and her brother. She sold her dignity. She felt dirty. Many nights, she woke up crying from nightmares. But, she had no choice. This was the apocalypse. Human life was worthless, and girls without survival ability were even more so. She could only endure it, or die together with her brother. She had lost all hope, had even thought of suicide several times, but couldn't leave her brother behind. And today, she saw UGE crushed like a cockroach. Her feelings were indescribable. She hugged her shoulders, tears flowing uncontrollably. She didn't know whether it was joy or sorrow. She tried to wipe the tears away, but they kept coming. She looked toward the door, listening to the approaching footsteps. She knew, it was that young man coming. At that moment, she felt nervous, afraid, but also a bit excited. She didn't know what fate awaited her. Jiang Lushur spent nearly 10 minutes reaching the 4th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard some sounds from inside. He raised his gun and slowly approached the slightly open door. Then suddenly, he kicked the door open. "Don't move," he shouted. At the same time, he felt like he had stepped into a movie role. Inside the room, several women stood together, facing the door as if they were waiting for him. Seeing him kick open the door and aim a dark gun barrel at them, their bodies trembled involuntarily. A group of girls had no idea what fate awaited them. UGE was dead, but what about this young man? He had killed UGE, and without a doubt, he would now take over everything here and become the new ruler of the town. At the same time, if he wanted to, with just a single thought, he could become their new master. They had been beaten, enslaved, and abused by UGE, which made their hopes for survival very low. All they wanted now was for this new ruler to give them a little bit of food. "Don't move." Jiang Lushur was momentarily stunned when he suddenly saw a group of girls, but he didn't let his guard down at all. Among these seemingly weak and defenseless girls, there might still be biker gang members. Just one handgun could take his life. How could he allow that to happen? "Raise your hands. Come forward one by one," Jiang Lushur said. The women all looked at him. "Hurry up," Jiang Lushur urged again. Xiaoro wiped her tears, raised her hands high, and was the first to step forward. As she walked toward Jiang Lushur, he kept his gun pointed while approaching her, patting her waist and pockets. As soon as Jiang Lushur touched her, Xiaoro's body trembled slightly, but she didn't try to avoid it. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushur. "All right, go stand over there." Next, Jiang Lushur said after finishing the search. Xiaoro obediently walked to the side. Soon, Jiang Lushur had searched all the women. They didn't have any weapons. Jiang Lushur guessed they were probably women forcibly taken by the biker gang, most likely UGE's women. After being searched, the women stood together in a corner of the room, all looking at Jiang Lushur with uneasy eyes. Big brother," a woman in red stammered, What are you going to do with us?" The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with a full figure and a pretty face. In fact, almost all the girls in the room were young and beautiful. Some looked pure, others were curvy and sexy, each with their own charm. In the mind of the woman in red, this young man would most likely decide their fate. A room full of delicate girls, with no ability to resist, how many men wouldn't have impure thoughts? But looking at Jiang Lushur, young and decent looking, much better than UGE, if he wasn't too cruel to them, maybe following him wouldn't be such a bad thing. A girl like her could only survive by relying on a strong man in the apocalypse. Jiang Lushur glanced at the woman in red but couldn't be bothered to respond. He swept his eyes over all the girls in the room, and finally locked his gaze on Xiaoro. It wasn't because Xiao looked good, but because her body was slim and she appeared very weak, unlikely to pose any threat to him. You, Jiang Lushi pointed the gun at Jiang Xiao, come here. His voice was a bit fierce. Me, Xiao's expression changed slightly when she was suddenly called out. She hadn't expected to be the first. She bit her lip and finally walked over to Jiang Lushi. Originally, with Uge dead, she had a little hope in her heart, but even she didn't know exactly what she was hoping for. She obediently walked in front of Jiang Lushi, closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. One hand instinctively gripped her collar tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. This was a sign of unwillingness, yet also of acceptance. She knew she couldn't resist Jiang Lushi. Why are you closing your eyes? Jiang Lushi frowned. What kind of nonsense was this girl thinking? Hey, I'm asking you, where did that Uge store all the supplies? Jiang Lushi got straight to the point. Uge had hoarded so much from the people, there had to be a lot of stock. Huh? Xiao opened her eyes, stunned. Then, looking confused, she raised her hand and pointed to one of the rooms. When she lowered her hand, she still hadn't fully reacted. This man, just wanted the supplies? Go open the door, Jiang Lushi ordered. It's locked, Xiao answered timidly. Jiang Lushi didn't say another word. He walked straight to the door, aimed at the lock, then stepped to the side. Bang! The gun fired. Jiang Lushi felt the recoil in his arms. He had gripped the gun very tightly, so the recoil didn't cause much shaking. Ah! The girls all covered their ears and screamed. The lock was blasted open. Jiang Lushi kicked the door open. The precious storage room that Uge had locked tightly, not allowing anyone in, was now violently forced open. After opening the door, Jiang Lushi first checked the surroundings, then walked into the room under the frightened and sneaky gazes of Xiao and the other girls. As soon as he entered, Jiang Lushi was shocked. This room was basically a food warehouse. From floor to ceiling, it was packed with supplies. One freezer was full of various fresh goods. Jiang Liushi's main food source now was mutated pork that boosted strength, but fresh vegetables and mushrooms could improve flavor. These kinds of things were rare in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Jiang Lushi couldn't take them all. Uge had set up base right next to the gas station. His freezer ran 24/7 on a generator, so the food was very fresh. Jiang Lushi would take as much as he could. Thinking about Jiang Zhuiying hiding out without electricity, probably surviving on dry food, if things went well, maybe he could bring her some of this. This made Jiang Lushi feel an urgent need to upgrade his storage space. If the base vehicle had a large enough storage capacity, he could even take several more freezers full of food. As for vacuum-packed food, there were also many types: ham, cured meat, shredded rabbit, etc. In fact, Jiang Lushi already had a lot of food stored, but he knew the apocalypse had just begun. The further it went, the harder it would be to find food. Though not as valuable as mutant meat, this was still solid currency. Jiang Lushi would never think he had too much food. There was so much stuff. Jiang Lushi had one of the girls bring several woven bags and packed 10 of them full. These woven bags might have been used by survivors to turn in supplies. While packing, Jiang Lushi found another box. It was stored in a corner and very well packed. When he opened the box, he was delighted. Inside were things Uge had taken from the police station, very valuable to Jiang Lushi. He saw 2 bulletproof vests, police batons, a lot of bullets, and a police helmet. These were all very useful to Jiang Lushi. Especially the vests and bullets, he lacked both. With the vests, his weak defense would improve a little. The bullets ensured his Type 54 pistol wouldn't become useless. In the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi had both combat ability and safety. But once he got out, he needed other ways to stay safe and maintain his combat effectiveness. This box was an unexpected surprise. Jiang Lushi decided to take the whole thing. There was so much stuff, he had to carry it down multiple times. His physical strength was already decent, and after eating mutant meat, it improved even more. Climbing the stairs a few times with supplies wasn't a big deal for him. The girls stood silently in the corner, watching Jiang Lushi carry the supplies up and down. Jiang Lushi went back and forth, making over 10 trips in total. Maybe it was because he had eaten some mutated beast meat recently, but Jiang Lushi didn't feel very tired. The hauling work wasn't too hard for him. Soon, the entire base vehicle was packed full of supplies. Seeing there was really no space left, Jiang Lushi simply tied the remaining woven bags onto the roof rack. Now, his minibus looked even more worn out, with the roof piled high with woven bags, giving off the impression of a migrant worker heading into the city. In the end, he had used every space available to store supplies, but there were still some leftovers that he simply couldn't take with him. Jiang Lushi could only pick out some small, high-calorie foods like chocolate to carry with him. He looked at the storage room with regret, then walked out. Seeing that this time Jiang Lushur came out empty-handed, without carrying any more stuffed woven bags, the girl's eyes couldn't help but glance toward the storage room. Took it all? Xiaoro clutched the corner of her clothes and felt a bit of despair in her heart. When Uge was around, they didn't even dare go near the storage room. Not even the biker gang members were allowed near it, only his trusted followers could enter. So they had no idea how many supplies were actually in there. But seeing how focused Jiang Lushur was on collecting the supplies, they thought he had probably taken everything. Without food, they didn't know how they would survive. After coming out of the storage room, Jiang Lushur searched the living room and Uge's bedroom again. Seeing that there was nothing useful, he walked straight toward the door. At this moment, Xiaoro bit her lip, gathered her courage, and called out to Jiang Lushur, Please wait." Jiang Lushur turned his head and looked at Xiaoro. The girls in the room all looked uneasy. Xiaoro looked at Jiang Lushur, not knowing how to begin. They all knew Jiang Lushur had no obligation to leave them any food. But without food, they would starve to death. And to ask him to leave even a tiny bit for them, that was asking too much. Even if Jiang Lushur flatly refused, it would be perfectly reasonable. We. Seeing Xiaoro stammering, Jiang Lushur lost his patience. He stepped outside and was about to go downstairs when he turned back. When they saw Jiang Lushur step out, Xiaoro and the others felt hopeless. But seeing him return, hope lit up on their faces. Some of the girls even wanted to ask if they could follow Jiang Lushur. Honestly, Jiang Lushur was young and good-looking. If they could follow him and get food to eat, most of the girls were willing. But they didn't dare say it. They vaguely sensed that Jiang Lushur wasn't interested in them. If they said it and got rejected, it would be too humiliating. Besides, they didn't have any skills, they would just be a burden. At that moment, Jiang Lushur spoke, "If you want to join a survivor team, I can recommend one. But in that team, everyone has to gather food. Soon, I'll have them come over. Whether you want to join them is up to you. Of course, you can also choose to leave. There are still some supplies left in that room, you can pick out a few things to take." He felt it would be a waste to leave all the supplies here. If the girls stayed, they wouldn't be able to guard the supplies, and others would soon come to steal them. Meanwhile, the team that when Xiaotian's sisters belonged to badly needed those supplies. Of course, if the girls didn't want to join when Xiaotian's group, Jiang Lushur wouldn't force them, it was their choice. After hearing what Jiang Lushur said, the girls looked at each other in surprise. They found it unbelievable, without begging, Jiang Lushur had voluntarily left them food. Just moments ago, when he walked out, they had already fallen into despair, thinking they were definitely going to starve. As for the survivor team he mentioned, they guessed it had something to do with him. But he probably wasn't in that team, otherwise he wouldn't have said it like that, he would have just called them over directly. The girls had no doubt, if Jiang Lushur was leading a survivor group, he would definitely be the leader. "What's your decision?" Jiang Lushur asked. Seeing that he seemed to be losing patience again, Xiaoro and the girls whispered to each other. Then Xiaoro looked at Jiang Lushur and said firmly, "We're willing to join the survivor team. We'll do whatever work is required." Compared to being abused in exchange for food, Xiaoro would rather survive by her own efforts. It was just that girls like them didn't have the ability to survive on their own. Now, Jiang Lushur gave them a chance, and Xiaoro was actually very grateful to him. "Alright, wait here then," Jiang Lushur said. This place had a great location. Jiang Lushur thought it was more suitable as a camp for Wen Xiaotian's team. He wasn't worried the girls would run off with the supplies, they couldn't carry much, and they couldn't survive on their own anyway. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to leave, Xiaoro suddenly called from behind, "Please wait." What now? Jiang Lushur was really getting dizzy from all this. He turned around and saw Xiaoro's eyes slightly red. With tears in them, she said, "Thank you." You're welcome," Jiang Lushur replied, feeling that he hadn't really done much. Since the apocalypse began, Jiang Lushur didn't think of himself as a good person. He just didn't go out of his way to do evil. Everything he did was for survival and to reach Jinling City smoothly. On the basis of securing that, helping others a bit along the way was something Jiang Lushur wouldn't refuse. He wasn't heartless. Meanwhile, back at the Wen household, Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu, and the other survivors were waiting anxiously at the window for Jiang Liushur's return. They were all worried, while the survivors felt even more uneasy. Even though Jiang Lushur had told them not to worry and just stay home before he left, they still felt like ants on a hot pan, uneasy and anxious. They knew that even if they had hidden elsewhere, if Jiang Lushur failed, they would still be found by Uge and the biker gang and would die horribly. They were just ordinary people. Escaping the town was extremely difficult. Without gas or food, even if they escaped, they'd be caught or starved to death. So, they silently hoped for a miracle. The old man went to the courtyard and picked up the rice pot that had been knocked over earlier. When Huang Mao's group clashed with Jiang Lushur, one of Huang Mao's men had thrown the rice pot to the ground. The rice inside was already half-cooked, and most of it had spilled out, covered in dust. The old man scooped the rice back into the pot with his hands, didn't waste a single grain. If washed, it could still be eaten. The rest of the survivors silently watched the old man put the rice pot back on the fire. Then he went among the biker gang corpses and slowly took back the supplies they had taken. Wen Xiaotian also watched the old man's actions, clenching her hands tightly, extremely anxious. At this moment, Wen Xiaotian felt very conflicted. From the other survivors and her younger sister Wen Lu, she had heard many brutal stories about Uge. She was very worried about Jiang Liusher's safety. Thanks to Jiang Liusher, Wen Xiaotian had been able to reunite with her sister, a blessing that most people in the apocalypse wouldn't even dare to hope for. So on one hand, Wen Xiaotian hoped that Jiang Liusher would prioritize his own safety. Even if he didn't deal with Uge and the biker gang, it didn't matter. But on the other hand, she knew that if Jiang Liusher didn't eliminate Uge and the others, then they would soon face revenge. At that time, what would happen to her and her sister was a complete unknown. Perhaps the unknown was because they simply couldn't think of a way to resist or protect themselves, they could only wait helplessly for despair to arrive. Wen Lu had her hand in her pocket, secretly gripping a dagger. She knew how Uge treated anyone who dared to resist him. Wen Lu wouldn't give the biker gang a chance to torture her. As she thought about this, she noticed her hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. The answer would be revealed very soon. But for her and the other survivors at this moment, every second felt incredibly long. V-room. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came, and all the survivors, including Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian, shuddered. Like waiting for a verdict, they all moved to the window, then stiffly looked outside. Wen Lu gripped the dagger tightly, while Wen Xiaotian clenched her fists. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's Brother Jiang. Wen Lu suddenly cried out in surprise. Outside the courtyard, the minibus was dragging a small fuel tanker. The roof was tied with many bags, and it slowly drove up to the courtyard gate and stopped. Wen Lu immediately threw her dagger aside and ran out like the wind. She couldn't wait to know what had happened. Wen Xiaotian stared blankly at the minibus. Just moments ago, she was full of worry and doubt, but now, Jiang Liusher had already returned, driving the minibus. The feeling was just like when she had been knocked unconscious by the mutant boar, and then woke up to see its corpse. It all felt like a dream. The survivors were all frozen in place. It wasn't until Wen Lu had already run out of the courtyard that they finally reacted. Let's go check. See what happened. The minibus had come back, and no biker gang had followed. Plus, it was dragging a fuel tanker. What had happened was already obvious. Still, even though the truth was right in front of them, the survivors couldn't believe it. Soon, they all gathered beside the driver's seat and saw Jiang Liusher inside the vehicle. Then they listened to Jiang Liusher explain everything that had happened. He even told them they could take over the biker gang's base, where some supplies were still left. They couldn't believe how Jiang Liusher had done it. In front of Uge, they had only ever felt despair. So many people couldn't resist, and anyone who tried ended up in a miserable state. But Jiang Liusher, with just himself and a car, and in such a short time, had resolved the threat looming over them. The way Jiang Liusher spoke about it so casually made it sound like it was nothing more than a side task. They stared at the minibus in disbelief. There were several bullet holes clearly visible in the windshield, but the bullets hadn't pierced through. They looked at Jiang Liusher. He was completely unharmed. They finally believed it. What Jiang Liusher said was true. They had been freed from Uge's grasp. The survivors all felt like they had been reborn. The old man came out of the house and stood at the back of the crowd, listening to Jiang Liusher's words. His hands trembled, and he couldn't hold back his tears. It wasn't surprising he cried. He had always feared for his grandson's life. Just today, he had mentally prepared himself that if they had to die, he'd take his grandson with him, not letting the child suffer any longer. But now, everything had changed. Not only did they not have to die, but they could move to a safer place and have full meals. From now on, they wouldn't have to suffer under Uge's oppression and the biker gang's abuse. The survivors snapped out of their shock and began thanking Jiang Liusher nonstop. But at that moment, Jiang Liusher said he was about to leave. With the fuel tank full and everything ready, Jiang Liusher was eager to head to Jinling. Wen Xiaotian and Wen Lu had already reunited, but he was still worried about Jiang Zhuiying. This small town wasn't far from Jinling now, and Jiang Liusher just wanted to hit the road as soon as possible. When they heard that Jiang Liusher was leaving, the survivors were stunned. You helped us so much, how can you just leave like that? Wen Lu blurted out and grabbed the car door, as if that would stop Jiang Liusher from driving away. Wen Lu really wanted to repay Jiang Liusher somehow, and Wen Xiaotian felt the same. The other survivors did too. Even if they couldn't give Jiang Liusher anything useful, at least they could cook a few meals for him. No need, Jiang Liusher said. He felt everything was ready, and the distance was short. He didn't want to waste any more time. As for saving them, his goal had actually been to get fuel. Rescuing these people was just something that happened along the way. You all be careful. Getting to the gas station should be no problem. Oh right, Jiang Lushur suddenly remembered something and told them about Xiaoro and the other girls. Wen Lu immediately said it was no problem. She had already heard about those girls and had always felt sympathy for them. But Jiang Lushur insisted on leaving. Before he did, he marked the location on the map. That gas station, if he couldn't find fuel later, maybe he could come back. In Jinling, the fuel might have all been taken by the military. Once he arrived, he could face a fuel shortage, even though he had brought as much as he could. This small town was hidden. Once the survivors moved next to the gas station, they could also help watch over it for him. Seeing that when Xiaotian, Wen Lu, and the survivors all wanted to repay him, Jiang Lushur made this request. The survivors immediately agreed. Being able to help Jiang Lushur, even in a small way, made them happy. When Xiaotian and Wen Lu kept waving at Jiang Lushur's car. Although they hadn't spent much time together, watching the minibus, now loaded with a tanker, cargo, and supplies on the roof, drive away, when Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Inside the car, Jiang Lushur reached out and opened the map to Jinling. The distance from the small town to Jinling wasn't far, and Jiang Lushur kept moving forward at a steady pace. The closer he got to Jinling, the more abandoned vehicles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushur rammed a small car that was blocking the road off to the side. He saw the half-eaten, disfigured remains of the driver, still hanging halfway out of the window, swaying as the car was pushed aside. Inside and outside of these abandoned vehicles, corpses and large patches of dark brown blood were everywhere. A foul, rotten smell filled the air along the road. Although he had seen many corpses already, this desolate and grim scene still gave Jiang Lushur a strange, indescribable feeling. What he had seen before were mostly terrifying moments when the apocalypse first broke out. But now, it truly felt like the end of the world had fully arrived, and humanity could only struggle to survive. What weighed on Jiang Lushur's heart even more was that most of these cars were facing toward the small town. They were all fleeing from Jinling. Yet, even after escaping this far, the people inside were still dragged out and eaten by zombies. So many vehicles all ended the same way. It wasn't something a small number of zombies could do. This must have been done by a fairly large group of zombies. This meant the situation ahead was definitely not good. Originally, Jiang Lushur thought he would only face serious danger after entering Jinling. He didn't expect that even before reaching the city, he would already need to be on high alert. Seeing how bad things were outside, Jiang Lushur had even less hope for the situation inside Jinling. The minibus kept pushing away the vehicles blocking the road. On the silent streets, only the occasional crash could be heard, each sound making the heart tremble. Soon, Jiang Lushur saw some houses appear along the road. He cautiously watched them while slowly moving forward. The street front shops were all broken and deserted. The glass windows were shattered, and blood was everywhere. The door of a small restaurant was still swinging, creaking back and forth. But no zombies appeared. Soon, a train station came into Jiang Lushur's view. It was a small station, not large, and he could immediately see a high-speed train stopped on a bridge. Not far away, another train had partially derailed and was hanging off the bridge, with one end already crashed onto the road below. Looking at the train cars, they were all filled with tanks. The flatbed rail cars behind them were loaded with military trucks. It was clearly a military train. Jiang Lushur had only seen such trains on the news before. He never expected to see two of them here at once. Thinking back to how Jiang Zhuiying hadn't been able to buy train tickets before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushur suddenly understood. These trains had been used to transport military supplies in preparation for the upcoming apocalypse. The same was likely true for roads and airplanes. At a time like that, even if it caused public suspicion or dissatisfaction, it didn't matter. As long as the news of the apocalypse didn't spread, the unrest from people's complaints wouldn't be enough to change anything. These two trains probably encountered the outbreak while transporting supplies, and ended up stopping here, becoming part of the apocalypse scene. Jiang Lushur kept driving, his eyes fixed on the cold tanks and military trucks on the train. All of this was good steel and valuable materials. Looking at this stuff, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but drool. His base vehicle was like a giant mouth that devoured high-quality materials. The more it ate, the faster it grew. The materials used on tanks and military trucks were obviously top-tier, probably the best in the country. But he had no way to dismantle them. All he could do was stare. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard a bang from inside one of the train cars. This whole area, including the train station, had been deathly quiet. The sudden noise immediately made him tense up. Jiang Lushur's attention snapped away from the tanks and trucks and locked onto the car where the sound came from. Bang! Another sound. Then, suddenly, a face pressed up against the train window. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared crazily at the minibus. This zombie was dressed in military uniform, probably one of the soldiers being transported or someone in charge of guarding the train. Roar, roar, roar. A huge wave of zombies suddenly burst out from the train doors. They rushed out like a tidal wave, jumping straight off the bridge, then charging wildly toward the minibus without stopping. Seeing the massive horde closing in fast, Jiang Lushur felt his scalp tingle. He had just been wondering where the zombie group that had killed all those fleeing people was hiding. He didn't expect it to be in these train cars, and with so many of them. Just this wave alone, Jiang Lushur estimated there were several hundred zombies. He wasn't too worried that they could break into his vehicle, but on top of the bus and behind it were food and fuel. If the zombies damaged that, he'd be heartbroken. So before the zombies got too close, Jiang Lushur slammed the gas pedal. Vroom. The minibus suddenly accelerated, jumping forward with agility that didn't match its size. A zombie at the front had already leapt several meters, lunging at the bus, but was immediately knocked away by the sudden acceleration. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts rang out from the side of the vehicle. More zombies poured out of the train cars. Jiang Lushur initially managed to shake off some, but eventually had no choice but to keep the pedal down and ram his way through. He was the only car moving on the entire road, with zombie hordes pressing in from front and back. Many times, it looked like the minibus would be swallowed up by the zombies, but Jiang Lushur kept his foot on the gas. Whether it was zombies or cars blocking the way, he never stopped. Only after rushing more than 1,000 meters did Jiang Lushur finally break through the zombie horde. The zombies were still chasing behind him, but at this distance, they were no longer a threat. Jiang Lushur glanced in the rearview mirror. With that many zombies, even if he had a way to dismantle the steel, he wouldn't have been able to do it safely. Luckily, he had only looked from the vehicle and never got out. Places like this, public facilities, should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. They were basically giant zombie nests. From this experience, Jiang Lushur realized that these zombies tended to hide. Although many still roamed the streets, there were plenty hiding in unseen corners. Once a person entered buildings or enclosed spaces, they might suddenly find themselves surrounded by zombies. This made Jiang Lushur even more worried about Jiang Zhuing. Hiding inside a house didn't mean she was safe from zombies. It was very possible she was inside, while zombies were right outside the door. Jinling City, 20 kilometers. Besides that, there was also a forward-pointing arrow. Glancing up at the road sign hanging overhead, Jiang Lushur looked down at the map again, then suddenly turned, driving a few hundred meters down a side road until he arrived at a flower cultivation base. He crashed through the gate and drove straight in. Roar! More than a dozen zombies rushed out from among the cultivated flowers, but Jiang Lushur stepped hard on the gas and ran them over. The flower base was full of flowers and trees, including many expensive varieties. In the past, these could be sold for high prices, but now Jiang Lushur crushed them without a second thought. He drove all the way to the deepest part and stopped inside a large greenhouse. Jiang Lushur had found this location on the map. It was the closest spot to Jinling, with no residential areas or big shops nearby. It had no value for searching, and even if survivors passed by, they wouldn't come in. Jiang Lushur slowly drove the minibus into a hidden corner and pressed the corresponding button. With a clack, the small fuel tanker detached from the minibus. His minibus was carrying way too many things. The small cargo trailer looked old and shabby, and even if it attracted attention, no one would care. But the fuel tanker was too eye-catching. Earlier, Jiang Lushur had guessed it would be hard to find gasoline inside Jinling. In that case, dragging a fuel tanker would be like tossing a piece of juicy meat into a pack of wild beasts. Better safe than sorry, caution first. Jiang Lushur filled up the fuel tank before driving out of the flower base. Back on the main road, not long after driving, Jiang Lushur saw another sign pointing toward Jinling City. He was getting closer and closer. Xiaoying, wait for me. Jiang Lushur switched the map to an address he had saved earlier. It was the place he and Jiang Zhuing had agreed on as a hiding spot. Then Jiang Lushur tried to send a text message to Jiang Zhuing. After the apocalypse began, his phone had no signal back in Jiangbei City. Since then, he'd been driving on mountain roads, where signal was impossible. He hoped that Jinling might still have reception. However, the message failed to send, and a "no service" message popped up in the top left corner of the screen. Jiang Lushur's face showed a trace of disappointment. Jinling City had no signal either. If he could contact Jiang Zhuing in advance, he wouldn't be so anxious. He now desperately wanted to find Jiang Zhuing as soon as possible. At this time, survivors surely avoided Jinling. All the abandoned cars on the road were facing outward, only Jiang Lushur's minibus was heading into the city. At first, there weren't many zombies on the streets. Jiang Lushur could usually pass by before the zombies noticed him. But the deeper he drove into the city, the more zombies there were. Roar! Zombies kept appearing, and Jiang Lushur had to stay highly alert. His minibus was constantly being hit by zombies, but thanks to the defense upgrade with mutated energy, those impacts didn't damage the base vehicle's exterior. There were too many zombies, even those he had shaken off continued to follow the minibus. Jiang Lushur looked at the monitor, feeling like he was moving through a sea of corpses. And ahead, even more zombies awaited. At this rate, no matter how powerful and well defended the base vehicle was, being surrounded by this many zombies was extremely dangerous. Even ants can kill an elephant, let alone these brutal zombies. Roar roar! A female zombie with one high heel still on, torn stockings, and blood all over her body, hands, and face, was hanging onto the front of the minibus, staring straight at Jiang Lushur through the windshield. Her long, claw-like fingernails were desperately scratching at the glass. Her nails should have broken long ago, but after mutating into a zombie, even her fingernails had become incredibly tough, almost like an animal's claws. Jiang Lushur glanced at the female zombie but didn't care. She had clearly been a fashionable urban woman before, but now, she was just a killing monster. He floored the gas pedal and suddenly pressed the horn. The harsh sound blared across the zombie-filled street like a stone dropped into water, immediately stirring up chaos. Jiang Lushur saw the distant zombies, who hadn't noticed him yet, suddenly turn their heads. Those zombies, from far away, locked their gaze on the minibus, and without any warning, they started madly charging toward Jiang Lushur. In every direction, front, back, left, and right, Jiang Lushur estimated there were at least several hundred zombies, maybe even more. Seeing this, any normal survivor would have fallen into despair. Even Jiang Lushur felt cold sweat forming in his palms as he gripped the steering wheel. Bang bang bang. Zombies in front were constantly getting knocked away by the speeding minibus, but more were clinging to the sides, to the doors, and even starting to climb onto the roof. The deeper he drove into the horde, the more zombies ended up under his wheels. Even with the pedal floored, the vehicle felt like it was moving with effort, but Jiang Lushur didn't stop. He stared straight ahead, ignoring the female zombie still clawing at the windshield. Just a bit more, almost there. As the base vehicle was nearly unable to move forward, Jiang Lushur pressed the instant acceleration button. With a boom, the zombies around him were flung away, and the vehicle forced open a path through the crowd with its massive power. That earlier stretch of road had drawn most of the nearby zombies to him. Now, after pushing through, Jiang Lushur temporarily broke out of the zombie swarm. But instead of speeding away, he suddenly made a sharp turn. Skrek! A piercing screech sounded, with even one of the tires lifted off the ground. Immediately after completing the turn, Jiang Lushur pressed the air cannon button. 10, 9, 8. Bang 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 bang. Zombies kept leaping onto the vehicle. Very quickly, the windshield was filled with snarling zombie faces. They slammed the glass over and over, their eyes locked on Jiang Lushur, eager to tear him apart. Sitting in the driver's seat, feeling the vehicle shaking under him, Jiang Lushur's face turned slightly pale. He muttered under his breath along with the starseed countdown, 3, 2, 1. Bang! A loud explosion. Jiang Lushur saw a sudden burst of blood mist in front of his vehicle. The zombies clinging to the windshield disappeared in an instant. The power of the air cannon cleared nearly 20 meters of space in front of the vehicle. Even zombies farther away were injured. As soon as wounds appeared on their bodies, they were immediately torn apart and eaten by the zombies behind them. Phew! Jiang Lushur let out a breath, turned the steering wheel, and kept driving. He had made such a big commotion that zombies from farther away would likely be drawn in soon. But by that time, he would have already driven off. The zombies would stay behind, attracted by the corpses all over the ground, fighting over the remains. This would help reduce some of the pressure on Jiang Lushur as he moved forward. After getting through this unavoidable main road, Jiang Lushur turned into a small side street. These side streets used to be lively and crowded, but now only a few zombies wandered about. Their numbers were much lower than those on the main road. Base vehicle exterior undamaged. Glass undamaged. Windshield cleaning completed. A spray of water shot from the wipers, washing away the bloodstains on the windshield. Behind the minibus, 2 long streaks of blood were left on the road. After spending the whole day navigating through Jinling City's small streets, Jiang Lushur was mentally exhausted. But when he saw a residential complex, the tiredness on his face disappeared in an instant. Lanyuan Residential Complex, the address Jiang Zhuiying had told him about, it was here. The complex was right next to the university where Jiang Zhuiying studied, separated only by a narrow alley. It was an apartment complex for university teachers. The campus was a high-risk zombie area. So, the number of zombies in this residential area was likely not low. Jiang Lushur slowed down and carefully drove into the complex. Seeing the guardroom covered in blood, with bloodstains and drag marks on the ground, Jiang Lushi grew even more tense. He had seen scenes like this countless times along the way, some even bloodier. But none had made him feel this uneasy. Like other places, the complex had clearly gone through the chaos of the apocalypse. It was quiet and tragic. All the windows in the buildings were dark, lifeless, with debris and blood everywhere. Jiang Lushi drove slowly and quietly. The buildings looked silent, but were surely full of hidden zombies. Since he was close to Jiang Zhuing's hiding spot, he didn't want to attract any of them. Thump! A zombie suddenly leapt out from a nearby flower bed and was immediately crushed under Jiang Lushi's wheels. The car shook slightly. Jiang Lushi continued driving while watching the buildings on both sides cautiously. His eyes searched for the building Jiang Zhuing had mentioned. Building 17. Building 17, Jiang Lushi looked at the numbers on the outer walls. Building 17 was close to the entrance, yet in a relatively secluded spot, exactly as Jiang Lushi had instructed her to choose. Road conditions inside residential areas were usually complex and narrow. If a vehicle blocked the way, just the sound of clearing it could attract all the zombies in the complex. If Jiang Lushi wasn't familiar with the roads, it could become a serious problem. So far, near the entrance, everything was still fine. Jiang Lushi had already planned to pick up Jiang Zhuing and leave as quickly as possible. Soon, he saw the silhouette of Building 17 appear in the distance. Jiang Lushi glanced at the phone placed beside him. The screen was on a music player, and the volume was set to a low level. He had calculated and prepared this in advance. He even did a short test while on the road. Once he reached the building, he rolled down the driver's window, pressed play on the phone, and tossed it to the entrance of the apartment building. Then he reversed the vehicle a bit, foot on the accelerator, ready to floor it once the zombies showed up. To pick up Jiang Zhuing, Jiang Lushi had to get out of the vehicle. But a bulletproof vest, helmet, and handgun weren't enough to guarantee his safety, let alone protect her. So Jiang Lushi had already come up with a plan to lure out and deal with the zombies inside the building using the phone. The phone's volume was just right, enough for zombies within about 20 meters to hear. The volume was so low that if he tapped once more it would be muted. In an open area, humans might not hear it, but zombies could. After waiting about 10 seconds, a staggering figure appeared at the building entrance. The zombie rushed out of the unit door but didn't attack the phone. Although attracted by the sound, it was only interested in living things. Seeing the zombie appear, Jiang Lushi didn't immediately hit the gas. The zombie locked eyes with him and charged, clawing at the vehicle. Still, Jiang Lushi didn't move. He was waiting patiently. But after a while, no more zombies showed up at the door. Only this one zombie kept trying to attack the car, alone. Huh? Was this the only zombie in the building? Or were the others locked inside and unable to get out? That would be ideal. Jiang Lushi waited a bit longer to be sure that this was the only threat. Then he suddenly drove forward and rammed the zombie. Bang! The snarling zombie was pulled under the car and crushed. Jiang Lushi carefully parked the vehicle sideways at the apartment entrance. The door of the vehicle was nearly touching the building's entrance. He put on his helmet, grabbed his pliers and Type 54 pistol, then opened the door and stepped out. The music might not draw out zombies from the 5th or 6th floors, so Jiang Lushi picked up the phone, left the music playing, and walked inside. This way, if any zombies appeared, he'd be ready, and could retreat back into the car. The elevator was long out of service. As soon as he approached, he heard a loud bang. A zombie inside was hitting the elevator door. Jiang Lushi jumped in fright, adjusted his helmet, and carefully walked toward the stairwell. Although he hadn't seen any zombies yet, he stuck to a cautious approach. The staircase was dimly lit, and only the sound of his own footsteps echoed around him. Jiang Zhuing lived on the top floor. Jiang Lushi slowly climbed the stairs. At the 4th floor, he placed the phone on the ground and went back down to the 3rd floor, nervously aiming his handgun at the stairwell. After waiting a while and seeing no zombies appear, he returned, picked up the phone, and turned off the music. The stairwell was indeed zombie-free. As he reached the top floor and walked toward Jiang Zhuing's apartment, Jiang Lushi felt his heart pounding, an intense feeling of anticipation that something important was about to happen. At the door, Jiang Lushi took a deep breath, gently knocked, and said softly, "Xiaoying, it's your brother." There was no sound from inside. Thump! A muffled noise made Jiang Lushi's scalp tingle. He turned and saw that the sound had come from the opposite apartment. A zombie's nails were scratching at the security door. "Scared the hell out of me," Jiang Lushi muttered. He turned back and was about to knock again, when suddenly, he noticed the door in front of him, after his 2 light knocks, had slowly opened a crack. Jiang Lushi carefully pushed the door open. He immediately saw that the door was not completely closed but was locked from the inside. This way, whether it was wind or zombies entering, the door wouldn't be shut. In other words, the door was deliberately left ajar. This made Jiang Liusher's heart suddenly sink. He quickly rushed inside, Jiang Zhuiying. The room was empty. Almost all the furniture had been pushed to the side, leaving an open space in the center. Along with some food packaging boxes, it could be seen that this place was once full of supplies. Jiang Liusher almost directly kicked open the other room doors. In one bedroom, he found Jiang Zhuiying's clothes. It was a t-shirt. Jiang Liusher remembered this t-shirt very well, because on the front was a very silly hand-drawn cartoon, a cartoon version of himself being punched and sent flying by a cartoon version of Jiang Zhuiying. It was a birthday gift Jiang Zhuiying had given him years ago. He refused to wear it, saying the design was too stupid. But Jiang Zhuiying liked it and wore it happily herself for years, ignoring all of Jiang Liusher's eye rolls. Seeing this t-shirt now, which had made him speechless so many times, Jiang Liusher suddenly felt his heart tighten. He grabbed the t-shirt, and just as he picked it up, he found a line of words on the back. "Brother, wait for me." Jiang Liusher froze for a moment, then flipped the t-shirt inside out. What the hell? Jiang Liusher clenched the t-shirt tightly. Since Jiang Zhuiying left a message, why couldn't she write a few more words? Just these 3 words, so vague and incomplete. Of course, Jiang Liusher wasn't truly blaming Jiang Zhuiying. He was just worried and anxious. The supplies in the house were all gone, but Jiang Zhuiying shouldn't have left without a good reason, especially since she knew he would come here. If nothing special had happened, she should have waited. But despite all the reasons to stay, she only left 3 simple words, and then disappeared. What happened? Jiang Liusher was extremely worried. He searched the room again but found no other messages from Jiang Zhuiying. He could only take the t-shirt and go downstairs back to the base vehicle. Maybe because of the bloody smell from the crushed zombie, a few other zombies from nearby buildings had wandered out and were circling the base vehicle. Jiang Liusher carefully got back into the vehicle and moved to the compartment. He hadn't found Jiang Zhuiying, and aside from that one word to wait, she left no clues. Jiang Liusher planned to wait here for some time. Even though he was anxious, Jinling City was huge. He couldn't search blindly. If she didn't appear in a few days, then he'd go out to search nearby. Killing the zombies outside might attract more, so Jiang Liusher decided to ignore them. He closed the door between the cabin and the driver's seat. The cabin lit up, becoming a warm, sealed room. Zombies wandered outside, but inside, Jiang Liusher could cook, eat, watch shows, and rest. As long as he didn't make too much noise, the zombies wouldn't notice. Even if they heard something, they'd only bang on the outside a bit, and if they didn't find anyone, they'd leave. The way that zombie ignored the phone earlier confirmed this for Jiang Liusher. And the base vehicle didn't fear a few zombies hitting it. Jiang Liusher felt completely safe inside. His only worry was still Jiang Zhuiying, and how to find her if she didn't return. Searching house by house was impossible. Maybe he would need to find other survivors to ask around or record a message and play it somewhere. Jiang Liusher thought over many possible plans, his eyes on the t-shirt lying on the sofa. He knew his sister's personality well. Outside, she was playful, but at home, she was very sensible. Since he had always taken care of her, Jiang Zhuiying deeply valued his words and always came to him with any troubles. But now, in such a serious situation, why didn't she listen to him? Jiang Liusher thought of Brother Yu and the biker gang he encountered before. Jinling was big, and there must be many survivors. Could it be that Jiang Zhuiying had faced something similar to what Wen Lu went through? The more Jiang Liusher thought about it, the more anxious he became. He couldn't just wait anymore. He took out the map and started studying the surrounding area. Although the network no longer worked, the offline map of Jinling he had downloaded was very detailed, even showing small roadside shops. He hadn't been able to use it earlier on mountain roads because they weren't highways or main roads and weren't downloaded. Hours passed quickly. As evening fell, Jiang Liusher was about to cook when he suddenly heard zombie howls outside. Startled, he was about to peek through the curtain when he heard a series of shhh sounds, mixed with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Jiang Liusher quickly moved to the window and just then heard voices outside. "Boss, you're getting stronger again. Killing zombies is like stepping on ants. Look at this corpse, crispy outside, tender inside. Smells kind of strange too," a male voice said. Then a slightly sweet and sticky female voice replied, "You're so annoying. If you want to flatter the boss, don't make it so disgusting." "I'm not flattering. I'm speaking the truth. When did this car get here?" The sweet female voice changed topic, clearly noticing the minibus. Even a blind person could notice it parked there. Jiang Liusher wasn't surprised by her words. He still didn't know who these people were, but from her tone, they had clearly been here before. Maybe they were connected to Jiang Zhuiying's disappearance. Jiang Liusher touched the pistol at his waist and slowly moved toward the driver's seat. These people could easily kill zombies, they were definitely strong. Jiang Lushur didn't know whether they were enemies, but he had to be ready for anything. Especially their so-called boss. At that moment, the man's voice spoke again. No way a survivor came here to hang out, right? Who could it be? Jiang Lushur heard the male voice getting very close. Clearly, he had approached the front of the vehicle and was curiously examining the minibus. Can't see anything. No one in the driver's seat, no idea where they went, the male voice said. At that moment, the sweet, sticky female voice spoke impatiently. Why do you care where they went? Maybe they were eaten by those zombies just now. I'm just curious. Who would drive such a big vehicle around, the man said. It's just a broken car. What's there to be curious about? The sweet voice was full of disdain. Though she spoke mostly to spite the man, her opinion about the minibus was actually accurate. Jiang Lushur's car was indeed very run down. Not to mention its appearance, it was dragging a battered little cargo vehicle behind, and the roof was full of snakeskin bags with a certain odd style. Before the apocalypse, a vehicle like this wouldn't attract any attention. But now, it just looked even more wrecked, like a pile of junk that would fall apart if a zombie horde swarmed it. Where's this license plate from? The man didn't seem affected by the woman's tone and continued to observe. Looks like Jiangbei, he answered himself. Then suddenly added, hey, what do you think's inside the little cargo trailer and those bags on the roof? Should we open them? What else could it be? Must be junk, the woman said with even less patience. Let's at least take a look. Maybe there's something useful, the man replied. When Jiang Lushur heard them talking about opening his trailer, he couldn't just keep listening anymore. Just as he was about to open the compartment door, he heard a familiar voice. It really is a Jiangbei license plate. That voice carried a hint of surprise. And when Jiang Lushur heard it, he froze. He suddenly pulled open the compartment door, rushed to the windshield, and looked outside. Outside, there were 5 or 6 people standing. Among them, Jiang Lushur immediately saw Jiang Zhuing. She was wearing simple denim shorts, an oversized denim jacket, and a plain white t-shirt underneath. Her hair was in a ponytail. She looked fresh, youthful, and vibrant. She was holding an iron rod in her hand and was staring intently at the vehicle. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Zhuing's eyes widened. Her already big eyes grew even larger, and her lips opened into an O shape. Then she shouted, "My brother!" The others, who had already been looking at Jiang Lushur with slight surprise when he appeared, immediately looked even more shocked. Jiang Zhuing's brother? They were stunned, and Jiang Lushur was no less surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhuing to be among this group of people. But what shocked him even more was that after Jiang Zhuing shouted brother, that same male voice from earlier exclaimed again, "No way, boss, that's your brother?" That voice belonged to a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut, wearing casual clothes, carrying a long knife, and with a strange armband on his shoulder. He looked a bit theatrical, and his exaggerated expression showed he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Jiang Lushur was even more stunned. He had just been thinking about being cautious with this boss, and now it turned out the boss was his sister. Through the windshield, Jiang Lushur looked at Jiang Zhuing in disbelief, and she looked back at him with wide eyes, equally shocked. The boss's brother actually came all the way from Jiangbei alone, driving this vehicle, the young man with the long knife said, still outside with the others. Since the siblings were reunited, of course they had gone into the minibus to catch up. The young man's face was full of amazement. Among the group, a curly-haired girl rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "You want to die? Talking so loudly, afraid Zhuing can't hear you or what?" "What's the big deal?" the young man said carelessly, still marveling at the minibus. The curly-haired girl didn't look too happy. Earlier, she had mocked the car quite a bit, and Jiang Zhuing had clearly heard her, likely Jiang Lushur too. Now this guy just kept marveling, basically still insulting the car, and acting surprised that Jiang Lushur actually made it here. To be fair, none of them had believed it was even possible for Jiang Zhuing's brother to travel from Jiangbei to Jinling. Even Jiang Zhuing had been preparing to find a way to return to Jiangbei. But unexpectedly, in this beat-up car, Jiang Lushur had really made it. This vehicle seems to have been modified. Really smart, the young man clicked his tongue in admiration. Earlier, zombies had been surrounding the area, and Jiang Lushur had been hiding in the compartment. The young man assumed the door was used specifically to block zombie sightlines. As for the zombie Jiang Lushur had run over, it had already been eaten clean by the others. Though they saw the remains, they didn't make any connections. The curly-haired girl rolled her eyes again. She had always found the young man annoying. But truthfully, she had been observing too. Before, she hadn't been curious about the car at all. But after finding out it belonged to Jiang Zhuing's brother, she became interested. Still, after looking it over, she didn't find anything impressive. Instead, she became more curious about Jiang Lushur himself. Maybe Zhuing's brother is really powerful too, the curly-haired girl suddenly said. The young man and the others also felt this might be true, they had been speculating too. That really would be amazing, the young man sighed again. Jiang Zhuing becoming their leader meant she was very capable. Among the group, Jiang Lushur also saw a tall, muscular man holding an axe. He looked fierce. Even someone like him listens to you? Jiang Lushur turned his head from the window and looked at Jiang Zhuing. They had already been talking for over 10 minutes, mostly with Jiang Lushur asking questions and Jiang Zhuing answering. He was extremely surprised by everything. The starseed had only told him that Jiang Zhuing wouldn't mutate into a zombie, but that wasn't a prediction of her future. Now it seemed Jiang Zhuing's path had turned out completely differently from what he expected. She had become an ability user. After discovering her power, Jiang Zhuing started training. But soon, she realized she had no choice but to leave her hiding place. After that, survivors began gathering around her, and she became their leader. As for being called boss, that was just her personal preference. Seeing this typical cute, mo girl liking things like fighting and commanding people left Jiang Lushur speechless. Anyone who didn't know her would definitely be misled by her baby-faced cuteness. What do you mean you had to leave? Why? Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuing pouted and thought for a moment, then said, it's hard to explain. You'll understand later, big brother. Jiang Lushur still found it hard to believe. During the time he was heading to Jinling City, his younger sister Jiang Zhuing not only became an ability user, but also became the leader of a survivor team. And this wasn't just an ordinary survivor team. According to Jiang Zhuing's description, Jiang Lushur learned the general situation of the survivor team she led. This team now had more than 20 members. The number didn't seem large, but when Jiang Lushur learned that it included 4 ability users, he was shocked. In that small town before, Brother Yu alone could dominate and throw his weight around. For ability users, what did that mean? And among these 4 ability users, Jiang Zhuing was the strongest. According to Jiang Zhuing herself, she was the undisputed boss. As a child, Jiang Zhuing had been the leader among dozens of neighborhood kids, while Jiang Lushur was much more low-key in comparison. Usually, it was little girls who got bullied by other kids, and then their parents would come seeking justice. But when it came to Jiang Zhuing, it was just the opposite. Back then, it was all just child's play. But now, she was a real leader. Leading a group of survivors and being a childhood gang leader were 2 completely different things. In the apocalypse, every decision a leader made concerned the life or death of the survivor team. Xiaoying, what's your ability? Jiang Lushur asked. That brother you had very well-developed leg muscles and was fast, that was the result of his mutation. But when Jiang Lushur looked Jiang Zhuing up and down, he didn't see any changes in her appearance. She still looked as slender as before, but because of fitness, she gave off a vibrant feeling. But she definitely didn't look like someone with overwhelming combat power. Those zombies outside the car earlier, did you kill them? Jiang Lushur had a rough idea of Jiang Zhuing's strength. To kill those zombies almost simultaneously in such a short time, he wondered what her ability really was. In front of Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing always acted like a little girl. When she heard his question, she immediately revealed an expression that she would never show in front of the other survivors. She smiled proudly, then lightly waved the iron rod in her hand. A few strands of blue electricity suddenly danced across the iron rod. Jiang Lushur was startled, those currents even seemed to reflect in his pupils. Jiang Lushur was truly shocked. Although Brother Yu had mutated, he was basically just stronger than normal people. His speed was much greater than that of world-class sprinters, but it still hadn't reached a point that seemed completely implausible. With the apocalypse's arrival, zombies and mutant beasts had appeared. Ability users like Brother Yu were strong, but still within human comprehension. But someone like Jiang Zhuing, whose body could generate electricity, that was just too unbelievable. Although Jiang Lushur knew that human activity could produce static electricity, the kind of energy that just gives a little shock to the finger at most, the electric current Jiang Zhuing just released felt terrifying. How about that, big brother? Your little sister is awesome, right? I've already measured my attack voltage, Jiang Zhuing said. She wouldn't boast in front of others, but in front of Jiang Lushur, it was like a kid proudly showing off a perfect test score. How much? Jiang Lushur asked urgently, not even in the mood to mock her smug attitude. Heh. Jiang Zhuing cleared her throat and said, it's 1000 volts now. 1000 volts. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. The human body's resistance constantly changes. At low voltages, dry skin can have a resistance of up to 100,000 ohms or more. But when the voltage rises to 1000 volts, the resistance can drop sharply to only 1000 ohms. With Jiang Zhuing's attack voltage of 1000 volts, the current flowing through a human body would be 1 ampere, that's an extremely high number. Her attack power would also reach 1000 watts. What does 1000 watts mean? If Jiang Zhuing maintained that power output for 10 minutes, it would be equal to the energy needed to lift 1060 kilograms people to the top of a 100-meter building. However, Jiang Lushur also knew that his shock came from preconceived notions of ordinary human capabilities. In reality, after virus-induced mutations, ability users becoming like electric eels capable of releasing electricity wasn't hard to understand. An adult electric eel can produce up to 800 volts, easily enough to kill a person. Due to the virus, Jiang Zhuing's cells mutated into discharge cells. Connected together, they formed very high voltages. And Jiang Zhuing's power level was on a completely different level from Brother Yu's. According to Starseed's evaluation, Brother Yu's ability didn't even reach level 1, while Jiang Zhuing. Release electricity again, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuing grumbled, why, big brother? Do you think I'm Pikachu, but still obediently released electricity again? You liked Pikachu the most when you were little. No wonder you mutated like this, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuing pouted. This time, she wasn't afraid of startling Jiang Lushur. The blue and white electricity continued to flash on the iron rod like it was wrapped in an electric net. Her clear eyes reflected the sparks, and she suddenly seemed to emit a completely different aura. Jiang Lushur stood in front of Jiang Zhuing and felt that this should be enough energy release. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, Starseed's voice rang out, level 1 mutation energy detected. Jiang Zhuing was level 1. Jiang Lushur understood now. The mutant boar was also level 1. But Jiang Lushur noticed that after Jiang Zhuing's energy level, there was a small plus sign. When he asked Starseed in his mind, he found that this plus meant stronger energy. In other words, Jiang Zhuing's mutation energy was even stronger than that of the mutant boar. And Brother Yu was below level 1, probably a level 1 minus. What was your starting voltage? Jiang Lushur asked again. How would I know? At first, I could just make a 10-centimeter spark between my fingers, Jiang Zhuing said. That meant she had evolved. Oh right, big brother, where did you get this RV? It's amazing. And, you knew about the apocalypse in advance? What's going on? Jiang Zhuing asked. She even leaned closer to Jiang Lushur's ear and whispered the question. Well, Jiang Lushur felt that explaining all of this would be very troublesome. At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the car window, and the young man's voice came through, Boss, we gotta go. It's getting dark. Jiang Lushur turned to look, sure enough, it was already getting dark outside. Big brother, we'll talk later, we have to go, Jiang Zhuing said after glancing out the window. As soon as the sky began to darken, these people immediately got ready to leave. Jiang Lushur saw them quickly pick up the backpacks they had left on the ground earlier. They each carried their weapons, and their mental state was completely different from when they had been resting. Jiang Zhuing was just about to get off the base vehicle when she suddenly paused, turned her head, and said in surprise, Brother, let's go. They were about to leave, but Jiang Lushur neither followed her out of the vehicle nor went to pack anything to bring along. Instead, he walked over and sat in the driver's seat. You come sit here. Jiang Lushur gestured with his eyes toward the front passenger seat, then opened the driver's side window and said to the people outside, you all get in too. We'll drive. These people had seen Jiang Lushur sit in the driver's seat just moments ago. At first, they didn't react, or rather, they thought their assumption was too far-fetched. But when they heard Jiang Lushur say this, they looked at each other in disbelief, completely stunned. Drive away? If it were a small car, maybe that would be fine. But damn it, this was a minibus. Driving something like this out, was he trying to make them even more obvious among the zombies? Of course, that wasn't the main issue. They were all pretty strong, and Jiang Zhuing was even stronger. Even if they were more visible, it would just mean more fighting. So if this minibus were still in decent condition, they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But this minibus was not only old and worn out, it even had a cargo trailer hitched to the back. And from the looks of Jiang Lushur, he clearly didn't plan on detaching the trailer. Plus, Jiang Lushur's tone just now was totally casual, as if he didn't think there was anything strange about driving this minibus. In fact, not only did Jiang Lushur think there was no problem, he valued the base vehicle very highly. He usually wouldn't let so many people on board. It was only because these people were Jiang Zhuing's subordinates that he took the initiative to invite them. Jiang Zhuing glanced outside the car door, then looked at Jiang Lushur. She didn't seem to care and just sat down in the front passenger seat. Seeing that the group was still standing outside in a daze, Jiang Zhuing leaned toward the windshield and shouted, Why are you just standing there? Get in. They had been thinking that maybe they couldn't refuse Jiang Zhuing's brother's offer, but Jiang Zhuing could. They didn't expect that the usually calm and rational Jiang Zhuing would agree without even hesitating. But seeing that Jiang Zhuiying was already sitting there steadily, the young man, the curly-haired girl, and the other three exchanged glances and obediently got on the vehicle. As soon as they got inside, they were shocked. The outside of the vehicle looked so run down, but the inside was a luxurious RV. The curly-haired girl looked around curiously and saw that the interior really had everything. "This vehicle is such a luxury," the young man exclaimed. The curly-haired girl gave him a speechless glance but said nothing. However, what she was thinking was, luxurious, sure, but in the apocalypse, what's the point? It's completely impractical. "Hello, Zhuiying's brother. I'm Yang Qingqing, nice to meet you. You came all the way from Jiangbei, that's amazing, it must have been tough." The curly-haired girl walked to the driver's area, smiled sweetly, and spoke in a very concerned tone. Her words were well-crafted, flawless. From her perspective, coming from Jiangbei to Jinling wasn't just tough, it was a near-death journey. Saying this expressed concern while remaining tactful. She had already thought of how to approach Jiang Lushur before getting in the car. While speaking, she extended a soft, fair hand. "Nice to meet you. Just call me Jiang Lushur," he said, politely shaking her hand. Just as their hands were about to touch, the curly-haired girl's smile stiffened for a moment, but she quickly covered it up and shook his hand. "You're Zhuiying's brother, so that makes you close to us. We're all good friends with Zhuiying, and I'm even her classmate. I'll call you Brother Jiang from now on, okay?" Of course, Jiang Lushur nodded. This was the university Jiang Zhuiying had attended, so the curly-haired girl being her classmate wasn't too surprising. The young man quickly came over to shake hands as well. "Hello, big brother. I'm Zhang Hai. Just call me Haizi. I really admire our boss." The others also came to greet Jiang Lushur one after another. From this, Jiang Lushur learned that Yang Qingqing and Zhang Hai were both ability users. There was also a short man who was an ability user, while the muscular man was not. He was originally a security guard, a retired soldier, and in this survivor team, his combat ability ranked just below the ability users. There was another woman who was also an ordinary person, but she had good athletic ability and seemed like someone who didn't talk much. After greeting, Zhang Hai went to the back and sat next to Yang Qingqing, who then said in a low voice with a strange expression, "This brother Jiang is an ordinary person, there's no energy fluctuation from him." Ability users could sense the mutation energy leaking from other ability users, similar to the function of the starseed, and could even judge the strength of that energy. But from Jiang Lushur, Yang Qingqing didn't sense anything at all. Zhang Hai noticed it too, but didn't mind. Isn't that even more impressive? A regular person made it all the way to Jinling. "Keep your voice down." Yang Qingqing scolded sharply. What if Jiang Lushur or Jiang Zhuiying heard? She didn't bother talking to Zhang Hai anymore and turned to look at Jiang Lushur. Not an ability user. These siblings, one was a genius among ability users, and the other had no powers at all. It was quite interesting. Yang Qingqing thought to herself. The sofa beneath her was quite comfortable. She pressed it twice with her hand. But after realizing that Jiang Lushur wasn't an ability user, and seeing the vehicle's shabby exterior, she had no hopes for how far it could go. At that moment, Jiang Lushur had already started the base vehicle. He turned and asked, "Xiaoying, where are you guys staying? I'll check the map to see if there's a better route. Zombies are kind of annoying." For ordinary people, annoying was an understatement. Even for them, moving through zombies was extremely dangerous. However, Jiang Zhuiying was very cooperative. "There's even a map." "Haha, let me see. Actually, zombies aren't a big deal. You can open the window, I'll just electrocute them, like a mounted machine gun." Seeing this side of Jiang Zhuiying made everyone feel like rubbing their eyes to check if they were hallucinating. Normally, if anyone had said something so unrealistic, Jiang Zhuiying would have given them a cold laugh that sent chills down their spine. But when Jiang Lushur said it, Jiang Zhuiying gave her unconditional support. But thinking about how the siblings had just reunited, it kind of made sense that Jiang Zhuiying was acting a bit out of character, right? Jiang Lushur started up the minibus. At that moment, Zhang Hai asked, "By the way, big bro, with such a big space inside your vehicle, why are you still dragging a little cargo trailer? What's in it?" Jiang Lushur glanced at them through the rearview mirror and casually said, "Just some luggage. I can't go back to my old home, but there are some things I can't let go of." Upon hearing this answer, Yang Qingqing and the others were slightly stunned. Who flees for their life and brings a whole trailer of luggage? Jiang Zhuiying's brother really had quite a strange way of thinking. A trace of undisguised contempt flashed through their eyes. They figured this vehicle was probably something Jiang Lushur had picked up after the apocalypse. If you're going to pick a car, at least pick a sturdy one. But he picked a fancy RV, clearly the kind some rich guy had recklessly modified. Yang Qingqing, being Jiang Zhuiying's classmate, had some understanding of her family background. To put it nicely, it was below average, To put it harshly, they were practically a poverty-stricken household awaiting aid. So with this in mind, she looked down on Jiang Lushi even more. The apocalypse hit, and the first thing he thought of was getting an RV, just to satisfy the vanity of owning something he couldn't afford before? Typical poor man mentality. Not only that, he dragged around a whole trailer full of useless stuff. This was like a flood coming and someone insisting on going back to rescue their wallet. If he weren't Jiang Zhuing's brother, they would have already started mocking him. Seeing these people looking awkward and not knowing what to say, Jiang Lushi knew they were at a loss for words. As for these people, Jiang Lushi never really trusted them in the first place. In the apocalypse, who knew what people might do? It was only because Jiang Zhuing was here that he was sure they wouldn't cause trouble. But mutant beast meat was still a huge temptation. Of course Jiang Lushi wouldn't tell them that the so-called junk trailer they despised was actually full of mutant beast meat. Seeing them instantly lose interest in the trailer made Jiang Lushi feel rather satisfied. The minibus drove toward the community gate. The group glanced back and felt a sense of relief. They finally didn't have to come back to this place anymore. Because of Jiang Lushi, they had been coming here every day after finishing their tasks. If Jiang Lushi hadn't shown up today, they would have had to drag the zombie corpses away from the gate like always. According to Jiang Zhuing, they had to do that to make sure the place wouldn't be swarming with zombies when Jiang Lushi arrived. If the residential complex weren't so unsuitable for survivors, Jiang Zhuing had even considered just living there. Watching Jiang Zhuing happily chatting with Jiang Lushi, Yang Qingqing showed a helpless expression in her eyes. But unlike what Yang Qingqing and the others expected, Jiang Lushi chose only narrow streets and alleys while driving, and even when they encountered zombies, Jiang Zhuing would lean out the window and handle them immediately. So, this bizarre minibus actually reached their place without a hitch. Of course, it helped that the distance between their place and the residential area wasn't very far. Even though the residential area wasn't suitable for survivors, Jiang Zhuing had still tried to pick the closest possible location for Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuing's survivor team's base was in a luxurious villa neighborhood. In front was an artificial lake, cutting them off from the zombies on the main street. The area hadn't had many residents to begin with, and after the apocalypse, the number of zombies was even lower, now completely cleared out. "We live in that house," Jiang Zhuing said while pointing out the way to Jiang Lushi. The minibus slowly came to a stop in front of a standalone villa. In a place like Jinling, even just the large lawn around the villa seemed absurdly luxurious, not to mention the massive 4-story villa sitting in the middle of it. There was no one in this villa when we arrived. It was all tidy and clean, nothing was messed up, and everything we needed was there. Plus, there are plenty of rooms, so we stayed. Jiang Zhuing said. Jiang Lushi guessed that the original owner of this villa probably evacuated early, just like Li Yusin's family. Naturally, there were no bloodstains or signs of violence. In contrast, ordinary survivors had truly woken up in hell the moment they fainted. "Brother Jiang, you can park the car on the lawn. There's plenty of space there," Yang Qingqing said enthusiastically. But Jiang Lushi looked at her and asked, "Is there a car in the garage?" "There is. We have several cars," Yang Qingqing replied. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing said, "You want to use the garage, big brother?" "Sure. Anyway, our cars are usually just parked all over the place. Heizi, call someone to move them." "Huh?" Zhang Hai was stunned. "Since when do we park all over the place?" Yang Qingqing felt a bit overlooked. Her kind suggestion had been ignored, and now she felt dismissed. She looked at Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing and felt even more contempt toward Jiang Lushi than before. Such a crappy car, and he insists on parking it in the garage. While using the garage wasn't a big deal, Yang Qingqing thought it wasn't worth the trouble for a vehicle like that. "Once the car's parked, I'll take you to your room. Don't worry, even though it's the apocalypse, our living conditions are still decent," Jiang Zhuing said. "No need. I'll sleep in the vehicle. Also, how do you open the garage?" As for living conditions, Jiang Liushi's RV was already more than good enough. In the end, Jiang Lushi not only arranged his bedroom in the vehicle but also took the only garage key with him. They had only found one garage key in the house. In reality, the starseed was in Jiang Liushi's mind, and the base vehicle was bound to it. Without Jiang Lushi, no one could drive it, or even open its door. Still, Jiang Lushi was so cautious. Even though this was his sister Jiang Zhuing's territory, he felt that as long as people were around, one should never fully let their guard down. Seeing that the first thing Jiang Lushi did after arriving was fuss over his minibus, Yang Qingqing and the others were baffled. Since meeting him, Yang Qingqing had always thought Jiang Lushi was a bumpkin, acting like his pile of junk was something special. He probably didn't even know what an ability user was. If not for Jiang Zhuing, they never would have accepted such a survivor, not even worth a second glance. Probably because he's hauling everything he owns, that's why he cares so much. and that RV, he probably sees it as a treasure. But come on, there are tons of luxury RVs out there, and he picked a converted minibus? He doesn't even know what kind of vehicle is actually worth something. Yang Qingqing whispered to the woman who didn't talk much, shaking her head. That's how ordinary people are. Because they can only struggle to survive in the apocalypse, they end up clinging to things that make others feel a mix of pity and amusement. Not long after settling in, Jiang Zhuiying came knocking to call for dinner. There was a door in the garage that connected directly to the inside of the villa. Jiang Lushur had asked for the key to that door as well. Usually, he stayed inside the garage, in a completely enclosed space, effectively separated from the other survivors. The villa was large. Even with more than 20 survivors, it didn't feel crowded. These survivors each had their own roles. According to Jiang Zhuiying's introduction, aside from those who took turns staying behind to guard the base, all the able-bodied men and women went out to search for food. Those with no combat ability, like the injured or women who were too weak, stayed behind to cook and clean. With so many people living under one roof, if logistics didn't keep up, it would have turned into a trash heap long ago. Besides that, there was even a doctor in their survivor team. This made Jiang Lushur sigh with emotion. This team was actually well organized, with everything it should have. At that moment, most of the survivors were gathered in the living room, sorting through all kinds of supplies they had gathered today. When they saw Jiang Zhuiying bringing Jiang Lushur over, everyone looked up. That's the boss's brother? His name's Jiang Lushur, right? Someone asked Yang Qingqing beside them. That's right, Yang Qingqing replied in a low voice. Oh? That person instantly showed a knowing look. The way they looked at Jiang Lushur seemed to say, so that's the guy Yang Qingqing was talking about. If Yang Qingqing hadn't mentioned it, just by his appearance, they wouldn't have guessed he was such an oddball. They had all seen Jiang Lushur come out from the small door in the garage. What Yang Qingqing and the others said was true, this guy really did move into the garage just for a modified RV. While Jiang Lushur was staying in the garage, Yang Qingqing and the others had already subtly spread the story of his deeds. Some people hadn't even met him yet but had already formed a preconceived opinion. A country bumpkin, and a weird one, too. Everyone, this is my brother, Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuiying introduced proudly, her tone almost sounding like, see? Isn't my brother handsome? Hearing that, everyone had the urge to roll their eyes. Hello, brother Jiang. Nice to meet you. You really came from Jiangbei? That's badass. Everyone came forward to greet him warmly. Even though they knew Jiang Lushur was strange, they couldn't ignore Jiang Zhuiying's presence. Jiang Lushur also nodded to them. Hello, everyone. Alright, let's eat, Jiang Zhuiying said, then turned to Jiang Lushur and added, come eat with me, bro. The moment she said that, all the survivors froze. Yang Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Zhuiying in surprise. Their survivor team had 4 ability users, including Jiang Zhuiying. Normally, the regular survivors ate in the living room, while the 4 ability users ate separately in the kitchen. They also ate different food. Yang Qingqing couldn't hold it in anymore. She smiled and said, Zhuiying, isn't that unnecessary? Brother Jiang isn't an ability user. It won't help him anyway. That's what the other survivors were thinking too, including the ordinary ones. Eating is still better than not eating, Jiang Zhuiying said casually. If there was something good, of course she'd want to share it with Jiang Lushur. The survivors were speechless. What kind of logic was that? What, is there a problem? According to the original agreement, whether as the leader or based on combat contribution, I have more share than anyone else. I usually use my share to trade weapons with the military, and everyone uses those weapons together. Now I'm using my share for my brother. Does anyone have a problem with that? Jiang Zhuiying swept her gaze over the survivors. Jiang Lushur immediately noticed that her expression had turned sharp. The survivors quickly averted their eyes and said nothing. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't brought it up just now, they'd almost forgotten about that rule. When someone doesn't use their rights for a long time, others get used to it and assume they've given them up. It had started to feel like Jiang Zhuiying using her share to trade for weapons was just the norm. But now that she was using it for herself, they didn't dare complain to her directly, but they were clearly displeased with the person benefiting, Jiang Lushur. Yang Qingqing was momentarily stuck, then forced a smile and said, yeah, you're the boss. You decide. Come on, bro, let's eat, Jiang Zhuiying said, pulling Jiang Lushur along. Seeing the others' reactions, Jiang Lushur became curious, just how good was the food the ability users got? Now that an ordinary person was mixed in with the 4 ability users, the regular survivors peeked toward the kitchen. Some of them immediately felt a sense of imbalance. Normally, when only the ability users ate separately, no one minded. But now that someone just like them was allowed in, they started to feel uncomfortable. But they couldn't do anything, he was Jiang Zhuiying's brother. All they could do was envy that he had such a powerful sister. Brother Jiang, what you're about to eat might be the best thing you've had in your life, Zhang Hai said cheerfully at the table. Yang Qingqing didn't say anything, but in her heart she looked down on it. To Jiang Lushi, sure, it might taste good. But it was completely wasted on him since it wouldn't actually benefit him. Hearing Zhang Hai say that, Jiang Lushi became even more curious. Did they have a 5-star chef in this team? Soon, the food was served. Jiang Zhuiying immediately gave Jiang Lushi a piece. As soon as Jiang Lushi chewed twice, he paused in surprise. The texture, and the warm feeling spreading through his body. This was mutant beast meat. Jiang Lushi quickly picked up another piece. This time he chewed more carefully and confirmed, it was definitely mutant beast meat. Seeing him stuff another piece into his mouth before even swallowing the first, Yang Qingqing and the others looked down on him. Even if it's tasty, no need to gobble it like that, right? He probably spent the trip to Jinling eating nothing but biscuits and instant noodles, or maybe not even that. How is it, Brother Jiang? Tastes good, right? Yang Qingqing asked with a smile. Jiang Lushi nodded. Not bad. He wasn't sure what kind of mutant beast this was, but the meat was still a bit inferior to that of the mutant wild boar. Hearing Jiang Liushi's casual, not bad, Yang Qingqing didn't know what to say. This guy clearly had no idea how valuable mutant beast meat was. This isn't just any meat, it's from a mutant beast. It's specially for ability users. It helps restore physical energy and can promote evolution. If saved, it can even be traded with the military for weapons. But what effect it has on ordinary people, we don't know. Yang Qingqing explained. Evolution? Jiang Lushi ignored her last sentence. Of course it was useful for ordinary people. But as for how ability users evolved, Starseed hadn't gone into detail. It had only said they could evolve, without explaining how. Unbelievable, right? Ability users can evolve. Using your powers and eating mutant beast meat both help with evolution. Using your powers also helps you practice control, Yang Qingqing continued. She figured that after hearing this, Jiang Lushi would finally realize the meat was wasted on him. If he had any shame, he'd offer to eat with the regular survivors instead. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lushi just nodded while eating and even picked up another piece. Then he said to her, I see. Interesting. Go on. Yang Qingqing was choked up again. This guy just didn't get it. And saying things like, pretty interesting, and asking her to keep talking, did he think she was telling stories for fun? Yang Qingqing forced a smile and said, actually, there's nothing more to say. If you like the food, then eat more. You probably didn't eat much on the road, so eat up, Jiang Zhuiying said, then turned her head and called out, big sis, make another stir-fried pork dish. Brother, eat more to replenish your nutrition, Jiang Zhuiying urged, continuously picking food for Jiang Lushi. Yang Qingqing really couldn't stand it anymore. Her face was already showing signs of discomfort. Her share was limited, and she always ate sparingly. Seeing an ordinary person like Jiang Lushi, who got no benefit from eating this food, eating so freely made her feel really stifled. By the way, Zhuiying, didn't you want that custom weapon? Yang Qingqing's eyes lit up as she suddenly spoke. Custom weapon? Jiang Lushi looked puzzled. Yang Qingqing opened her mouth to explain, but Jiang Zhuiying already started explaining to Jiang Lushi, it's a weapon made by the military. They have the technology, materials, and equipment to make it. Many survivors in Jinling City work with the military. We can collect food ourselves, but for weapons, we need to trade with them. The military changes what they accept frequently, they'll take anything, but things like mutant beast meat and medicine are long-term trade goods, Jiang Zhuiying continued, noticing Jiang Liushi's curiosity about the military. But if there was a military presence, why didn't these survivors, especially the ordinary ones, just go with the military? Before Jiang Lushi could ask, Jiang Zhuiying continued, well, it's called the military, but really it's just a forward base left by the army. The main force has already withdrawn, and only about 1,000 people are left. Their base is limited in size, and although they do accept some survivors, there's a cap. They say they don't have the manpower to escort everyone to the safe zone. So the survivors live there without knowing when they'll be transferred. According to Jiang Zhuiying, there was a safe zone near Jinling too, supposedly in the mountains, with difficult terrain, just like the safe island, it was in a remote location. Then you need supplies to trade for that custom weapon, right? How much do you need? Jiang Lushi asked. It takes a full 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Zhuiying was slowly saving up, Yang Qingqing quickly answered. But she was interrupted again by Jiang Zhuiying. Hey, there's no rush. Besides, haven't we already saved up quite a bit? Saying that, she suddenly remembered something, reached into her pocket and took something out, then said mysteriously, speaking of mutant beasts, bro, here's something you've definitely never seen. Just this little piece can be traded to the military for 1 ton of mutant beast meat. What is it? Jiang Lushi asked curiously. Jiang Zhuiying held out her fair, slender hand in front of him and smiled slightly as she opened her palm. Look! Jiang Lushi looked down and saw a crystal-clear bead lying in her palm. Isn't that a mutant crystal core? His eyes lit up instantly. To activate the biological lab in his base vehicle, Jiang Lushi needed 2 mutant crystal cores. Originally, he thought it would be very difficult. Just killing 1 mutant wild boar was already hard enough, let alone 2. When he found out about Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team, he immediately thought that using her people would be much more efficient. But he didn't expect to see a mutant crystal core from her so soon. Thinking about it, Jiang Lushi realized he had been a bit dumb. He was literally eating mutant beast meat. It was obvious they had mutant crystal cores. The survivor team hunted mutant beasts to trade for weapons, and ability users needed the meat to evolve and replenish strength. Of course they'd have hunted mutated beasts. But the price the military offered made Jiang Lushi feel speechless. A single mutant beast usually only had 1 crystal core inside it. Its value far exceeded that of 1 ton of meat. In fact, it was much more valuable than the meat. What does the military want this for? Jiang Lushi asked. This is a mutant crystal core. The military seems to be researching the mutation virus with it, Jiang Zhuiying said. The military had only recently started looking into the crystal cores, they were still in the research phase. When Jiang Lushi heard that, he realized the military didn't yet know the true value of the crystal cores. Once they found out, and once other survivors realized it too, these cores would become extremely precious. I see. Zhuiying, can I talk to you about something? Jiang Lushi said after thinking for a moment. There's no need for formalities. Whatever it is, just say it, brother. Jiang Zhuiying was tossing the core up and down in her palm. The bead looked like glass, and as a girl, she seemed to like it quite a bit. I want that mutant crystal core. It's important to me. When Jiang Lushi said that, Jiang Zhuiying had no reaction, but everyone else immediately turned their eyes to him. Yang Qingqing stared at him in disbelief. Did he even know what he was saying? That thing was worth a whole ton of mutant beast meat. And how could that possibly be important to him? He was probably seeing one for the first time. The others also frowned. Eating some mutant beast meat was one thing, but now Jiang Lushi was starting to make demands. This was too much. Even if Jiang Zhuiying was their leader, this was outrageous. It felt like he was just leeching off his sister. If she gave it to him, her credibility in the team would drop dramatically. If she didn't give it, well, judging by how she treated Jiang Lushi, she'd agree to anything he asked. Just then, Jiang Lushi continued, Zhuiying, didn't you need mutant beast meat? I happen to have some. Let me trade you for the crystal core. After butchering the mutant wild boar, he had about 4 or 5 tons of meat. He had eaten a bit of it since then, but only a small amount. Zhuiying had already saved some herself, so he only needed to give her part of his. Everyone looked at Jiang Lushi. From the moment he said he wanted the crystal core, every word that came out of his mouth had shocked them more and more. Huh? You have mutant beast meat, brother? How did you get it? Even Jiang Zhuiying was stunned. Did her brother really have meat? But she trusted Jiang Lushi unconditionally. Even if it sounded unbelievable, she didn't doubt him for a second. The others were also completely stunned. Wasn't Jiang Lushi an ordinary person? Hold on. Jiang Lushi went into the garage. After a while, he drove the small cargo trailer out. That banged up, awful-looking trailer, which they had all thought was full of junk and luggage. All the survivors gathered at the door, even forgetting about dinner. They watched as Jiang Lushi got off the minibus and opened the trailer's cargo door. Clunk. The wobbly door sounded like it might fall apart. Thump 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 thump. Large chunks of meat rolled out of the cargo trailer. Bright red, lean pork that looked mouth-wateringly delicious. A faint aroma spread through the air. Just one whiff was enough to know, it was mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuiying stared wide-eyed at the mutant pork, and the other survivors couldn't believe what they were seeing. There really was meat. And so much of it. At that moment, Jiang Lushi leaned out of the driver's seat and asked, "Is this enough?" Jiang Zhuiying was stunned for a second, then quickly nodded. Yes, yes. How much is here? She ran over and saw that the trailer was still filled with mutant meat. 4 or 5 tons, Jiang Lushi said. So much. Jiang Zhuiying was even more shocked. She quickly shook her head. That's too much. I only need 2 tons. You don't have to give me the rest. No, take all of it, Jiang Lushi replied. He had planned to give it all to her from the start. That way, others wouldn't get any funny ideas. Sure enough, while everyone had different expressions, shock, disbelief, even thinking they were hallucinating, no one showed greed. For ordinary survivors, even if they got the meat, they wouldn't survive long enough to trade it. For ability users, what they'd get in exchange wasn't worth opposing Jiang Zhuiying. Still, they couldn't believe Jiang Lushi was the one who had brought all that meat. That raggedy, despised little trailer was filled with mutant beast meat. Zhuiying, I want to ask you one more thing, Jiang Lushur continued. Jiang Zhuiying had been about to refuse all the meat, but paused and said, "What is it, brother? The next time you kill a mutant beast and get a crystal core, can you give it to me too?" Jiang Lushur asked. 4 or 5 tons of meat, according to the military's price, could trade for almost 5 crystal cores. Jiang Lushur only needed 2. To the others, this felt like Jiang Lushur was practically giving his sister a family discount. Before, they had envied Jiang Lushur for having such a good sister. Now, they were envious of Jiang Zhuiying for having such a good brother. So much meat, just like that. Hearing his request, Jiang Zhuiying naturally had no objections. Sure. Brother Jiang, how did you get that mutant beast meat? Yang Qingqing couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. It was the question everyone had. How could an ordinary person get mutant beast meat? Oh, that? I picked it up, Jiang Lushur replied, making everyone choke on their breath. Picked up? Picked up a mutant beast? How did you pick it up? Yang Qingqing asked again, holding back her frustration. I saw a mutant wild boar crash into a tree and die while I was passing by, Jiang Lushur answered with a straight face. A mutant wild boar crashed into a tree and died? Shouldn't the tree have been the unlucky one? But since Jiang Lushur had already said that, even though no one believed it, they had no way to keep questioning him. Besides, they really couldn't think of any other way he could have gotten the meat. Maybe it was roadkill, or fell off a cliff? What ridiculous luck. The mutant crystal core was handed over to Jiang Lushur. Holding the warm core in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. This core was truly worth a fortune. Now, he only needed one more core to activate the biological lab. Having suddenly gathered all the required mutant beast meat, Jiang Zhuiying immediately prepared to exchange it for weapons. As the leader and strongest ability user in the team, the weapons she traded for would directly improve the team's overall safety and combat power. So the mutant beast meat and crystal core needed for the trade were originally contributed by the whole team. Now, it was equivalent to the team owing Jiang Lushur 1 mutant crystal core. Brother, we're going into the city today to exchange for weapons. I'll show you when I get back. Early in the morning, Jiang Zhuiying knocked on the door excitedly. This survivor team was actually based in the suburbs of Jinling, not in the core part of the city. Only in the outskirts could survivors live. The closer to the city, the more it became a forbidden zone for the living. In many areas, people couldn't even get near. Entering the city was a very dangerous thing for Jiang Zhuiying and the others. With a permanent population of 8 million and a floating population exceeding 10 million, more than 90% of them had turned into zombies. With so many zombies, it felt endless. Even ability users, once surrounded by zombies in Jinling City, would only be left to wait for death in despair. The more zombies you killed, the more came. It only brought despair. And in Jinling City, the danger didn't only come from zombies. Some mutant beasts also roamed the city. They had originated in urban environments and continued to move through the city after mutating. These mutant beasts hid in tall buildings and were even more dangerous. However, what Jiang Zhuiying was referring to when she said, going into the city, wasn't Jinling itself, that was too dangerous. She meant a satellite city, temporarily built by the military. But even going to the satellite city wasn't without danger. The route passed through an area dense with zombies. This was also why many nearby survivors couldn't reach the military for help. Only strong teams like Jiang Zhuiying's had the capability to go exchange with the military. Weaker survivors couldn't even gather anything the military wanted. If all goes well, we'll be back by afternoon. Maybe I'll even find some snacks in a roadside store to bring back for you, Jiang Zhuiying said brightly. No need. I'll go with you, Jiang Lushur said. Huh? Jiang Zhuiying's smile instantly froze. 5 tons of mutant beast meat were loaded into a refrigerated truck. At the same time, 2 off-road vehicles drove from the lawn to the front of the villa. One of them had a light machine gun mounted on it. That vehicle was used to clear the road. It was also Jiang Zhuiying's ride. The light machine gun was the team's most valuable and important weapon. Because bullets were insanely expensive, they rarely used it. As for Yang Qingqing and the other core fighters, they sat in the refrigerated truck and the second off-road vehicle. The second off-road vehicle, which brought up the rear, had been slightly modified. Iron chains with spikes were hung from the back, and many of the seats had been removed so those inside could turn and attack zombies that got close. As for the refrigerated truck, 2 full layers of steel plates had been welded onto it. Though the welds were ugly and the truck looked bulky, it was a solid, turtle shell meant to protect supplies. These materials were earned with their lives. They couldn't afford to lose even one shipment. The team was very proud of these 3 vehicles. They were their lifeline. But today, even though the vehicles were ready to leave, Jiang Zhuiying still hadn't shown up. The driver's seat of the lead vehicle, where she normally sat, remained empty. "Where's the boss?" Zhang Hai asked. "She's talking to her brother. Probably has a lot to say," Yang Qingqing replied. "All right, the garage door just opened, looks like they're done talking," Zhang Hai suddenly said. The garage door slowly opened. "Let's get in the car," Yang Qingqing said as she looked at the garage door and walked toward the last off-road vehicle. But just then, she paused and turned back to look. The minibus was coming out? And in the front passenger seat, wasn't that Jiang Zhuiying? Could it be that Jiang Lushi really intended to go with them? "Zhuiying, we're about to leave," Yang Qingqing walked over and said. Jiang Zhuiying looked at her from inside the vehicle and nodded. It's about time." But although she said that, she remained firmly seated inside the minibus, with no intention of getting out. "He really is coming with us," Yang Qingqing said helplessly. Forget it, if he wanted to come, she couldn't stop him. "There's space in the lead vehicle. Zhuiying and brother Jiang can ride together," someone offered. Jiang Lushi shook his head. "No need, I'll drive my own vehicle." "No problem. This time, we'll bring up the rear and follow behind you," Jiang Zhuiying added. Yang Qingqing nodded, then whispered to the other survivors as she returned to the off-road vehicle, "Zhuiying listens to her brother way too much. This must have been his idea again. What's he coming for?" "No idea." The off-road vehicles and the refrigerated truck started moving. Jiang Lushi followed behind them in the minibus. The convoy looked extremely odd. Jiang Lushi wanted to come along not just because of the danger, he was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, but also because he was curious about the military and the satellite city. He wanted to know what else the military exchanged for, aside from mutant beast meat. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the military frequently changed their demand list, they were always in need of different items. Even though their main force had evacuated with some survivors to the safe zone, that didn't mean they had given up on the cities or on humanity's homeland. Even setting aside the idea of reclaiming their home, the massive number of zombies, the dangerous mutant beasts, and the unknown behavior of the virus were all critical matters. The establishment of the satellite city in Jinling wasn't just for resource collection, it was also for monitoring the situation inside Jinling, studying the zombies and mutant beasts, and collecting enough samples to study the virus. That was the real purpose of the satellite city. The convoy soon left the villa compound. The lead off-road vehicle skillfully turned into a small alleyway, and after a few more turns, the road ahead suddenly opened up. They had arrived on the main road. At that moment, Jiang Lushi saw the muscular man from earlier climbing out of the lead off-road vehicle and positioning himself behind the light machine gun. This was a road that must be taken to reach the satellite city. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the other routes would only be even more dangerous than this one. Although this area, all the way to the satellite city, was still part of the outskirts of Jinling, in a place like Jinling, every inch of land was precious. Large residential areas, high-tech zones, and schools had all been built in the suburbs. So, the population here was by no means small. A large population base meant a large number of zombies. Seeing that the muscular man had already gotten into position, Jiang Lushi also silently checked the condition of the vehicle through the starseed, as he usually did. Base vehicle shell intact, power system intact, air cannon functional, the starseed's voice reported. Jiang Zhuiying held the iron rod diagonally in her arms, leaning back in the front passenger seat. Her large eyes stared ahead brightly. "Brother, get ready for a show." "A show?" Jiang Lushi asked, confused. The vehicle was moving at a fast pace, and soon, zombies began to appear ahead. These zombies had originally been wandering the streets aimlessly like ghosts, but as soon as they heard the vroom of the car engines, they immediately turned their heads, attracted by the sound. Their blood-red eyes locked onto the approaching vehicles, and they let out hoarse ha-ha growls before suddenly charging forward. As the vehicles approached, more and more zombies came rushing out from houses and alleys on both sides of the road. In the blink of an eye, the convoy was surrounded by zombies from front, back, and both sides. Especially in front, just one glance showed an endless mass. These zombies had blood-red eyes, twisted and ferocious faces, and wide-open mouths. Their gums were also blood-red, and between their teeth were strands of flesh and blood. When there are no living humans to eat, they will even attack each other. But when they are inactive, their energy consumption is very low. Toward living people, zombies are extremely aggressive. They only attack each other when they need to eat. That's why when no living humans are around, they just wander aimlessly. But once a human appears, this kind of scene happens immediately. Seeing so many zombies charging at once gave people the feeling of falling into a sea of corpses. A sense of despair naturally arose. The horror of zombies wasn't just in their combat power, they also had a strong psychological impact on ordinary people. Faced with such a crowd of zombies, everyone felt their scalps tingle involuntarily. At that moment, gunfire suddenly rang out. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The light machine gun spat out flames. Bullets rained down into the zombie horde, and the first row of zombies immediately fell in bunches. But then, the terrifying vitality of zombies showed itself. They felt no pain. Unless their heads were blown off, the others that were shot would immediately get up and charge again. Some zombies just staggered from the impact and didn't even stop. One zombie was shot in the abdomen. The motion of running tore open its muscles, even spilling its intestines, yet it still came charging forward. But soon, the smell of blood attracted other zombies, and they pounced on it from behind. The survivors were long used to these bloody scenes. Jiang Liusher's expression didn't change either. At first, he'd felt a bit disgusted, but now he felt nothing at all. He had seen things far more disgusting than this. Jiang Zhuiying had originally worried that Jiang Liusher might get nervous seeing so many zombies. But when she looked at him, she found that his hands on the steering wheel were steady, not shaking at all, and his expression was calm. At that moment, the light machine gun stopped firing and slowed down. Compared to the gun itself, the bullets were far more valuable, so they couldn't rely on shooting endlessly. That round of shooting had only been to create some corpses and slightly disrupt the forward momentum of the horde. V-Room. The refrigerated truck overtook it and became the lead vehicle. It drove straight into the zombie horde. Inside, Zhang Hai's eyes were wide open, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, and his foot floored the gas pedal. The zombies got closer and closer, he could almost see their hands reaching for the car. Boom! With a dull thud, the refrigerated truck jolted. It had plowed straight into the zombie horde, smashing through the ones in front. The windshield of the refrigerated truck was mostly covered with steel plates, leaving only a small gap at the driver's side, which was also reinforced with wire mesh. Seeing the flailing zombies fall one by one in front of the truck, Zhang Hai got extremely excited. He slammed the horn twice and laughed loudly. Damn it. Die, all of you. Awesome. This feels amazing. The zombies posed a huge threat, but driving an armored car like this to crush them was exhilarating for Zhang Hai. His face turned red with excitement, and veins bulged on the backs of his hands. As they drove deeper into the horde, even though the gas pedal was floored, the truck's speed inevitably slowed down. The vehicle groaned as if it were getting stuck, completely surrounded by zombies. Clank, clank, clank. The iron plates covering the truck's exterior began to dent. The pressure and impact from the zombies were immense. Though the plates were thickened, they still seemed to struggle under the force. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from below. One of the refrigerated truck's tires burst, releasing a puff of blue smoke. The truck had clearly been modified, it had 12 tires in total. The blown one only made the vehicle wobble slightly, without major impact. Still, losing one tire so soon made people worried about the rest. Ah! Don't panic. Damn it, it's just a tire. Zhang Hai shouted. At that moment, an ability user climbed onto the roof of the refrigerated truck. The last off-road vehicle followed behind. Yang Qingqing's figure emerged from its sunroof. The two ability users began to attack at the same time. The one on the truck roof held a long spear-like fork. He was practically hanging off the side, but his feet were so steady it was like he'd grown roots, he never fell off. His body swayed with the vehicle, and each time he thrust his fork, it pierced clean through a zombie's head. Yang Qingqing's action surprised Jiang Liusher. She actually climbed out of the sunroof, holding 2-foot-long knives in her hands. Then she suddenly leapt down, straight into the zombie horde. The sight made everyone's hearts clench. But the moment she landed, she spun on the spot like an agile top. Except this top gleamed with cold light, her two blades slashed open the throats and chests of the surrounding zombies. Before the others could surround her, Yang Qingqing sprang back up and lightly landed on the roof of the car. The whole thing took only a second. It was like she had springs in her legs. They both mutated differently. That guy grew some kind of web pads under his feet, he can grip any surface. As for Yang Qingqing, her leg muscles mutated, giving her incredible jumping power, Jiang Zhuiying explained. Jiang Liusher nodded in understanding. These two had ability mutations similar to what he imagined, like Brother Yu, their bodies had partially mutated. But Jiang Zhuiying's case was different, her entire body cells had mutated into discharge cells. As she continued to evolve, the electricity she could release would only increase. No one knew how far that might go. Earlier, in Jiang Liusher's vehicle, when they were still several meters from the zombies, Jiang Zhuiying's electricity had already killed them. The zombies were charred black, and when the minibus rolled over them, only piles of coal-like remains were left on the ground. Such terrifying destructive power couldn't be matched by ability users with partial mutations. This is awesome. All of you, just die already. Zhang Hai's excited shouts echoed inside the base vehicle. With cover from Yang Qingqing and the other ability user, the refrigerated truck no longer encountered any obstacles and bumped and jostled its way forward, crushing zombies as it went. Zhang Hai's shouting completely drowned out everything else, as if it was the only way to express his excitement. At this moment, the lead off-road vehicle had already slowed down and pulled up beside the minibus. Beep beep! The off-road vehicle honked twice. Jiang Zhuing looked toward the off-road vehicle, and the muscular man popped his head out of the sunroof again and shouted, "Boss! There's a large horde of zombies up ahead. We need to accelerate. Can you keep up, brother?" Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lushur. Their off-road vehicles and the refrigerated truck had all been modified and were much faster than the vehicle's original speed. The muscular man was obviously worried that the minibus might fall behind. That's why he came over to remind them. If Jiang Lushur's vehicle couldn't keep up, they would abandon the minibus and move to one of the off-road vehicles. Jiang Lushur shook his head. "Tell them not to worry, we can keep up." "Okay." Jiang Zhuing immediately turned and said, "It's fine, go ahead." The muscular man paused for a second, then said, "All right." Since Jiang Zhuing agreed, they would just let Jiang Lushur decide for himself. Besides, he figured the minibus's engine must have been modified. After all, the inside was a luxury RV. The off-road vehicle drove alongside for a bit, honked again, then suddenly accelerated. Beep beep beep. The other two vehicles also honked once each, and all three vehicles sped up together. From the minibus, which had a higher vantage point, Jiang Lushur looked ahead and was shocked. In the distance, there was indeed a densely packed zombie area, twice as many as before. Vroom vroom vroom. The engines roared loudly, and the three vehicles shot out thick exhaust as they accelerated toward the zombie horde. At that moment, Jiang Lushur hadn't started accelerating yet. The distance between them quickly widened, then suddenly, Jiang Lushur slammed down on the gas. Boom boom boom. A few zombies smashed into the minibus, and in that moment of impact, the vehicle shot forward, quickly catching up to the rear of the convoy. "Wow!" Jiang Zhuing exclaimed. The modifications on this car were really good. The acceleration was smooth and incredibly fast. Hearing Jiang Zhuing's exclamation, Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. This was just normal acceleration. If she saw the full burst acceleration, who knows how shocked she'd be. Even though those off-road vehicles were modified, their acceleration couldn't compare to the base vehicle. If it came down to it, they could only eat dust behind the minibus. Yang Qingqing jumped back onto the vehicle again, blood still dripping from her two long knives. She accidentally glanced back, and was stunned. That minibus was keeping up so closely? From the front came Zhang Hai's voice, "Boss, are you keeping up?" Yang Qingqing looked at the minibus in surprise, then snapped back to herself and said impatiently, "We're keeping up." But in that moment of distraction, a zombie suddenly jumped onto the fast-moving off-road vehicle, grabbed the luggage rack, and quickly climbed up. Smelling a wave of blood from behind, Yang Qingqing let out a sharp cry, twisted her body, and leapt behind the zombie. As it turned, both of her blades stabbed down. "Disgusting!" Yang Qingqing kicked the corpse off the car. At that moment, she didn't have the energy to care about the minibus anymore. Getting through this zombie horde was very dangerous, but at this rate, they could manage it. Some zombies would chase them for a while but would eventually give up and wander off again. The road ahead was relatively safer. Fortunately, the area wasn't too large. Soon, the convoy broke through the horde. 10 minutes later, they reached an open area and stopped. Yang Qingqing and the others jumped out and dealt with a dozen zombies that had followed them there. At that moment, Jiang Lushur also stopped the minibus in the open area. "How's the car?" Jiang Zhuing got out and walked over to ask. The drivers of the two off-road vehicles and Zhang Hai, who had gotten out of the refrigerated truck, were all inspecting their vehicles. After charging through the horde, they had to check and repair before continuing. The two off-road vehicles were okay, just minor damage, nothing serious. But the refrigerated truck looked worse. Still, the dents on the outside didn't really affect the metal plates. They could still be used. But the blown tire was a real problem. Zhang Hai walked around the refrigerated truck and saw Jiang Lushur looking over from inside his vehicle. He immediately grinned. "How is it, big bro? My truck's not bad, right? It's run over who knows how many zombies and still holding strong." "You blew a tire," Jiang Lushur said. The tire had been completely shredded. When the truck was surrounded by zombies, it might have been bitten through. "Ha ha ha, just a blown tire. No big deal." Zhang Hai laughed. "Oh right, big bro, do you know what my ability is?" Zhang Hai suddenly asked. Jiang Lushur paused. He actually didn't know what Zhang Hai's ability was. He'd seen the others use their abilities, but realized that Zhang Hai had only been driving and hadn't made a move yet. "So what is your ability?" Jiang Lushur asked curiously. "Heh, perfect timing. Big bro, just watch closely." Zhang Hai said in a poorly imitated Beijing accent. Alright. Jiang Lushur thought Zhang Hai was going to demonstrate something. But after rolling up his sleeves, Zhang Hai didn't start fighting. Instead, he pulled a spare tire out of the refrigerated truck. I've got several tires in here. I'm not afraid of blowouts. Zhang Hai said proudly. So that means you blow out tires often, Jiang Lushur thought to himself. But he still couldn't tell what Zhang Hai's ability had to do with the tire. Zhang Hai carried the tire over to the blown out one. He pulled out a jack to lift the truck, then cracked his knuckles, flexing his 10 fingers that looked like carrots. Big bro, watch this. This is my specialty. Zhang Hai said, and suddenly his hands moved so fast they became a blur. His speed was incredible, and his strength was clearly high too. The flexibility of his fingers was amazing. And what was he doing? Changing a tire. He didn't use any tools, not even a wrench. He twisted the bolts on and off with just his hands. While changing the tire, Zhang Hai boasted, "How about that, big bro? Not bad, right? My fingers mutated, they're super fast and super strong. Look, all muscle." Jiang Lushur stared blankly for a while before finally asking, "Can I ask, what did you do before?" "Mechanic. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Hai used to be a car mechanic. After mutating into an ability user, he combined his powers with his skills and continued doing his old job. In terms of combat strength, he was certainly stronger than an ordinary person, but among the 4 ability users in the team, he ranked at the bottom. However, his role was by no means unimportant. All the modifications and repairs of their vehicles were done by him alone. Even so, Zhang Hai's goofy personality and this strange power made him somewhat lacking in status. Not to mention, Yang Qingqing always looked down on him, often speaking with impatience. Jiang Lushur thought that this power was definitely not limited to fixing cars. Just the strength in those fingers alone could probably pierce a person like a bullet. To this, Zhang Hai laughed and said, "I'm not cut out for fighting. As soon as I start, I go crazy, can't stay rational." He paused, his smile slowly fading, and his tone grew heavy. This was the first time Jiang Lushur had seen such an expression on his face. "I don't know why, but I always see the image of my wife reaching out to me for help from among the zombies. I had just woken up then. If only I could have fought harder, faster. Forget it, no point talking about this." Zhang Hai forced a smile and went back to work. In fact, Zhang Hai probably knew that no matter how fast he was back then, he couldn't have saved his wife. But knowing doesn't mean you can move on from that memory. Most survivors had gone through similar tragedies. "Brother, in a little while we'll be at the satellite city." Jiang Zhuiying came over from the off-road vehicle with a bottle of water and handed it to Jiang Lushur. Everyone was drinking bottled water, replenishing their lost fluids and energy in time. Jiang Lushur noticed that the ability users were also carrying some dried mutant beast meat and were eating it with water. Using powers consumed a lot of energy, and only mutant beast meat could quickly replenish it. Ordinary food could help too, but the required amount would be much greater. It wasn't as portable and didn't help ability users evolve. Soon, the tire on the refrigerated truck was replaced. Everyone had drunk their water, eaten their meat, and rested. The convoy got back on the road, continuing toward the satellite city. From here, it would take just over 10 minutes to reach the satellite city. There were still plenty of zombies along the way, the streets were packed with them. Hearing the sound, the zombies surged forward. From a distance, it looked like a dark wave rolling toward them. Ah! Zhang Hai floored the gas pedal, charging forward under the cover of Yang Qingqing and the others, crashing and crushing zombies as he pushed through the horde. This time they were lucky, no tires blew out, though the vehicle got more dents and scrapes from the collisions. The satellite city was already close. They just needed to break through this last horde. At that moment, a sudden roar came from nearby. The sound was deep, like it came from the throat, and it didn't seem far away. Hearing the roar, Jiang Zhuiying sat up straight, a serious look appearing on her face. She listened carefully again, then quickly shouted, "Watch out!" Boom! A part of the zombie horde was shoved aside. Many zombies were even flung into the air. Right after that, a massive black shadow charged out, heading straight for the convoy. The black figure was about the size of an off-road vehicle, and its speed was just as fast. Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp canine teeth. Its eyes were blood red. It was a mutant dog. In the cities, many people kept pet dogs, and there were also countless strays in the suburbs. These dogs all became infected, and after the apocalypse, most mutated into zombie-like monsters. A few, however, became mutant beasts. This size. Jiang Zhuiying's expression changed instantly. Mutant beasts came in all sizes, but this one was the biggest they had encountered so far. A level 1+ mutant dog. The starseed's detection showed that this was a level 1+ mutant dog. 1+ referred to its mutation energy level, but at this stage, the difference in combat power from size, strength, and speed was still massive. Even with the same energy level, actual combat strength varied greatly. This mutant dog was enormous, incredibly strong, and shockingly fast. As soon as the convoy spotted it, the mutant dog was already near. Boom! The mutant dog crashed into the refrigerated truck, sending it flying sideways and slamming hard into the roadside flower bed. Just as the truck hit, the mutant dog was already on it, slashing a paw. Its gleaming claws were each half a foot long. With terrifying force, the claws tore into the thick iron plates covering the truck like paper, leaving deep gashes. 2 pieces of packed mutant beast meat rolled out from the slashed opening, even the freezer had been cut open, showing just how deadly the attack was. With just one strike, the mutant dog sent chills down everyone's spine. Shit! Shit! Zhang Hai screamed inside the cab. His refrigerated truck could crush zombies, but in front of this mutant dog, it was like a plastic toy, completely useless. A few more swipes and the truck would be totaled. The mutant dog was almost the same size as the truck. Its blood-red eyes stared into the cab at Zhang Hai. It bared its fangs, thick, red drool dripping from its mouth and splashing onto the ground. Zhang Hai, staring from just a few feet away, felt his scalp tingle. With a scream, he slammed the gas pedal and forced the truck forward a short distance. The body scraped the flower bed, making a screeching sound, even throwing sparks. The mutant dog immediately gave chase, leaping forward to pounce on the refrigerated truck. If it landed, both the truck, Zhang Hai, and all the supplies would be done for. Just then, gunfire suddenly rang out from behind. Rat-a-tat! Bullets hit the mutant dog, creating several bloody holes. Awooh! The mutant dog howled in pain and turned to look at the off-road vehicle with the mounted light machine gun. The muscular man firing the gun felt his scalp go numb when the monster locked eyes on him. The light machine gun kept firing, but the mutant dog was agile and fast. Plus, the zombies blocked the bullets. The muscular man widened his eyes, watching helplessly as the mutant dog charged toward the vehicle. Seeing the distance between the mutant dog and them growing shorter, the muscular man finally couldn't hold on any longer. While firing desperately, he shouted, "Run! V-room!" The off-road vehicle suddenly swerved, and the light machine gun on the roof also turned, still aiming at the mutant dog, continuing to pour out bullets wildly. Because the turn was so sharp, one of the vehicle's wheels was lifted off the ground. Yang Qingqing, the muscular man shouted. This mutant dog was too fast, even if they turned now, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. They needed the other off-road vehicle to assist. But in the other vehicle, Yang Qingqing's face was pale. This mutant dog was more terrifying than any monster she had ever seen. Jumping onto it or near it would be too dangerous. Its size was massive, and it was still charging. Even brushing against it might cause serious injury. Also, this mutant dog's reflexes were incredibly fast. Although Yang Qingqing was quite fast herself, she had no confidence in facing it. Those terrifying claws, one hit and your guts would spill. Simply put, she'd be dead, no doubt about it. So, when she heard the muscular man shouting, although the off-road vehicle sped up immediately, Yang Qingqing herself hesitated and struggled. Seeing the mutant dog up ahead, her body felt weak, and she couldn't move. Just then, V-room. The minibus that had been following at the rear suddenly swept past the off-road vehicle, right in front of Yang Qingqing. Jiang Zhuying is going to act, was Yang Qingqing's first thought. Until now, the fights hadn't needed Jiang Zhuying to step in. But now was the moment. If every battle required Jiang Zhuying, then what use were the rest of them? Jiang Zhuying could become the leader not only because of her strength but because, in crucial moments, their survival depended solely on her. Yang Qingqing stared at the passenger seat window where Jiang Zhuying was sitting. Everyone admired her. Yang Qingqing was jealous. That was part of why she looked down on Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuying's amazing abilities made Yang Qingqing envious. She thought life was just too unfair. But regardless of her feelings, Yang Qingqing had to admit Jiang Zhuying's strength. The gap was too big, no matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't catch up. Seeing Jiang Zhuying make a move before her gave Yang Qingqing a bitter feeling. She had just hesitated out of fear, and Jiang Zhuying clearly saw it and acted. But to Yang Qingqing's surprise, Jiang Zhuying's window didn't open. Instead, the minibus drove straight toward the mutant dog. What is this? Before anyone could think further, the minibus slammed into the mutant dog with a loud bang. Only then did the survivors realize, this hit was right on time. The off-road vehicle, and the muscular man in it, narrowly escaped disaster. There were already several deep claw marks on the back of their vehicle. But now, that minibus had to be totaled. Next, Jiang Zhuying would probably step in. The muscular man, still wiping cold sweat, said to the driver, "Get ready to go back and get the boss's brother." If Jiang Zhuying fought the mutant dog, Jiang Lushi, a regular person, might be affected. Now that the minibus was done for, of course, they had to get him out. Jiang Zhuiying would definitely order that. But just then, the minibus shook suddenly. Then it reversed briefly, then accelerated and rammed forward again. But this time, the mutant dog had already leapt to the side, and the minibus missed. What shocked everyone wasn't that it missed, it was that the minibus could still move. That last hit had completely enraged the mutant dog. Its face twisted, it let out low growls, and its target switched from the off-road vehicle to the minibus. The bullets hadn't hurt it much. Only a few had actually penetrated, it was too agile. But that sudden ram from the minibus, fast and forceful, had actually caused it real pain. After missing once, the minibus backed up again, then roared forward once more. Seeing it constantly swerving, adjusting its angle to keep attacking, and all the zombies crushed along the way, the survivors were dumbfounded. This was insane. Not only had the minibus not fallen apart, even its front looked mostly fine. What the survivors didn't know was, during Jiang Liusher's collision with the mutant wild boar earlier, the windshield cracked and the front was badly dented. But that was because the boar specialized in charging, the impact force was terrifying. The mutant dog, however, was agility-based. Its hits weren't its most deadly weapons, its claws and fangs were. Also, before coming to Jinling, Jiang Liusher's base vehicle had absorbed some mutant energy left behind after Brother Yu's death. The energy wasn't enough for a full upgrade, so it was used solely to strengthen the vehicle's armor. The defensive power had improved noticeably. Despite the repeated collisions, the vehicle kept going strong, bang bang, not even slowing down. Its sharp turning, instant acceleration, just like a supercar. The roaring engine echoed loudly. It might be a minibus, but it handled like a sports car. Damn. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liusher had no time to care about how shocked the others were. This mutant dog was incredibly agile. Only that first unexpected hit had connected. But the off-road vehicle was too close to use the air cannon. Besides, using it in front of everyone would be too shocking. As for ramming and accelerating, those he could use freely. Even though the mutant dog had thick fur and strong defense, repeated impact trauma could still hurt it internally. A few more hits would significantly reduce its fighting strength. He hadn't rammed the off-road vehicle to save it, he had just seized a surprise attack opportunity. The moment the mutant dog appeared, a flash of excitement and anticipation appeared in Jiang Liusher's eyes. Though he was serious about the mutant dog's power, this was a great opportunity, maybe even lucky. He already had one mutant crystal. And in his eyes, this dog was the second one delivered right to him. Of course, killing it wouldn't be easy. Just then, Zhang Hai rushed in with the refrigerated truck. He saw it all and shouted in shock. Holy crap! This is insane. Freaking insane. What kind of RV was this? It was basically an armored vehicle. Inside, Jiang Liusher stayed expressionless, eyes locked on the mutant dog. Every time he turned the steering wheel, the precise direction and angle made Zhang Hai speechless. This driving skill was insane. Of course, Zhang Hai didn't know that Jiang Liusher was basically a rookie driver, he didn't even have a license. The smooth, precise handling came entirely from the Starseed's data calculations. Zhang Hai didn't come back just to spectate. On his truck, the ability user climbed out and, seeing a chance, leapt forward. As the mutant dog dodged the minibus, the user struck with his spear. At the same time, the refrigerated truck suddenly accelerated and closed in from behind. The mutant dog noticed the threat behind it and was momentarily distracted. Bang! The minibus crashed into it again, full force. The mutant dog was completely enraged, but Jiang Liusher didn't give it any chance to retaliate. Right after the collision, he immediately retreated to put some distance. If the mutant dog managed to scratch the minibus a few times, it wouldn't end well. This mutant dog had been hit by the minibus twice in a row, and now it hated both the minibus and Jiang Liusher inside it so much that it wanted to tear them apart and devour them instantly. Seeing the minibus backing away, it directly ignored the sneak attack from the Esper on the freezer truck and suddenly leapt, charging toward the minibus. The distance between it and the minibus was already short, and with its speed, it could catch up in a single pounce. The mutant dog opened its huge bloody mouth in a hideous manner, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was going to bite the vehicle apart and drag the human inside out. But just then, Jiang Zhuiying appeared at the minibus window. Seeing the mutant dog charge crazily, she swung her iron rod hard. Zap! A few streaks of blue-white electricity flashed across the rod, like lightning, and the current hit the mutant dog accurately. The dog's body was massive. The current wasn't enough to be fatal, but it caused its body to freeze instantly. And in that moment of stiffness, the minibus suddenly accelerated and crashed into it again. The coordination was flawless. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying appeared, she showed overwhelming strength. In front of the mutant dog, there was no fear on her pretty face, only calm eyes. That's how she seized the opportunity to attack. Moreover, only her attack managed to truly make the mutant dog pause. If she kept attacking repeatedly, the dog's body wouldn't be able to handle it. The minibus hit just now was solid and much fiercer than the previous ones. Do it! Jiang Zhuiying shouted. At that moment, the minibus backed off again and suddenly swerved to the side. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted as a barrage of bullets rained down madly on the recently struck mutant dog. The muscular man kept shooting while shouting, "Help out, everyone! Yang Qingqing!" Both Zhang Hai and the muscular man realized it was time to cover Jiang Lushi. The minibus's crash resistance, performance, and Jiang Liushi's driving and reflexes were insanely good. Their earlier fight with the mutant dog made it clear, if they didn't help the minibus now, next time they faced the dog alone, they wouldn't be so lucky. Not necessarily certain death, but definitely a heavy price to pay. So they tacitly agreed to support Jiang Lushi. At this point, Yang Qingqing couldn't stay still anymore. Even if she was scared of the mutant dog, she had to grit her teeth and have the SUV move in. Boom! The minibus seized the moment when the bullets forced the dog to dodge, switched from reverse to a sudden charge forward, and rammed into it again. The muscular man immediately stopped shooting, thinking Jiang Lushi was totally insane, charging in like that through the line of fire. Fortunately, he wasn't hit. But soon, the muscular man noticed that the bullets had hit the minibus. The window now had a spiderweb-like crack. In other words, while the bullets struck, they didn't penetrate the window. The minibus actually had bulletproof glass. The muscular man was completely stunned. This vehicle's modifications were way too powerful. Even the cars of national leaders might not be this well equipped. But if he knew that Jiang Liushi's vehicle had a fuel capacity of 1 ton and carried a powerful area damage weapon like an air cannon, he'd think differently. Arg! The mutant dog wasn't dead yet. This time, the minibus had slammed it straight into a roadside shop, but it quickly charged out again from inside. The minibus's repeated collisions hadn't caused many external injuries, but the dog was now staggering as it stood. After rushing out, it shook its head hard. At that moment, Yang Qingqing approached, but as soon as she landed next to the dog, it let out a furious roar, scaring her into jumping back before she could even act. The mutant dog wasn't roaring at her, it had only one thing in its eyes now, the minibus. Yang Qingqing's face turned pale. Even injured, this mutant dog was still terrifying. Compared to Jiang Zhuiying's terrifying power, she didn't even have the chance to strike. Of the other two, one relied on a spear but couldn't even hit, and the other used a gun. Combined, they were still not as effective as Jiang Zhuiying. They were okay against ordinary zombies or weaker mutant beasts, but now, they could only play a supporting role. With Jiang Zhuiying present and the constant interference from the other 3 vehicles, even though the mutant dog was extremely agile, the minibus still found multiple chances to hit it. No matter how strong it was, it still had flesh and blood. After being repeatedly slammed by the minibus, its movement slowed, wounds appeared on its body, and blood flowed from its nose and mouth. Seeing this, the survivors became excited and began coordinating with Jiang Lushi more fiercely, launching stronger attacks. Earlier, they had been the ones getting beaten by the mutant dog. Now, the situation had reversed. Especially the combo of Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Liushi's minibus, it was absolutely suppressing the mutant dog. Moreover, both of them were completely safe inside the vehicle, making it an obviously secure tactic. Boom boom boom. Jiang Lushi didn't even know how many times he had rammed the dog. This time, he directly slammed it into the outer wall of a building. The massive impact shattered the building's glass, and shards rained down like a storm. After hitting it into the wall, Jiang Lushi wasn't done. He stepped hard on the gas, continuing to press the dog against the wall. If they fired the air cannon now, both the wall and the dog would likely be blasted to bits. Vroom! The minibus engine roared wildly, the tires screeched against the ground, raising a cloud of dust and leaving deep skid marks. Seeing how fierce Jiang Lushi and the minibus were, the survivors were left speechless. Through the gaps, they could still see the massive body of the mutant dog and the blood pouring out from under the vehicle. Finally, the minibus engine noise died down, and it slowly backed away. Is it dead? Everyone stared nervously at the spot where the dog had been. As the minibus backed off, the mutant dog's form came into view. Its massive body was almost crushed out of shape, blood flowing from its eyes, mouth, ears, and nose, its body scorched with electric burns, and some areas were still smoking. Under its body was a huge pool of blood. The sticky blood was also smeared all over the minibus's front, dripping down in big drops. The mutant dog's body was still twitching slightly, but clearly, it was no longer alive. The freezer truck and the SUV stopped nearby. Everyone felt like they had run out of strength. Finally, it was killed. Besides the mutant dog, a few zombies were also killed during the fight, their bodies lying around, crushed into a bloody mess by the several vehicles speeding and turning back and forth. Holy shit! Zhang Hai shouted. He looked at the mutant dog, still in disbelief. When it attacked earlier, he thought he was going to die. But now, this fierce and brutal mutant dog had become a stray, defeated one. If this minibus hadn't suddenly unleashed its power, who knows how things would have turned out today. The others also stared blankly at the scene. It wasn't until the minibus came to a stop and slightly jolted as it ran over a zombie corpse that they finally shifted their gaze. The front of the minibus was still intact, with only a bit of damage, which, in their eyes, was as good as none. As for the windshield, there were just some claw scratches and the bullet marks from before. But looking back at the freezer truck, it was a miserable sight. The claw marks on the cargo hold looked like it could split in two at any moment. One side had been rammed by the mutant dog and was dented, the whole thing deformed. It was just a minibus, yet it had been modified to be sturdier and more crash-resistant than their freezer truck, with much better performance. For such a large vehicle, its turning was incredibly agile. Inside, Jiang Lushur simply let out a breath. His expression was calm, not flushed red, nor pale. Recalling his calm performance just now, everyone felt their impression of him had been overturned. When he came along today, they thought Jiang Lushur was just messing around, tagging along for nothing, needing Jiang Zhuiying to protect him. But now, the brutal reality was right in front of them. They were only support, just assisting Jiang Lushur. Although the main combat power was the minibus, driving skill also mattered greatly. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Zhuiying looked around, zombies were gathering again. You go stall the zombies. Zhang Hai and Musclehead, come drag the mutant dog into the freezer truck. Oh, Jiang Zhuiying glanced at Jiang Lushur and continued, dig out the mutant dog's crystal core while you're at it. Jiang Lushur rammed the mutant dog mainly for this crystal core. In fact, this mutant dog, being an agile type, was exactly the kind Jiang Lushur found troublesome. And at this time, these espers and the convoy came in handy. Of course, in the whole battle, the most important supporting role was still Jiang Zhuiying. Their loot was divided based on contribution, and this time the siblings took the biggest share. Not only had the team already promised Jiang Lushur a mutant crystal core, even by contribution alone, no one would argue if he wanted it. So when Jiang Zhuiying spoke, Zhang Hai and the other man from the freezer truck got to work without saying a word. These two were clearly used to cleaning up the battlefield and collecting loot. They were fast and efficient. Zhang Hai even stuck his finger straight into the mutant dog's heart and dug out a blood-covered mutant crystal core. He ran back to the freezer truck, rinsed it with water, then immediately ran over to the minibus and handed it to Jiang Zhuiying. This mutant crystal core is really pretty. Jiang Zhuiying looked at it briefly, then handed it to Jiang Lushur. The mutant crystal core was crystal clear, reflecting glass-like light. It was indeed very beautiful. But this kind of thing had just been dug out of the mutant dog's terrifying body. Jiang Lushur took out another mutant crystal core from his pocket. Now, he had two. After dragging away the mutant dog, the convoy shook off the zombie group and stopped again at a relatively safe place ahead. The freezer truck was too damaged, mainly the cargo hold. Though they temporarily blocked it with the mutant dog's body, after some bumping, the large crack reappeared. It had to be repaired first, or else they'd be dropping supplies all the way. As for other dents and damage from the collisions, there was no fixing that for now, they'd just have to make do. But the freezer truck already had metal plates prepared for repairs. Zhang Hai grabbed nails and a hammer and started nailing plates over the crack. Bang bang bang. As the sound of hammering rang out, Jiang Lushur took out both mutant crystal cores. Jiang Zhuiying had gone out for air, and the others were resting. No one was paying attention to him. They all seemed used to Jiang Lushur's habit of staying in the car. With such a powerful minibus, it made sense he treated it like his life. Glancing at the others, Jiang Lushur looked at the crystal cores again and gave a command to the starseed. Click. With a soft sound, a small slot popped out from the dashboard. There were two indents in the slot, enough to hold two mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath and placed both cores inside. A perfect fit, no gaps at all. As soon as the crystal cores were placed, the slot automatically closed and retracted. At the same time, the starseed's voice spoke. Two mutant crystal cores inserted. New evolution options for the base vehicle unlocked. Please choose the direction you wish to evolve. Option 1, upgrade fuel tank. Most of the options, Jiang Lushur had seen before. Looking again now, he was still tempted. Storage space, auto-absorption, mechanical arms, weapon upgrades, he wanted them all. But this time, Jiang Lushur already had a clear goal when collecting the two crystal cores. He shook his head, forcing himself to ignore all the other options and look directly at his target. Option 10, activate biological lab. By adding materials, you can develop a gene evolution fluid to enhance host genes and greatly improve physical ability. Requires, level 1 mutant crystal core x2. Jiang Lushur's current combat power relied entirely on the base vehicle. He himself was just an ordinary person. If he never had to leave the vehicle, that would be fine, but obviously, that wasn't realistic. Even if he ran over all the zombies alone and drove into a place to collect supplies, he'd still have to be on guard, always extremely cautious. So without hesitation, Jiang Lushur selected that option. First, activate the biological lab. Do you want to activate the biological laboratory? Biological laboratory has been activated. Please add the following materials to complete the construction of the biological laboratory. The starseed listed a long list. Seeing this list, Jiang Lushur was extremely frustrated. When upgrading the fuel tank before, a lot of materials were needed, and Jiang Lushur had long become used to it. Without materials, these facilities would not appear out of thin air. No upgrades could happen without them. But the materials needed for the fuel tank upgrade were relatively common. In this material list, however, some of the items, let alone now, even during peacetime, Jiang Lushur thought were very hard to obtain. Ordinary people wouldn't even know where to start. For example, titanium, 100 kilograms, iridium, 1 kilogram, nickel, 120 kilograms, cobalt, 150 kilograms. These were all extremely difficult to gather. The satellite city was actually just a small camp. The military had set up layers of roadblocks on the road, with rows of dark gun barrels behind them, and tanks lined up, creating a strong sense of pressure. As they approached the barricade, the convoy began to slow down. Jiang Lushur saw many zombie corpses on the road. Some had been there for a while, and no one had cleaned them up. They had been crushed over and over by passing vehicles, pressed flat onto the ground. This place really gives off a chilling feeling. Jiang Lushur looked at the soldiers behind the barricade. They were fully armed, with serious expressions, coldly watching the minibus and the 3 vehicles approach. Anyway, we're just here to exchange supplies. As long as we have something they want, they're easy to talk to. We need each other, it's mutual benefit, Jiang Zhuing said, rolling down the window. She didn't speak or stick her head out. She just stretched out one hand, slender fingers, fair and delicate wrist, exposed in the air. Crack! A spark of electricity jumped between her fingers. Jiang Lushur saw that when the soldiers saw this, they silently moved the barricade aside to let them pass. It seemed that this electric ability had already become Jiang Zhuing's signature. Just seeing it was enough for these people to recognize their convoy. The satellite city was made up of a small street and some roadside residential houses. These places had now been fenced in to form a camp. The convoy slowly drove in. Jiang Lushur saw many ordinary people sitting by the roadside, watching their vehicles pass. Blood was still seeping from the cracks of their freezer truck, and the faces of those people showed a trace of fear. Even though they were in a military camp, they weren't truly far from zombies. Seeing this survivor convoy arriving from outside immediately reminded them of the horrors out there. The military zone had over 1,000 soldiers and a large amount of supplies, requiring a lot of logistical manpower. These ordinary people were under the military's protection, but they weren't idle, they took shifts doing various logistics tasks. The people Jiang Lushur saw now were the ones temporarily off duty, sitting by the roadside and resting. Squads of fully armed soldiers patrolled the camp. When they saw the convoy, they cast wary and scrutinizing looks. The satellite city headquarters is over there. It used to be a school, Jiang Zhuing pointed to a few buildings ahead. The students' dormitories were now the soldiers' living quarters. Classrooms and office buildings had become their storage areas and places to trade with survivors. The convoy stopped on the playground. Jiang Lushur got off the vehicle and saw a bulletin board at the entrance of the teaching building. This board was previously used for school announcements, but now it had many different, strange notices posted on it. List number 71. Collect 100 boxes of aspirin and other anti-inflammatory medicines to exchange for 1 ton of mutant beast meat and 100 bullets, or other needed items of equal value. This list is issued repeatedly and can be completed multiple times. List number 92. 10 boxes each of number 5 and number 7 batteries can be exchanged for 50 kilograms of mutant beast meat, 10 bullets, or other needed items of equal value. This list is issued repeatedly and can be completed multiple times. These are the military's published demand lists. This way survivors can clearly know what the military wants. Otherwise, if they bring things the military doesn't accept, it would be frustrating. These lists change often, and they want all kinds of things. Zhang Hai came up behind Jiang Lushur and explained when he saw he was interested. Usually, what the military gives us in return is mutant beast meat, bullets, and weapons. Bullets are the most expensive, followed by medicine. Look at the quantities they want, it's not easy to gather that much. Oh, Jiang Lushur nodded but didn't leave. Instead, he kept looking at the list. He had come to Satellite City, first because he was worried about Jiang Zhuing, and second, to see if he could trade for the materials he needed. The materials required to open the biological lab couldn't be gathered by himself or Jiang Zhuing's small team, it would be much faster through the military. List number 109, 1 mutant crystal core can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat or other items of equal value. List number 211, 100 quilts, 100 down jackets. By the way, Zhuing, can we trade for rare metals in this place? Jiang Lushur asked, not finding what he wanted on the list. The military only wrote other items, besides meat and bullets. What those other items were, they didn't explain. That? The military should have everything, I think. Even if they don't, if we can provide something they want, they can publish a related list to collect those from other survivors, Jiang Zhuing said. They can do that? That's great then. Jiang Lushur nodded. Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Lushur curiously, not knowing what he wanted rare metals for. But he didn't come over just to ask what Jiang Lushur was thinking. He was extremely interested in Jiang Liushur's minibus. He hadn't had the chance to ask before, but now he couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother Jiang, where did you get that vehicle? It's awesome. The person who modified it is a genius. If there's a chance, I really want to meet them. I'd love to learn from them. I really hope they're still alive, Zhang Hai said. Of course he's still alive, Jiang Lushur silently thought. But as for asking for advice, impossible. If you asked him how it was modified, he wouldn't know either. Zhang Hai kept pestering for a while but had to give up in the end. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuing and the others went into the hall to exchange supplies. Being able to trade for the new weapon she had dreamed of, Jiang Zhuing looked to be in a great mood, as if she couldn't wait. The others were more or less the same. Coming here allowed them to replenish bullets and other items, and also check if there was anything they could exchange for. Besides exchanging supplies, coming to such a crowded place and being able to do something like shopping, as in the old days, helped ease the nerves that were always tense from fighting zombies and relieved the loneliness of living among the undead. Seeing that the survivors and Jiang Zhuing were all busy with their own things, Jiang Lushur walked over to a table. The hall setup was actually very simple. Besides the 2 original windows, the rest were just tables used as makeshift service desks, each manned by 1 or 2 soldiers. There were still some survivors inside the hall, arguing with the soldiers at one table, likely disputing the exchange rates for supplies. Jiang Lushur slowly walked to a table in the corner and asked, I'm looking for some specific materials. Do you have them? A young soldier sitting behind the table looked up at Jiang Lushur casually and asked, What do you want? Regular visitors were already familiar faces, but this young man, around 20 years old, was clearly a stranger. However, the soldier had seen that Jiang Lushur was with Jiang Zhuing's group. 100 kilograms of titanium, and Jiang Lushur had just spoken the first word when the soldier froze for a moment. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. Although survivors came to exchange all kinds of items, this was the first time someone wanted to trade for so much metal. Survivors usually wanted supplies essential for survival or weapons. What would they need metals for? The soldier looked at him again and, seeing that Jiang Lushur didn't seem to be joking, revealed a strange expression and said, I'll check for you. Maybe they had a local network here. Anyway, the soldier started searching on the computer in front of him. Jiang Lushur waited patiently. If the military had some in stock, that would be great. If not, then they'd have to issue a list to collect it from other survivors. After a few minutes, the soldier looked up and said to Jiang Lushur, No. None in stock. This kind of material wasn't something survivors would collect to trade, and the military's demand lists had never included them. Then, Jiang Lushur was about to ask about issuing a request list when a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Iridium? What do you want that for? But that stuff, you can find it at our university. Jiang Lushur turned around in surprise. The speaker was an old man in his 60s, who didn't look like he was one of the survivors here to exchange supplies. He was dressed in dirty clothes, with mud on his hands, looking just like an honest old farmer. Your university? Jiang Lushur quickly asked. These metals, most of them were just hard to find, not particularly rare. But iridium was the hardest to get and also the scarcest. Iridium is usually used for fountain pen tips, and how big is a fountain pen tip? A whole kilogram of iridium was already quite a lot. I'm talking about 1 full kilogram of iridium, Jiang Lushur added. If the old man told him to go pull pen tips from fountain pens at school, Jiang Lushur would be speechless. The old man wore glasses. Hearing the slight skepticism in Jiang Liushur's tone, he said, 1 kilogram? There is. Our university's lab has several iridium crucibles. Iridium crucibles are used for chemical experiments and usually found only in top national laboratories at major universities. This wasn't Jiang Liushur's field of expertise, so he hadn't thought of that. Now, hearing the old man, it suddenly all made sense. You mean Jinling University? If it was Jinling University, it was right next to where Jiang Zhuing's group lived, not far at all. Yes, the old man nodded. Thank you. Jiang Lushur was overjoyed. That meant he could collect the hardest to find material himself. Sir, could you tell me where the lab is? Jiang Lushur asked. Jinling University was huge, and even Jiang Zhuing might not know where the lab was exactly. The old man moved his lips, then wiped his hands on his clothes and asked, Got pen and paper? I'll draw you a simple map. That would be great. Jiang Lushur quickly borrowed pen and paper from the soldier. The soldier hesitated at first, but after glancing at Jiang Zhuing nearby, he reluctantly handed it over. Seeing the old man's dirty hands holding his pen, the soldier immediately showed a look of disgust. I'll draw it for you, the old man spoke slowly, giving the impression that he wasn't all there. His hands also trembled a little, but as he began drawing, Jiang Lushur was surprised. This simple map was drawn very neatly, smooth lines, very precise. The old man drew carefully. It took him 3 to 4 minutes to finish the route map and hand it to Jiang Lushur. Here. This road here, it's the closest way in. Got it. Jiang Lushur took the map and thanked him. Thank you. By the way, sir, what did you do at Jinling University? Taught there, the old man replied. Professor. Professor? Jiang Lushur was stunned. A professor should be looked after by the military, right? But judging from this old man, he was already very old and probably couldn't do much else, so they had him farming instead. He likely wasn't doing well either, which is why he was wandering around during break time. And judging from the obvious disdain on the soldier's face, this useless old man wasn't respected at all. Astronomy, the old man added. That explained it. Jiang Lushur understood. If he had been a professor of physics, chemistry, or engineering, he would have been valued. But astronomy was considered useless in the apocalypse. Everyone only cared about survival. Who had time to worry about the stars? This old professor really was unlucky. You be careful going there, okay? Sigh, still trying to mess with this kind of stuff at a time like this, the old man wiped the pen on a relatively clean spot on his clothes, put it back on the table, and turned to leave. Wait, sir, Jiang Lushur called out. The old man turned back in confusion. Jiang Lushur looked at him, he seemed barely able to walk. At this rate, who knew how long he could survive? Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a bag to hand to the old man. Here, take this. It was a bag of dried mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuing had given it to him earlier. It was a hefty portion, much more than what Yang Qingqing and the others were carrying. But for Jiang Lushur, who had just acquired another mutant dog, this dried meat wasn't much. Originally, the soldier had lost interest in the conversation between Jiang Lushur and the old man and was flipping through a book. But with a casual glance, he saw Jiang Lushur pulling out a bag of mutant beast meat like it was nothing, and giving it to the old man. The old man looked down at the meat. A flicker of desire clearly flashed in his eyes, and he swallowed instinctively. In this camp, unless you were special talent, food was distributed based on labor. An old man like him, seen as useless, got very little and not very good food. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. At this point, the soldier couldn't help but speak. This brother, giving such mutant beast meat to an old man like him is a waste. Better to let him eat his fill. If you want to use this mutant beast meat to exchange for more regular food, we can do that here, the soldier said. In fact, the military didn't deal with such small trades, this was the soldier's own idea. Although he wasn't an esper, with this mutant beast meat in hand, he could trade it with survivors for some good stuff, like a few packs of cigarettes. The military had large stockpiles of supplies, but they had little to do with individual soldiers. These soldiers relied on their salaries to get by, and the supplies issued to them monthly were limited. So, earning a little on the side was naturally a good thing. Originally, he thought his suggestion was pretty good, but Jiang Lushur simply smiled and said, It's fine. I also have ordinary food, and some of it is close to expiration. It'd be a shame not to eat it, there's not even room left in the fridge. Sir, follow me out later, I'll give you some. Jiang Lushur's whole vehicle was stuffed with food, even the roof was packed full. Hearing this, the soldier had nothing to say. Judging by Jiang Lushur's tone, he clearly had plenty of supplies. He didn't care about this bit of meat at all. If even the fridge couldn't hold it, how much food must he have? Mutant beast meat? The old professor was shocked after hearing the soldier's words. So this whole bag of dried meat was actually mutant beast meat? He had thought it was just beef jerky. He had seen mutant beast meat before, but this was the first time it was in his own hands. That meat was what espers ate. In the military, it was solid hard currency. Mutant beast meat and bullets, these two things were like gold in the apocalypse. The professor usually ate rough food. If he could eat even a bit of meat, it was a blessing. Eat mutant beast meat? He didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the meat Jiang Lushur took out, the professor, though he really wanted to eat it, didn't reach out for it. Instead, he waved his hand strongly and said, I can't take it, I can't take it. This is too valuable. I can't accept it without having done anything. Just take it, it's not a big deal. Besides, I'd like to ask you something else, Jiang Lushur said. The professor still didn't take it and asked, what is it? I'm just an old man, I might not be able to help you. Sir, do you know where in Jinling I might find these metals? Jiang Lushur listed out the other metals he needed. He was just trying his luck. The professor was a local and knowledgeable, maybe he would know something. The professor had actually heard Jiang Lushur listing those metals to the soldier earlier, but at that time, he hadn't immediately thought of where to find them. Now that Jiang Lushur asked, he furrowed his brow and began to recall carefully. They definitely aren't at the school. Let me think where they might be. I'm old, and my memory's not great, the professor mumbled to himself. He thought for quite a while, muttering several place names to himself and then shaking his head. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes lit up and he said, got it, got it. Didn't they build a new industrial park a few years ago? There's a company there, Jiangnan Special Metal Technology Company. Their headquarters and warehouse are over there. The warehouse of the Special Metals Company. This company specialized in those materials. Their warehouse probably had the ones Jiang Lushur needed, maybe even more. Though iridium was rare, it was unlikely they had that. The many materials needed to build the biological lab couldn't be obtained from the military, but now, this old professor had pointed Jiang Lushur in the right direction. I haven't been to that industrial park, so I can't draw you a map, the professor said regretfully. No problem, I can find it myself, Jiang Lushur replied happily. Now he didn't need to publish a request list and wait, having a direction was all that mattered. He handed the bag of mutant beast meat directly to the professor. The professor quickly caught the bag with both hands. He still wanted to decline, but the rich aroma of the meat wafted out from the bag, making his stomach growl twice uncontrollably. This made the professor feel embarrassed. He looked at Jiang Lushur with gratitude and repeatedly said, thank you. Thank you so much. But please, no more, really. The professor wandered around the camp every day. Sometimes he gave survivors a bit of advice, but most people just saw him as an old man. The nice ones smiled and chatted casually without really listening. The rude ones just impatiently told him to get lost. He spent his days farming and was so stifled that he found this way to pass the time. He had never expected that after helping someone, he would actually receive something in return. This pleasant surprise filled him with gratitude toward Jiang Lushur. As for Jiang Lushur, getting clues to iridium and other metals was worth far more than this bit of food. But since the professor was adamant, Jiang Lushur didn't insist. If the old man rationed the mutant meat carefully, it would provide a good amount of nutrition, at least it would stop him from looking like he was already at death's door. At that moment, Jiang Zhuying's voice suddenly called out, Bro, what are you doing? Come over and take a look. Coming, Jiang Lushur replied, turning his head. At one of the tables, Jiang Zhuing and her team had gathered together. Even another group of survivors in the hall had gone over curiously to watch. They were probably trading for weapons. When Jiang Lushur was around, Jiang Zhuing always liked to ask for his opinion, that had become a habit. Actually, she knew best which weapon suited her. And since she had wanted this weapon for so long, she had definitely analyzed it in many ways and confirmed it was right for her. But with Jiang Lushur present, she couldn't help but ask him first. So the crowd automatically made way, all turning to look at Jiang Lushur as he walked over. The other group of survivors and the soldier who had spoken to him earlier all looked at him with curiosity. Especially the soldier, he had thought Jiang Lushur was just a new member of Jiang Zhuing's team. But it turned out he was her older brother? As for the survivors, they were surprised that Jiang Lushur was just an ordinary person, yet Jiang Zhuing and even her subordinates cooperated with him so willingly. Previously, Yang Qingqing and the others had looked down on Jiang Lushur. But in today's fight, they were the weak ones. Now, of course, they stepped aside consciously, and had far fewer complaints about him. Bro, look. In Jiang Zhuing's hands was a long katana. The blade alone was about 1.5 meters long. The katana had originally been used by Qi Jiguang. This one had been custom-made for Jiang Zhuing by the military. She had paid a deposit, and now finally gathered enough mutant beast meat to complete the purchase. This katana was very different from ordinary ones. Jiang Lushur took the knife and immediately felt that the material was unusual, cold light gleamed from it, very tough, and different from the knives he'd seen before. The blade was covered with streak-like patterns. The hilt, connected to the blade, was threaded and made from the same material. At the top was a rhombus-shaped metal ring. The blade and handle together were almost as tall as Jiang Zhuing, about 1.7 meters long. This was forged from special alloy steel, heat-resistant, and most importantly, highly conductive. The soldier sitting behind the desk took the initiative to explain to Jiang Lushur. Highly conductive. Jiang Lushur nodded. This knife was indeed tailor-made for Jiang Zhuiying. This knife, while called a katana, was more accurately a miaodao, based on the Japanese katana that Qi Jiguang modified from the Tang sword, and then further changed into something more suitable for combat. It was called a miaodao because of its long, slender blade, resembling rice seedlings. This long knife, specifically designed for military combat, was sharp and swift, a true killing weapon. With a blade like this, plus electricity, it was definitely formidable. At this moment, the soldier also brought out an alloy steel case and heavily placed it on the table. Just from the sound, you could tell it was heavy. When the case was opened, it gleamed coldly inside. He took out a long chain from it. When stretched out, it was 4 or 5 meters long, with a movable clasp at one end. This can connect to the ring at the top of the hilt. This chain is also made of special alloy steel and has excellent conductivity. The entire knife set is very expensive. It was rushed through production overnight, dozens of workers were involved. You won't find this kind of material anywhere else. Such a knife didn't exist before the apocalypse. Pre-apocalypse weapons didn't need to pair with powers, but this knife was made based on Jiang Zhuiying's combat style and her ability. This special alloy steel had excellent conductivity. In a world where resources and manpower were scarce, producing this kind of metal and forging such a complex long knife meant the cost was naturally sky-high. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying's eyes sparkle while staring at the long knife, Jiang Lushur could tell she was more than satisfied. Custom-made, with special alloy steel, this knife was definitely worth it. By it, Jiang Lushur made the final decision. The soldier immediately said, the price was agreed on earlier, just need to add 5 more tons of mutant beast meat. Did you bring it? 5 tons? The surrounding survivors all looked shocked when they heard that number. So much mutant beast meat, just to buy one knife? If it were food, how many people could that feed? We brought it, probably even more than enough, Jiang Lushur said. In fact, that complete mutant dog alone already exceeded the amount needed. What Jiang Lushur meant by more than enough referred to the meat he had given to Jiang Zhuiying earlier, plus what her team had stored. They didn't have a large scale to weigh it, only a rough estimate. But handing it to the military couldn't be estimated, weights had to be precise, down to the gram, for fairness on both sides. When the military called for someone to follow Jiang Zhuiying's group to retrieve the meat, the survivors curiously stood by the door to watch. The freezer truck was beat up, looking like it was about to fall apart. No one knew what they had gone through on the road. The 2 off-road vehicles parked nearby looked normal, but the minibus, with so many woven sacks stacked on the roof, stood out. Its plain appearance didn't match the rugged look of the 2 SUVs. When Zhang Hai opened the back door of the freezer truck, a hideous, terrifying mutant dog's head drooped out. The sudden drop of the mutant dog's head startled even the soldiers, who instinctively reached for their guns. The survivors also had a jolt before realizing, who could possibly transport a live mutant beast? No one had the strength to do that. Still, the dog was so terrifying that even in death, it made people feel afraid at first glance. Looking closer, blood was still seeping from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It hadn't fully clotted. This was killed on the road just recently? The freezer truck's claw marks, though patched, were still visible. The metal plates used for repair were brand new, clearly just added. Those claw marks had to be made by the mutant dog. For it to tear apart a heavily reinforced freezer truck like that, how did they even manage to kill it? As the survivors were thinking this, Zhang Hai had already climbed into the truck. Boom! A dull thud rang out, a big chunk of mutant beast meat was thrown out and landed heavily on the ground. Before the survivors could react, boom 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 boom, more and more large chunks of mutant meat were tossed from the truck. At first, the people didn't react much, but as the meat piled higher and higher, and with the clearly whole mutant dog's head still hanging out of the truck, lightly swinging, the survivors started to feel unsettled. This is too much. When they saw the mutant dog's head, they had assumed it was part of the 5-ton meat, probably the majority. The soldiers had thought the same. That would have been the logical assumption. But as more meat was thrown out, the survivors slowly realized they might have been wrong. These meat chunks were probably the real payment for the knife, and the mutant dog was just something they picked up along the way. Soon, the meat chunks formed a small mountain on the ground. Jiang Zhuiying said, "This is it. You can weigh it now." The military's large scale was brought over. A few soldiers worked quickly and efficiently. Soon, they had weighed out 5 tons. Everyone watched as several chunks remained untouched. 5 tons was enough, these were extra. So when Jiang Lushur said, more than enough, he hadn't meant the mutant dog, he had meant the meat alone was already extra. Alright, the meat's complete. "The knife is yours," said the soldier, registering the meat. He glanced at the mutant dog and asked, "What are you planning to trade this meat for?" Yang Qingqing and the others didn't say anything. Their share of the battle was small, they weren't in a position to answer. They all looked at Jiang Zhuiying, who then looked at Jiang Lushi. "This mutant dog was mostly taken down by my brother. Whether to sell it or not, you'll have to ask him," Jiang Zhuiying said. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Jiang Lushi again. Soon, some survivors and even a soldier's expression changed, completely dumbfounded. "He killed it? Isn't he just a normal person?" Those who noticed were all espers. They could sense that Jiang Lushi had no energy fluctuation at all. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person killed a mutant dog? "Don't mess with us, we might be inexperienced, but we're not that gullible." Although the soldier asking the question wasn't an esper, he was also surprised after hearing what Jiang Zhuiying said. He had interacted with Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team several times before and knew that the strongest person in the team was Jiang Zhuiying. Judging by the amount of supplies she brought every time, and the fact that it was always the same group going back and forth, it was clear that even among all the espers in Jinling they dealt with, Jiang Zhuiying's team was considered top tier. Otherwise, for most survivor teams, not just the members, even the leader might change each time. The supplies they brought also varied greatly, depending on luck. But Jiang Zhuiying's team was consistently stable. Of course, this time, they had outdone themselves. The soldier was surprised. Was this man also very strong? Especially since he was the one who killed the beast. Could he be even stronger than Jiang Zhuiying? Jiang Lushi could tell from the soldier's expression that he had misunderstood. He didn't care much about that kind of misunderstanding, but he also wouldn't bother to explain anything. "This meat won't be sold for now," Jiang Lushi said, then looked at Jiang Zhuiying and Yang Qingqing's group and added, "If you want to sell your share, go ahead." "Huh? No, it's fine, we don't need to." The muscular man and the others looked at each other and quickly shook their heads. Yang Qingqing also said, "I don't need it either." She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushi. Jiang Liushi's calm tone felt different from Jiang Zhuiying's firm, commanding style at first, but in fact, it was the same type of authority. To Yang Qingqing, she was used to being directed by Jiang Zhuiying. But now it suddenly felt like Jiang Lushi was the one making decisions. In this matter, Jiang Lushi had indeed done the most. But in other teams, even if someone contributed more, the leader would still make the final arrangements. Yet in their team, not only for this situation, even things unrelated to Jiang Lushi, they still asked for his opinion. Yang Qingqing actually wanted to trade for something, but seeing that everyone else said no, she didn't want to cause trouble. After all, her share of the meat was probably the smallest. And this frustration of not getting to trade, she blamed on Jiang Lushi. "He's not even in our team, acting like he's in charge," Yang Qingqing thought silently, annoyed. "Not trading, huh?" The soldier looked at the mutant dog's corpse and showed a regretful expression. Usually, survivor teams didn't bring much mutant beast meat, unless they needed a lot of bullets or were making a major trade like Jiang Zhuiying. Only then would they bring enough. Survivor teams capable of killing mutant beasts had espers, and mutant beast meat was very valuable to them. A complete mutant dog like this was extremely valuable. If they could get it, today's military gain would be huge. "What a pity. Then come back when you want to trade," the soldier said. Just like Jiang Zhuiying had said before, these soldiers were still polite to them. The purpose of the military base was to collect supplies, and doing that by relying only on their own team wouldn't be as fast as trading with survivors. There was no need to offend each other. "Oh right," Jiang Lushi suddenly asked, "can I ask what the current situation is?" Previously, the starseed had told him that after the apocalypse broke out, the entire world would rapidly collapse. But as for the specific situation, the starseed didn't explain. The military, backed by the state, had preserved many important technologies before the apocalypse. They should have a better grasp of the situation. Those safe zones and islands must still be connected somehow. But that was just Jiang Liushi's guess. He wanted exact information. "The current situation, huh?" The soldier hesitated. They usually avoided talking about the situation with survivors, to prevent causing more despair, but that was for ordinary people. These survivors were already struggling in the city and likely had long given up hope for improvement. "I can't say too much. Anyway, the safe zones are researching the mutant beasts. These damn things are getting stronger, and faster too," the soldier said. Evolution, both mutant beasts and espers were evolving. Even though the soldier didn't say much, his implication was clear. The military definitely had no plans to counterattack for now. Just holding the safe zones was enough. For survivors, it meant they had two choices: go to the safe zone, or survive on their own. Ordinary people might want to go to the safe zone. But espers? They needed to eat mutant beast meat to evolve. On the other hand, there were already so many people in this camp. The military hadn't sent them to the safe zones. It seemed they didn't want to take in more people either. It's getting late, let's go, Jiang Lushur said after checking the time. Once night fell, the whole city would belong to the monsters. They were even more active at night than during the day. Traveling at night was basically suicide. On the way back, Jiang Lushur told Jiang Zhuiying the information he had gotten from the old professor about the metal materials. Jiang Zhuiying had been excitedly admiring her newly acquired long blade. But when she heard Jiang Lushur asking about the national lab at the university, she was stunned, then looked up and said, "Brother, what do you need those for?" "They're useful," Jiang Lushur said. "So, do you know the situation at Jinling University?" "Well, there aren't really any supplies at the school, and second, there are too many zombies. So we haven't gone back. But I do know the general situation, it's full of zombies," Jiang Zhuiying said. "Too many students and staff, there must be zombies everywhere on campus. Are you planning to go there?" "I'll go with you," Jiang Zhuiying said. "We'll see," Jiang Lushur replied. "That special metals company is said to be in Jinling Industrial Park. Have you heard of it?" Jiang Zhuiying went to university in Jinling, but usually, she was either on campus or out on field research with her professors and team. She hadn't really explored the city. She rested her head on her hand and thought for a moment, then pouted, "Nope. Let's ask Yang Qingqing later. She's a native of Jinling, she must know." "Okay," Jiang Lushur nodded. If he could get a clear location, that would be perfect. On the map, he could only find Jinling Industrial Park, but nothing more specific. The place looked messy, he hadn't seen any sign of that special metals company. Jiang Lushur had downloaded the latest version of the map, but it still didn't include that place. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and speechless. The return trip was much smoother by comparison, but by the time they got back to the villa camp, the sun was already setting, and the sky was getting dark. It gave people a feeling of relief, like they had just made it back in time. The survivors who had stayed behind at the villa were all anxiously waiting by the door. Although Jiang Zhuiying's group only made up a small part of their team, they were their entire combat force. If anything had happened to Jiang Zhuiying and the others, the rest truly wouldn't know what to do. When they saw the convoy appear in the distance, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But why was Jiang Liushur's minibus at the front? Wasn't the sturdier freezer truck always the lead vehicle? When the vehicle stopped at the gate, and they saw the condition of the freezer truck, everyone gasped. The freezer truck was in terrible shape. No wonder it wasn't leading. Jiang Zhuiying and the others got out one after another, and several survivors quickly and automatically surrounded them. Refueling, maintenance, cleaning, and unloading supplies were usually done by these non-combat personnel. Only repairs and modifications were Zhanghai's job, those tasks weren't something ordinary people could handle. "There's a mutant beast in the truck. Go and drag it out to be dealt with." Cutting, removing organs, all of that was troublesome and also done by non-combat members. In Jiang Zhuiying's team, there were no freeloaders. Yang Qingqing and the others had originally thought Jiang Lushur was an exception, a useless outsider. But after today, none of them thought that anymore. Although the moment Jiang Lushur returned to the camp, he really did look like someone who had nothing to do with anything. "I'm heading back to the garage," Jiang Lushur said to Jiang Zhuiying, then prepared to go. "Big bro, I'll come help you fix the car later," Zhanghai said. Jiang Lushur waved his hand. "No need." Zhanghai was fine with regular vehicles, but the base vehicle wasn't within his expertise. Letting him work on it might actually increase Jiang Liushur's repair costs? According to the Starseed's report, Jiang Lushur didn't need to rush repairs anyway. The current damage didn't affect performance, just made the vehicle look a bit rough. As for appearance, it really had nothing to do with his vehicle in the first place. As the minibus returned to the garage and the garage door closed, the other survivors felt a bit awkward. With Jiang Zhuiying around, they couldn't say anything, but they were thinking, did that vehicle even need repairs? It didn't look badly damaged. It seemed to have been very well protected. At that moment, several survivors had opened the freezer truck's cargo hold. Whoa! Even though they were mentally prepared and knew what was inside, seeing it with their own eyes still made them instinctively step back. This mutant dog was truly terrifying. As ordinary people, they couldn't even imagine fighting a creature like this. The freezer truck ended up like this because of this monster, right? That battle, TSK, must have been intense. But you guys are impressive. As fierce as this thing was, it's lying here dead now, isn't it? As he spoke, one of the survivors even reached out and patted the dog's head. As an ordinary person, just being able to stand here and touch the dog's head gave him a strange thrill. Even seeing a few zombies used to scare him half to death, but this mutant dog's corpse couldn't hurt him anymore. Soon, it would be chopped up into pieces of meat. He knew this was all thanks to Jiang Zhuiying's group, so he complimented them just the right amount. Who doesn't like hearing praise? The other survivors also chimed in. It wasn't just flattery, they were genuinely shocked and amazed. Yang Qingqing didn't look very pleased. Before the others could finish, she said, "I'm tired. I'll go rest." Then she turned and went back to the villa without looking back. She really didn't like hearing all that. The muscular man and the others looked a bit embarrassed. One of the espers coughed and said, "Ahem, actually, this mutant dog was mainly taken down by Zhuing's brother." Huh? The survivors were all stunned. But then, seeing Jiang Zhuing's reaction, they quickly understood and started talking all at once. "So strong? Ha, runs in the family. Both are amazing. Man, the gap between people is just insane." Even as they said this, their expressions were full of shock. Looking at the mutant dog, they found it hard to believe. They had already learned from Yang Qingqing and the other espers that Jiang Lushur was just a regular person, just like them. But someone like them had managed to kill a mutant dog that shocked them just by looking at its corpse? "It's just the vehicle that's good," Yang Qingqing muttered softly when she heard all the cheers and admiration from afar. Inside the base vehicle's cabin, it was bright and warm. The luxurious interior glowed under the lights, making it feel even more refined. Compared to the terrifying, bloody scenes outside during the day, this place felt unbelievably safe, comfortable, and peaceful. Click. The bathroom door opened. Jiang Lushur stepped out after taking a hot shower, steam still rising from his body. Every pore felt relaxed. He lay down on the bed and felt completely at ease. Jinling University, Jiang Lushur stared at the ceiling. Today, he had obtained 2 mutant crystal cores, and the construction of the biological lab had already started. The excitement kept him awake. He had witnessed those espers in action today. The guy from before, UGE, was too weak, no evolution at all. But his speed still left some impression on Jiang Lushur. And today's battles, especially Jiang Zhuing's power, had shocked him even more. Opening the biological lab wasn't just because Jiang Lushur wanted to improve his own strength for safety, it was also because he was deeply fascinated by these special mutant abilities. Ordinary people who gained powers weren't ordinary anymore. "Tomorrow morning, I'm heading to Jinling University." Jiang Lushur made up his mind. Just then, Jiang Zhuing's drawn-out voice came from outside the garage. "Brother, dinner time." Hearing that voice, Jiang Lushur smiled. Even in the apocalypse, at this moment, he felt like nothing had really changed. When Jiang Lushur came into the hall, the survivors were all eating. He noticed that as soon as he appeared, everyone was looking at him, with smiles on their faces and a hint of amazement in their eyes, as if they were looking at something unbelievable. These survivors already knew that the mutant dog was mainly killed by Jiang Lushur ramming it. All of them had seen the corpse of that mutant dog. The more shocking the corpse looked, the more surprised their expressions were when they looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur glanced at them, then walked through the hall and entered the dining room. Being stared at like that made him a bit uncomfortable. Inside the dining room, everyone was already sitting at the dining table, and the food had been served, but no one was eating. But it wasn't because of Jiang Lushur that no one was eating, it was because Jiang Zhuing hadn't moved. She was waiting for Jiang Lushur, so the others could only wait too. "You've waited long enough, go ahead and eat." Jiang Lushur sat down, glanced at them, and said. After he spoke, Jiang Zhuing obediently picked up her chopsticks, and the others followed and began eating. "Brother, eat more." Jiang Zhuing didn't eat much at first. Instead, she served a pile of dishes into Jiang Lushur's bowl until it was almost overflowing. "You eat, too." Last time they ate together, Jiang Lushur had noticed that espers ate a lot, 2 or 3 plates per person was no problem. Judging by how unsatisfied they looked after eating, they could probably eat even more, but they held back to save resources. But that applied to people like Yang Qingqing. Their share of mutant beast meat was small, so they had to control themselves. As for Jiang Zhuing, her share was actually quite large, she just wanted to save up and trade for weapons. Now that she had her weapon, and with a whole mutant dog still there, she was eating freely. She made up for everything she hadn't eaten before. The more mutant meat one ate, the faster the evolution. As for Jiang Lushur, he didn't care about saving. He had a lot of supply now, so he could eat however he liked. Even though improving physical strength with mutant meat was a long-term process, since it was both useful and delicious, why not eat more? Gurgle. Yang Qingqing looked at the siblings eating meat so happily, and she felt her own stomach shrinking. "I'm full." Yang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, silently crying in her heart. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing suddenly asked between bites, brother, didn't you say you wanted to go to Jinling University?" Earlier when she asked, Jiang Lushur said, "We'll see," but she had remembered it clearly. When it came to anything related to Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing cared deeply. The most vivid memories she had were of Jiang Lushur's care and love for her, as well as his complaints. Even though Jiang Zhuing never mentioned these things, she always showed it through her actions. Jiang Lushur originally intended to tell her after the meal, but he didn't expect her to bring it up at the table. When are you going? Jiang Zhuing forced herself to swallow the meat in her mouth, then asked, going? Is it urgent? The sooner the better. I've decided to go tomorrow, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. Jiang Zhuing grabbed another piece of meat, then rolled her big eyes and looked at the others at the table. Then we'll go to Jinling University tomorrow. Rest well tonight. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Go to Jinling University? If it was Jiang Zhuing who wanted to go, they wouldn't question it. She was the leader, she could go wherever she wanted, as long as it wasn't sending them to their deaths. The reason they had a foothold and were surviving was mostly thanks to her, this was why she had authority. But from the conversation they just heard, it was clearly Jiang Lushur who wanted to go to Jinling University. What are we going there for? Yang Qingqing asked. She looked at Jiang Lushur in confusion. He wasn't from their university, and now Jinling University was full of zombies. She couldn't understand at all why Jiang Lushur wanted to go there. There's something I need from the lab there. It's very useful to me, Jiang Lushur said. As for the matter with the base vehicle, he couldn't explain, so he had to be vague. The lab? What useful thing could be there now? Isn't it all just chemistry stuff? Yang Qingqing was speechless. First, he wanted mutant crystal cores, and now lab equipment? Did he want to study the virus himself? This was just daydreaming, nonsense. Even if you wanted to find something like that, you didn't need to go to a university lab. You could find some elsewhere, maybe someday later? Before Yang Qingqing could finish, Jiang Zhuing interrupted her. Alright, that's enough. Is this kind of thing even up for discussion? Jiang Zhuing said. She didn't care what her brother wanted or what it was for. Since Jiang Lushur said he needed it, they'd go get it. She knew Jiang Lushur well, he wouldn't go through all this trouble for something useless. If he said it was useful, then it definitely was. And as the leader, making this kind of decision was her basic right. Usually, whenever they needed to go somewhere or do something, it was always Jiang Zhuing who made the call. Just going to fetch an item, definitely not something worth debating. Being shut down like that, Yang Qingqing's expression turned ugly. They were around the same age, from the same school, but Jiang Zhuing was the one in charge. And her personality was like that, seemingly easygoing, but actually very firm and not giving face to anyone. Yang Qingqing now felt humiliated. All the other espers and survivors in the hall seemed to be watching her joke. But Jiang Zhuing didn't care what she thought. After finishing her last bite of meat and wiping her mouth, she stood up contentedly and said, I still owe my brother one mutant crystal core. The one from that dog we killed today should go to my brother based on contribution, so that means we still owe him one more. After saying that, Jiang Zhuing grabbed Jiang Lushur and walked off. Looks like Yang Qingqing didn't want to go. I guess the others don't want to either. Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuing smirked and said, so what if they don't? I'll go alone. And if I go alone, why should I keep them around? If they don't come, then when I return, they won't have a place here anymore. These espers didn't have what it took to make it on their own. Jiang Lushur was amused by her words and rubbed her head. Not bad, kid. By the way, where's your storage room? Jiang Lushur asked. Watching Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing walk away, Yang Qingqing withdrew her gaze with an unpleasant expression. She said angrily in a low voice, that guy is such a troublemaker. Don't you all feel like, ever since he showed up, Zhuing sides with him in everything? That Jiang Lushur, when it comes down to it, isn't it just that his vehicle is strong? Yang Qingqing continued. Seeing Zhang Hai and the others staying silent, Yang Qingqing stood up angrily and left. These people are all cowards. Jiang Lushur was inside the storage room checking things out. He was someone who cared a lot about supplies. He knew he would get the biggest share of the mutant dog today, but he still wanted to see exactly how much he had and what it looked like stored. This was important property. The survivors were very efficient in handling the mutant beast meat, and their cutting skills were good. The meat chunks were neatly placed, looking clean and even appetizing. Jiang Lushur was very satisfied. This mutant dog was not much smaller than the mutant wild boar, and the portion he received was quite substantial, almost 3/4 of the entire dog. The remaining 1/4 mostly went to Jiang Zhuing. Jiang Lushur was happily admiring the meat when he suddenly heard voices coming from outside the door. It's quieter here, just say it here, a woman said. It's still about that bumpkin. Another voice sounded familiar to Jiang Lushur. Wasn't that Yang Qingqing? At first, Jiang Lushur wasn't paying attention to their conversation, but then he heard his own name. That Jiang Lushur, and Jiang Zhuing too, they're really too much. Yang Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Lushur quietly moved to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw Yang Qingqing and another woman. He vaguely recognized her. When he first met Jiang Zhuing, this woman was there too. She was an ordinary person but had good physical ability, didn't talk much, and didn't look easy to get along with. She had been sticking close to Yang Qingqing at the time. It seemed their relationship was quite close. Jiang Zhuiying said we're going with her tomorrow to Jinling University to accompany her brother. Huh? Why? The other woman asked. Who knows? Yang Qingqing said angrily. It's not like I'm unwilling to move together, but he's not even part of our team. Look at him, aside from eating, he stays in that vehicle all day, treating it like some treasure. No one else is allowed near it. Even when we go out, only Jiang Zhuiying gets to ride in his vehicle. The more she talked, the more irritated Yang Qingqing felt. She had been publicly shut down by Jiang Zhuiying and now couldn't even avoid going tomorrow. From the start, she had disliked Jiang Lushi. But Yang Qingqing also knew that her initial dislike for Jiang Lushi came mostly from her dissatisfaction with Jiang Zhuiying. When this strong, independent Jiang Zhuiying suddenly had a normal, older brother, she was secretly gloating. But soon, that older brother surprised everyone. At first, under Yang Qingqing's influence, the survivors were quietly mocking Jiang Lushi, watching him like a joke, even feeling sympathetic toward Jiang Zhuiying. But now, their attitude had changed. Even the other Esper started calling him Big Bro like Zhang Hai did. He's not even part of their team, why call him Big Bro? It was all just sucking up to Jiang Zhuiying. Every single one of them only cared about Jiang Zhuiying. At that point, Yang Qingqing suddenly had an idea. That vehicle of Jiang Liushi's really was something. If she could get her hands on it. But thinking more about it, she realized it wouldn't work. Her driving skills were terrible. Even if it were a tank, she wouldn't be able to use it. What's the use of something you can't even operate? But just because she couldn't get it didn't mean there weren't other ways. If he wants our help, he should treat himself as one of us. That vehicle should be treated as a team resource. We should elect a driver to operate it. Even if he still drives, it should be used publicly. Yang Qingqing thought, if she could stay in that minibus, it would definitely be safer than riding in a regular off-road vehicle. After today's fight with the mutant dog, she felt deeply unsafe. And the minibus had left a very strong impression on her with its defense capabilities. By comparison, off-road vehicles were less secure than even the freezer truck. How could she feel at ease riding in one of those? That's true, but he definitely won't agree, right? The woman said. With how stingy he is. Of course he won't. But I don't believe I'm the only one who thinks this. I'll go talk to everyone, get them to bring it up. Jiang Zhuiying can't ignore everyone's opinion, right? If she disagrees, everyone will definitely be disappointed in her. Yang Qingqing said, with a sneer forming at the corner of her mouth. Judging from how protective she was of her brother, Jiang Zhuiying might really refuse, and if she did, she would face even more pressure. In the end, maybe she'd lose everyone's trust and still have to give up the vehicle. This plan was viable. Alright, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the other Espers first. It's for everyone's safety and benefit, they won't disagree. And besides, what if Jiang Lushi gets bitten by zombies? He's just a normal person, after all. Yang Qingqing smiled meaningfully. The other woman was briefly stunned, then also smiled. Yeah, that last part was probably the real point. After speaking, Yang Qingqing left, and so did the other woman. After they walked away, a door not far from them opened. Jiang Lushi walked out, looking thoughtfully in the direction where Yang Qingqing had left. That Yang Qingqing had assumed he was already back in his room, but today, he happened to be inspecting the storage room. After all, he had a large share of meat stored there, and as someone who took resources seriously, of course he wanted to verify how much he really had. Yang Qingqing, Jiang Lushi rubbed his chin. He really hadn't expected this woman to try stirring up trouble. In his mind, she had barely existed. The villa area at night was far from peaceful. From time to time, zombie howls echoed from the distance. These sounds rose and fell, not like random screeches, but with a chilling, eerie undertone. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make loud noises or shine bright lights at night, zombies wouldn't approach, and that someone was always on watch, many survivors still couldn't sleep well. But this was just the reality of surviving in the apocalypse. They were already among the lucky ones. Lying in bed, Jiang Lushi also heard the zombie howls. He paused briefly, then continued watching his show. As he watched, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but wonder, could these shows be used to trade for supplies in the future? Whether with the military or other survivors. All it would take is collecting a few USB drives to copy them again and again. The next day, Jiang Lushi got up early. Although he hadn't gone to bed very early, he had slept quite well. Sleeping in the base vehicle certainly felt much safer than wherever the survivors were. Morning. Good morning, big bro. During breakfast, Jiang Lushi glanced at Yang Qingqing. She also looked at him and smiled, nodding as a greeting. Jiang Lushi smiled back slightly, his expression warmer than usual. Yang Qingqing paused for a second, not understanding why Jiang Lushur suddenly seemed so friendly. But she didn't think too much of it. Today, she would speak with the other espers and bring up the matter. Let's see if Jiang Lushur could still smile by then. Jiang Lushur just smiled at Yang Qingqing and ignored her. He had already clearly heard what was on her mind yesterday. This is today's route map. While eating breakfast, Jiang Lushur took out the map and placed it on the dining table. That simple map had already been compared with the one downloaded on the tablet. The old professor had marked key buildings along the road in great detail, and the comparison showed almost no mistakes. This route is relatively safer, with fewer zombies. But honestly, in any area full of zombies, there's no such thing as truly safe, Jiang Lushur said. Just like how they suddenly encountered a mutated beast yesterday. The freezer truck was repaired overnight. It can run normally today, Zhang Hai said. That muscular man also said, the machine gun has been checked, and the bullets are ready. That's good. Anyway, everyone be careful today. It's best if we can go and come back safely, Jiang Zhuing stood up and said. She was holding a long knife, wearing denim shorts and a simple tight t-shirt, with her hair in a ponytail, a perfect combination of youthful energy and terrifying cold weaponry. Seeing Jiang Zhuing today, Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up. Maybe because of her evolution, she now had a more unique aura. Let's go! Jiang Zhuing's words were very brief. Sitting in the minibus, her expression looked eager to fight. She had just received a new weapon and hadn't tested its power yet, today was a good chance. But as they approached Jinling University, Jiang Zhuing began to feel a bit melancholy. Back before the apocalypse, I had already left school. I don't know what the situation was like in the school when the disaster broke out. Jiang Zhuing felt lucky about this. She didn't have to face classmates who had turned into zombies when the apocalypse started. Many survivors in the camp had seen their loved ones turn into zombies or be torn apart by them. Now, entering the campus again, Jiang Zhuing felt much calmer. Even if she encountered familiar classmates or teachers turned into zombies, she felt she could face them calmly. Jiang Lushur glanced at her and said, the school is so big, it must have been chaotic back then. Even if you were there, you couldn't have done anything. Yeah, I know. Jiang Zhuing nodded. She knew she couldn't have saved anyone back then. This kind of thought just flashed through her mind. As the convoy approached Jinling University, the number of zombies ahead began to increase rapidly. The freezer truck led the way, and the superpowered people in the two off-road vehicles began to take action. The roars and crashing sounds of zombies were non-stop. These zombies didn't fear getting hurt. They crazily pounced forward one after another. Soon, the convoy reached the gate of Jinling University. A group of zombies made up of students and a few security guards blocked the gate. The barrier pole at the entrance tilted crookedly, swaying and creaking. The gate was stained with patches of blood, and the four big characters of Jinling University were splashed with dark brown blood. A half-eaten corpse, reduced to bones, lay across the top. Hearing the sound of the convoy, the zombies all looked over. Seeing those former classmates, Jiang Zhuing let out a soft breath and waved to an off-road vehicle next to the minibus, clear the way. Boom! The freezer truck directly rammed the barrier pole aside and charged into the zombie group. After nearly getting split in half by a mutant dog yesterday, Zhang Hai had reinforced the freezer truck further. He welded steel spikes, half a finger long, onto it. This length wouldn't cause zombies to get stuck on the vehicle when hit, but it could inflict more damage on zombies or mutant beasts. Although zombies don't care about injuries, the smell of blood might attract others. These zombies had no sense, they attacked when they saw humans and also when they smelled blood, no matter the time. So this function helped a bit. However, compared to Jiang Liushur's minibus that rammed freely and didn't fear attacks, the freezer truck still looked weak. Zhang Hai, driving today, felt no excitement and remained silent the whole time. Jinling University's national-level laboratory was in a secluded area near the center right of the campus. The old professor had drawn a route through quieter paths, but even so, zombies were still everywhere. These former students, now zombies, were all agile and fierce. As they were hit and attacked, the freezer truck once again became dented and battered. The convoy slowed down and entered a small square in front of the national lab. The lab was surrounded by green belts, and the convoy stopped in front of the building. Beep beep. This time, Jiang Lushur honked the horn himself. After a few honks, he backed the car up a bit. Soon, several zombies suddenly rushed out of the main entrance and charged straight at the minibus. Boom! A few seconds later, another group of zombies appeared and were also knocked down by the minibus. After repeating this a few times, Jiang Lushur finally stopped the car. Roar! As soon as Jiang Zhuing got off the car, a group of zombies, attracted by the noise, rushed in from outside the gate. She turned around, stretched her long knife to the side, and stood still. The zombies were running fast. In a blink, they were close, waving their arms and baring red mouths, eager to tear Jiang Zhuing apart. Compared to these 20 or so zombie-like monsters, Jiang Zhuing looked very fragile. But just as they were about to reach her, Jiang Zhuing suddenly moved. Her body turned slightly, and the long knife slashed across with her motion, creating a bright white arc. Sparks of electricity danced on the blade, forming what looked like a net in front of her. Crack crackle. All the zombies froze instantly. Their bodies twitched, black smoke rose from them, and then they thumped to the ground, muscles still spasming. Jiang Zhuing retracted the long knife to her side. The electric arc still flickered, making her look like a character from a movie special effect scene. Especially when she turned around, her eyes seemed to flash with electricity too. "Let's go," Jiang Zhuing said, smiling. She was very satisfied with the knife's performance. The other superpowered people also got off the vehicle. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Zhuing, feeling very uneasy. Jiang Zhuing had become stronger. She just killed over 20 zombies easily. That was something Yang Qingqing could never do. Most of the zombies in the lab building had already been lured out. Even if some were still inside, it wouldn't be a big problem. They could knock on the door before entering to check. So Jiang Lushur didn't plan to go in. Jiang Zhuing would take the team inside to find the iridium crucible and bring it out. The old professor had marked its location on the map. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Lushur suddenly said, "One of you should stay here." The survivors looked at each other. Jiang Zhuing was about to volunteer when Yang Qingqing's eyes turned, and she said, "Then I'll stay." "You?" Jiang Zhuing hesitated for a moment. Earlier, when Jiang Lushur suggested that someone stay behind, she immediately said she would stay, thinking it would be safer to be with her brother. After all, even though Jiang Lushur had the base vehicle, he himself was still an ordinary person. But now, with Yang Qingqing volunteering to stay, Jiang Zhuing was suddenly stunned. Why did her brother want someone to stay behind? These days, Jiang Zhuing had developed some understanding of Jiang Liushur's base vehicle. It was relatively easier to protect oneself in a zombie horde. It didn't make sense if he wanted someone to stay just to protect him. It would make more sense if Jiang Lushur was the one protecting Yang Qingqing. "Brother, why do you want someone to stay?" Jiang Zhuing walked over and asked. "Nothing much. Just for communication. My vehicle can't enter the lab and has to wait outside. In case anything happens outside, I need someone to pass on the message. I'm not strong enough, so it's more convenient to have someone help with communication." Jiang Lushur casually said this, and it made sense. Jiang Zhuing thought for a moment, then worriedly reminded him, "All right, brother. Be careful. Make sure you don't get out of the car." "Don't worry." Jiang Lushur agreed immediately. Jiang Zhuing had relied on her brother since childhood. She trusted him completely. No matter what crisis it was, he always had a way to handle it. "Then I'm heading to the lab." As Jiang Zhuing spoke, she swung her long knife, the chain rattling with a metallic clatter, and the blade gleamed coldly. The iridium crucible was on the top floor of the lab building, in the National Key Laboratory. That lab alone occupied the entire floor, filled with advanced equipment and instruments, each worth millions. It was the pride of Jinling University, and every time officials came to inspect, they would visit this lab. Jiang Zhuing was relatively familiar with the lab building. Though many zombies were inside, and some had been drawn out, they would still encounter zombies in the lab. To go to the top floor and retrieve a few iridium crucibles, they needed Jiang Zhuing. Zhang Hai and another superpowered person, Sun Kuan, didn't have much combat power. Zhang Hai was a mechanic, with strength only in his hands. As for Sun Kuan, to put it bluntly, he was like a gecko, his feet could stick to walls, allowing him to walk smoothly. But if they really ran into a zombie horde, both would be helpless. "Big brother, we're heading out now. Be careful." Zhang Hai carelessly reminded Jiang Lushur, grabbed a bag of mutant beast meat in one hand, and carried a light machine gun with the other as he went upstairs. But in Jinling University's campus, especially without the freezer truck, the light machine gun should be used as little as possible. Once a shot was fired, it could attract a large group of zombies. That might be drinking poison to quench thirst. Jiang Lushur nodded and watched the three of them disappear into the lab building. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. The lab building was tall, 12 floors. With the power out since the apocalypse, there were no elevators. They had to climb all the way up, and there were many zombies along the way. They would face intense battles. Using superpowers consumed a lot of energy. Superpowered individuals couldn't defy the law of conservation of energy. Their energy didn't come from nowhere. It had to be replenished, and the source was mutant beast meat. Because of intense fighting, they would probably stop a few times to eat and recover. So, to go up and down the lab building once, it would definitely take at least an hour. In other words, Jiang Lushur and Yang Qingqing would have an hour alone together. Yang Qingqing naturally knew this. She was calculating in her mind, occasionally glancing at her wristwatch and counting the time. About 10 minutes later, the sun emerged from behind the clouds, shining down and making the minibus glow golden. The afternoon sun in Jinling was still quite fierce. Yang Qingqing looked at the wandering zombies not far away, estimating the chance of an attack near the lab building. Nearby, there was a dormitory building, not far at all. Dormitories were absolutely packed with zombies, even more so than the lab. A single gunshot could draw in a huge group. Even though she was a speed-type superpowered person, if she got caught in a sea of zombies, she would definitely die. Of course, if she had Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. Yang Qingqing knew Jiang Liusher's vehicle stored a lot of food, including plenty of mutant beast meat. So hot. Yang Qingqing casually walked to the front windshield of Jiang Liusher's car, raised a hand to block the sun, and said in a coquettish voice. Her voice was soft and ticklish. "This sun is really strong. I'm sweating." Yang Qingqing took off her jacket, accidentally revealing the figure under her tight-fitting clothes. Yang Qingqing had a good figure. Although not stunning enough to be the campus belle, she was above average. Back in university, many people pursued her. She enjoyed being the center of attention. Even though she secretly looked down on many of the nerds chasing her, she kept a flirtatious distance so she could get them to fix her computer or carry her luggage. To Yang Qingqing, Jiang Liusher was exactly that kind of nerd. She was well aware of Jiang Zhuing's family background, slightly below average. And even after the apocalypse, Jiang Liusher was still an ordinary guy, just relying on a modified car he somehow found. Yang Qingqing believed that someone with that nerdy nature definitely couldn't resist her charms. Brother Jiang, Xiaoying, and the others probably won't be back for a while. Can I get on your car and take a shower? I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable. Yang Qingqing spoke sweetly. Jiang Liusher silently watched her flirt, sneering inwardly. In the apocalypse, morals were dead. For food, for gain, to become stronger, people would do anything. Selling bodies, murder, robbery, none of it was unusual. No electricity in the car. You can't shower. Jiang Liusher casually refused. He wasn't in a hurry and just watched Yang Qingqing perform. He definitely wouldn't let her on the vehicle. If Jiang Zhuing were here, he wouldn't care about Yang Qingqing and the others, because Jiang Zhuing's strength was greater than the other three combined. But with Jiang Zhuing gone, Jiang Liusher wouldn't even open the door. Actually, superpowered people like Yang Qingqing were barely stronger than regular folks. Jiang Liusher still had a Type 54 pistol, but even so, he wouldn't risk his life. No electricity is fine, I can use cold water. If it's too cold, Brother Jiang, you can help warm me up, right? Yang Qingqing said with a half-joking tone and threw a flirty glance. No cold water either, Jiang Liusher flatly refused. Yang Qingqing's charming smile instantly froze. No cold water either? It was already the apocalypse. Laws no longer worked, morality had collapsed, and people lived on the edge every day. Who knew how many had already indulged their desires? But this Jiang Liusher, she had clearly seduced him, yet he completely ignored her? Did he not get it? Yang Qingqing was furious. She had already planned everything. Once she got in the car, she would take it from Jiang Liusher. This car was bulletproof and had terrifying ramming power. If it became hers, it would greatly increase her chances of survival in the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingqing was a superpowered person, her abilities were very weak. Her only strengths were jumping power and agility far beyond normal people. In actual combat, forget about fighting mutant beasts, even regular zombies, she could handle only 5 or 6 at once. If there were more, she'd have to run. But her ability to escape was indeed excellent. Taking Jiang Liusher's vehicle and making it her own, what about Jiang Liusher? A loser who just happened to pick up a modified car by luck. The fact that he had survived until now was already a miracle. Becoming food for zombies would be his rightful end. If Jiang Liusher died, no one could prove she stole the car. Of course, dealing with Jiang Zhuing would still be difficult. That little girl was deeply attached to her brother. Yang Qingqing worried that even if she made something up, Jiang Zhuing might blame her anyway. So Yang Qingqing decided to go all the way, just take Jiang Liusher's car and run. There was a lot of food in the car, and plenty of mutant beast meat, enough for her to live comfortably for a while. Yang Qingqing's strength was limited, but with this car and her modest abilities, survival in the apocalypse would no longer be a problem. If it didn't work out, she could always join another group. But now, Jiang Liusher refused to open the door no matter what. This made her extremely angry and ashamed. Jiang Liusher, are you stupid or just pretending? I made myself very clear, why are you still acting like you don't understand? It's already the end of the world. We might die tomorrow. If you don't let loose now, are you even a man? Do you have a problem down there? Yang Qingqing placed one hand on the door and instinctively tried to pull it open. She didn't know what mechanism the modified minibus door used. Did it require manual locking? Just now, when Jiang Zhuing got out, she had thought of trying to open it, just to see if it would work. The result, the door didn't budge at all. Seeing this, Jiang Liusher's expression turned completely cold. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Qingqing's action of pulling the door was clearly an attempt to commit murder and robbery. In the apocalypse, killing someone for a vehicle was completely normal. Survivors at the bottom of society had even killed for a piece of bread. A woman who looked seductive might be the most ruthless and poisonous. Jiang Liusher let out a sneer and mocked, "Even if I wanted to indulge, I wouldn't choose a two-faced snake like you. You want my car? Fine, bring your life." As he spoke, Jiang Liusher quietly pressed the charge button for the air cannon. Hearing this, Yang Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. Her hand on the door froze. She forced a smile and said, "Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Jiang Liusher looked at her with contempt and said coldly, "When I suggested leaving someone behind for communication, I already knew you'd volunteer. And you didn't disappoint me. For my car, you acted well. But seeing how you were just now, I don't think you even deserve to be called a woman. You're just a beast in a human skin. You want to seduce me? Sorry, in my eyes, sleeping with a zombie would be less disgusting than with you." Jiang Liusher's words were vicious. When they fell into Yang Qingqing's ears, it felt like she was electrocuted. Sleeping with her was more disgusting than with a zombie? Yang Qingqing was a girl full of jealousy. She disliked Jiang Zhuing before mostly out of jealousy. Now being mocked like this by Jiang Liusher, her killing intent instantly surged. "Who do you think you are? Back in peacetime, you were just a loser. Now, in the apocalypse, you're weaker than a woman. You don't even dare to open the door. You're trash. If it weren't for your dumb luck picking up a broken down car and having a sister to cover for you, you'd be no better than dogs hit on the roadside. I wouldn't even bother looking at you. Go take a piss and look at yourself. You think you're worthy of sleeping with me? The thought makes me sick. No more pretending." Yang Qingqing knew that after Jiang Liusher exposed her intentions, she could no longer stay with this team. With how protective Jiang Zhuing was, she'd believe whatever her brother said. There would be no place for Yang Qingqing here anymore. She had to leave, whether or not she got the car. But now that she had decided to leave, all the anger she had bottled up in the team, her jealousy and resentment toward Jiang Zhuing, her hatred for Jiang Liusher, exploded all at once. Yang Qingqing was unwilling to just walk away. She reached into her pants pocket and pulled out a round black object, a grenade. Although superpowered people were stronger than regular ones, in the early stages of evolution, their powers were still not as deadly as hot weapons. Many superpowered people exchanged for hot weapons. Grenades, being one-time items, had huge power but were cheaper than light machine guns. Yang Qingqing had exchanged for one. She planned to throw the grenade at the windshield. Yang Qingqing didn't believe that glass could withstand an explosion. The only issue was she needed to create enough distance to avoid being hurt herself. When the time came, Jiang Liusher would be blown to pieces. The only concern was whether the car would be damaged too. If the car wasn't wrecked, she could climb in through the broken windshield and drive away. That would be much safer than wandering alone in the apocalypse. With the grenade in hand, Yang Qingqing activated her top speed and quickly created distance from the base vehicle. Yang Qingqing's power was agility, and the base vehicle was a huge, clumsy target. It had no chance of dodging a grenade. Seeing the grenade, Jiang Liusher calmly released the air cannon's charge button. At that moment, the air cannon was only half charged. It wasn't as powerful as when it had killed the mutant boar, but it was still enough to kill Yang Qingqing. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, the shockwave blasted through the air. A visible shockwave mixed with mist roared toward Yang Qingqing, and at that moment, her grenade hadn't even been activated. The air cannon's speed was too fast. When Yang Qingqing saw that shockwave that looked like it was tearing space apart, she had no time to react. Ah! Yang Qingqing let out a miserable scream. It felt like a massive hammer had smashed her chest. Her entire body flew out like straw. The base vehicle's shot shattered all of Yang Qingqing's ribs. Her left and right lungs ruptured too. Her body, like a lump of minced flesh, was thrown over 10 meters and slammed to the ground. Clatter! The grenade in Yang Qingqing's hand also fell, rolling away. Her face was covered in blood, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief. She hadn't even realized what hit her just now. That terrifying shockwave, did it come from that vehicle? After being hit by the not fully charged air cannon, Yang Qingqing had not yet died. Her body was paralyzed on the ground, and she struggled to lift her head to look at the minibus, with bloody foam constantly coming out of her mouth. Am I going to die? Yang Qingqing couldn't believe it. Whether it was trying to steal the car or kill Jiang Liusher, Yang Qingqing never saw it as a big deal. Even after Jiang Lushur exposed her and she realized she couldn't get the car, she was just frustrated. But she had never thought that trying to go after Jiang Lushur and his minibus would cost her life. Yang Qingqing didn't want to die. She was a superpowered person, young and beautiful, different from a loser like Jiang Lushur. How could she die? Just then, she suddenly heard a sound behind her. Yang Qingqing's face immediately showed a terrified expression. She knew that sound, it was the footsteps of zombies. That familiar, ha-ha, sound was getting closer and closer. Because of the air cannon's noise and the blood on her body, zombies from far away had been attracted. Her desperate eyes turned to Jiang Lushur inside the car, but Jiang Lushur just looked at her expressionlessly. Finally, Yang Qingqing felt a hand suddenly grab her. Her eyes instantly turned to despair. Watching Yang Qingqing being swallowed by the zombies, Jiang Lushur's expression did not change. For someone who dared to covet his minibus and even tried to kill him, this was the fate she deserved. The explosion from the air cannon also reached upstairs. When Jiang Zhuiying heard it, she immediately cleared out the zombies in the nearest lab, then ran to the window and looked down. She immediately saw the mess downstairs, more than 10 zombie corpses lying around, but the minibus was still parked there. At this moment, the skylight of the minibus opened, and Jiang Lushur stretched out his hand and made an "okay" gesture. Jiang Zhuiying immediately let out a breath of relief. What happened to the boss? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan quickly came over to ask. Jiang Zhuiying said, "It's fine. Probably more zombies were attracted again, but it's settled now. Let's quickly go to the lab and get the stuff." They were already close to the top floor, but once they reached the lab, they found the door tightly shut. Normally, Zhang Hai could easily pry open regular locks with just his fingers. But this door was extremely sturdy. The National Lab security door was not easy to open. It was not only theft-proof but also explosion-proof and bulletproof. Even superpowered people would be helpless facing such a door. "I'll do it." Sun Kuan stretched his body, cracked his fingers, and said. He returned to the lab they had cleared earlier, used pliers to cut through the protective net outside the window, and crawled out through the window. With no protective gear or tools, Sun Kuan directly grabbed the wall above the window with both hands, pushed off the window ledge with both feet, and began to climb scritch 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 upward. His hands and feet were like suction cups, firmly gripping the surface, no different from a gecko. On his back, he carried a light machine gun. Once he reached the lab's window, he hung there using just his feet, cut the protective net with pliers, and fired a shot into the air. Roar! Soon, the zombies attracted by the gunfire all crowded toward the window. But Sun Kuan was still a bit away, and though the zombies were trying to reach him through the window, they couldn't. 2 of them even fell out and hit the ground heavily. Sun Kuan chuckled, aimed his gun at the zombies, and pulled the trigger. After just a dozen shots, no more zombies appeared. The academicians and professors who worked in the National Lab had probably been evacuated before the apocalypse broke out. Whether they lived or died afterward was unknown. Those who remained either became zombies or became zombie food. Sun Kuan climbed into the window, and not long after, opened the door from inside. Jiang Lushur had also heard the gunfire from above. He looked up and saw Sun Kuan entering the National Lab through the window. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhuiying and the others came down carrying a big, fully packed bag. As soon as they exited the building, they were stunned. Earlier, from upstairs, the distance was too great, they could only see shadows and couldn't tell anything specific. But now, up close, they noticed something was wrong. Among the zombie corpses, there was a large pool of blood. And Yang Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Sun Kuan's eyes were sharp, he immediately spotted what remained of Yang Qingqing's body in the pool of blood. In fact, only her clothes were still recognizable. The body was already incomplete. This situation was clear, Yang Qingqing had been eaten by zombies. But with her ability to escape, how could she have been caught and eaten? Jiang Zhuiying quickly looked toward the base vehicle. Thankfully, Jiang Lushur was fine. If anything had happened, he wouldn't have signaled earlier. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged a glance, both showing puzzled expressions as they looked at Jiang Lushur. "Brother Jiang, what happened here?" Before Zhang Hai could finish, Jiang Lushur replied from inside the car, "Yang Qingqing tried to kill me and steal the vehicle. She even pulled out a grenade and wanted to blow me and the car up. At that moment, the zombies came. Her focus was on trying to hurt me, so she didn't notice. She got ambushed. I was inside the car, so of course I didn't save her. After that, I ran over those zombies." This really happened. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were stunned. Sun Kuan scanned the area and suddenly fixed his eyes on something, then ran over and picked up a grenade that had rolled into the roadside greenery. "This really is Yang Qingqing's grenade." Sun Kuan handed the grenade to Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying took it, her gaze turning cold. "Trying to kill and steal the car, such a person deserves to die. We're a team. If we want to work together, we can't covet others' things, and even less can we plot against each other. The apocalypse hasn't even been going on that long. Just a week ago, she was still a student. But now she's already this vicious. That shows she's naturally evil. We can't keep someone like her around. As for Jiang Liusher's claim that Yang Qingqing had bad intentions, neither Sun Kuan nor Zhang Hai had any doubts. Yang Qingqing's dissatisfaction with Jiang Liusher had been clear at the dinner table yesterday. And since Jiang Liusher wouldn't get out of the car, the grenade could only have come from Yang Qingqing. As for whether Jiang Liusher saved her or ran her over, none of that mattered anymore. But as Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Liusher's calm expression inside the car, they suddenly saw him in a new light. Though Jiang Liusher was just an ordinary man, he was someone not to be messed with. Yang Qingqing provoked him, and without using Jiang Zhuing's strength, he dealt with her himself, and she died miserably. What exactly happened in between, only Jiang Liusher knew. "Get in," Jiang Liusher said with a slight smile. The iridium was in hand. Jinling Industrial Park is about an hour's drive from Jinling University, but that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, even if you specifically choose more remote roads, you still have to face constant zombie attacks. It took about an hour and a half before the convoy finally reached Jinling Industrial Park. From the outside, the Jinling Industrial Park looked desolate. Nothing could be seen moving on the main road, just a few vehicles parked alone on the street. As they slowly drove along the Industrial Park Road, Jiang Liusher was looking for roadside signs. The name of that special metals company should appear on one of the signs. Why don't I see any zombies? Jiang Zhuing looked around. Zombies always gave people a scalp-numbing feeling when seen, but now this place was so quiet that it felt strange. There were so many businesses and factories in the industrial park. Normally, there shouldn't be a lack of zombies, but now they hadn't seen even one. The factories by the roadside were all deathly silent, and not a single person could be seen in the guardhouses. Maybe someone's already been here, or some noise lured the zombies away, Jiang Zhuing guessed. "Let's be more careful," Jiang Liusher said. At this time, the sun was at its peak, shining brightly, but this empty area gave off a chilling feeling. "Found it." Sun Kuan reversed the off-road vehicle back and rolled down the window. "That special metals company is in Zone C. We're currently in Zone A. Did you check the route?" Jiang Liusher asked. "Checked." "Then let's go," Jiang Liusher continued. The freezer truck and the off-road vehicle led the way, and the minibus followed behind. "Hey!" Since there were no zombies, the off-road vehicle drove up beside the freezer truck. Sun Kuan lowered his voice and asked Zhang Hai, "Why do you think Brother Jiang is collecting all these weird things?" Actually, Jiang Liusher was much younger than him. He only called him Brother Jiang out of respect for Jiang Zhuing. But after what happened with Yang Qingqing today, Sun Kuan felt Jiang Liusher's image had become quite different. When they first came here, they only knew they were helping Jiang Liusher look for something. They didn't expect it would be to search labs for strange items. Someone really wanted those things? And Jinling University was just one of the places. After seeing there was still time, Jiang Liusher suggested going to the Special Metals Company next. Judging by the name, it was clear he was looking for some kind of metal. Why was Jiang Liusher looking for these metals? No idea. Zhang Hai didn't care much about these things and didn't like to think too much. In the apocalypse, staying alive was already good enough. Sun Kuan was speechless. Sure enough, there was no point talking to Zhang Hai. But not knowing what Jiang Liusher wanted the metals for, and being unable to ask directly, there was nothing he could do but drop it. The vehicles continued forward. They didn't encounter any zombie hordes along the way. Occasionally, one or two zombies appeared, but they posed no threat to the convoy. About 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the gate of the Special Metals Company. The company's retractable gate was half open, and looking inside, it was empty. The guardhouse was a mess, and in the middle of the driveway, some blood had dried and solidified on the ground. "Let's go in." The metals at the Special Metals Company were definitely stored in the warehouse, and it wasn't hard to find one. They drove around the company area and soon found a large warehouse at the rear side. Seeing the size of the warehouse, Jiang Liusher was delighted. With a warehouse this big, there should be plenty of metal. He could definitely gather all the metals he needed. Everything had gone smoothly so far. No zombies were found in the warehouse either. The large door was probably left open in a rush when people evacuated, otherwise opening it would have been a hassle. Jiang Liusher directly drove the vehicle into the warehouse. Then Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan followed the checklist, found the needed metals, and loaded them onto the vehicle. These metals were spread throughout the warehouse. Just finding and moving them would have taken Jiang Liusher a lot of time if he were alone. But with these two survivors helping, it became much easier. Having these survivors around greatly improved Jiang Liusher's efficiency in gathering materials. After all, Jiang Liusher was just an ordinary person. Driving the base vehicle and ramming through was easy, but in many places, the vehicle couldn't go, like the National Key Lab at Jinling University. Once inside a building, his weaknesses became obvious. 2 or 3 zombies could take his life. Zombies, after mutating from human form, were all incredibly fast and strong, truly capable of tearing a person apart with bare hands. Their only flaw was lacking intelligence and not being able to think. These survivors had really been a big help. In one day, they had already collected 2 mutant crystal cores, and now, they had found all the metals needed to build a biological lab. 100 kilograms of titanium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were continuously loading metal blocks onto the vehicle. Watching the metal blocks gradually pile up on the floor of the vehicle, Jiang Lushur felt very pleased. Once the materials were all gathered, he could start building the biological lab tonight. He didn't know what kind of surprises this lab might bring him, but in any case, it would help him break his current deadlock. Jiang Lushur stood on the vehicle and looked at the warehouse of the Special Metals Company. This warehouse had stockpiled a lot of metal. Except for some rare ones like iridium, most metals could be found here. Jiang Lushur had already marked this place on the map. When it came time to upgrade again and more metals were needed, he could return here instead of searching all over. Just as Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were still carrying metals, a sudden roar came from outside the gate. Someone's coming. Jiang Zhuiying immediately turned and looked toward the gate, eyes full of alertness. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan quickly put down the metal blocks in their hands, grabbed their weapons, and looked toward the entrance. Since entering the industrial park, they hadn't encountered a single person. Now, with the sudden sound of a vehicle, everyone became instantly tense. With a screech, a sharp braking sound rang out. Jiang Lushur, Zhang Hai, and the others saw a heavily modified Humvee charge straight to the entrance, then stop. Right behind the Humvee, several off-road vehicles and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared. So many vehicles instantly blocked the entrance completely. Seeing these vehicles, Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. Almost all of them were equipped with various modified weapons, with long spikes on the front. The people on board wore steel helmets they had welded themselves, exposing only their mouths and eyes. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Lushur's group, like wild dogs eyeing prey. Just from the appearance, this group gave off a feeling that they were not to be messed with. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw them, their expressions darkened. It's Blood Wolf and his gang. Blood Wolf? Jiang Lushur asked. Yeah, their leader calls himself Blood Wolf. No one knows his real name. Anyway, everyone who follows him is crazy, Sun Kuan replied. Zhang Hai added, we saw them once at the satellite city. I heard their team has an extremely high elimination rate, even the leader has changed. Normally, survivors don't stay out every day, but they are out constantly hunting mutant beasts and scavenging for supplies to trade with the military for mutant beast meat. That means a high death rate, but their superpowered members get stronger fast. Even the ordinary people in the team, if they survive long enough, can exchange for more gear. At this stage, the strength gap between superpowered people and ordinary people wasn't so large that it couldn't be crossed. Fully armed ordinary people could still fight superpowered ones. Jiang Lushur looked at this group. Even from far away, he could smell the blood coming from them and their vehicles. Jiang Zhuiying and the others clearly didn't have a good impression of Blood Wolf's gang, and they didn't seem easy to deal with. Blocking Jiang Zhuiying's group from the outside, it was clear they didn't come with good intentions. There used to be 3 superpowered people in their team, but one died. Now there are 2 left. The one who just got out of the Humvee is one of them. Brother Jiang, look, the one who got out from the driver's seat, that's Blood Wolf, or the new Blood Wolf, anyway. The original one is already dead, Zhang Hai whispered to Jiang Lushur. 4 people got out of the Humvee. 2 of them were the superpowered ones Zhang Hai mentioned. One was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. She had shoulder-length wavy hair, sunglasses, leather boots, and held a shotgun in her hand. A leather belt around her waist was loaded with bullets and a long dagger. She looked extremely wild. The other looked very ordinary, about 20 years old, wearing simple casual clothes, with headphones hanging around his neck and non-prescription glasses. If Zhang Hai hadn't pointed him out, no one would have guessed he was Blood Wolf. His appearance and style blended into a crowd. Blood Wolf is very strong, no weaker than our leader. That woman's not weak either. If we fight, Sun Kuan and I will probably drag you down, not to mention, they have so many people, Zhang Hai said uneasily. Jiang Lushur listened silently. It seemed that if it came to a fight, they were at a disadvantage. Blood Wolf had his hands in his pockets, took 2 steps forward, and smiled at Jiang Zhuiying's group. Well, what a rare guest. You are Jiang Zhuiying, right? I've heard of you before, back at Satellite City. Blood Wolf's tone sounded gentle, like he was just saying hello on the street. But this setup clearly wasn't a friendly greeting. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying wasn't fooled by the polite face and asked directly. Jiang Zhuiying, you're asking the wrong question. I should be asking you that. You came to our place and started moving things without saying a word. What are you trying to do? Blood Wolf's smile vanished as he spoke flatly. So this place was Blood Wolf's territory. Seeing that these people had come prepared, Jiang Lushi figured they must have been watching them for a while and waited until they entered the warehouse of the Special Metals Company before blocking the entrance. Zhang Hai and the others looked grim. Their knowledge of Blood Wolf's team was only second-hand. They had no idea where their camp was located. Turns out this industrial park was their turf. What bad luck. These metals stored here aren't yours either. Judging by your attitude, you seem to think you own everything here? Even if the metals are in your territory, you can't even use them, Jiang Zhuiying said. Whether we can use them or not, that's our business. But if you want to take them, you should talk with us first, right? The woman in leather giggled. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying asked directly. These people kept beating around the bush with smug expressions. It was really irritating. They weren't in a hurry to fight. Clearly, they were trying to extort them. Blood Wolf pushed his glasses and said, now you're talking. If you want our stuff, then let's have a proper deal. How about this, if you give us 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then this place is like a supermarket, take whatever you want. Before Blood Wolf finished, Jiang Zhuiying's expression had already darkened. This wasn't a deal, not even extortion. Blood Wolf clearly knew they couldn't possibly produce 10 tons of mutant beast meat, especially in exchange for metals he didn't even need. What do you really mean? Jiang Lushi asked. Blood Wolf looked at Jiang Lushi with some surprise. He didn't understand why an ordinary person had the right to speak in Jiang Zhuiying's group. But then he noticed how the others reacted. This young man's words actually carried weight. Interesting, Blood Wolf rubbed his nose. Maybe he was talking about Jiang Lushi, and his gaze turned toward him as he replied, didn't I just say? 10 tons of mutant beast meat. We've got a lot of mouths to feed. But I also heard most of your team is made up of useless people, old, weak, women, and children, right? I really don't get it. Why keep them around? Women, sure, they can be slaves, work and be worked. But the others, why bother? At this point, one of his men said, what can you do? Their leader is a woman. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter, and the leather-clad woman laughed so hard she almost doubled over. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes turned cold. Sparks of electricity suddenly crackled around her. When he saw the sparks, Blood Wolf stopped laughing. He stared closely at where the sparks had just appeared, a look of desire flashing in his eyes. If you don't have 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then Jiang Zhuiying, you could just join us, Blood Wolf squinted and said. Hearing that, Jiang Zhuiying paused, then sneered, Blood Wolf, are you brain dead? Why would you say something so stupid? You should know, if a fight breaks out, it'll be mutual destruction. Your team is strong, but I'm not afraid of you. Blood Wolf chuckled. He already knew how strong Jiang Zhuiying was. Though there was some risk, compared to the benefits of winning, it was worth it. Jiang Zhuiying, you can think about it carefully, said Blood Wolf. What he said clearly meant he had no intention of letting Jiang Zhuiying go. Joining them? Obviously ill-intentioned, anyone could see that. Blood Wolf's true target wasn't the so-called 10 tons of mutant beast meat, nor did he really want Jiang Zhuiying to join him. What he actually wanted was Jiang Zhuiying's superpower. Blood Wolf had already been secretly observing Jiang Zhuiying since he first heard of her. Even if she hadn't barged in this time, he had already been planning to ambush her at some point. Blood Wolf's ability was to devour the cells of superpowered individuals, similar to infecting himself with a new virus. Different types of cells could coexist within his body, but only 2 at a time. If he tried to exceed that, his body would collapse. The original Blood Wolf was someone he had ambushed and devoured, and he became the new Blood Wolf. Since then, he had been searching for his next devouring target. After all his comparisons, he had set his sights on Jiang Zhuiying's ability. Her whole body cells had mutated into electrically charged cells. This power was exactly what he wanted. Just now, seeing Jiang Zhuiying release electricity in person, Blood Wolf became even more excited. Yes, this is it, this is the ability. If he could claim this power, combined with the one he absorbed from the first Blood Wolf, he could reach a new level. As long as he captured Jiang Zhuiying alive, her power would be his. Hearing Blood Wolf's words, Jiang Zhuiying's face turned cold, and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also looked grim. At that moment, the sound of weapons being loaded echoed through Blood Wolf's group. Their eyes were filled with madness, eager to start the fight. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan tensed up instantly, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Both of them were just average fighters. If a fight broke out, they probably wouldn't make it out alive. Jiang Zhuiying also gripped her long knife tightly. Fighting with Blood Wolf's gang was just as dangerous as facing a mutant beast. But no matter what, she would never go with them. That outcome would be far more miserable. Jiang Zhuiying, you should reconsider. With your strength, wouldn't it be better to join our team? You're dragging along a bunch of useless people, they're all dead weight. Look, your team even has a regular human. Blood Wolf continued. While he was talking, he noticed Jiang Lushur had entered the minibus. But he didn't pay attention, just a regular guy, probably scared and hiding after hearing himself mentioned. The rest of Blood Wolf's team laughed, and the member who had mocked Jiang Zhuiying earlier added, "What kind of team has a woman as the boss and even a guy who acts like a girl? Ha 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 ha." But right then, his laughter stopped. With a smile still frozen on his face, he saw Jiang Lushur suddenly driving the minibus straight at them at full speed. TSK, angry now, huh? The team member didn't even move, and neither did Blood Wolf. The woman beside him quickly loaded her weapon with a click, aiming at Jiang Lushur inside the car. Her pupils narrowed like a snake's, locking onto him. But suddenly, Blood Wolf felt a wave of dread. He scanned the front of the minibus and saw a black barrel sticking out. That chilling feeling, it came from that barrel. He didn't know what it was, but his instincts screamed danger. When a superpowered person reached a certain level, they developed a sense like wild animals, a warning before death. Blood Wolf had initially been unconcerned with the oncoming vehicle, but now he shouted, "Run!" As he yelled, he leapt backward. His muscles tightened like springs, and in an instant, he went from looking like an average young man to something more like a wolf, leaping backward fast, with his eyes glowing red. The woman didn't dare shoot now. She turned and ran too. That team member and the others saw Blood Wolf flee and immediately realized something was wrong. But they weren't as fast as Blood Wolf or the woman, both were superpowered. Vroom vroom vroom. The others scrambled to turn their motorcycles around and tried to escape. But right at that moment, boom! A loud explosion echoed, and everyone felt like they had gone deaf. A shockwave seemed to blast through the air in front of them. Thud! The team member who had been hit by the shockwave felt like he and his motorcycle had been slammed by a freight train. His body was in excruciating pain. A red mist clouded his vision. Was that his own blood? Thud! He slammed into the ground like a rag doll, rolling several times. When he stopped, he looked like a fish out of water, mouth gaping, blood pouring from inside. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated. He saw several others lying nearby, covered in blood, bodies twitching, clearly not going to survive. Blood Wolf, the woman, and a few others had fled outside the gate. He opened his mouth to call for help, but only blood came out, with chunks of organs. Air cannon fired. Base vehicle accelerating. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liushur's face was calm. He turned the steering wheel, stomped the gas, and charged toward the gate. Holy shit! What the hell is that? Run! Blood Wolf and the others were still reeling from the explosion and shockwave. When they saw the minibus coming again, their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to get into their off-road vehicles or the Humvee, they just fled toward the gate in panic. Screech! A sharp braking sound, Jiang Lushur slammed on the brakes in front of the Humvee. He sat behind the wheel, coldly staring out through the windshield at the people beyond the gate. Blood Wolf and the others had already retreated far away. They were frightened by the shockwave from the air cannon, but what they didn't know was that Jiang Liushur's air cannon needed 10 seconds to charge each time and had a cooldown after firing. If they'd known, they wouldn't have fled the warehouse so fast. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to kill Blood Wolf. It seemed like Blood Wolf had sensed danger just before the cannon fired and escaped in time. Jiang Lushur slowly reversed the car a bit. From the moment Blood Wolf appeared, he had been preparing for a fight. Once Blood Wolf revealed his true intentions, Jiang Lushur couldn't hold back any longer. They thought he was just a regular guy. They ignored his beat-up minibus and didn't realize that once he got inside, he had already activated the air cannon. When the charge was nearly complete, he slammed on the gas and charged. Blood Wolf had escaped, but the ones who didn't were completely wrecked, bones shattered, organs ruptured, they wouldn't survive. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Hai and the others were completely stunned. Their palms and backs were soaked in cold sweat. They had thought they were going to die here today, but they hadn't expected such a shocking turn of events. Jiang Lushur suddenly drove the minibus forward, then there was a loud boom. After that, the warehouse was once again left with just the four of them. The people who had posed a huge threat to them, Blood Wolf and his gang, had already fled the warehouse. The rest were corpses. Jiang Zhuiying widened her eyes as she looked at the bodies on the ground. She had been ready to fight just moments ago, her long knife almost drawn. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to suddenly rush out in the car. At that moment, her heart had leapt into her throat, full of worry for Jiang Liushur's safety. She had even started to chase after him desperately. But the outcome was completely beyond her imagination. It left her both shocked and pleasantly surprised, and she finally let out a breath of relief. Brother, is that a function from modifying the car? Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but ask. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also snapped out of it. While still watching the gate cautiously, they gathered around the minibus, shocked as they examined the vehicle again. They had thought the minibus was just tough, but never imagined they would one day rely on it as their last line of defense. That air pressure, that explosion, what was it really? Jiang Lushur paused and said, "It's probably an air cannon that uses compressed airflow? It was already installed when I found the vehicle." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were speechless. Why hadn't they been the ones to find such an all-purpose car? Jiang Zhuiying smiled slightly. Whether what Jiang Lushur said was true or not, her brother was becoming more and more mysterious. Sitting inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushur saw their expressions and didn't know what to say. He wasn't even in the mood to make up an excuse, because even if he did, they probably wouldn't believe it. Now that the air cannon had been revealed, it didn't matter much anymore. With Jiang Zhuiying around, even if Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had thoughts like Yang Qingqing once did, they would think twice after seeing what happened to her. Besides, the biological lab was about to be built, and Jiang Lushur wasn't as nervous about others coveting his base vehicle. His vehicle was bound to the star seed in his brain, and his only weakness was being an ordinary person. If he could fix that, while it wouldn't make him fearless, at least he wouldn't have to walk on thin ice anymore. Blood Wolf had come with so many people, there was no way he would give up just because a few had died. The question was, when would they strike again? If they ambushed him on the road, that would be a problem. Once Blood Wolf calmed down, he would realize that the air cannon couldn't turn, and since the minibus was large and clunky, as long as they avoided the front, they could attack from other directions without worrying about the cannon. So Jiang Lushur didn't plan to flee during this window of time. He had Sun Kuan close the front gate, told Zhang Hai to continue loading the remaining metal, and Jiang Zhuiying stood guard by the vehicle. Sun Kuan carefully stepped around the bodies and climbed the wall like a gecko, reaching the gate lever and pulling it down. As he shut the gate, he cautiously glanced outside and saw that Blood Wolf and his people were not far away. They hadn't brought all their vehicles and motorcycles inside, and it seemed they had no plans to leave. All their guns were aimed at the warehouse gate. Blood Wolf's face was dark and grim, completely different from his earlier calm look. He was furious. Losing several people for no reason and fleeing in embarrassment, of course Blood Wolf was enraged. "Blood Wolf's men have surrounded us," Sun Kuan reported after closing the gate. "Let them surround us. We're not going out anyway," Jiang Zhuiying replied. Sun Kuan looked at Zhang Hai, still moving the metal blocks, then glanced at Jiang Lushur. Still focused on those metals at a time like this? He really didn't get it. Once all the metal was loaded, Jiang Lushur said, "You guys go guard the perimeter. I've got something to do." The minibus had just shown its power, so naturally Jiang Lushur's words carried weight now. Though they didn't understand what he was about to do inside the vehicle while Blood Wolf was still outside, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai didn't question it, they immediately walked away. They went to check if the warehouse had any back doors or windows, just in case someone attacked from behind, they wouldn't even know how they died. Jiang Zhuiying stayed near the minibus. Though she was curious about what Jiang Lushur was about to do, with Zhang Hai and the others around, she didn't ask. Inside the minibus, looking at the piles of metal and the iridium crucible freshly taken out of its bag, Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. He had planned to do the upgrade quietly at night in the garage. But now, to deal with Blood Wolf's threat, he decided to build the biological lab right here and now. Scanning in progress? All materials detected. Requirements met. Building the biological lab will take 1 hour. The base vehicle can function and drive normally during this period. Confirm upgrade? The Star Seed's voice rang out. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but feel excited. The biological lab allows the user to create gene evolution fluid by adding materials, enabling the host to evolve their genes and greatly enhance physical abilities. The Star Seed's introduction of the biological lab was enough to make any ordinary person go mad with desire. Jiang Lushur hadn't mutated into a superpowered person. He didn't have that physique. And in the apocalypse, ordinary people were always at a disadvantage. Even the regular people in Blood Wolf's group were just cannon fodder. If an unarmed person faced 2 or 3 zombies, they were done. Even fully armed, a lone person couldn't handle many zombies. They lacked stamina, used it up quickly, and couldn't recover like superpowered people. Confirm upgrade. Jiang Lushur said in his mind. Command received. Upgrade beginning. As the Star Seed finished speaking, the materials began to disappear one by one. The construction of the biological lab had begun. 1 hour, relatively speaking, was not long. But whether Blood Wolf and the others could sit still for that hour remained to be seen. Jiang Lushur returned to the driver's seat. Listening to the Star Seed counting down the air cannon's cooldown, all he could hope was that the fear left in Blood Wolf's mind from the last blast would last a little while longer. How about we take the minibus and break out? Sun Kuan suggested. He didn't know what Jiang Lushur was waiting for. He ran up to the second floor, hid next to the skylight, and looked outside, then felt his heart sink. The area was full of Blood Wolf's people, which made him anxious. In Sun Kuan's eyes, the minibus was bulletproof. Although it might not completely withstand Blood Wolf's men, there was still a chance to break through. However, Sun Kuan also knew that since Blood Wolf's group had followed them in, the main gate was definitely closed. Not to mention, there were probably vehicle barricades set up. The minibus could get through spikes and such, but if it rammed into reinforced concrete walls or steel plates, it wouldn't work. Sun Kuan stared at the base vehicle helplessly. The doors were tightly shut, and it was completely silent inside. In fact, even though the base vehicle was currently building a biological lab, all its normal functions were still fully operational. If they weren't, Jiang Lushur would have already considered breaking out. It wouldn't have been Sun Kuan's place to make suggestions. Since the bio lab could be built first, Jiang Lushur naturally wanted to strengthen himself first. That way, no matter what danger he faced, he'd be much more capable of handling it. The fact that Blood Wolf had managed to avoid the air cannon and even gave a warning meant they had an early sense of danger. That kind of awareness was very disadvantageous for the base vehicle. Time ticked by. In Jiang Lushur's mind, the starseed showed the progress of the bio lab's construction. Bio lab construction progress, 10%. Remaining time, 54 minutes. What the hell was that thing just now? Outside the warehouse, Blood Wolf's group was still in shock. If it had been some known attack, like a firearm or a supernatural power, they could have understood. But this? It left them shaken. Their survivor team was known for its reckless madness. Aside from hunting mutant beasts, ordinary survivors were extremely unlucky to run into them. Men could still be recruited as cannon fodder, but women were often tortured to death, even children weren't spared. These people used madness to numb themselves and cover up their fear. But that one blast just now truly stunned them. An invisible, incomprehensible attack like that, it scared them. How are we supposed to fight that? One team member blurted out, only to be kicked to the ground by Blood Wolf from behind. He was still wearing casual clothes, but his headphones had been blown off in the explosion. His face looked dark and sinister. That's enough to scare you? Doesn't matter what it is, it can't keep firing forever. Otherwise, why would they shut the gate? Blood Wolf cursed, seeing the blank looks on his team. Weapons with such powerful blasts, like rocket launchers, were usually one-time use. That cannon on the vehicle, even if it wasn't one time, must have all kinds of limitations. Otherwise, where would the energy come from? That small car with such a powerful cannon, how many times could it even fire? Hearing this, the others gradually came back to their senses. That's true. Whether or not it could keep firing didn't matter. They were caught off guard this time. As long as they were prepared, and with Blood Wolf's early warning, it wouldn't be scary anymore. If Jiang Lushur and the others tried to come out, with all the roadblocks and their ambush, the vehicle wouldn't pose much of a threat. But the current problem was, while Blood Wolf's group was still in shock, Jiang Lushur had already taken the chance to shut the main gate. They could blast it open with force, but what if that freakish and powerful cannon fired again once it opened? They'd all be doomed. Blood Wolf had realized this too. His face was grim. That damn car had caught them off guard and messed up his original plan. Originally, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and that ordinary guy were Jiang Zhuing's biggest weaknesses. In a fight, he would have killed those three first. But now, things had changed. Brother Wolf, why don't we just blow up the warehouse? If they're hiding inside, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, the woman said sweetly, but before she finished, Blood Wolf interrupted, you're the smart one, and everyone else is an idiot? If we blow it up, how am I supposed to absorb Jiang Zhuing's power? What if she dies in the explosion? And we only have a few grenades, how are we supposed to blow up a warehouse? You think it's full of gasoline? At most we can blow open the door, and even then, are you going in first? His words shut her up. She just pouted. Go in first? To die? So what do we do then? The woman asked. What do we do? We wait. They didn't bring much supplies. They'll have to come out eventually. This is our turf. You think we can't outlast them? Blood Wolf said impatiently. Seeing that he was so close to gaining a superpower only to be delayed, Blood Wolf was in a foul mood. Originally, he just wanted to extract Jiang Zhuing's power and then kill everyone she brought. But now, he decided to torture them to death. As for that young man, he hadn't even paid much attention to him. Killing him would have been like stepping on an ant. But now, Blood Wolf decided to give Jiang Lushur special treatment. He wanted to slice off Jiang Lushur's flesh bit by bit to feed the zombies, then throw him into a horde of them. Time passed, minute by minute. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat of the base vehicle, eyes shut, like a meditating monk. His calm appearance left Sun Quan and the others speechless. At a time like this, he closed his eyes? Trying to act cool? In reality, while Jiang Liusher's eyes were closed, he was focused on the starseed notifications in his mind. Biolab construction progress, 70%. Remaining time, 18 minutes. Biolab construction progress, 80%. Remaining time, 12 minutes. The closer it got to completion, the calmer Jiang Liusher became. Until the progress reached 100%. Beep. A soft sound. The biolab was complete. Jiang Liusher suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with excitement. It was ready. Finally ready. To Jiang Liusher, the biolab was incredibly important. In this post-apocalyptic world, external power was still just external. When he was powerless, even a small knife could kill him, let alone zombies. That's why Jiang Liusher didn't dare to leave the vehicle or go into the building. Biolab construction complete. Host may now choose to configure gene evolution fluid. Proceed now. Jiang Liusher chose yes without hesitation. Then, various options popped up in his mind. Jiang Liusher browsed through them one by one. The first bottle of gene evolution fluid would activate one of Jiang Liusher's body abilities. Option 1, Defense Enhancement. Makes muscles, skin, and blood vessels tougher and stronger, able to resist sword and knife attacks. After secondary evolution, it can even block handgun and rifle bullets. When Jiang Liusher saw the first option, he was tempted. Defense was what he needed most. With strong defense, he wouldn't have to fear ambushes or sneak attacks, and wouldn't have to stay stuck inside the vehicle. He kept reading. Option 2, Strength Enhancement. Gain unparalleled physical strength. Option 3, Agility Enhancement. Gain both speed and dodging abilities. At high levels, combined with vision and prediction, you can dodge attacks from modern firearms. Option 4, Constitution Enhancement. Gain powerful vitality. Even with serious injuries, you can recover quickly. Gain strong resistance to viruses and immunity to infections from level 1 or lower zombies. Option 5. Jiang Liusher kept looking. Every option made him excited. If he could have all of them, wouldn't he be a superhuman? But unfortunately, he could only choose one. Whether it was strength, agility, or defense, they were all too one-dimensional. Although they would make Jiang Liusher a strong superpowered person, they still weren't enough. He needed something that could immediately boost his overall combat ability. Finally, when he reached the 10th option, Jiang Liusher's heart moved. This was it. Option 10, Nervous System and Brain Enhancement. Strengthen neurons, enabling faster electrical signal transmission, and give the brain stronger and faster computing power. Upon seeing this option, Jiang Liusher couldn't take his eyes off it. This 10th choice wouldn't increase his defense or attack power. His body would still be an ordinary human's. One bullet would still kill him. His strength wouldn't increase either. But, faster neuron signal transmission meant so much more. An average person's neural signal speed is about 100 meters per second. A complete nerve reflex takes at least 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, and that's already considered fast. For example, when a zombie jumps at you, the visual info has to go from your eyes to your brain, then the brain processes it, decides on an evasion direction, and sends signals to the muscles. This whole back-and-forth process, including thinking and judgment, takes time. But what if neural transmission speed reached 1000 meters per second? Then your reaction time would be 10 times faster. Your brain's computing speed would also be 10 times faster. Not only that, but memory, learning ability, and judgment would all see qualitative leaps. If we exaggerate further, what if neural transmission reached the speed of light? Large electronic computers use electricity to transmit signals, but since electrons are particles, the actual transmission speed doesn't meet the highest requirements. This is where photon computers come in, computers that use light to transmit information. These are true lightspeed computers, with processing speeds in the trillions of operations per second. That's the terrifying power of photon computing. But photon computers aren't even the most advanced, there are theoretical quantum computers. Researchers in quantum mechanics are trying to use quantum entanglement to develop them. That would be faster than light data transfer, which defies Einstein's theory of relativity. Once mocked by Einstein as spooky action at a distance, it turned out to be real. Quantum computers would have near-infinite speed. The amount of data they could process in half an hour might equal the sum of all human computing in history. Because he understood all this, Jiang Liusher chose the 10th option without hesitation. Brain and nervous system evolution. Once evolution was complete, his body would still be human, but his brain would be superhuman, and this kind of evolution had huge potential for future development. Neural signal speed didn't even need to reach the speed of light. If it reached 10,000 meters per second, then when he observed others' movements, whether attacking or defending, it would be like watching slow motion at 100th speed. Not only that, thanks to the power of his brain and nervous system, Jiang Lushi would have far more precise control over his muscles. A normal person trying to thread a needle might take a long time because their hands shake. When the palm faces upward, an average person can't keep the ring and index fingers extended while keeping the middle and pinky fingers bent at 90 degrees to the palm, unless they use the other hand to help. This isn't because they don't have the muscles, but because they don't have the neural control to make them move that way. But with a powerful brain, his hands would be as steady as a mountain, and all 10 fingers would move with incredible dexterity. Jiang Lushi made his decision without hesitation. Option selected, nervous system and brain evolution. Confirm. Confirm. Beep, gene evolution fluid is being prepared. Estimated time, 10 minutes. He'd already waited an hour. What's 10 more minutes? Jiang Lushi stared at the control panel without blinking. 10 minutes later, a flash of light appeared on the console, and a transparent glass tube popped into Jiang Lushi's hand. Inside the tube was a purple-red liquid. It looked crystal clear, like aged red wine. Holding the tube, Jiang Lushi looked at the starseed control panel again. All the gene evolution fluid options were now grayed out. Each gene fluid required materials, for example, large amounts of mutant beast meat and sometimes mutant beast crystal cores. Also, some gene evolution fluids required the base vehicle to undergo secondary evolution. Secondary evolution of the base vehicle? Jiang Lushi paused. The base vehicle had a second evolution? He hadn't paid attention to this before. He'd have to look into it with the starseed later. But right now, there was no time. The enemy was right outside. First, drink the gene fluid. Jiang Lushi brought the glass tube to his mouth and drank. The purple-red liquid went down in one gulp. It had no taste. But after drinking it, Jiang Lushi felt like he had swallowed fire. A burning sensation surged from his stomach straight to his head, and he felt like his skull was about to explode. Pain. It hurt so much. Jiang Lushi held his head. It felt like it was going to burst. Then, starseed prompted, neural and brain region modification causes severe headache. Host may choose to fall unconscious. The gene evolution fluid will complete the transformation automatically. Jiang Lushi felt like cursing. Choose to faint? Does anyone faint just because they want to? But after holding on for a while, Jiang Lushi began to adapt to the pain. The pain gradually faded and then disappeared. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Lushi suddenly opened his eyes, feeling like he had just come out of a long nightmare. He jumped up from his seat, his back drenched in sweat. The headache was gone. Instead, his mind felt extremely clear. When he looked around, everything seemed much clearer than before. He glanced at the base vehicle's windshield. On it were cracks from bullets. The tiny fractures were everywhere. Jiang Lushi had never really noticed them before, but now, in one glance, he felt something strange. His eyes scanned across, and he realized he could count all the cracks. One bullet had created 132 cracks, and Jiang Lushi counted them in under 10 seconds. Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi saw Jiang Zhuiying outside the base vehicle, looking at him with worry. When Jiang Lushi drank the gene fluid, he downed it all at once, so no one noticed. But later, when he suddenly grabbed his head, Jiang Zhuiying got scared. But the vehicle's door was shut, and she couldn't get in. Now that she saw Jiang Lushi recovered, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Lushi waved his hand. He realized he could even count Jiang Zhuiying's breaths. A person's breathing is nearly invisible from the outside. But Jiang Lushi could see the slight rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. And even without a clock, he could accurately calculate time. Jiang Zhuiying's breathing rate was 26 times per minute. It was probably faster because she was worried about him. "Brother, are you really okay? Open the door." Jiang Zhuiying was still worried. A good, healthy person wouldn't suddenly behave like that. Jiang Lushi opened the car door, and Jiang Zhuiying jumped in like an arrow. As Jiang Zhuiying got into the vehicle, Jiang Lushi instinctively focused his mind. He realized that once he focused, he could see every subtle movement of Jiang Zhuiying, including how her clothes fluttered as she moved. Her speed was very fast, but to Jiang Lushi, her movements looked like a slowed-down slideshow, about 3.5 times slower. After his brain region evolved, Jiang Lushi could accurately calculate how much slower Jiang Zhuiying appeared. If it had been an enemy jumping into the car instead of Jiang Zhuiying, Jiang Lushi would have had enough time to react, like pulling out a gun. However, when Jiang Lushi instinctively tried to do something, he realized that while Jiang Zhuiying's movements were slower, his own body was even slower. His neural response was fast, but his muscles couldn't keep up with his nerves. If Jiang Lushi were to run a 100-meter dash now, thanks to the improved coordination of his brain region, he estimated he could run 1 or 2 seconds faster than before. But to run under 10 seconds, to reach the level of a top athlete, was impossible. There are gains and losses. The first gene evolution fluid from the bio lab allowed only one type of evolution. If Jiang Lushur had chosen agility, his speed would have increased, but his reaction couldn't keep up. At most, he'd be like, "Brother you. Now that my brain region has evolved, but my body can't keep up with my nerves, it still doesn't work in combat. I can clearly see a punch coming, but if I want to dodge it, my body is too slow and might not move in time. I just have to watch the punch land on me." Jiang Lushur's brain was running fast, analyzing his own strength. He could now react quickly. Give him a knife, and he could take down zombies one after another. Regular zombies couldn't even get close to him. But if he faced a mutant beast, or a professional boxer who could throw 4 to 5 punches per second, Jiang Lushur would still lose. He clearly realized that this was his fatal weakness in real combat. Thinking of this, Jiang Lushur stopped focusing. Then, Jiang Zhuing's movements returned to normal speed in his eyes. Even though his brain evolved, if he didn't actively use his ability, what he saw wasn't much different from before. "Zhuing, I'm fine. Don't worry." Jiang Lushur didn't know how to explain the bio lab to Jiang Zhuing. He knew very well that the existence of the starseed was a big deal, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. If the military found out, it would be a huge problem. To prevent information leaks, Jiang Lushur didn't plan to tell anyone, not even Jiang Zhuing. It was for her own good. "Okay." Jiang Zhuing nodded but didn't get out of the car. She was still worried about Jiang Lushur. At this point, Jiang Lushur had shifted his attention to his own hands. A person's hands are the most dexterous organs. Painters use them to create photo-like artworks, sculptors to carve lifelike statues and microsculptures, pro gamers to perform 400 to 500 effective actions per minute, and pianists to play difficult musical pieces. Human hands have huge potential. Jiang Lushur knew his speed wasn't good, but after his brain evolved, his strength lay in precision and finesse. Now, give Jiang Lushur a piece of paper, and he could draw a perfect circle. Give him a video game, and he could learn it the fastest and quickly match pro gamers. Give him a minibus, and he could drift with it. His driving skills would match professional racers. These actions didn't need great speed. They needed reaction time, dexterity, and accuracy. In combat, reaction time, precision, and finesse could be very useful. For example, "Zhuing, do you have a gun?" "An automatic rifle." Before, Jiang Lushur only had a Type 54 pistol. In a real gunfight, a pistol was no match for an automatic rifle. Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. "Yes, not just one automatic rifle, we also have a light machine gun." "I just want the automatic rifle." Jiang Lushur insisted. Machine guns rely on rate of fire and can shoot continuously for a long time. But in terms of accuracy and single shots, machine guns are no match for automatic rifles. "Brother, you know how to shoot?" Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lushur as if he was planning to fight Blood Wolf with a gun. "I'll give it a try, shouldn't be bad." Jiang Lushur said casually. In China, guns are strictly prohibited. Not just real guns, even setting up a pellet gun booth to shoot balloons could get you jailed. On any given street, you'd be lucky to find even one person out of 100 who knows how to shoot, and if they do, it's probably because they were in the military. When the apocalypse hit and many Chinese citizens became zombies, the remaining survivors started gathering weapons. Among all weapons, the most powerful were guns. But for untrained people, using them effectively wasn't easy, especially when nervous. An entire magazine could be emptied, and the zombies would still be alive and kicking. Even superpowered people like Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were wasting bullets when they first used guns. Now they were slightly better, but their marksmanship was still terrible. They relied on full auto spraying, firing lots of bullets to hope for a hit. Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lushur with surprise, not knowing where his confidence came from. But she didn't ask further. She just shouted outside the vehicle, "Zhang Hai, bring that automatic rifle." "Huh?" Zhang Hai was stunned. Their team had only 2 high-powered firearms. Sun Quan carried the light machine gun. Zhang Hai had the automatic rifle, but he usually drove the freezer truck and rarely had to use it. Facing Blood Wolf's gang, Zhang Hai depended on that rifle to survive. Otherwise, his car-repairing superpower would be useless in battle. Though he was reluctant, he still handed the rifle to Jiang Lushur. Zhang Hai used an 81-style automatic rifle. This rifle was modified based on the Russian AK-47. It's more accurate than the AK-47, though not as durable. But Jiang Lushur didn't care about durability, he cared about accuracy. An automatic rifle and a pistol are 2 completely different things. Even the famous Desert Eagle can't match the power of the 81 style. In 1994, a soldier surnamed Tian in Yenjing used an 81-style automatic rifle and 6 magazines to fight off dozens of armed police and regular police. With his skill of changing magazines one-handed, and the 81 style's firepower suppression, he forced dozens of handgun-equipped officers to stay down. At that time, an officer surnamed Chow, wearing a steel helmet, stuck his head out to find Tion's location. In that split second, Tion fired a burst, the bullet went straight through the steel helmet, and Officer Chow was killed on the spot. One shot to the head, ignoring the helmet. That says enough about its power and accuracy. Once the Type 81 rifle was in his hands, the cold metal on the gun body gave off a heavy feeling. The gun was nearly a meter long, with a bayonet about 10 centimeters at the tip. The cold, glinting blade didn't look especially sharp, but it could definitely withstand impact and pierce through a zombie's bones. In the apocalypse, when a bayonet could be used, bullets were avoided as much as possible. Bullets were too valuable. Good gun. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but say. For men, even if they don't particularly like guns, holding a real one brings a special kind of feeling. Especially this Type 81 automatic rifle, it was a classic among classics, practically a symbol of Chinese soldiers. The safety is here, right? Jiang Lushur pointed at a small switch above the stock. Even someone who's never fired a gun could find the safety, but telling which position is on or off was difficult without experience. That's it. Right now, it's on 0, which is safe. 1 is single shot, 2 is automatic, Zhang Hai explained. It was clear Jiang Lushur had never used a gun before, he didn't know how the safety worked. Got it. Jiang Lushur naturally flipped off the safety, then leapt off the vehicle. Brother Jiang, why are you grabbing a gun? You're not seriously going to fight Blood Wolf head-on, are you? Zhang Hai saw Jiang Lushur holding the Type 81 like he was ready to shoot, and couldn't help asking. He himself had practiced shooting since the apocalypse began. Though he wasn't great, he was at least better than average. Jiang Lushur didn't answer. Instead, he asked, how many bullets do we have? 11 magazines left, 30 rounds each. Brother, you really want to use the gun? Even Jiang Zhuiying was doubtful. She was mainly worried for Jiang Liushur's safety. Bullets don't have eyes. If he planned to go head-to-head with Blood Wolf, she couldn't feel at ease. They only had 2 automatic weapons, no match for Blood Wolf's firepower. Just trying it. Jiang Lushur pulled the bolt, round-chambered. He hadn't eaten pork, but he'd seen pigs run. As Jiang Lushur focused his mind again, the world slowed down once more. Dozens of meters away, he spotted a discarded beer bottle, maybe from someone sneaking drinks before the apocalypse. When Jiang Lushur concentrated on the beer bottle, the distance of dozens of meters seemed to vanish. The bottle appeared right in front of him. He could even read the label on it. He aimed the rifle at the bottle cap, front sight, rear sight, target aligned. Brother Jiang, you're trying out the gun? Seeing this, Sun Quan opened his mouth, speechless. What was Jiang Lushur doing? He had just learned how to flip the safety, and now he was going to try live fire like it was a drill? Usually, it takes thousands of rounds before someone even reaches entry-level shooting skill. Jiang Lushur only had 11 mags. Even if he emptied all of them, he wouldn't gain much real combat ability. Even Blood Wolf survivors weren't expert marksmen, but they were definitely better than the average person. A newbie shooting it out with a bunch of gunmen, wasn't that suicide? Brother Jiang, I think your driving's great, but if you're the one shooting, then who'll drive? Shouldn't you reconsider? Zhang Hai gently tried to get the rifle back. But Jiang Liushur's attention was fully on the beer bottle. He didn't even glance at Zhang Hai. At that moment, the rifle in his hand seemed locked into a groove of solid iron, the muzzle didn't move at all. Normal shooters inevitably have slight barrel shake from muscle movement. But Jiang Lushur, who could perfectly control every muscle, had none of that. Roughly 30 meters. Rifle velocity is 700 to 800 meters per second, ignoring air resistance within 30 meters, bullet drop would be around 7 to 8 millimeters, almost negligible. Thanks to his evolved brain, Jiang Lushur quickly estimated the bullet drop using just his high school physics knowledge. At long range, gravity-induced bullet drop matters. You must adjust the rear sight to compensate. But at close range, it's almost nothing. Still, Jiang Lushur made a tiny shooting angle adjustment. Finger on the trigger, fire. Bang! With a loud bang, the beer bottle 30 meters away exploded instantly, shards flying in all directions. Zhang Hai hadn't even finished his sentence when the bottle burst. He was startled, his words stuck in his throat, jaw hanging open in shock. The bottle exploded? Is that real? Brother Jiang, were you aiming at that bottle the whole time? Or was it just luck? Sun Quan swallowed hard. He couldn't tell whether Jiang Lushur just randomly fired. It was possible to hit a bottle by chance. But believing Jiang Lushur aimed on purpose was hard, he just learned how to operate the safety. Jiang Lushur didn't answer Sun Quan. Instead, he picked another target. This one was farther, a chunk of metal. Jiang Lushur aimed at the center and again made a tiny angle adjustment. Bang! The shot landed, but the bullet hole was off by a few millimeters from his aim. A few millimeters of error might mean nothing when shooting at people, but Jiang Lushur still wanted to eliminate that margin. He fired several shots, each one aimed at the same heavy metal block. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai could only see sparks flying from the metal. They couldn't tell what Jiang Lushur was doing with the bullet holes. Earlier, shooting the beer bottle made his accuracy obvious, but they still doubted it was luck. Now he was shooting a big metal chunk, and the warehouse was full of them. Hitting one wasn't exactly hard. They were pained by the wasted bullets. They had only 330 rounds total, and Jiang Lushur had just burned through over a dozen. Come on, man, don't practice shooting now of all times. In the apocalypse, bullets are precious. Using live ammo to practice was too extravagant. Usually, they practiced with empty mags. Jiang Lushur kept firing, using different angles to determine how much bullets deviated, pursuing perfect accuracy. This was unnecessary for close-range combat. In close-range fights, it's all about rate of fire and dense bullets. Unless you're a sharpshooter, who has time to aim? You might get shot before you even finish lining up a target. Even veteran soldiers in firefights had pitiful accuracy. In World War II battles, killing a few thousand enemies was considered a major victory. But such battles consumed hundreds of thousands of rounds. Most enemies were killed by artillery. On average, it took 1,000 bullets to kill one enemy. One mag gone. Jiang Lushur smoothly reloaded the second. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai were practically crying inside. Enemies were still lurking outside, and here he was burning through ammo. Why wasn't Jiang Zhuing stopping him? After changing the mag, Jiang Lushur already had a good feel for the firing angle and rear sight adjustments. But enemies weren't stationary, they moved. Jiang Lushur suddenly turned to Zhang Hai and said, "Zhang Hai, go grab a bottle." Not far away, 2 intact beer bottles remained. Zhang Hai looked unwilling. More shooting? Seeing Jiang Zhuing stay silent, Zhang Hai had no choice but to pick one up with a bitter face. "Throw it out, as hard as you can," Jiang Lushur ordered. Zhang Hai was stunned. "What? Throw it?" Jiang Lushur repeated. Zhang Hai's power was in his fingers. He could definitely throw far. Since Jiang Lushur had already wasted a mag, he wasn't too happy, but whatever, throw it then. He flung the bottle. It spun through the air with a whistling sound. That throw easily sent it 50 to 60 meters. The bottle flew in a beautiful arc. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur raised the rifle. At that moment, the bottle seemed to slow down in the air. He could clearly see even its spinning motion. Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger. Bang! The bottle shattered midair. Countless shards of glass fell from the air like a shower of petals, crashing onto the concrete floor with crisp, clear sounds. Zhang Hai, who had thrown the bottle, was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. He could almost fit an egg in it. Damn! No way, that's fake. Sun Quan was completely dumbfounded. Was Jiang Lushur really a newbie at shooting? Hitting a stationary target, many people can manage once they understand the basics. Depending on the shooting distance, choosing the right rear sight setting and fixing the shooting angle, as long as your hand doesn't shake too much, the bullet usually won't miss by much. But hitting a moving target? That's a whole different level. Hitting a flying bottle thrown by hand, and that fast? That's harder than Olympic skeet shooting. In Olympic skeet, they use shotguns that shoot a spread of pellets. Even if just one pellet hits the clay disc, it's counted as a hit. And even then, they often miss. But Jiang Lushur? He used a Type 81, which fires just one bullet at a time, and hit a fast-flying beer bottle. How fast must his reflexes be? How precise must his eyes be? Predicting the bottle's flight path, aiming, firing, it all had to be completed in fractions of a second. And the farther the bottle flew, the harder it was. That shot he made, the bottle had flown at least 20 meters. Brother Jiang, are you messing with me? You said you were new to guns, and you didn't even know how to turn the safety off? Were you on the national shooting team or something? Zhang Hai couldn't figure it out. Who else could do this, except those in the national team specializing in skeet or moving targets? Even trained soldiers mostly shoot at fixed torso targets. Even military snipers, top marksmen, would probably miss a flying beer bottle. They don't train for that. Bullshit. You think I don't know what my own brother does? Jiang Zhuing cursed at Zhang Hai. She had grown up with Jiang Lushur and knew him well. As for practicing with guns during spare time, that was basically impossible in China, only the rich could afford that kind of hobby. All the magazines, give them to me. Jiang Lushur hefted the Type 81 and stretched out his hand. There was nothing left to say. Zhang Hai quickly handed over all the magazines he had. When we charge out, I'll go first. You two provide covering fire. Sun Quan, man the machine gun. Zhang Hai, throw grenades. Zhuing, stay in the car, with me. Sun Kuen's ability was gecko-like wall climbing, allowing him to hide in spots no one else could. Handling a machine gun well was an art. This wasn't some anti-Japanese drama where the hero grabs a machine gun and mows down a crowd. Try that in real life, and you'll get killed for sure. The first rule of a good machine gunner is concealment. Marksmanship comes second, timing is everything. Sun Kuen wasn't a great gunner, but as long as he stayed hidden, he could still be effective. As for Zhang Hai, his strength far exceeded normal people. Throwing grenades across tens of meters was the best way to use his power. There were fewer than 10 grenades in Jiang Zhuing's team, but if used right, Zhang Hai would be like a heavy artillery cannon. Jiang Lushi, holding the Type 81, jumped onto the base vehicle. Jiang Zhuing followed close behind. "Brother Jiang, you want the boss to drive?" Zhang Hai glanced at Jiang Zhuing. If Jiang Lushi was shooting with the rifle, then obviously she'd be driving. Most of Jiang Zhuing's driving skills had been learned after the apocalypse. Before that, her family wasn't well off, and she couldn't drive. Since the world ended, she had trained hard, but her skills still weren't great. Plus, this wasn't an off-road vehicle, it was a bulky minibus. Could she really handle it? No need. I'll drive. Zhuing, you just focus on attacking. Jiang Lushi sat in the driver's seat and pulled open the left side window. He propped the Type 81 on the window frame. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuen were stunned. What? Jiang Lushi was going to drive and shoot at the same time? Was this a joke? Whether you're driving or shooting, both take full focus. There were enemies outside and barricades on the road, just driving safely was hard enough. But now he wanted to aim and shoot too? The car would be moving. The enemies would be moving. He'd have to steer with one hand, shoot with the other, and still shift gears, hit the clutch, gas, and brake, all while trying to aim? Multitasking wasn't supposed to be like this. Sun Kuen, go open the gate. Be careful. Jiang Lushi gave the order. Sun Kuen swallowed hard. This wasn't just playing with guns and cars, this was risking their lives. He glanced at Jiang Zhuing, she was already in the passenger seat, pulling out her katana. She yanked on the chain, making it rattle. The metallic clinking was sharp and clear, she was clearly ready. Well, looks like these two siblings are nuts. Guess I'll risk my life with them. Sun Kuen gritted his teeth and jumped onto the metal storage pile. From there, he leaped across to the top of the warehouse gate, stood on the vertical wall, and pulled open the rolling door. With the sound of the metal shutter clattering open, Jiang Lushi shifted into gear and slammed on the gas. Hold on tight. Jiang Lushi gripped the wheel with one hand, eyes locked ahead. The base vehicle shot forward, its acceleration so powerful that Jiang Zhuing was nearly pressed into the passenger seat. Vroom. The base vehicle roared like a wild beast, charging out like a mad bull. This van. Sun Kuen's heart pounded. This wasn't a minibus, it was a damn F1 race car. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse gate, Blood Wolf's team was lying in ambush. They had already laid down spike strips across the road, and two heavy-duty trucks blocked the metal factory's gate. Around the area were reinforced concrete walls, this was a complete trap. Escape seemed impossible. Blood Wolf's members had set up all kinds of cover on the factory road, all armed and ready, waiting for Jiang Zhuing's group to run out of supplies and be forced into a desperate breakout. But what they didn't expect was that, after just 2 hours, the warehouse door suddenly opened, and a ragged-looking minibus burst out like a prehistoric beast. Shit, they're charging out. Looking to die. Weapons ready, boys. The Blood Wolf members shouted like madmen. Even if they weren't all superpowered, they were all ruthless thugs. After joining Blood Wolf, they became people with vested interests. As long as you were vicious and strong, you could rise through the ranks, abuse women, torture slaves at will. After the apocalypse, all the madness and ugliness of human nature had been fully unleashed. Since its founding, the Blood Wolf organization has been plundering. They not only hunted mutant beasts and gathered food but also looted other survivors. Because Blood Wolf was so powerful, the entire industrial park fell under their control in a very short time, and all resources came into their hands. As for the survivors captured by Blood Wolf, a few good-looking women were kept, but most of the men were killed. Some were forced to collect food, gasoline, and other supplies. Once they were squeezed dry of value, they were also killed. Blood Wolf's team never kept any burdens. This brutal expansion method was very effective in the early days of the apocalypse. With more food and beast meat, they could exchange them with the military for a large number of weapons. Plus, Blood Wolf had previously looted the local police station in the industrial park, which meant they had far more guns than Jiang Zhuing's team. They had 19 combat members, but only 2 of them were ability users. One was Blood Wolf, the other was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. The other 17 all had guns. Among them, 1 light machine gun, 2 compact submachine guns used by Chinese armed police, 3 Type 95 automatic rifles, and 2 almost obsolete Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. These 8 guns were all obtained through trades with the military and armed police. In addition, from the police station they looted, they got 9 pistols, Type 54s and Type 64s. In total, 17 guns. Besides that, they also had a few bulletproof vests, worn by Blood Wolf, the woman in leather pants, and a few core combat members. The scariest thing about Blood Wolf was that they had many people and many guns. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a person with a gun and good aim could be even more dangerous than someone with a superpower. A team of 19 was already a huge force, equivalent to 2 enhanced squads. Even in a military battle, they'd be enough to do a lot. Don't forget, back during the Long March, the famous charge across the looting bridge, with its 13 iron chains over a rushing river, only used 22 warriors. Because of all those guns, Blood Wolf was fully confident in taking down Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying's group only had 2 automatic weapons and 3 pistols total. When Jiang Lushi charged out, Blood Wolf was behind cover, sitting in a chair, wearing headphones. He immediately saw Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying in the passenger seat. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying, Blood Wolf's eyes lit up. So you couldn't hold back, huh? Driving a minibus trying to get out of my territory? You're just asking to die. Blood Wolf stood up and ripped off his headphones. Shoot! But don't shoot Jiang Zhuiying, turn that little bastard into Swiss cheese first. To absorb abilities, Blood Wolf needed the person alive. If they died, the energy would quickly dissipate, and the effect of absorbing it would drop sharply. Avoid attacking Jiang Zhuiying if possible, but if she got hit, as long as it wasn't a fatal shot, it was still acceptable. Got it. Blood Wolf's gang of desperados, upon hearing his command, all jumped out of cover and opened fire on the minibus. Rat-a-tat-tat. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, flames burst out from all of them. The sound of gunfire was deafening. In an instant, the minibus's windshield was shaking violently. Crack, crack, crack. Countless small cracks spread across the windshield. Tiny glass shards the size of rice grains flew everywhere. But the windshield didn't shatter completely. Jiang Lushi continued driving the minibus straight ahead. Beep beep beep. The starseed voice sounded in Jiang Lushi's mind. Front bulletproof glass durability decreased, durability reduced by 7%. Jiang Lushi stayed calm. He floored the gas pedal, and the base vehicle's speed surged. What the hell? What's going on? Blood Wolf's members were stunned. That minibus had bulletproof glass? Even bulletproof glass only provides limited protection. If it takes sustained heavy fire, especially from light machine guns or rifles, and if one spot is hit continuously, it can still be penetrated. For example, many robbers attacking banks or jewelry stores smashed bulletproof glass with iron hammers. Keep firing. Shoot. Blood Wolf kicked over his chair, grabbed a nearby member's light machine gun, and began unloading bullets furiously at Jiang Lushi's position. By now, the base vehicle had reached a speed of 100 km per hour, and ahead was a spike strip. Blood Wolf had taken over the industrial park. Welding spike strips was easy for them. They had made plenty, essential tools for robbery. Now one was laid out just in front of the cover, but the minibus didn't slow down. It charged straight over it. Shit. Is he insane? Blood Wolf's eyes were bloodshot. Hitting a spike strip at that speed should definitely blow the tires and flip the vehicle. Also, how the hell did that vehicle accelerate so fast in such a short time? In a split second, Blood Wolf didn't have time to think. The base vehicle had already run over the spike strip. Crack, clatter, crash. The 5-meter-long spike strip, with over 1,000 nails longer than a finger welded on, was crushed beneath the base vehicle. Nails burst off like bullets, scattering everywhere, bouncing off the metal body of the van. But the minibus kept charging forward like an enraged giant rhino, unhindered, heading straight for the enemy's position. Damn it, is that a tank? Blood Wolf's gang stared in disbelief. Bulletproof glass on the front, charging straight into the fire of more than a dozen guns, tires crushing the spike strip like tank treads. At that moment, Blood Wolf suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He saw a black cannon barrel extend from the front of the vehicle. Scatter! Blood Wolf shouted. They had already suffered once before. Everyone knew how terrifying that cannon was. Its power rivaled heavy artillery. This thing was seriously a tank. Boom! The air cannon fired. A terrifying shockwave blasted toward the enemy's cover. Blood Wolf's members scattered. A massive explosion followed. Dozens of empty metal drums, blocks, and sandbags were blown apart by Jiang Lushi's shot. One Blood Wolf member, trying to flee, got hit in the head by flying metal. His skull burst open, and he fell to the ground, instantly dead. At that moment, Jiang Lushi, fully focused, instantly tracked where every enemy was running. The air cannon's weakness was its slow charge time. Plus, the Blood Wolf group had already learned to avoid that black barrel, so they scattered early. Though the blast was powerful, it only killed one person, by shrapnel. Now many Blood Wolf members had jumped into off-road vehicles. All sunroofs were open, one person driving, one person standing and shooting from the top. Jiang Lushur slammed the brakes and turned the wheel hard. Base vehicle made a 90-degree turn. Screech. At over 100 km per hour, the center of gravity shifted forward, the rear end swung out, a beautiful drift. Jiang Lushur hit the gas again, and the base vehicle roared forward like a wild beast. Many of the Blood Wolf gang had just started their engines, and stood there in shock. Damn, a minibus can drift like that? Forget a minibus, even their off-road vehicles wouldn't dare try drifting. The center of gravity is too high, easy to flip. Only low-chassis sports cars can handle that kind of move, and even then, only on dirt roads. Is this really a minibus? It's more like a tank and a sports car combined. At that moment, Jiang Lushur made a sharp turn, aligning the driver's side of the vehicle with the Blood Wolf members. He had opened a small slit in the left window, and the barrel of the Type 81 rifle was sticking out through that slit. That turn was made precisely to aim the gun barrel at the Blood Wolf members. After his brain evolution, every driving maneuver Jiang Lushur made, gear shifting, braking, gas, clutch, was as smooth as flowing water, with no error at all. It was absolutely at professional racer level. In addition, he had the starseed assisting in controlling the minibus. The minibus felt like part of his own body, he controlled it as easily as moving his arms. With the enhanced performance of the minibus, forget drifting, he could pull off even more complex moves. As the minibus accelerated sideways, due to the angle, Jiang Lushur's entire body remained shielded behind the glass. Only that narrow slit was exposed. Even if a bullet came through it, it wouldn't hit him. The vehicle sped ahead. Blood Wolf's off-road cars started moving too. As the vehicles crossed paths, the scene froze for a moment in Jiang Lushur's eyes. A man in his 30s with a vicious face and a greasy forehead seemed to appear right in front of Jiang Lushur. One hand on the wheel, one finger on the trigger. Bang! A single shot. Jiang Lushur only fired once, using the automatic rifle like a semi-automatic. That one bullet, in the instant the two vehicles passed each other, crossed 10 meters of open air and struck the windshield of the off-road vehicle. Crash! The entire windshield shattered instantly. The bullet pierced through the glass and went straight into the man's forehead. One shot, head exploded. The power of the Type 81 rifle is terrifying. It can punch through a steel helmet. How could flesh and blood stop it? A third of the man's skull was blown off, and the bullet didn't stop, it shattered the other side's window too. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the entire driver's cabin. One bullet passed through the off-road vehicle, the driver was killed instantly. The car lost control, swerved wildly, and smashed into a concrete wall. At that speed, a crash like that usually means total destruction. The gunner in the car realized the danger and immediately jumped out. But just as he leapt, still mid-air, Jiang Lushur seized the moment, turned the steering wheel slightly to align the left window, pulled the trigger again, bang! Another single bullet. The Blood Wolf member was still in the air when it pierced through his left chest. With a dull thud, his heart and lungs were completely shattered. The bullet blew out a spray of blood and exited from his back, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Thump! He hit the ground like a dead dog. Alive when he jumped, a corpse when he landed. The Type 81, hit a limb, lose the limb. Hit the chest, guaranteed death, no exceptions. Against the Type 81, the human body is as weak as paper. If you compared human flesh to steel, it's not even 1 millimeter thick, worse than a helmet surface. 2 shots, 2 kills. Jiang Lushur did it while driving, accelerating and drifting, making a bulky minibus look cooler than a sports car. Shooting from the side while driving, and still having that level of accuracy, is he even human? Blood Wolf's own face changed when he saw this. He had thought Jiang Lushur was just an ordinary man, and Jiang Zhuiying was the real threat. But now he realized, Jiang Lushur was a total monster. Was he a special forces soldier? Even the most elite unit in the world probably couldn't do what Jiang Lushur just did. Boss, what do we do? Blood Wolf's men were starting to panic. They were convinced Jiang Lushur was either ex-special forces or an elite African mercenary. They had never imagined this kind of combat style. He was like a war god. The minibus was bulletproof. Jiang Lushur was hiding inside, giving them no angle to shoot back. They could only take the hits. Blood Wolf gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Forget Jiang Zhuiying, throw grenades. Blow up that vehicle." He had been eyeing Jiang Zhuiying's power, but now they were taking too many losses. At this rate, even if they killed half their people, they might not take Jiang Lushur down. Getting her power wasn't worth it anymore. Grenades? Got it. After being beaten like this, the Blood Wolf members were furious. So what if your vehicle is bulletproof? Can it stop a grenade? High-powered grenades could blast more than just glass. If one exploded under the car, the whole thing could flip over. Flip the car, and your shooting stops. Move! Blow them up! Blood Wolf roared. Several members rushed at Jiang Lushur like sharks smelling blood. Some used off-road vehicles for cover, approaching fast from the minibus's blind spots. Others lay in wait, just waiting to throw a grenade as the minibus passed. One Blood Wolf member with a mustache and slanted triangle-shaped eyes climbed onto the container of a big truck. He hid behind it and saw Jiang Lushur's minibus heading in his direction. Rabbit's here. Time to take you out. Triangle Eyes pulled out 3 grenades from his pocket. They were tied together, with the pins connected. It was a homemade triple grenade bundle. 3 grenades exploding together, the power was obvious. His face twisted with cruelty. Drive all you want, let's see you dodge this. They're here. He crouched behind the container, making sure he gave no angle for the minibus to shoot him. Jiang Lushur's gun barrel was only on the driver's side, and the window was barely open. The firing angle was very limited. Triangle Eyes was in a total blind spot for Jiang Lushur's line of fire. He was confident in success. As the minibus got closer, he yanked the pins and threw the grenade bundle straight at the driver's side. He was well hidden. Even the sharpest observer wouldn't spot someone behind a truck container as the vehicle sped by. But Jiang Lushur, with his evolved brain, had ridiculously powerful awareness, eyes and ears catching everything. Even though he was looking forward, the corner of his eye spotted a dark shape flying toward him. His eyes flicked sideways, immediately identifying it, 3 grenades bundled together. He realized they were coming straight for the left side of the driver's seat. Such an intense explosion would produce a terrifying shockwave. Even if the bulletproof glass held, the shockwave would shoot through the narrow window slit, injuring or killing him. Jiang Lushur remained calm. He raised his gun, focused to the maximum. Instantly, the grenade seemed to freeze midair, like a movie in slow motion. Rat-a-tat. Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger, burst fire, bullets hit the grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded in midair. Triangle Eyes had been smiling triumphantly, then saw a blast of fire erupt toward him. His face froze. Buzz. His brain rang. His ears exploded with blood as the shockwave shattered his eardrums. What happened? That was his final thought. His body flew off the truck container like a rag doll. He saw the world spinning, and died without ever understanding what had happened. Blood Wolf witnessed the entire scene. When the explosion lit up the sky and smoke burst out, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Watching Jiang Lushur drive while detecting a grenade flying in from a side blind spot, then shoot it midair? Unbelievable. Boss, what do we do now? The Blood Wolf members were all panicking. Their team had always been nearly unstoppable, no other squad in the area could match their strength. But now, Jiang Lushur, just an ordinary man, was using only a vehicle and an automatic rifle to suppress them so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. Boss, if you don't step in now, the brothers won't be able to hold on much longer. Another Blood Wolf member shouted. Blood Wolf frowned. He had 2 abilities, and in terms of strength, he was the strongest among his group. But his powers were meant for close combat. Whether against ability users or armed opponents, he wasn't afraid. Even against Jiang Zhuiying, he had confidence. But telling him to go fight a heavily armored tank, traveling over 100 kilometers per hour and drifting around? No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Like a mouse trying to pull a turtle, he couldn't even find a way to attack. Against Jiang Lushur's minibus, all Blood Wolf could do was shoot with an automatic rifle or throw grenades. He couldn't do much more than his men. Attack the right side? His gun can only shoot to the left. As long as we go for the right side of the vehicle, he can't fight back. The driver's seat was on the left, and the Type 81 rifle was mounted at the left window. Jiang Lushur indeed couldn't shoot to the right. The right side? Everyone, go! The Blood Wolf members suddenly realized. They jumped into their SUVs, Hummers, Range Rovers, stepped on the gas, and rushed toward the right side of the minibus. Before the apocalypse, the industrial park never lacked high-end vehicles, and the Blood Wolf members had picked the best-performing ones. For SUVs approached from the right like a pack of wolves hunting a bison. Bullets from automatic rifles rained down on the vehicle's windows. Crack, crack, crack. The bulletproof glass developed large spiderweb cracks. Take them down. 2 Blood Wolf members popped their heads out from the tops of the SUVs. Their positions were far from Jiang Lushur's firing angle, otherwise, they wouldn't dare show their heads. That rifle was like the gaze of death. Once he aimed at you, you were dead the next second. Each held an automatic rifle in one hand and a grenade in the other. They bit off the grenade pins with their teeth and aimed at the right side door of the minibus, ready to throw. And just then, clack! The side door of the minibus opened, and a graceful figure stood at the entrance. It was Jiang Zhuiying. She wore a bulletproof vest, holding a heavy shield over 1 meter tall in her left hand. Her beautiful eyes peeked out from the observation slit in the shield. The Blood Wolf members saw the smile at the corner of her lips, like a little demon. Crackle. Blue electric currents pierced through the air like purple snakes, striking the 2 Blood Wolf members who had poked their heads out of the SUV roofs. SCZZT. Though the current wasn't strong enough to burn their bodies, it was more than enough to paralyze them. Clunk. Paralyzed, both men dropped their grenades, already armed, right through the SUV sunroofs. The drivers heard the clunk and turned to see round grenades bouncing on the leather seats. The soft seats made the grenades bounce, and the pins were already pulled. Shit. The drivers were terrified, but trapped inside the SUVs, they could do nothing. Boom. Boom. The 2 grenades exploded inside the vehicles. Both SUVs burst into flames. The drivers were instantly blown to pieces, then burned to charcoal. All the SUV windows shattered. The roofs were blown off. The vehicles lost control and slammed into the concrete wall, triggering even bigger explosions. In a flash, 4 Blood Wolf members were dead. Adding the ones Jiang Lushur had already killed, nearly half of the Blood Wolf members were now gone. With so many guns and so much ammo used up, and this many deaths, Blood Wolf was furious. And just then, rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of a light machine gun rang out. 1 Blood Wolf member was caught off guard and gunned down. And right after, boom, boom, 2 more grenades exploded, flipping over one of Blood Wolf's SUVs. Blood Wolf's heart sank. Another ambush. He looked over, clearly the attack came from the warehouse. That's right, besides Jiang Zhuiying and that guy in the minibus, there were still 2 more ability users inside the warehouse. Though those 2 weren't very strong, showing up at this moment only made things worse. Boss, should we retreat? 1 Blood Wolf member asked shakily. Some were already thinking about running. Even though they were all ruthless, they were still afraid of death. They only stuck with Blood Wolf for profit. Loyalty? That was a joke. Originally, they thought attacking Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying would be easy, kill them, get their weapons and supplies, simple and profitable. But now? They were terrified. No more rewards, and half their team was dead. They had no more fighting spirit. No one dared to approach the minibus now. Bullets couldn't pierce the bulletproof glass, and grenades had to be thrown at close range. But the vehicle was moving at over 100 kilometers per hour, throwing accurately from a distance was nearly impossible. And once you got close, left or right, death awaited. Retreat. Blood Wolf resisted the urge to shoot the cowardly soldier. Since the apocalypse began, everything had gone his way. He enjoyed his power, especially after killing the former leader. Blood Wolf felt like his life was reaching its peak. He had the power to decide life and death. Endless women. Everyone trembled before him. He even dreamed that, as he got stronger, he could build an empire of his own. But now, against Jiang Lushur, a normal man with a modified car, he was completely helpless. He wanted to tear Jiang Lushur apart, but he knew the smart move now was to retreat. If he insisted on fighting, the rest of his team would betray him and run. His entire empire would collapse. Retreat! Blood Wolf roared. Even with the gunfire all around, his voice carried far. All the Blood Wolf members heard him. In truth, only 9 were left. Most had already been wiped out by Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Liushur's team. Hearing Blood Wolf shout, Jiang Lushur smirked. Retreat? Did you ask me if I agree? The gate of the special metals factory was still blocked by large trucks at this moment. Since retreat had already been decided, the first thing to do was to move these trucks. Several Blood Wolf members abandoned their original SUVs and rushed onto the trucks blocking the gate. There were 3 large trucks in total, all Dongfeng Tianlong trucks used in the industrial park to transport steel, with a 40-ton load capacity, followed by 13-meter-long semi-trailers, with 22 truck tires. They looked like massive beasts. A Blood Wolf member had just jumped into the cab of the heavy truck, but Blood Wolf shoved him aside. I'll do it. Blood Wolf dominantly sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Compared to such a heavy truck, even the minibus looked like a small toy. What if it collided with the minibus? Even if the minibus was bulletproof, getting hit by this heavy truck would definitely crush it like an iron pancake. But there was a heavy cannon mounted in front of the minibus. Blood Wolf had experienced the power of that cannon. If it fired again, even if the truck itself wasn't destroyed, the windshield in front would definitely be blasted into fragments, and as the driver, Blood Wolf would be blown to pieces. A frontal collision was suicide. He could only strike from the side. Hit the minibus from the right and split it in half. With his team suffering heavy losses, Blood Wolf's eyes were bloodshot. He had made up his mind to retreat, but now, he was unwilling. Run that kid over. Even if Jiang Zhuing doesn't die and has only one breath left, I can still absorb her ability. Blood Wolf had long coveted Jiang Zhuing's power. His current ability was physical, focused on close combat, lacking long-range attacks. If paired with Jiang Zhuing's power, he could attack both near and far, it would be perfect. He shifted gears, stepped hard on the accelerator, and drove the heavy truck forward. Just the trailer was 13 meters long. The cargo on board hadn't been fully unloaded. Such a heavy truck had enough impact to knock down even concrete walls. However, right after starting the truck, Blood Wolf suddenly heard the "didada" sound of gunfire, a burst from the Type 81 rifle, and the sound of bullets hitting metal. Blood Wolf's heart jumped. He immediately ducked under the steering wheel to avoid getting hit by bullets. The windshield of the heavy truck wasn't shattered, which made sense, because the cab wasn't facing the minibus directly, so there was no reason for it to be hit. Even so, a strong sense of danger surged up in Blood Wolf's heart. Something extremely dangerous was about to happen. Something that could take his life. What was this? Blood Wolf suddenly looked toward the right rearview mirror. In the mirror, he saw that the several hundred-liter fuel tank was leaking. That earlier burst from Jiang Liushir's rifle had hit the fuel tank of the truck. The fuel tank of Jiang's base vehicle was bulletproof, but the Dongfeng Tianlong truck didn't have that feature. Its thin iron shell was no match for automatic rifle bullets. It was riddled with holes now. Normally, just shooting a fuel tank wouldn't cause an explosion, because there's little air inside and diesel ignites at a high temperature. But once it starts leaking and a lot of air gets inside, then shooting it again, bullets striking metal, could easily cause an explosion. And this was a several hundred-liter tank. The explosion would be massive. Damn it. Blood Wolf felt an immense crisis. He roared, his entire body bulging with muscles. The shirt on his upper body burst apart from the pressure. A large patch of tough red fur burst out from his skin. His eyes began to turn green, and sharp fangs grew out from his gums. He had transformed into a red-furred werewolf. His body and face still looked human, but he had taken on the characteristics of a wolf. This was Blood Wolf's special ability. To be precise, it was the power of the previous Blood Wolf. The organization's name came from this power. Later, the second-generation Blood Wolf took advantage of the original one being gravely injured in a battle with a mutant beast. He killed him, devoured his power, and took his place. Now, with a massive threat approaching, Blood Wolf completed his transformation. Just as he changed form, another burst of bullets came, this time mixed with the blue electric currents fired by Jiang Zhuing. The bullets hit the Dongfeng Tianlong's fuel tank, and it ignited on the spot. The entire tank began to burn. Boom! A massive explosion followed. Fire serpent swept out from the lower right side of the cab, swallowing the front passenger seat. The Blood Wolf member whom Blood Wolf had pushed away earlier let out a miserable scream, his whole body turned into a ball of fire. At the same time, Blood Wolf let out a wolf-like howl. He leaped straight out from the driver's seat and slammed into the windshield. The 2.5-meter-wide windshield shattered instantly under the impact. Crash! Shards of glass and flames burst into the cab. The entire cockpit became a sea of fire, and Blood Wolf jumped out from the flames, with the red fur on his back scorched and curled. "Kid, I'm gonna kill you." After transforming, Blood Wolf became extremely aggressive, even irrational. He charged directly at Jiang Liushir's minibus. Huh? What is that? Seeing a red-furred werewolf charging at his vehicle, Jiang Liushir was shocked. He saw clearly that the werewolf had come from the heavy truck's driver's seat, and that meant it was Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf? His power is to transform into a werewolf. Jiang Liushir was a bit surprised. Since the apocalypse, human cells had mutated and genes evolved, creating all kinds of abilities. Transforming into a werewolf was clearly a higher-tier power. Regular abilities, like Uge's speed boost, Zhang Hai's finger strength, or Sun Quan's wall crawling, were nothing in comparison. The werewolf had strength, speed, terrifying burst power, resistance to physical damage, and claws. One ability that included all strengths. In close combat, such an opponent would be a nightmare. Even in a gunfight, Blood Wolf wouldn't be scared. Werewolves were too fast to aim at. If you missed the first 2 shots, he'd already be in your face. And Jiang Liushir noticed something else. Blood Wolf had a kind of instinctive danger response. He could sense being targeted before shots were fired. But none of that mattered. Jiang Liushir was in a base vehicle. No matter how strong you are in melee, I'll just ram you flat. Jiang Liushir yanked the steering wheel, floored the gas, and the base vehicle roared forward, charging straight at Blood Wolf. The werewolf body had extraordinary speed. Blood Wolf's upper arms extended, his fingers turned into claws. On all fours, he ran quickly across the ground. Although Blood Wolf was fast, it was impossible for him to dodge bullets. No matter how fast an ability user is, compared to the supersonic speed of bullets, they are far too slow. However, while he couldn't dodge bullets, he could dodge the barrel. By watching the direction of the barrel and making early predictions, Blood Wolf had used this many times in close combat to rip gun-wielding enemies to pieces with his claws and fangs. After transforming, Blood Wolf became extremely cruel. Even his brain was affected, becoming more beast-like. The people he killed almost never had an intact piece of flesh left. Jiang Lushur held the steering wheel with one hand and the automatic rifle with the other. He believed that even a werewolf was still flesh and blood. One bullet would still be enough to disable him. But Blood Wolf was extremely alert and gave Jiang Lushur no chance. At the minibus window, the firing angle of the Type 81 rifle was very narrow, and Blood Wolf never entered that firing range. As for the air cannon, even less so, its muzzle could barely turn. Blood Wolf never stayed directly in front of it and always kept at an offset angle. Can't hit him. Jiang Lushur stepped on the gas for a head-on collision, but just as the minibus was about to hit, Blood Wolf jumped high and actually leaped over the 2-meter-tall minibus. Scrape! 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 The sound of claws scraping metal came from the minibus roof. Blood Wolf had landed on top and was running over it. But at a relative speed of over 150 kilometers per hour, he couldn't stay on top. Even if he stopped, it wouldn't help. The steel roof of the minibus wasn't something his claws could tear open. Thud! Blood Wolf, unable to adapt to the speed of the moving roof, fell and rolled off. Bang! He hit the ground hard, but even at over 100 kilometers per hour, he wasn't injured. As soon as he landed, he jumped up again. By now, the minibus had already sped over 100 meters away. At that speed, it was too fast. Jiang Lushur made a hard turn of the steering wheel, executing an extreme high-angle drift, 2 consecutive 90-degree turns. The rear of the vehicle whipped like a tail. At such high speed, pulling off such turns was unimaginably stressful on the tires. And for a high center of gravity minibus, it should have flipped, but Jiang Lushur's driving made it happen. Seeing the shocking tire marks on the concrete ground, Blood Wolf's subordinates shuddered. Was this still a car from Earth? Was this still a human from Earth? Do special forces have such skills? By now, all of Blood Wolf's men thought of Jiang Lushur as special forces or an elite mercenary. That vehicle was seen as a super-modified military car. Reaching speeds over 100 kilometers per hour in a narrow factory? Even pro racers might not pull that off. All the Blood Wolf members kept their distance, watching the battle. If it went badly, they'd flee. If Blood Wolf won, they'd return to share the spoils. But Blood Wolf trying to take out that minibus was like a tiger trying to bite the sky, no way to even begin. Whether his claws, fangs, or strength, none of it meant anything in front of the base vehicle. You coward hiding in the car. If you're tough, get out and fight me one-on-one. Blood Wolf roared from not far away. His voice was terrifying, like a true wolf's howl. Jiang Lushur heard it clearly. TSK TSK. Turned into a wolf and your IQ dropped too? Trying to drag me down to your level? Keep dreaming. Jiang Lushur replied as he stomped the gas again, charging. In truth, Blood Wolf couldn't do anything to Jiang Lushur, but the reverse was also true. Jiang Lushur couldn't do anything to Blood Wolf. His automatic rifle only covered the left side, with less than a 90-degree shooting angle. As for the air cannon, no chance either. Blood Wolf would never allow it. If it continued like this, Jiang Lushur wouldn't be able to win. Should I open the door? Jiang Zhuiying suddenly asked. In her left hand she held a military-issued bulletproof shield, in her right, the high-priced chained samurai sword. Are you confident? Jiang Lushur's expression turned serious. Jiang Zhuiying's electric current couldn't pass through the bulletproof glass. To attack, she would need to open the door. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him from jumping onto the minibus. Then he'll go after you. Against bullets, the shield was enough. But Blood Wolf's speed was too fast. He might use his agility to break into the vehicle while the door is open. Jiang Zhuiying was a well-known ability user in Jinling. She was confident in her strength, she only worried about Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur paused slightly. Opening the door was a gamble with high risk. Even if he wanted to take that gamble, it wasn't the right time. No matter how strong Blood Wolf was, he was still flesh and blood, with limited stamina. And the minibus had 8 tons of fuel as backup. With a 10 cubic meter modified fuel tank, Jiang Lushur wasn't afraid. Endurance? His minibus could circle the earth. Who wants to compete? Instant acceleration, tight turns, air cannon, he could use them all freely. He would stall. Keep ramming Blood Wolf with the minibus, even if it didn't hit him. Wear him down, until Blood Wolf couldn't move. If Blood Wolf tried to escape, he would chase him down. No need to open the door. Jiang Lushur said quickly while driving. A war of attrition was the safest, most effective method. But then, boom! A loud explosion. The minibus shook violently. The rear end jumped up. A powerful shockwave surged, flames running along the minibus's side, reaching the front windshield. A grenade? Jiang Lushur was startled. After failing to ram Blood Wolf, he had thrown a grenade at the rear of the vehicle. Since turning into a werewolf, Blood Wolf's mind leaned toward beastly instincts. He was used to solving enemies with claws and teeth, not modern weapons. But now, completely unable to match Jiang Lushur, he had resorted to grenades. A single grenade explosion didn't flip the vehicle, too heavy. But this time, Starseed alerted, tire number 3 damaged, damage level 30%. Huh? Jiang Lushur's heart sank, the tire. The minibus's tires were run flat, with many segmented air pockets. Even if riddled with bullets, it could still run. But grenades produce intense heat and flames. Even run-flat tires can't withstand fire. Brother, how's the car? Jiang Zhuiying asked anxiously. She didn't know how strong Jiang Lushur's base car really was. In her view, even if the armor and glass were bulletproof, whether it could withstand a grenade was still questionable. Not good. This grenade is too much. Jiang Lushur gritted his teeth and simply pulled back his automatic rifle. Blood Wolf was extremely alert and never gave him the chance to aim. Since that was the case, Jiang Lushur put both hands on the steering wheel and focused on driving. The vehicle's control isn't as smooth as before. Jiang Lushur felt heavy in his heart. Tire number 3 was the rear right tire, the one farthest from the driver's seat. Even through the right rearview mirror, he couldn't see it clearly. It was almost in his blind spot. Blood Wolf had chosen to attack exactly there. If it were an ordinary car, just one grenade would have blown the wheel off. Even though this was a Starseed-based vehicle, once enough of the air pockets in the tire were blown, its rotation wouldn't be as smooth as before. And Blood Wolf clearly noticed this too. He saw that one of the minibus's wheels was damaged. Blow up that tire, let's see how he keeps driving. Blood Wolf grinned viciously. This vehicle had rendered all his efforts useless, but now he saw a glimmer of hope. He locked onto the base car's tire number 3, planning to destroy it first. Da-da-da. The sound of automatic gunfire rang out. Jiang Lushur looked through the rearview mirror. Blood Wolf was using an automatic rifle to shoot at tire number 3. When the base vehicle was speeding, hitting a tire wasn't easy, but Blood Wolf was close. With his werewolf speed, he was sprinting behind the vehicle. Though he couldn't catch up, a burst of bullets could still land a few hits. Tire number 3 damaged, damage level 40%. Starseed alerted again. Once a tire is damaged, its bulletproof ability drops sharply. Jiang Lushur could feel the vehicle getting harder to control. At this rate, once tire number 3 is completely destroyed, the base car will break down. Where did he get that gun? Jiang Lushur asked coldly. Earlier, when Blood Wolf was running, he didn't have a gun in hand. It was that woman in the leather jacket. She threw it to him, along with the grenade. A single fighter can only carry a limited number of weapons. Besides, when Blood Wolf transformed earlier, his upper body clothes were torn apart by his bulging muscles, he had no pockets, so he couldn't carry grenades. But now, the second ability user in the Blood Wolf team was supplying him with weapons while he ran at high speed. The grenades and guns she threw were very accurate. Blood Wolf caught them perfectly. This way, he could keep his carried weapons light, so as not to hinder his speed. Wolf bro! The leather jacket woman threw out another grenade and a loaded magazine. Blood Wolf caught the grenade and magazine, rolled on the ground, then changed the magazine while still running. Da-da-da. The automatic rifle fired again. Blood Wolf was right behind Jiang Lushur's base car. His speed was too quick, never giving Jiang Lushur a chance to ram into him. Boom! Blood Wolf threw a grenade. It exploded, but this time the aim was off. The shockwave hit, and the base car shook violently. Alert, tire number 3 damaged, damage level 60%. 60% already. Starseed issued an alert. Jiang Lushur could no longer just wait. Blood Wolf's out of bullets. Even while driving, Jiang Lushur was counting the shots. Blood Wolf used a Type 81, which only had 30 rounds. With such dense gunfire, only Jiang Lushur could keep count and know when the bullets would run out. At the moment the bullets ran out, he turned the steering wheel sharply, made a hard turn, and aimed the vehicle straight at the woman in the leather jacket. Can't handle Blood Wolf? Then kill the woman first. At that moment, the woman had just prepared a new magazine, ready to throw to Blood Wolf. But when she saw the base car charging at her, her face changed drastically. Open the door. Kill that woman first. Jiang Lushur shouted. Jiang Zhuiying also understood his intention. She opened the door, threw her shield aside, and held up her human-height samurai sword, pointing it straight at the leather jacket woman. Boom! The base car rammed into the cover the leather jacket woman was hiding behind. Sandbags and iron barrels were knocked over. The woman screamed and leapt backward, flipping 360 degrees in the air to dodge the collision. Just then, Jiang Zhuing jumped out from the base car door, sword in hand, slashing at the woman's neck. The strike was too fast. The woman had no time to draw her gun. In fact, in close combat, a knife is often better than a gun. Bullets may be fast, but drawing and aiming takes longer than swinging a blade. By the time you raise your gun, your arm could already be cut off. The leather jacket woman crossed her arms in front of her chest. On her elbows, the skin split open, revealing a sharp white bone blade. That was her bone blade. Her ability was bone reinforcement. Her bones were 4 to 5 times stronger than normal, and the bones of her forearms could extend into 2 1-meter-long bone blades. Currently, she could only extend them in a fixed shape, but their strength was comparable to a military-grade tri-edged dagger. This was her weapon. Clang! The bone blade clashed with the katana, producing a harsh metallic screech. Jiang Zhuing's attack was like a storm. Even if the bone blade blocked the sword, it couldn't block the electricity. Zzz. Electric current pierced through like a venomous snake, paralyzing the woman. For an ordinary person, this shock would cause fainting, or even heart failure. But the leather jacket woman's cells were strong, she was only paralyzed. High-level ability users had activated cells and often ate mutated beast meat. Their physical attributes were far beyond average. In a fight between experts, even a moment of paralysis could be fatal. The woman's movement slowed. Panic showed on her face. Jiang Zhuing pulled back her blade and dashed forward, ready to slash again, but then she felt a sudden sense of danger. "Watch out!" Jiang Lushur shouted. Without even looking, Jiang Zhuing bent down to dodge. Whoosh! A dark object flew past her hair and hit an iron barrel. Bang! The barrel was knocked up and dented by the impact. Jiang Zhuing looked carefully. The dark object was an empty magazine. At the moment the leather jacket woman was about to be killed, Blood Wolf threw his magazine. With his werewolf strength, even a thrown magazine was as deadly as a bullet. Jiang Zhuing dodged it and didn't look back at Blood Wolf. Her blade swept out, sending a silver arc of electricity. Zzz. The woman had just regained a bit of movement and quickly tried to dodge. But Jiang Lushur wasn't about to let her escape. He focused his mental strength. To him, the woman's movements now looked like slow motion. To the right! Jiang Lushur shouted. Jiang Zhuing immediately slashed to the right. The electricity formed a line in the air, like lightning. The current stung the woman's skin and lifted her hair. Jiang Lushur's shout shocked her further. She really had planned to dodge right. But before she could finish the move, Jiang Lushur had already read her intent from her subtle movements. She instinctively jumped in the other direction, otherwise, she would have run straight into the blade. But the moment she jumped, her pupils shrank. Jiang Lushur's rifle muzzle. These siblings coordinated flawlessly, not giving her a moment to breathe. She dodged Jiang Zhuing's blade but couldn't dodge Jiang Lushur's shot. In that instant, pain surged, she saw blood burst from her chest. From the moment she jumped in the other direction to being shot, less than a second passed. Jiang Lushur didn't even need time to aim. He hit her heart precisely while she was still moving at high speed. Ah! Blood Wolf roared when he saw the woman thrown back like a bloody rag. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing, the brother and sister, worked together perfectly, making Blood Wolf's rescue attempt completely useless. The woman in the leather jacket was still killed instantly. Now, Blood Wolf completely lost his support. The Type 81 in his hand was already out of bullets. And those Blood Wolf members who had still been hesitating about whether to run away, after seeing the woman in the leather jacket get killed, could no longer stay. That woman, under the combined attack of Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushur, had no power to resist. Compared to her, they were even weaker. Run. Leave, join another team and you can still survive. These survivors only acted for profit. No matter how crazy they were, they wouldn't risk their lives on something with no chance. But just as they started to run, gunfire rang out again, and a grenade flew toward them. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai weren't much help in a direct fight, but they could definitely deal with these fleeing dogs. Once someone had thoughts of escape, they wouldn't stop to fight back seriously. When they heard gunfire, they just ran toward the gate like live targets. Facing this situation, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai wouldn't show mercy. Jiang Lushur stood at the door of the vehicle and suddenly turned his gun in the other direction. At this moment, Blood Wolf had gone completely mad. His hatred for Jiang Lushur now outweighed his desire for Jiang Zhuing's ability. Jiang Lushur had finally stopped the vehicle to kill the woman in the leather jacket. And he had opened the door. In fact, Jiang Lushur had no choice but to stop. Staying in the minibus would just give Blood Wolf more chances to attack the tires. Waiting until the minibus broke down and stopped passively was worse than stopping voluntarily. And this move had taken out the woman in leather. He had already prepared for Blood Wolf's ambush. Da-da-da. Jiang Lushur fired continuously, while Blood Wolf kept changing directions rapidly. Although Jiang Lushur had fast neural reflexes, his arms were still that of an ordinary person. He couldn't move the gun fast enough to keep up. Bullets hit the ground and sparked, but missed Blood Wolf. But just then, several electric currents burst out in front of Jiang Lushur, striking toward Blood Wolf. The crisscrossing currents formed an electric net, giving Blood Wolf no way to dodge. He suddenly darted sideways and disappeared behind the minibus. Watch out! Seeing the electric net light up above his head, Jiang Lushur immediately turned and raised his rifle. Da-da-da. More gunfire. Blood Wolf leapt over his head. Blood Wolf, exploding with full power, moved extremely fast. He was like a vicious wolf circling its prey, looking for a chance to land a fatal strike. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing stood back to back with the minibus, and Blood Wolf used it as cover. Starseed. In Jiang Lushur's mind, the rear-view camera feed from the minibus instantly appeared. Blood Wolf thought that by hiding behind the minibus, Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing wouldn't dare act, unsure of when or where he would strike again. But he didn't know. Thanks to Starseed, even after getting off the minibus, Jiang Lushur could still see the camera's feed in his mind. He soon spotted Blood Wolf's figure. When Blood Wolf suddenly charged out, his terrifying speed and strength showed his power, but when he was hiding and waiting to strike, it was ironically a bit laughable. From that angle, it was hard for Jiang Lushur to shoot. He gave Jiang Zhuing a hand signal, and mouthed silently, "Attack." Although Jiang Zhuing hadn't seen anything, and didn't know what Jiang Lushur saw, she didn't hesitate. She grabbed the end of the chain and threw the long sword straight forward. At this moment, her expression turned fierce. The powerful current made her hair float without wind, and tiny electric sparks danced across her body. Wherever the blade passed, electric snakes danced. The entire sword was surrounded by electricity. Jiang Lushur had told her to attack, so Jiang Zhuing used her full power. This level of electricity could burn even dozens of zombies to ashes. Of course, Jiang Zhuing couldn't maintain this power for long. At the same time, Jiang Lushur also dropped low, aiming his gun at the ground. Blood Wolf was preparing to pounce. He was hiding behind one of the tires, but as soon as the electric current struck, he had to dodge. Seeing the blade whip toward him like it had eyes, carrying intense electric current, Blood Wolf was shocked. He instantly dodged back, and just then, bang! A sharp pain shot through one of his arms. Blood Wolf moved on all fours. When he dodged, his arm was exposed to Jiang Lushur's line of sight. Jiang Lushur didn't hesitate, he pulled the trigger. In that brief moment of exposure, he hit him with perfect precision. Blood splattered. Even bone fragments flew. That arm was immediately broken. Ah! Blood Wolf let out a shrill scream. He didn't even understand how he'd been hit. But he didn't stop moving. Even with a broken arm, he leapt backward and hid behind another tire. Click! He heard Jiang Lushur reload. The sound made Blood Wolf grit his teeth. His hand. With all his power unleashed, and the pain driving him mad, Blood Wolf's head was foggy. It felt like all the blood in his body had rushed to his brain. Kill Jiang Lushur. He had to kill Jiang Lushur. Suddenly, Blood Wolf leapt onto the roof of the vehicle, then pounced straight toward Jiang Lushur. Zzz. Above Jiang Lushur's head, dozens of electric currents instantly formed a net. Blood Wolf pounced straight into it. Blood Wolf had no other choice. Even with one arm shot, if he didn't kill Jiang Lushur or Jiang Zhuing today, he wouldn't get out alive. But it was like his every move was anticipated. The electricity instantly paralyzed him. His fur was scorched. Even paralyzed, Blood Wolf howled in rage, raised his claws, and slashed toward Jiang Lushur's head. Clang! Jiang Zhuing's long sword blocked Blood Wolf's claw. She wasn't as strong as him, but the electric current wrapped around the blade scorched his claw, smoke rose, and the flesh was charred. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing worked together flawlessly. At that moment, Jiang Lushur raised his rifle. Bang! The gunshot rang right by his ear. Blood Wolf turned his head and felt his shoulder shatter. He crashed to the ground, wailing, staring at Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing in the distance. Blood Wolf slowly struggled to stand. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing were just watching him. He was in terrible shape. He had thought Jiang Lushur getting out of the vehicle meant his doom, but now, it was his own end. Damn it! Blood Wolf looked at the two with venomous hatred. His words slurred, and his muscles kept twitching from the electric shocks. He charged forward again, swinging his scorched claw at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Zhuing was about to act, but saw Jiang Lushur lift his gun. By now, Blood Wolf's speed had dropped significantly. He was still stronger than an ordinary person, but Jiang Lushur's automatic rifle spat fire. Though Jiang Lushur wasn't physically fast, this version of Blood Wolf couldn't fully dodge the bullets. Bang! Bang! 2 shots aimed for the heart. Blood Wolf saw Jiang Luxia fire and tried to dodge in advance, but failed. The bullets hit his shoulder and arm. His arm was pierced, flesh torn. Blood Wolf was covered in blood. If he weren't a werewolf, he'd have bled to death from so many gunshots. He looked at Jiang Luxia's calm eyes and face, full of hatred. If only he could land one hit on him. You only know how to shoot, you bastard. Blood Wolf swung another claw. Jiang Luxia pointed the black muzzle at Blood Wolf and said calmly, yeah. Bang! Blood sprayed. As Blood Wolf tilted his head, he suddenly saw nothing but red. His dodge had brought his own head right into Jiang Luxia's sights. A headshot. Jiang Luxia put down the gun and silently watched as Blood Wolf collapsed with a loud crash and fell heavily into a pool of blood. Those Blood Wolf members who were fleeing were already in a panic. Before they could escape the factory, they witnessed with their own eyes how Jiang Luxia killed Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf was so powerful, yet died so miserably. Now, those Blood Wolf members were even more terrified, as if their souls had left their bodies. They scrambled to flee like crazy, each trying to escape the factory before the others, even pushing people out of the way and using others' bodies to block bullets. However, the vehicles they had enthusiastically used to block Jiang Luxia and his group earlier had now become their road to death. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai kept attacking, killing with excitement. Not a single one of these people should think about escaping. Detected 1+ mutated energy. Absorb it, came the voice of the Starseed. Blood Wolf was a 1+ level mutant, just like Jiang Zhuiying, actually even slightly stronger than her. After Jiang Luxia killed him, the mutated energy he released was immediately detected by the Starseed. Absorb. Jiang Luxia said immediately. Detected level 1 mutated energy. Absorb it. Yes. This level 1 mutated energy likely belonged to that woman in the leather jacket. The two of them were both high level, so the amount of energy absorbed this time would definitely not be small. I really didn't expect that Blood Wolf was plotting to ambush me. But with my brother here, he never imagined he would end up this badly, Jiang Zhuiying said, looking at Jiang Luxia. Jiang Luxia's performance this time even surprised Jiang Zhuiying. In her memory, Jiang Luxia didn't know anything about shooting. And today, his behavior clearly looked like someone holding a gun for the first time. But even so, this rookie's bullets were more accurate than if he had eyes on them. It was truly unbelievable. Someone like that should be killed early to be safe. Otherwise, you never know when he might bite you, Jiang Luxia said. Brother, are you really a mutant? Why can't I sense any energy fluctuations from you? Jiang Zhuiying asked again. Well, I'm a bit different from you guys, Jiang Luxia didn't really know how to explain. He had enhanced his brain domain, which technically made him a mutant too, but he didn't have any mutated energy on him. Brother, what's with your shooting skills? Jiang Zhuiying asked. Jiang Luxia could only answer, innate talent, I guess. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, who had come out of hiding, walked over and heard Jiang Luxia's words. The two of them didn't know what kind of expression to show, they were totally bewildered. Innate? That, well. But it seemed there was no better explanation. That kind of talent really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. Quick, clean up the battlefield, Jiang Zhuiying said. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were experienced. They immediately started checking the corpses and the injured Blood Wolf members lying on the ground screaming but not yet dead. They dragged them together, and then Sun Quan went around and executed them one by one. By the time he got to the last one, that person had already pissed himself, his face ashen, his whole body trembling like a leaf. He could clearly feel the spasms of the man beside him when he was shot, and the warm blood had splattered all over his face, that's what made him wet himself. Sun Quan raised the smoking gun barrel to his face, paused, then grinned and asked, where is Blood Wolf's base? In the northern part of the industrial park. In a villa dormitory of a pharmaceutical company, the man shouted immediately. I can lead the way, don't kill me. Don't. Bang. Sun Quan put down the still smoking gun barrel, spat, and said, who the hell wants you to lead the way? Take the road yourself. Boss, we found out Blood Wolf's base. Zhang Hai shouted. Gather up the bullets and everything else. We'll go in a bit, Jiang Zhuiying said, glancing at Jiang Luxia. She saw Jiang Luxia inspecting the minibus and figured he still needed some time, so she said, in a bit. In reality, when they go depends entirely on Jiang Luxia. This victory was only possible because of the cooperation between Jiang Luxia and Jiang Zhuiying. Now, even if one ignored the fact that Jiang Luxia was Jiang Zhuiying's older brother, he held significant authority within the survivor team. In fact, the Starseed could provide a detailed report on the minibus's damage, so Jiang Luxia didn't need to inspect it himself. But Jiang Luxia valued the base vehicle too much, so he personally went to check the tires. The tires needed immediate repair. Tire number 3 damaged 60%, outer shell armor defense reduced by 50%, bulletproof glass durability reduced by 40%, no other damage. Base vehicle damage level, 3. The Starseeds report came through, and Jiang Lushur felt a pang of pain. That was the data even after he drove the car to its limits. If he had reacted slower, the damage might have reached level 4 or even higher. After checking the list of materials needed for repairs, Jiang Lushur saw that all of them could be found in the industrial park. Some were even abundant within this metal factory. As for gasoline and electricity needed for repairs, there was no shortage of those. The vehicle's Blood Wolf's men came and already had plenty of gasoline, so Jiang Lushur didn't even need to use his own reserves. At this point, the Starseed reported that all the mutated energy had been fully absorbed. Mutated energy absorbed. Energy stored. Mutated energy can be used for Option 1, enhance base vehicle shell armor defense. Option 2, upgrade air cannon. Option 3, add mechanical arms to base vehicle. Option 4. Option 7, initiate base vehicle's second evolution process. Option 8, activate level 1 storage space. Option 9, second evolution. When Jiang Lushur first created the gene evolution serum, he had seen a prompt about the second evolution of the base vehicle in the biolab. Many of the gene serums listed in the biolab could only be developed after the vehicle had undergone its second evolution. Originally, Jiang Lushur had planned to ask the Starseed about it in detail later. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the mutated energy from Blood Wolf and the leather-clad woman, the base vehicle could now start its second evolution. Starting the evolution process meant gaining access to initiate it, just like opening the biolab. Since Jiang Lushur was in the industrial park and could find whatever materials he needed, there was no reason to wait. Start the second evolution of the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur said in his mind. The base vehicle's first evolution turned it from a minibus into a luxury RV, and it even gained offensive and defensive capabilities. No one knew what it would be like after the second evolution. Jiang Lushur was very excited. At this moment, the Starseed prompted, base vehicle's second evolution process is underway. This process takes 1.5 hours. The base vehicle can still be used during this time. Still have to wait 1.5 hours. And even after starting the second evolution, there was still mutated energy left. The options changed a bit, some dimmed, others could still be selected. Also activate level 1 storage space. Jiang Lushur had been thinking about this function for a long time. His vehicle had already maximized space usage, but even so, space was still running out. Even the roof of the car was piled high with supplies. Jiang Lushur had long wanted to activate the storage space. Activating level 1 spatial storage function. Storage space volume, 10 cubic meters. Interior is low temperature and oxygen free. Can preserve food ingredients. Ordinary food can be preserved for over a year, mutated beast meat for over 3 years. The familiar voice of the Starseed sounded, activation confirmed. Required materials are as follows. The materials needed for activating level 1 storage space were all metals. And these, Jiang Lushur could easily source on site. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were once again assigned the role of movers. They didn't know why Jiang Lushur needed more metal, but this time they had no questions. Jiang Lushur's marksmanship was terrifying. If he wanted metal, they would just move it, no matter what it was for. They secretly guessed that Jiang Lushur might have some strange collection habit. Previously, he had collected 2 mutated crystal cores. They had no idea what those were for. These things, once Jiang Lushur took them, no one knew what use he could make of them. At least, they couldn't understand. Level 1 storage space construction has begun. Estimated completion time, 1 hour, the Starseed continued. 1 hour. Jiang Lushur could wait. During that time, he had Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan help him gather the materials to repair the vehicle. For rubber materials, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan directly dismantled all the tires from Blood Wolf's vehicles and stuffed them all into Jiang Lushur's car. The rest of the required materials were found in the special metal factory and 2 nearby factories. Without the threat of Blood Wolf's men, and with few zombies in the industrial park, it was practically a giant warehouse of materials. An hour passed quickly. Level 1 storage space construction completed. The Starseed's voice rang out right on time. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but smile, finally activated. In his mind, a panel appeared immediately. It showed the remaining storage of the level 1 space, 100%. At the same time, the Starseed scanned all items inside the base vehicle, of course, excluding the host himself and other living beings. As long as items were inside the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur could transfer them into the storage space with a thought. But items outside the vehicle couldn't be stored. 10 cubic meters wasn't huge, but not small either, enough to fit all the materials packed inside the vehicle. He had already gathered the necessary repair materials, but couldn't fix the car directly in front of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. So, he had to store the materials first. Besides repair materials, there were rare metals. Jiang Lushi really wanted these. Upgrading the storage space was for this exact purpose. Zhang Hai. As soon as Jiang Lushi spoke inside the car, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stood up. Go move them now. The two of them had turned from powerful mutants into porters, but they had no complaints. Without Jiang Lushi, they really would have died today. Besides, as mutants, their physical strength combined with transport tools like carts made them much more capable than ordinary people. Even so, they were utterly exhausted. The metals Jiang Lushi wanted were spread out. Moving them onto the carts, then from the carts into the base vehicle, was hard labor. After over an hour, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had moved 12 tons of metal. 12 tons sounded like a lot, but it was just a cubic meter block, about the size of 7 or 8 suitcases in the vehicle, barely noticeable. Stored in the spatial space, it only took up 10%. But that 1 cubic meter took 120 trips, with each trip moving 100 kilograms. The two were completely wiped out. Even as mutants, they couldn't handle this much. Jiang Lushi was speechless too. During the base vehicle's basic evolution, there had been an auto material absorption option. Now that he had selected the storage space upgrade, he couldn't choose the auto-absorb function. Seeing Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looking at him like sad puppies, exhausted to death, he realized he had basically used them like human forklifts. Looks like they've hit their limit. Jiang Lushi stared at the stockpile of materials, craving them. But he couldn't have Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan move too much, or it would be hard to explain. A few suitcase-sized metal blocks inside the car was fine, but 10 cubic meters of metal blocks? That would look strange. Jiang Lushi had collected rare metals that were hard to find under normal circumstances. These metals were often very dense, many weighed over 10 tons per cubic meter, some nearly 20 tons per cubic meter. Common metals found everywhere, Jiang Lushi didn't bother collecting, he wouldn't waste space on those. Jiang Lushi closed the base vehicle's doors. He wasn't in a hurry to transfer all the metal into the storage space. If Zhang Hai or Sun Kuan accidentally saw the metal vanish through the windshield, they would definitely think they'd seen a ghost. After storing all the metal blocks, Jiang Lushi sent Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan away, then mentally connected to the starseed to check on the second evolution of the base vehicle. Base vehicle secondary evolution contents. Complete construction of the base vehicle steward. Activate a new form of the base vehicle. Host can select any vehicle for scanning. After scanning, the starseed will modify the vehicle and store it in subspace, unlocking the base vehicle's second form. Once scanned, this cannot be undone. Hearing the starseed's description, Jiang Lushi was shocked. He had thought the second evolution would just be further upgrades to the current vehicle. He didn't expect such drastic changes. A base vehicle steward? A new scanning function? Jiang Lushi didn't fully understand what the base vehicle steward meant, he could only guess from the literal meaning. But the second function, scanning a new vehicle to activate a second form of the base vehicle, what did that mean? That the base vehicle would have two forms? Jiang Lushi raised his question to the starseed. The starseed gave an explanation. This wasn't about giving the base vehicle two forms, but rather, after scanning a new type of vehicle, it would allow this new form to be summoned. Summon, this meant Jiang Lushi would have a new base vehicle that could be called upon. This was a lot more advanced than simply switching the form of one vehicle. As for subspace, it was a space specifically used to store the summonable base vehicle. This space would be automatically activated by the starseed after scanning a new vehicle, and it didn't require construction by Jiang Lushi. This point made Jiang Lushi very satisfied. Everything the starseed had activated so far required him to collect corresponding materials to build. It was rare to have something activated automatically by the starseed. Jiang Lushi felt like he had just gotten a free gift. This second evolution was really powerful. But the phrase, cannot be cancelled after scanning, slowly calmed Jiang Lushi down from his excitement. Since it couldn't be undone, this second scan opportunity had to be chosen carefully. Actually, Jiang Lushi had some ideas in his mind about what kind of vehicle to choose. And when thinking about what kind of vehicle to scan, the first thing that came to mind was that guy, but that type was probably not found around here. The matter of scanning a vehicle had to be considered thoroughly, no rushing. Let's first take a look at this base vehicle steward. Jiang Lushi shifted his attention to the base vehicle steward. When he looked at the steward option, the starseed immediately gave an explanation. The base vehicle steward also needed to be constructed. But it didn't require any metals, just energy. And this energy didn't have to be provided by Jiang Lushi. What he needed to provide was time. Another freebie. Jiang Lushi was quite curious about the steward. Subspace was understandable as an auto-provided feature by the starseed. But this steward being built with energy, it made one wonder what the final result would be. Base vehicle steward, construction time, 72 hours. Begin construction? 72 hours. After confirming that it wouldn't affect the use of the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur confirmed the build. The long wait made him feel both excited and nervous. After finishing these matters, the sky had turned completely dark. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan started a fire in an open space, roasted some mutant beast meat, and brought 2 portions to Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying. Normally, they could only chew dried meat. It was rare to be in an industrial park with few zombies, no need to worry about firelight or smell attracting them. Of course, they took the chance to enjoy a hot meal. This mutant beast meat, though not seasoned, released juicy fat as it cooked, instantly creating a mouth-watering aroma. Jiang Lushur had been busy all day and was truly hungry. Especially after using his brain domain evolution power, now that things had quieted down, he felt a deep emptiness in his body. In the end, Jiang Lushur ate more than 3 times his usual portion of mutant meat. Good thing we brought some backup rations, Zhang Hai said with relief. They never went out with only a day's worth of food. No one could guarantee they'd return the same day. In zombie-dense areas, anything could happen. Not bringing enough food was basically the same as walking into death. Now, all those backup rations had been eaten clean by Jiang Lushur. Jiang Zhuiying also ate quite a lot. After using her electric powers today, she had consumed a huge amount of energy. Now that she was replenishing, she started to feel a strange sensation in her body, a slight tingling from within her muscles. This was different from what she'd felt during her previous evolutionary upgrades. But one thing was clear, this change definitely wasn't bad. She even instinctively felt that the change was too weak. If it had been stronger, her body would have undergone a new transformation. For now, this was just a sign, she should find a way to grasp the sensation. After the 2 of them ate their fill, Jiang Lushur drank a few sips of mineral water and said, "It's getting late. Let's head to Blood Wolf Space now," Jiang Lushur said. "Brother Jiang, you," Zhang Hai laughed loudly. He really liked Jiang Lushur's personality. Harvesting the spoils of victory, who cared what time it was? If it were anywhere else, going out this late would be unthinkable unless you wanted to die. But this industrial park had very few zombies. As long as they didn't draw attention from farther away, they could move freely. "Let's go." "Yeah, I'm real curious what kind of loot Blood Wolf left behind." They were always hunting, trading constantly in the satellite city. No doubt they're way richer than us. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan excitedly jumped into their car, while Jiang Zhuiying got into Jiang Lushur's minibus. The 2 vehicles drove one after the other, rumbling off toward Blood Wolf Space. The industrial park had an extensive road network, with plenty of detours. No wonder Blood Wolf's men had been able to follow them secretly and then block them once they entered the warehouse. Zhang Hai followed the road signs and took the most direct route. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the gate of a pharmaceutical company. The gate was wide open. From a distance, several red dots could be seen moving around. As Jiang Lushur and the others slowly approached in their vehicle, one of the red dots even walked swaggeringly out from a hidden spot. "Back so late? Didn't you say you went to catch some fat sheep? And why did you come back with such a junk car? This thing's a piece of crap." But before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly turned alert and shocked. Because through the windshield of the minibus, he didn't see any Blood Wolf members, he saw Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying. If Jiang Zhuiying were half dead, that would have been normal. But now, she clearly looked to be in great shape. Before the man could fully react, Zhang Hai's off-road vehicle accelerated and charged forward. Sun Kuan's spear thrust out from the window, instantly skewering the man, along with his infrared night vision gun. Boom! The man crashed to the ground, and the gun fell into Sun Kuan's hands. The other red dots immediately reacted. But just then, the minibus suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. The people started shooting, but the minibus kept speeding toward them. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds later, the red dots disappeared completely. These were the guards of Blood Wolf Space. They never even saw clearly who had arrived before being taken out. Zhang Hai's loud and excited voice came from the off-road vehicle. "Listen up, folks inside. Brother Jiang brought us here to collect our spoils. Your Blood Wolf boss has already been killed by Brother Jiang." The 2 vehicles quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa. The villa had a bit of light on. When they looked inside the villa, they saw someone hiding behind the curtain, secretly pulling it open slightly to peek outside. That face and the long hair, it was clearly a woman. As soon as she saw the people inside the vehicle, the woman immediately showed a panicked expression, hurriedly let go of the curtain, and the gap instantly disappeared. "Let's go." Zhang Hai and the others got out of the car first, holding their guns, slowly approaching the villa, cautiously using the car and pillars to conceal their bodies. When they reached the door, they saw that the villa's entrance had an iron lock hanging on it. Just the chain alone was as thick as a thumb. This lock was placed from the outside to lock the villa shut. Step back. Zhang Hai rubbed his hands, hid not far away, found a good angle, and aimed the gun at the lock, then pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, several screams came from behind the door, but they quickly quieted down. Boom! Zhang Hai suddenly rushed forward and kicked the door open hard, then stepped aside, aiming the gun inside the house and shouting, "Everybody stay put. Our boss and brother Jiang are here." Inside, there were a few quiet gasps from women. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stayed by the doorway, aiming their guns for a while. After confirming that there were indeed no armed people inside, they rushed in and pointed their guns at the people inside. Sun Kuan flashed a flashlight, then pressed a switch on the wall, and the living room lights turned on, lighting up the whole room and everyone in it. Inside, there were about a dozen women. They were huddled in a corner. When the lights suddenly turned on, they all squinted their eyes. Some of the girls showed panicked expressions but tightly covered their mouths with their hands, as if afraid that making any sound would anger Zhang Hai and the others. It seemed they were the ones who screamed earlier when they heard the gunshot. The rest of the girls sat limp against the wall, their eyes looking at Zhang Hai, and the others appeared numb, and their faces showed confusion. All women? Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Only you all in the house?" Other than the ones who looked totally numb, the girls who were caught in his gaze were so nervous they didn't dare look at him. "Talk. Don't just stay silent. No need to be scared, understand?" Zhang Hai said, surprised. At this time, Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing also arrived at the doorway and were speechless upon hearing Zhang Hai's words. "With how you two act, like bandits robbing a house, of course they're scared." At that moment, one of the girls suddenly asked, "Where's Blood Wolf?" Jiang Lushur looked toward the voice. The speaker was a young girl, looking very frail. When Jiang Lushur and the others looked at her, she immediately trembled like she'd been shocked. But it wasn't just her, other girls were also waiting for an answer. Zhang Hai had been shouting the whole way over, they definitely heard it, they just weren't sure if it was true. "Blood Wolf? Heh, already killed by our brother Jiang," Zhang Hai said. Several girls looked nervously at Zhang Hai, then at Sun Kuan. Sun Kuan looked a bit like a thug and appeared fierce. "He's the one who killed Blood Wolf?" Being stared at by the girls, Sun Kuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, "What are you all looking at? This here is brother Jiang." When Sun Kuan pointed at Jiang Lushur, the girls were all startled. This young man killed Blood Wolf? And these two fierce men were his subordinates? It's not that they didn't believe it, it's just that Jiang Lushur looked about their age, like a college student. He had a harmless appearance and didn't show the same fierce manner as Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Blood Wolf was already a terrifying name in their minds. And this young man had actually killed him? But they had heard the gunfire and screams earlier. Blood Wolf's guards were dead. It should be true. "All right, enough with the useless talk," Jiang Lushur said as he walked in. "All of you, stand over here. First, tell me if there's anyone else in the house." His tone was calm and a bit cold, but much better than Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Another girl carefully said, "There are two people in the backyard. They said they were toys." "Toys?" Jiang Lushur asked. "They call the ones they torture to death toys," another girl softly explained. "I see. Sun Kuan, go check it out. Be careful. If they're beyond saving, end it quickly for them," Jiang Lushur said. "Got it." Sun Kuan headed for the backyard immediately. The remaining three, Jiang Lushur and the others, continued watching the girls. "Where did Blood Wolf and his men stay?" "Upstairs." "Someone lead the way," Jiang Lushur said. The girls looked at each other, some turning away, others lowering their heads as much as they could. "You," Jiang Lushur randomly pointed at the girl who explained what toys meant. He vaguely remembered her face, probably the one who peeked out from behind the curtain earlier. She was probably braver than the others. Jiang Lushur knew they were all scared, but he wasn't interested in giving long explanations. Explaining things wouldn't erase their fear anyway. Looking at the girls, all pale and thin, clothes torn, bodies covered in wounds, it was clear they had been captured by Blood Wolf's group and tortured regularly. Women without the ability to protect themselves were like lambs in the apocalypse. If they met decent survivor groups, it was okay. But if they were targeted by people like Blood Wolf's crew, it was tragic. Now they were all like frightened birds, uneasy and scared. But Jiang Lushur was just here to take care of business, he wouldn't stay long. The girl was startled but didn't dare refuse. She could only gather her courage and stand up. "Lead the way," Jiang Lushur said. The girl slowly walked ahead, leading them to the third floor, to the innermost room. There was still a large lock hanging on the door. Zhang Hai went over and shot it open like before. The door was kicked open. Zhang Hai held his gun and went in to check. A moment later, his voice rang out with laughter. "Boss, brother Jiang, come in and see, Blood Wolf's stash is pretty big." Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing exchanged a glance and walked in. The girl stood at the door, not daring to go in or leave, nervously shifting in place. The room was large. Upon entering, there was a small lounge, then a bathroom, a big bedroom, and a dressing room about the same size as the bedroom. But now, all the useless furniture had been thrown out. Aside from a bed, the whole place was piled with supplies. Apparently, Blood Wolf was a practical person. Even his tastes were practical. Compared to sleeping in a luxurious room, sleeping surrounded by supplies clearly made him feel safer. But now, the precious supplies he guarded every night had become the spoils of war for Jiang Lushi and his group. Zhang Hai immediately began to inventory the supplies. In fact, Blood Wolf's supplies were neatly sorted by category, so it was easy to compile a list. Besides a large amount of mutant beast meat, there was also plenty of dried food, weapons, and ammunition. Especially the rifle bullets, there were a lot of them, which made Zhang Hai grin from ear to ear. Even though he wouldn't get much of it based on the share, just holding these heavy, golden bullets made him happy. There was also a small box containing 10 neatly arranged grenades. Blood Wolf's team didn't bring all their stock when they ambushed Jiang Zhuing's group. But Zhang Hai thought, even if they had brought these grenades, they would have just ended up being blown up by Jiang Lushi anyway. At that moment, Sun Quan also came upstairs. When he saw the supplies, he got excited too, checking here and there. "What's this?" Sun Quan found a box in the nightstand beside Blood Wolf's bed. The box was placed closest to Blood Wolf, making it immediately draw attention. Sun Quan's call drew the attention of Jiang Lushi and the others. In front of everyone, Sun Quan carefully opened the box. Inside the box lay a bead the size of a pigeon egg, as clear as glass. "A mutated crystal core," Sun Quan said. One mutated crystal core was an important asset for any survivor team, equivalent to 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Blood Wolf's group had hunted often, so they likely had more than one crystal core, but the rest had probably already been traded with the military in the satellite city. This one looked freshly obtained, there were still traces of blood on it. Blood Wolf had clearly kept it carefully. This crystal core, Jiang Lushi stared at it with a burning gaze and said, "I'll take it." Since reuniting with Jiang Zhuing, all the crystal cores of her team had gone to Jiang Lushi. When they heard him ask for this one too, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were briefly stunned. But Jiang Lushi contributed the most in this battle. Based on the distribution rules, a large part of the loot rightfully belonged to him. And as the person with the biggest contribution, he also had priority in choosing the loot. Even if Jiang Zhuing said nothing, Jiang Lushi had every right to take this crystal core. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan naturally had no objections. "Brother Jiang, if it's useful to you, take it. It's your call anyway." Taking this core wasn't a big deal for Jiang Lushi, there was plenty more he could take. In terms of share, this crystal core wasn't even that significant. Jiang Lushi nodded and put the crystal core away. Mutated crystal cores were now the rarest material for Jiang Lushi, and collecting them wasn't easy. Getting even one was a win. Blood Wolf had so much ammo and mutant meat. Compared to them, Jiang Zhuing's team was dirt poor. But with so many supplies, moving them would take time. Plus, their current vehicles couldn't hold everything. Of course, this wasn't a big problem. In the industrial park, finding a cargo truck was easy. Once they had a vehicle, it was just a matter of time and labor. And the only ones who could drive were Zhang Hai and Sun Quan. Jiang Zhuing could manage a small car, but definitely not a truck. They still had to prepare for possible battles on the way back, so in reality, they could only take one cargo truck. Still, that was enough to carry most of the supplies. It was already late at night. Even if they packed the supplies, there was no way to leave tonight, they'd have to stay overnight. But Jiang Lushi wasn't interested in sleeping in Blood Wolf's place. The air was filled with a faint bloody smell. He would of course sleep in the base vehicle. Jiang Zhuing could sleep there too. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, they planned to make do in the truck and the off-road vehicle. Although the apocalypse hadn't been going on long, they were already used to fragmented, shallow sleep. Truly sleeping deeply was no longer possible. The apocalypse had changed everything in people's lives, from small details to fundamental habits. Anyone who couldn't adapt would be eliminated sooner or later. "You guys keep moving supplies. I'll take a walk nearby," Jiang Lushi said. Besides the enslaved girls, all of Blood Wolf's combat members were dead. The industrial park was basically safe now. Plus, with the base vehicle and his Type 81 rifle, Jiang Lushi was easily the safest among them. No one objected to him going out. "Brother, come back soon," Jiang Zhuing said. "Okay." As soon as Jiang Lushi stepped out the door, he startled the girl standing at the entrance. The moment their eyes met, she flinched as if shocked, quickly looking away with a pale face. Am I that scary? Jiang Lushur touched his chin, feeling a bit complicated. He had already walked past her but paused, turned around, and said, "You can go downstairs now. No need to keep standing here." The girl had heard their conversation from inside the room and knew they weren't planning to stay there overnight but would sleep in the car instead. And none of them had said anything about the girls. It was like they didn't plan to deal with them at all. At first, she was only guessing. But after hearing Jiang Lushur's words, she was now sure they really didn't intend to harm them. Thank you. The girl was stunned and only managed to say 2 words. By the time she realized it, Jiang Lushur was already gone. To Jiang Lushur, he couldn't save these girls. In the apocalypse, everyone had to learn to survive on their own. However, Blood Wolf had stockpiled a lot of food. They prioritized taking mutant meat. The rest, like dried food that couldn't fit in the truck, was left behind. The dried food wasn't much, so if the girls wanted to survive, they'd have to figure it out themselves. When the girl returned to the others, she found them watching her nervously. She softly said, "That brother Jiang, he won't do anything to us." "Really? You sure? He's their leader, right? He killed that bastard Blood Wolf. If he wanted to hurt us, he wouldn't act like this," the girl said. The girls were still afraid of Jiang Lushur, but a part of them began to change. Once they realized he had no ill intentions, they started to feel grateful. They had finally escaped from Blood Wolf's torment. Life under him had been worse than death. Some had been white-collar workers or students, just ordinary people before the apocalypse. Then one day, they were thrown into a nightmare. Now, with Blood Wolf dead, it felt like waking from that nightmare. Although what awaited them was still a cruel world. Jiang Lushur went downstairs and returned to the base vehicle. He started it, turned it around, and drove out of the pharmaceutical company. Following the same route he'd come from, he drove back to the special metals factory. From the moment he got that mutated crystal core from Blood Wolf, Jiang Lushur had a plan. There was one function he urgently needed. Especially after having Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan Hall metal today, he needed this function even more. Right now, he had help. But what about later? Moving that kind of metal alone would be backbreaking work for him. Buzz. The base vehicle drove past the abandoned cars and bodies, returning to the warehouse. Inside the dark, silent warehouse, Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and took out the mutated crystal core. Starseed, Jiang Lushur communicated mentally. Click. A metal slot popped out from the base vehicle's dashboard. Jiang Lushur placed the crystal core into the slot. As the slot retracted, the Starseed's prompt sounded, "Mutated crystal core inserted successfully. Please choose evolution path." A light screen appeared in front of Jiang Lushur with a list of options. He had seen them before and immediately skipped to the one he wanted now. Option 3, activate automatic absorption function. The base vehicle can absorb materials via particle beam without manual labor. This was it. Without hesitation, Jiang Lushur selected activate. Automatic absorption function is activating. Estimated time, 15 minutes, the Starseed said. 15 minutes was nothing. Jiang Lushur didn't mind waiting. He looked around the warehouse. There was still a lot of metal, and his base vehicle still had an empty level 1 storage space. If he didn't take more of this metal, it would be a huge waste. What a waste! And waste is the biggest crime. While waiting, Jiang Lushur had already identified all the metals he wanted to take. Auto-absorption function activated. The Starseed's notification sounded precisely 15 minutes later. From the outside, the minibus looked unchanged, still the same as before. Jiang Lushur immediately started the base vehicle, eager to try this new feature. After instructing the Starseed to activate the auto-absorption function, Jiang Lushur slowly approached his target, a shelf loaded with a large quantity of rare metal. The metal had very high density and mass. Even a small crate required a forklift to remove it. Transporting such heavy metal one small piece at a time with a forklift, if they wanted to move it all, who knew how long it would take? As Jiang Lushur drove the base vehicle closer to the shelf, the Starseed gave another prompt, absorbable target detected. Begin auto-absorption? Of course, start absorption. Jiang Lushur immediately stepped on the brakes. He had approached the shelf very slowly and stopped the moment the Starseed gave the prompt. This distance should be the maximum range for auto-absorption. According to the Starseed's distance measurement, it was exactly 5 meters. This kind of detail might seem unimportant, but there'd always be times it came in handy. Better to know it in advance than to be clueless when needed. Jiang Lushur stared unblinkingly at the metal on the shelf, curious about how the auto-absorption function actually worked. He had some prior understanding of particle beams. For example, high-energy particle cannons were one form of particle beam application. After Jiang Lushur gave the "begin absorption" command, a selection screen appeared in his mind. The screen listed all absorbable items detected by the Starseed, including the shelf and its contents. As Jiang Lushur moved his line of sight, all items within 5 meters that entered his field of vision appeared on the list. However, blood and corpses were not included. Jiang Lushur asked the starseed and learned that living beings couldn't be absorbed either. Although the energy of particle beams was extremely high, when used in auto-absorption mode, it only affected inanimate objects. Jiang Lushur selected the metals he wanted to take. Instantly, he saw those metal blocks flash with light, then disappear from their original location. Immediately after, neatly stacked metal blocks appeared in the base vehicle's level 1 storage space. The entire auto-absorption process took less than a second. If someone else saw it, they would definitely think they were seeing things. The base vehicle continued absorbing at that speed. Very quickly, the entire shelf of metal disappeared and was transferred into the level 1 storage space. Without stopping, Jiang Lushur turned to his next target. The base vehicle was like an invisible giant mouth, sucking clean everything it passed. The once fully stocked shelves were now empty. Jiang Lushur knocked over the emptied shelves with the car, then drove deeper in. By the time he drove the base vehicle out of the warehouse, everything that could be moved had been taken. The warehouse likely stored over 1,000 tons of metal, but Jiang Lushur didn't choose the common or easy-to-find types. He only selected the truly rare ones. These metals filled the storage space, but they were only a small part of the entire warehouse. The 10 cubic meter storage space held over 100 tons of metal. This weight, even for a heavy-duty truck, would be overwhelming, let alone a minibus. But when the base vehicle was moving, its performance wasn't affected at all. That 100-plus ton weight didn't affect the vehicle's total weight. This storage space design is quite reasonable, Jiang Lushur thought. With this much metal, Jiang Lushur finally didn't have to worry about material shortages anymore. As for the metal he had previously moved, Jiang Lushur still kept it inside the vehicle cabin and hadn't put it into the storage space, to avoid raising suspicion. The special metals warehouse had now been secretly cleaned out by Jiang Lushur. He drove the base vehicle back to Blood Wolf's base. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had guessed that Jiang Lushur might have something to do, but when he returned and the vehicle looked the same, they thought maybe they had guessed wrong. Jiang Lushur really had just taken a walk, as he said. All packed up, even the driver's cabin is full. The off-road vehicle is also stuffed, Zhang Hai said. There simply weren't enough drivers, nothing could be done about it. But there's not much left anyway, just a tiny bit, Sun Kuan added. Then just leave it, Jiang Lushur said. That little bit wasn't worth it. All the good supplies had been prioritized and loaded. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't feel bad about what was left. That dog Blood Wolf really had quite a stash. All top quality stuff. Zhang Hai said, eyes shining as he talked about the loot. Sun Kuan climbed up the truck and opened the container door for Jiang Lushur to see. They had already sorted and counted everything during loading, placing different categories into separate boxes before putting them on the truck. In terms of weapons, combining Blood Wolf's stash with what they had collected from corpses, they had about 20 guns of various types. Among them were 3 Type 95 automatic rifles, 2 submachine guns, 5 valuable weapons in total, and a light machine gun. The rest were mostly pistols, including Type 54 and Type 64 models. There was 1 box of grenades, 10 in total, and a whole box of assorted bullets, about 2,000 rounds altogether. Just the bullets alone were a massive fortune. No one knew how many mutant beasts Blood Wolf's crew had hunted to trade for all these supplies. But considering how hard it was to hunt mutant beasts, it was likely their main targets were actually other survivor teams. Through killing and looting, they quickly built up their stockpile. And the better their gear, the more supplies they had, the more powerful Blood Wolf's team became, and the more efficient their looting. For them, it was a shortcut to rapid development. This positive cycle was finally broken by Jiang Lushur. There are also 4 bulletproof vests, several military triangular bayonets, and 2 riot shields. Tons of mutant beast meat too. Sun Kuan patted a stack of over 10 bags, all filled with mutant meat. At least 3 tons. We've really hit the jackpot, Sun Kuan said. Hunting a mutant beast was extremely dangerous. Back then, without Jiang Lushur, it would have been nearly impossible for Jiang Zhuiying to gather 5 tons of meat. Besides that, the truck was filled with all kinds of dried vegetables, food, rice, and drinking water. A huge haul, this time they gathered more than all their previous runs combined, several times over. Boss, Brother Jiang, you guys do the distribution, Zhang Hai said with a grin. Actually, the distribution could have been done after they returned, but Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were a bit impatient. It was like how ordinary people who suddenly get rich want to take out the money and count it by hand. Jiang Zhuiying smiled and turned to Jiang Lushur, it's up to my brother. I don't have much say in this distribution, I have to listen to him. Sigh, it's kind of a sad feeling. Aya. Before she could finish, Jiang Lushur tapped her head. She stuck out her tongue and didn't dare joke further. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were momentarily stunned, not because it felt strange, but because Jiang Zhuing looked very cute like that. For people who were used to seeing the decisive, powerful Jiang Zhuing, this side of her felt almost like an illusion. Aside from that, they completely agreed with what she said. Whether by strength or by contribution in the battle, Jiang Lushur should absolutely lead the distribution. Then I'll handle it. Jiang Lushur jumped into the truck, tossed the Type 81 rifle back to Zhang Hai, and took out a new handgun, tossing that to Zhang Hai too. Zhang Hai caught it and happily rubbed it in his hands. The gun was well maintained. Before, he only had one gun and was reluctant to use it. Now he had an extra, he could carry one and use another. Jiang Lushur said, each person gets one gun. One grenade per person. 300 rounds of ammo each. Mutant beast meat, 300 kilograms for each of you and Sun Kuan. As for the rest, I don't need vegetables, give them to Zhuing. Since I took one mutant crystal core, Zhuing, you take more of the meat. The remaining supplies, we split evenly. You've already got your guns, the rest of them won't be useful to you, so I'll take those. If you have objections, speak up, Jiang Lushur said. No way, brother Jiang is fair. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were very satisfied. 300 kilograms of mutant meat was a lot, and getting 300 bullets felt like winning the lottery in peaceful times. Even though they did their best, their abilities were limited. Compared to Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing, their role in this battle was minimal. They basically fired a few shots and killed a few regular enemies. Their team's principle had always been to divide rewards based on combat contribution. That they got this much was purely because Blood Wolf had so much loot. Being able to get such a share was already a huge surprise, all thanks to Jiang Lushur. Actually, brother, you could take more of the meat. Those weapons. Jiang Zhuing said. It's fine. I can use those weapons. Weapons, relatively speaking, weren't as valuable as ammo, but survivors still needed to trade them in the satellite city, and they didn't go cheap. Especially powerful rifles and machine guns, those were essential for any survivor team and costly even for the military. That's why Zhang Hai had been reluctant to hand over the Type 81 rifle before. These weapons, if I sell them to survivors at slightly below military price, there'll be no shortage of buyers, right? Jiang Lushur asked. Absolutely. Every team would want that. Are you planning to trade them for meat or something? Zhang Hai asked. Mutated crystal cores, Jiang Lushur said. Mutated crystal cores. That was his most scarce material now. Upgrading and modifying the base vehicle, many options required crystal cores. The biolab especially burned through cores. If he had to rely on hunting to get them, who knew how long it would take to get one? And hunting mutant beasts was very risky. If he could trade for them with weapons or other supplies, that would be best. These items were all in high demand, hard currency. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were stunned. This brother Jiang was really obsessed with crystal cores. They felt a little pained. What survivor wouldn't use a crystal core to trade for ammo and meat? Only Jiang Lushur was doing the opposite. But it didn't matter, the supplies were his. He could use them however he wanted. He had so much, he could afford to be willful. We'll find buyers as soon as possible. Shouldn't take long, Sun Kuan said. When they reached the satellite city, they'd easily find survivors in need, no trouble at all. All right, Jiang Lushur nodded. The army had set up a camp here, which made things easier for Jiang Lushur. His base vehicle's evolution could proceed even faster. Okay, let's go, Jiang Lushur said. Vroom vroom vroom. The three vehicles started up and drove away from Blood Wolf's base. Inside the house, the girls all ran to the windows, cautiously looking out, watching the vehicles move farther and farther away. The convoy found a quiet place in the industrial park to rest for the night. Even though there were no zombies nearby, distant roars could still be heard. The truck parked at the outermost gate. The off-road vehicle parked a bit farther back, its machine guns aimed at the gate. As for the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur drove it deeper into a clearing. Once the base vehicle was away from the gate, only Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing remained nearby. Jiang Zhuing sat in the vehicle, watching TV with great interest. Jiang Lushur had preloaded tons of movies and shows onto a hard drive, including a lot of anime just for her. Probably no survivor out there would guess Jiang Zhuing was a diehard anime fan. Brother, you're the perfect brother, I love you. Jiang Zhuing was so excited she almost rolled on the bed. Having this kind of spiritual joy in the apocalypse, it felt amazing and magical. This scene, one watching TV, the other holding a tablet, made Jiang Zhuing feel like they were back in the old days, relying on each other. Back then, the two siblings lived similarly, bunk beds, doing their own things, chatting occasionally. Simple and comforting. Watch one episode, then help me with something. I'll get you a tablet later, it's full of downloads, Jiang Lushur said. Got something to do? Then I'll watch later. Let's do it first. Jiang Zhuing turned off the TV immediately. No need, keep watching, Jiang Lushur said. Nope, I want to finish the task first, then lie in bed and watch until I fall asleep. Jiang Zhuing had a longing look. A relaxed, undisturbed life like this was so rare. She had to enjoy it to the fullest. Jiang Lushur didn't know whether to laugh or cry, such ambition. Jiang Lushur glanced at the materials inside the vehicle and said, Zhuing, go down and charge the vehicle. Although the minibus was solar-powered, it also had a power battery pack. The charging method was similar to electric cars. As for why Jiang Zhuing was asked to charge it, the reason was simple. Repairs. The base vehicle was seriously damaged. Without proper repairs, Jiang Lushur wouldn't feel safe driving it out tomorrow. The energy stored from solar power was only enough for daily use. After a whole day of fighting, even more energy had been consumed. Relying on that little energy was far from enough to repair the vehicle. When he returned from the special metals company earlier, he had looked for a generator, but the industrial park was huge, and so were the factories. Searching would have taken too long. But right beside him, he had a powerful energy source, and it was biological. Jiang Lushur already knew that although using abilities consumed a lot of energy for an ability user, the more they used it, the more proficient they became, and it could even promote evolution. So having her generate electricity was harmless, just feed her meat. Okay, Jiang Zhuing obediently went to charge the vehicle. Even though she was being used as a human generator, Jiang Zhuing actually found it quite fun. As siblings, they often thought alike. In fact, Jiang Zhuing had secretly used her electric power to charge her phone before. Of course, the result wasn't great, the phone burned out instantly. But there was no such concern with the base vehicle. It had a built-in voltage regulator during charging, stabilizing the voltage and preventing damage to the power battery. Seeing Jiang Zhuing go out to charge, Jiang Lushur took out a large piece of mutant beast meat and some vegetables and began cooking. Although grilled mutant meat already smelled good, it was nothing compared to Jiang Lushur's cooking with various seasonings and ingredients. Very soon, the whole vehicle was filled with fragrance. The car door was left open. While charging with her hand on the port, Jiang Zhuing leaned her head toward the door, her little nose twitching gently. Smells so good. With meat as motivation, Jiang Zhuing generated electricity even harder, her cheeks puffed up. She really looked like a little Pikachu. Soon, the starseed notified Jiang Lushur that enough electricity had been generated for repairs. Jiang Zhuing continued to charge, filling the battery completely. Thanks for your effort. Come get some energy yourself. Jiang Lushur extended a hand from the door, holding a plate. It had grilled meat, crispy on the outside, juicy inside, garnished with fresh vegetables and a few fruit slices. It was mouth-watering. Food like this in the apocalypse was a luxury, the ultimate indulgence. The moment Jiang Lushur extended his hand, he felt the plate lighten. By the time he pulled it back, it was already empty. Another one. So fast. Jiang Lushur was surprised. Jiang Zhuing ate several pounds of mutant meat. The energy from it flowed through her body, warming her all over. Her cells were slowly evolving. After watching some TV, Jiang Zhuing soon fell into a deep sleep. Normally, even in a camp, she wouldn't sleep so soundly. But now she was with Jiang Lushur, sleeping in his minibus. Though she acted strong with her teammates and was obedient in front of Jiang Lushur, she had originally decided to protect him. But after today, Jiang Zhuing felt like things had returned to how they used to be, with Jiang Lushur protecting her. She was still the pampered little sister. It was the first time in a long while that she had slept so peacefully. She didn't even notice when Jiang Lushur came over to tuck her in. Seeing her fast asleep, Jiang Lushur sat on the sofa and mentally instructed the starseed, start repairs. The materials in the vehicle began disappearing one by one. Electricity and fuel were consumed. The minibus's damage was quickly repaired before his eyes. The blown-out tires were restored. The spiderweb cracks on the glass disappeared as if wiped clean. Repair progress, 30%, 50%, 80%. Repair progress, 100%. Repairs complete. Base vehicle condition, good. No issues. The starseed's notification sounded. Looking at the newly repaired base vehicle, Jiang Lushur exhaled deeply. Now he could sleep peacefully. He could already imagine how, the next morning, Jiang Zhuing would rub her eyes hard in disbelief, wondering if she was still dreaming. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were already awake. They rinsed their mouths and splashed water on their faces. That was their version of washing up. Safe sleep and the luxury of waking up and washing their faces, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan felt they were living well. In the apocalypse, most survivors weren't nearly as lucky. Forget sleeping in a vehicle, even a dirty ditch would do, as long as it was safe enough to sleep. After freshening up, the two started preparing to grill meat. Just then, the minibus drove over. "Boss, Brother Jiang, we were just about to call you for breakfast." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's faces twitched the moment they saw the minibus, their eyes nearly popping out. Did they see wrong? They had to be mistaken, right? They quickly blinked and looked again. Clean glass, intact tires, no dents, fully restored. They weren't seeing things. Jiang Lushur had repaired vehicles before. They had always thought he was just a car enthusiast. But last time the damage wasn't bad. This time, they had clearly seen what shape the minibus was in. Normally, with that kind of damage, repairs would have been a massive project. It would take a long time, and the surface would still show lots of patches. And the materials needed for repairs? You'd have to search all over. A minibus like this one, the materials used must be top grade, and they're not easy to find. At that moment, the minibus pulled up in front of them. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying got out. The two looked refreshed, clearly having slept well. Especially Jiang Zhuiying, her fair skin had a healthy glow, almost like she was shining. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to have been up all night fixing the car? When Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan saw Jiang Lushur, they stared at him dumbfounded. Jiang Lushur lightly coughed and said, "I have spare glass and tires in my vehicle." Spare glass? That's a thing? It's normal to carry spare tires, but spare glass, this was the first time they'd heard of it. Even if he had the materials, repairing the car to such a state overnight was just too ridiculous. Most people might not understand how time-consuming and labor-intensive car repair was, but Zhang Hai was a professional mechanic, and Sun Kuan had often helped him. They were both ability users, yet whenever they did major repairs, they would end up drenched in sweat. For significant damage, they could only patch things up. To restore something to like new condition was basically impossible, not because it couldn't be done, but because, first, there was no time or energy for it, and second, there was no need. This wasn't an era where a flashy sports car made you look cool. The car's appearance didn't matter at all, no one would waste effort on that. So, when they looked at the minibus and Jiang Lushur, it was like they were seeing a ghost. He not only fixed the car but even restored its appearance perfectly. Just how easy must the repair have been? Moreover, they had guarded the gate last night. Although they were asleep, they remained alert and would wake up at any sound. Yet they didn't hear a single noise related to car repair. That was completely unreasonable. Jiang Lushur knew this excuse wouldn't convince anyone. That morning, when Jiang Zhuiying saw the vehicle, she directly turned back inside, mumbling, "I must have gotten out of bed wrong." Looking at Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, Jiang Lushur repeated the explanation he had used with Jiang Zhuiying. "You should have noticed that I'm similar to you in some ways, but also a bit different." "Jiang Ji, I don't really get what you mean," Zhang Hai said, confused. Sun Kuan, however, remembered when Jiang Zhuiying had asked Jiang Lushur if he was an ability user after their battle with the Blood Wolves. Jiang Lushur hadn't directly denied it, just said he was a bit different. At the time, Sun Kuan hadn't understood and Jiang Zhuiying had quickly changed the subject, so he hadn't asked further. Now Jiang Lushur was saying this again. "I suppose I can be considered an ability user too, but I'm not like you with limb or cellular mutations," Jiang Lushur said. He couldn't reveal the starseed, and even more so the special nature of the base vehicle. But being just an ordinary person was too unbelievable. Using the identity of an ability user as a cover would make things appear more normal. Then, "Jiang Ji, what's your ability?" Zhang Hai scratched his head. From his understanding, if it wasn't limb or cell mutations, then what else could mutate? Ability users were basically all mutants, wasn't that common knowledge? Even Zhang Hai knew that. "Mechanical modification," Jiang Lushur said. Lying on the sofa the night before, he had thought it through. If he said brain domain evolution, it wouldn't be hard for Jiang Zhuiying and the others to understand, but linking that to vehicle repair would be tough. So he simply invented a new ability, mechanical modification. Strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely made up. Though all the modifications were done by the starseed, it was bound to Jiang Lushur and invisible to others. To them, the repairs and modifications appeared to be his doing, and the materials were indeed gathered by him. Mechanical modification? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged glances, both looking confused. What kind of ability was that? "I have some special abilities in repairing and modifying machines. It's hard to explain exactly. As for the principle? Don't look at me like that, I don't know either," Jiang Lushur said calmly. What he said wasn't wrong. Many ability users knew what powers they had but couldn't explain the underlying principles, maybe their hands or legs mutated, or their cells. But how, or to what extent? They didn't know. If that was true for regular powers, it was even more reasonable for something as vague as mechanical modification. Yeah, with the apocalypse and all, nothing's surprising anymore. "Jiang Ji's ability is unusual, but not weird," Sun Kuan said, acting like he understood everything. Once apocalypse was mentioned, Zhang Hai also felt it wasn't that strange anymore. Zombies, strange? Mutant beasts, strange? Even they used to be normal people, now they were low-level ability users. So what? Jiang Ji, even if your ability is for fixing cars or whatever, I think your shooting skill is related too, it's all mechanical. So this ability is great, Zhang Hai said with admiration. His own ability wasn't meant for repairs, but that's all he could use it for. The difference was just depressing. Yeah, Jiang Ji, if your ability evolves, maybe you can modify guns too? You fixed a whole vehicle overnight, it's super useful in the apocalypse, Sun Quan agreed. Jiang Lushur didn't know what to say. He hadn't said much, and yet these two not only accepted it, but even helped him justify and expand on it. But Jiang Ji, your ability doesn't emit any energy signals. If you don't say anything, everyone would just think you're an ordinary person, Zhang Hai added. He and Sun Quan had once been normal people, only becoming special after awakening abilities. So whether others could tell you had powers was something they cared about. But before he could finish, Sun Quan pulled him aside. Look at Jiang Ji. Do you still need energy signals to tell if he's strong? Zhang Hai thought about it and agreed. They'd once seen Jiang Lushur as a normal guy, even a burden. Now, both of them completely accepted his strength. They were pretty sure now that Jiang Lushur had killed Yang Qingqing, even though he'd said it was an accident. Still, even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't complain. It had been a warning, don't mess with Jiang Lushur. Come on, time to eat. Zhang Hai ran over and grabbed 2 freshly grilled skewers of mutant beast meat, handing them to Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing. In the apocalypse, eating was top priority, and the strongest in the group ate first. After eating, Jiang Lushur and the others set off. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, carrying so many supplies, felt a kind of nervousness, like regular people carrying a fortune through a crowd. They were eager to return to the camp as soon as possible. The survivors who had stayed at the villa base had been nervously waiting for news from Jiang Zhuing and her team for a whole day and night. Although they weren't freeloaders, without the ability users, survival would be extremely difficult relying solely on them as ordinary people. These people all knew that Jiang Zhuing had gone out to collect some kind of metal for her brother. Metal was something that couldn't be eaten or used to trade for supplies. On the contrary, this collection must have consumed quite a bit of supplies and weapons. But there's no choice. Zhuing is totally devoted to her brother. Whatever he wants to do, she supports unconditionally, a woman said to someone beside her. This woman was considered to have some influence among the ordinary people and was on good terms with the ability user Yang Qingqing, so her words carried a certain level of credibility. You can't really blame Zhuing. He is her biological brother after all, said one survivor. Zhuing has always been reliable in what she does. Maybe she has her own considerations, another survivor said hesitantly. Without Jiang Zhuing, they might not have even survived up to now. These people were all sincerely grateful to her. I'm not blaming Zhuing, the woman quickly said. I just think her brother should think more about her too, not be so selfish. Qingqing even tried to oppose it, but unfortunately, Zhuing wouldn't listen. Sigh, maybe she's just too emotionally involved. While speaking, she was also thinking about Yang Qingqing's plan, wondering how it was progressing. Before going to collect the metal, Yang Qingqing had complained to her and had vaguely mentioned making Jiang Lushur hand over the vehicle for public use. If he refused no matter what, she might even make Jiang Lushur disappear. Calculating against someone who's unprepared, the woman thought Yang Qingqing had a good chance of succeeding. Now, by saying these things to lower Jiang Zhuing's credibility and help Yang Qingqing gain more support, she would surely benefit once Yang Qingqing returned. For example, she might be assigned to that vehicle. That would significantly raise her chances of survival. Seeing that the others weren't responding, clearly still not completely disappointed in Jiang Zhuing, the woman rolled her eyes. A bunch of brainless fools. Do they really think sucking up to Jiang Zhuing will bring them more benefits? No matter, once Yang Qingqing and the others return, they'll know she was right. They're back. They're back. A lookout survivor on the rooftop saw the convoy entering the villa area and quickly ran down to report. Over a dozen survivors rushed to gather at the gate. That woman followed behind, her expression calm, as if she hadn't said anything earlier. Why is there a truck? Is it loaded with metal? Weren't they going to collect metal? The survivors waited anxiously at the gate. But unlike before, this time they weren't hoping for supplies, instead, they were anxious about how much had been consumed. Even if they wouldn't complain about Jiang Zhuing, the woman's earlier words had cast a shadow over their hearts. Soon, the 3 vehicles arrived at the villa gate. When Zhang Hai and Sun Quan got off the vehicle, several survivors immediately stepped up, ready to help unload. Usually, everyone would be excited at this point, but facing a truckload of metal, it was hard to feel happy. Haha, you all better get ready to work hard today, Zhang Hai said with a laugh. The survivors forced out a smile. Seems heavy, huh? You collected a lot? If it weren't for Jiang Zhuing's sake, they couldn't even bring themselves to smile. Bringing back a bunch of useless metal was tiring and troublesome, and now everyone had to help unload it. There's quite a bit, but it wasn't collected, it was taken from a bunch of bastards, Sun Quan said as he climbed onto the truck and reached to open the cargo door. Taken? Just some metal, what's there to take? Who would guard that like it was treasure? The survivors were confused. They'd already heard from that woman that Yang Qingqing and the others were unwilling to go and had no choice. But now Zhang Hai and Sun Quan seemed quite happy? So cheerful, were they faking it? At that moment, clunk, the truck's cargo door opened. Inside the truck, the mutant beast meat packed in bags had shifted during the bumpy ride. Because it wasn't well secured, several bags slid toward the edge of the truck bed. As soon as the door opened, several bags fell right out and nearly hit the survivors, who screamed and backed away in fright, breaking into a cold sweat. Be careful. That's metal. A survivor shouted out, but then abruptly stopped. Metal hitting the ground, no matter the type, would definitely make a loud and distinct sound. But these bags landed with a dull thud. The shape of the bags didn't look like they contained metal either. One of the survivors sniffed lightly. I think I smell meat, he said blankly to the others. All right, stop fooling around, it is meat. Zhang Hai said loudly. And not just this meat, the truck is full of supplies. Guns, bullets, meat, dried vegetables, and rations. Packed full. At that, the crowd was stunned. One survivor, skeptical, went up and opened a bag. Inside was a large chunk of fresh mutant beast meat. At the same time, another survivor had climbed into the truck and was rummaging around. He soon shouted excitedly, "It's all food. So much of it. Bringing back this much in one go, this was the first time. And such variety, everything they could want." With a loud rustling, the survivors all crowded around the truck. A few climbed in and began handing down bag after bag, box after box of supplies. "What about the metal?" a survivor asked someone nearby. At that moment, Zhang Hai opened the SUV's trunk and rear door. "There's more here. I need 2 more people." A few survivors walked over, guessing this vehicle must be carrying the metal. But when they lifted the heavy boxes, they discovered ammo. All bullets. "There are also guns, handle them carefully," Zhang Hai called out. "So you actually went to collect supplies?" The woman walked over cheerfully and said, "Qingqing must have persuaded you, right? Good thing Zhuing finally listened and stopped going after that useless metal. If that's the case, the car must have been taken too. Maybe Jiang Lusher was even killed? If he was dead, then of course there'd be no need to collect metal anymore." The woman said gleefully, "Qingqing really is rational. That's such a relief."
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.